we are going to be watching a 7-part series, Abuse of Power, starting, or rather ending, with yellow journalism, going backwards here, so that the website logo doesn't potentially incriminate this stream and the potentiality of it staying up. So yellow journalism would be the last part, part 7. Going backwards, copper badge, brownstone, blue blood, White House, black mass, and then the part 1, in 2 parts, red carpet. Without further ado, I give to you something that will make you very angry, but also possibly light a fire up under your ass, to not take these pedo pogos lightly, as Mr. Snafu Snaps creature would say, for those of us who are aware of this individual. Anyway, without further ado, salute. Get into it. Let's get it off of 4x speed. Said let's get it off 4x speed. That would help. How about
on the knives, and we would cut the babies, drain the blood, and then drink the blood.
It's been a secret for far too long.
There has to be ramifications for it.
The worst thing that I will never get out of my head is the taste of his cigar breath.
They tracked down everyone who'd been at school with me and found that about a third of them had been sexually abused by this master.
He was semi-naked with a very young boy on his lap who looked to me to be about 8 years old.
A 40-year-old Englishman named Michael Roberts grabbed the world's attention when he stepped forward on January 19, 2013, claiming to be a survivor of a satanic pedophile network that was attended by rich and powerful British acolytes. Roberts claims he was abused beginning at age 2 and ending around age 13, and consisted mainly of him being drugged and raped at satanic ceremonies. These ceremonies, Roberts claims, were organized by his stepfather, Michael Horgan, who would join the others in raping his son. Michael Horgan, who used the pseudonym Sean O'Donnell, became known as the High Priest of Satan. Horgan brought his own stepson to the satanic rituals he organized. According to Mirror, Horgan also hung his stepson and an even younger female victim on hooks. According to Roberts, rich and famous individuals, such as actors and politicians, participated in the ceremonies. One of the people that Horgan allowed to rape his stepson was Member of Parliament Cyril Smith. After getting into politics in 1945 at only 17 years old, Smith would go on to spend his entire life as a career politician. He was elected mayor of Rochdale in 1966, elected to Parliament in 1972, and was knighted by Queen Elizabeth in 1988. According to Mirror, now studying for a counseling qualification, Michael fought back tears as he recalled, "I was frightened of him because of his size. But by then I was getting abused by so many people, I'd just got used to it." At these ceremonies, Satanists would tie the children naked and blindfolded to a cross on a black altar, where they would be drugged and raped. The children were also forced to perform sex acts on each other, while the adults would film it. 3 months prior to Robert stepping forward, a woman named Karen Ward self-published an autobiography detailing sexual abuse she endured at the hands of a cigar-smoking television celebrity she referred to as JS. It was clear that Ward was referring to Jimmy Savile, beloved by millions from his career as a radio and television host on the BBC. Beginning in the 1960s, Savile began a 40-year pedophilia spree that was not exposed to the world until after his death in October of 2011, just 1 year before Karen Ward stepped forward as one of his victims.
He asked me for oral sex, and I didn't want to. And he promised me that if I gave him oral sex, that he would arrange for me and my friends to go to Television Centre and be on his television show. Well, I was 14. Of course I wanted to go to Television Centre. I didn't want to give him oral sex because I thought it was disgusting, but I did it.
Ward claimed that the abuse was widespread and accusations were ignored. There must be hundreds, if not thousands, who have never spoken. I hope they will gain courage from the fact that I have survived. The total number of Savile's victims is likely higher than 500 girls and boys, according to The Guardian, and a report commissioned by the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children discovered credible evidence demonstrating that Savile also raped adults at Leeds General Infirmary and had sex with dead bodies.
Stephen George, who's since had a sex change operation, was a 17-year-old girl when he says Savile sexually assaulted him.
He started just coming in and plonking himself down and watching Top of the Pops with us on Lancaster Ward 1, which is where the incident happened. He was able to sit in front of the sofa on the floor and hide what he was doing, which he put his hand straight up my nightdress, and we weren't allowed to wear pants. So I was, unfortunately, I could do nothing. I couldn't stop him because Broadmoor staff would have punished me if I stood up and said what he was doing. They wouldn't have believed me, and they would have just punished me.
Jimmy Savile didn't have any trouble getting access to the high security unit. In fact, he had his very own special set of keys.
He even bragged to hospital staff that he made jewelry out of a glass eyeball he stole from a corpse. The Washington Post reported, "As shocking as the findings are, even more shocking is the fact that Savile got away with it for so long. That realization has shaken our country to the core," UK Health Secretary Jeremy Hunt said Thursday. For decades, while Savile hosted show after show and glad-handed, the abuse went on. Numerous columns have asked, how? How did no one know? As the Telegraph reported, at least 100 employees of the BBC knew about Savile's open secret. Famous faces at the corporation, including Dame Esther Ranson, Sir Terry Wogan, Louis Theroux, Mike Reed, and Nicky Campbell, were among 117 BBC staff who were said to have been aware of rumors about Savile's sexual conduct. Rumors of Savile's abuses were not contained to only the BBC. As far back as 1978, Johnny Rotten of the Sex Pistols attempted to draw attention to Jimmy Savile in a radio interview.
I'd like to kill Jimmy Savile. I think he's a hypocrite. I bet he's into all kinds of seediness that we all know about but are not allowed to talk about. I know some rumours. I bet none of this will be allowed out.
4 years after Savile's death, Rotten was interviewed by Piers Morgan, where he recalled how he was suspended from the network after he blew the whistle on the scandal.
It just got suppressed.
Yeah.
For legal reasons.
Yeah. And
did you meet,
I found myself being banned from BBC Radio there for quite a while for my contentious behaviour.
In fact, 7 investigations into Savile were begun, only to be abruptly dropped shortly thereafter. In January of 2013, the same month that Michael Roberts stepped forward with accusations of satanic ritual abuse against Cyril Smith, Express published an article entitled "Jimmy Savile was part of a satanic ring." In the article was the testimony of one of the survivors who described the black masses where Savile and other participants wore hooded robes and masks and chanted "Hail Satan" in Latin during candlelit ceremonies. She recognized Savile because of his distinctive voice and the fact that his blonde hair was protruding from the side of the mask. He was not the leader, but he was seen as important because of his fame. Throughout the report, we learned that this whistleblower was not the only one to claim that Savile belonged to a child trafficking ring. At least one other survivor has come forward, describing the times she was raped in satanic ceremonies by Savile and other powerful figures. Along with other young women, the victim was shepherded to wait in another room before being brought back to find Savile in a master of ceremonies kind of role, with a group wearing robes and masks. She, too, heard Latin chanting and instantly recognized Satanist regalia. Although the girl was a young adult who was above the age of consent, she had suffered a history of sexual abuse and was extremely vulnerable. The director of the Clinic for Dissociative Studies in London, Dr. Valerie Sinison, remarked on the credibility of these two separate accusations. Neither girl knew one another. They lived in different parts of the country and contacted me a year apart, yet their experiences are very similar. Is it possible that Jimmy Savile and Cyril Smith belonged to the same satanic network? How could a satanic pedophile network possibly exist at the highest levels of government and entertainment without the public finding out? Wouldn't the news media need to be in on the cover-up? On April 26, 1999, a gunshot was heard near the home of BBC television presenter Jill Dando. Dando had joined a campaign to draw attention to powerful pedophile networks when she was shot dead on the front doorstep of her home. The crime remains unsolved to the present. According to her former colleague, Dando had handed a file of evidence to the BBC management about Savile, and nothing was done about it. The friend and retired BBC worker said the late Crime Watch host was told DJs, celebrities, and other staff celebrities, and other staff were involved in organized abuse.
We are a great listening hospital. We listen to people. I listen to nurses. I listen to porters. I listen to drivers. I listen to everybody.
In 2013, some of these rumors were corroborated when DJ Ray Terrett was sentenced to 25 years in prison for 11 counts of indecent assault and 7 counts of child abuse against girls as young as 12. This radio DJ formerly worked as Jimmy Savile's chauffeur. It is worth noting that Dando's friend, Chelsea Vice Chairman Matthew Harding, also died in a mysterious helicopter crash. Mark Thompson was the BBC's Director General from 2004 to 2012. Thompson allegedly knew about Savile's checkered past during the 8 years he worked there and has faced harsh criticism for the way he directed the BBC's flippant, lax, and often dismissive coverage of the Savile scandal. On August 14, 2012, Mark Thompson left the BBC to work as CEO of the New York Times. Over the next 2 years, the New York Times' attitude towards pedophilia seems to have become more accepting. The Times published an article entitled "Pedophilia, a Disorder, Not a Crime." Some have described this as a push by CEO Mark Thompson to destigmatize pedophilia. BBC Newsnight was slated to air an investigation into Jimmy Savile's abuses in 2011, just after his death. The documentary, which did not show Savile's face even one time, did not air for several years. Instead, the BBC televised 2 separate tributes to Savile, even though accusations against him were publicly known. On September 25, 2017, the New York Times doubled down on its efforts to destigmatize pedophilia by running an article entitled "Why I Admire Anthony Weiner." Published after Weiner was sentenced to 21 months in prison for sending and soliciting naked pictures from a minor. Why did Mark Thompson, who allegedly knew about Savile's behavior during the 8 years he worked there, leave the BBC to work as CEO of the New York Times? Why does the New York Times seem to be defending pedophilia? Why did the BBC management feel the need to repeatedly cover for Jimmy Savile's crimes? Is it hypothetically possible that a force far bigger than the BBC, through mafia-like tactics, is able to order the BBC and other major networks to avoid exposing high-profile pedophile networks? Beginning in 1983, when Member of Parliament Geoffrey Dickens passed along a dossier to authorities naming 21 different pedophiles within Great Britain's government, a multi-decade-long suppression of truth began. The news media and government acted in concert to cover up the child trafficking ring. This was assisted by appointees within Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's government. Time and time again, investigations were stymied, evidence was sequestered, and lawsuits were mysteriously dropped. It wasn't until 2015, 32 years later, that Geoffrey Dickens' dossier was actually investigated. According to Vice, in July it was revealed that the dossier was among 114 files relating to child sex abuse that had disappeared from 1979 to 1999. The Daily Beast points out that the investigation is conveniently too late, as most of the major figures have since deceased. Barbara Castle, a Labour member of the European Parliament, told Hale she did not trust Britain to investigate the allegations thoroughly. 16 members of Parliament and members of the House of Lords, and 30 high-profile figures from the Church of England, private schools, and big business were members of and advocates for the Pedophile Information Exchange.
Can I ask you this, though? Do you believe still that the majority of children at the age of 10 can communicate their consent to a sexual act?
Yes, I do, yes. I don't see that is a problem, communicating their consent.
Pedophiles do not exploit children. Child molesters use the child's sexuality. No, pedophiles do not use a child's sexuality. Pedophiles develop a mutual sexuality with the child. It's an entirely reciprocal relationship.
The shadowy group, which operated partly in the open, campaigned for the age of consent to be abolished and incest to be legalized. It also allowed pedophiles to send each other secure mail and to meet in person. The Daily Beast describes how a survivor going by the name Carl did not trust the investigation either. If child trafficking networks could exist at the highest levels of government, they would easily corrupt any justice from being served. Carl said, "It appears the cover-ups did happen, and it makes survivors very wary because you don't know who you can have confidence in to report." One of the most prominent advocates for the victims of the Pedophile Information Exchange, Liz Davies, has been trying for decades to jumpstart an investigation into the group, but for some reason, law enforcement refused to look into it.
We were investigating. Suddenly, the police were taken off my investigators of the most serious crimes you could imagine against children, multiple numbers of children. Children were being taken all over the country to be abused in different places by different people.
Furthermore, members of this pedophile network are still to this day holding leadership positions in government. In 1990, she raised concerns at a local council meeting that a large number of boys in the area were showing signs of abuse. She claimed that Margaret Hodge, then leader of Islington Council, and later the Minister for Children under Tony Blair, ignored her warnings. It was 2014 before Hodge would apologize for her shameful naivete in failing to properly investigate the claims of abuse. Davies thought her work would finally be taken seriously by the authorities. She was wrong. She had amassed evidence of abuse perpetrated against 61 victims, but she claims council officials continued to tell her to stop causing trouble. A year later, she finally quit social services when she says she discovered that the boys she had been trying to save were being sent back into the Islington care home system, only to suffer yet more sexual abuse. "I was networking these children into another network, which was running within the care homes. I was handing over the most vulnerable, sexually exploited children to more pedophiles," she said. "I have to live with that." It is now openly acknowledged that the English government under Margaret Thatcher perpetrated a child trafficking cover-up. Could the English government also be involved in a cover-up of satanic ritual abuse? On October 10th, 2017, Independent quietly published one of the most profound exposés in British history, entitled "Margaret Thatcher Gave MP Knighthood Despite Knowing Child Sex Abuse Claims Against Him, Inquiry Hears." The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse heard witness statements after new evidence emerged that further incriminated Cyril Smith as a pedophile. However, the bigger takeaway from the investigation was why Thatcher still chose to bestow one of the nation's highest honors to a satanic pedophile. The independent article goes on to explain how the investigation into Cyril Smith's pedophilia was blocked by powerful politicians. The inquiry panel was told that the MP's knighthood was awarded despite people at the very highest level of politics being aware of multiple allegations he had sexually abused at least 8 boys. Even more incomprehensible was the revelation leaked by The Telegraph on November 12, 2012, where the MI5 seized the dossier on Smith's crimes and instructed the police to say that it was lost. How is this satanic pedophile network capable of not only controlling the news media, but also the MI5, Britain's intelligence agency? Is it possible that this satanic pedophile network only operates in Britain, or is it more widespread? According to Liz Davies, the pedophile information exchange is international in size. She would later discover that the international office of the pedophile information exchange was just a few hundred yards from her desk, and her patch was home to a host of prolific child attackers linked into a network of powerful abuse rings that stretched from Westminster to Northern Ireland, Wales, and the island of Jersey in the Channel. On New Year's Eve of 2014, Vice reported, Savile did spend 11 consecutive New Year's Eves celebrating with Margaret Thatcher after all. Connections that have long been deemed the ludicrous preserve of conspiracy theorists are now ordained as possibilities, some even plausibilities. The unthinkable is now eminently thinkable. There is ample historical evidence to demonstrate that child trafficking networks exist at the highest levels of media, finance, and government. Based on multiple high-profile pedophiles who have been convicted of participating in these networks, we can conclude that they are comprised of individuals in positions of significant power and influence who engage in satanic ritual abuse and human sacrifice. To anyone paying attention, these networks are now pushing to normalize pedophilia as a means of garnering support for legislation more favorable to pedophiles. As child abuse scandals all around the world are being exposed at a greater rate than ever before, we are reminded that abuse of power invariably rots the cores of many of our most trusted institutions.
Who are the leaders of the cult?
Papa.
And who is Papa? Who is Papa?
Papa is my dad. He's Ricky. His name is Ricky Dayman, and he does really. He's the boss
of what?
The whole thing.
Of the what? What's the what?
Of the whole cult.
Someone died. It happens all the time. Life goes on. It always does. Until it doesn't. You know that, don't you?
On February 7th, 1987, the Washington Post published an article entitled Officials Describe Cult Rituals in Abuse Case, wherein a child abuse case involving 6 child victims led to the arrests of 2 adult men with ties to Washington, D.C. The article described how a criminal syndicate was said to be kidnapping children, keeping them in chains, trafficking them across state lines, and forcing them to participate in ritual sacrifices of goats on at least 2 occasions. The children were kept dirty, unkempt, hungry, disturbed, and agitated, according to a court document. 5 of the 6 children were unresponsive, and only 1 girl was able to describe what they had been through. According to Special Agent Ramon J. Martinez of the United States Customs Service, when police raided the warehouse used in the brainwashing, they discovered large plastic bags containing photographs of child porn, a video production room, and what appeared to be an altar. This case eventually led to a much larger investigation of a group called the Finders, led by a man named Marion Petit. The Finders was comprised of at least 40 members who lived in a 1960s-style commune that spanned from Virginia down to Florida. The DC police had learned about the Finders from a confidential source who informed police he had been recruited by the group with promises of money, sex, and an invitation to explore Satanism with them. 7 years would pass before another news agency covered the finders. U.S. News and World Report published an article on December 19, 1993, entitled Through a Glass Very Darkly, which briefly mentioned the conspiracy theories surrounding the case, principally that of CIA involvement. The Justice Department has begun a new investigation into the finders and into the group's activities. It is also reviewing the 1987 investigation into the group to determine whether that probe was closed improperly. Justice officials will not elaborate, except to say that the investigation is ongoing and that it involves unresolved matters in relation to the finders. One of the unresolved questions involves allegations that the finders are somehow linked to the Central Intelligence Agency. Customs Service documents reveal that in 1987, when customs agents sought to examine the evidence gathered by Washington, D.C. police, they were told that the finders' investigation had become a CIA internal matter. The police report on that case had been classified secret. Despite a preponderance of evidence propelling the momentum of the investigation, Special Agent Martinez claims he was informed that the case had suddenly been declared an internal matter of the CIA. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior, and that the FBI Counterintelligence Division had directed MPD not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired. No further information will be available, no further action will be taken. The CIA officially denounced this theory, but acknowledged that a firm that had provided computer training to the CIA also employed several members of the finders. Independent investigations later revealed that the computer firm was not merely an employer of members of the finders, but was in fact owned by the cult outright. Why would the CIA outsource training of its officers to a private contractor owned by a child trafficking cult? Could the finders be a front group for bad actors within the CIA? Furthermore, the U.S. News and World Report article described other real-world ties the CIA had to the cult's leader, Marion Petit. The CIA's interest in the finders may stem from the fact that his late wife once worked for the agency and that his son worked for a CIA proprietary firm, Air America. Despite many news agencies dismissing these cult members as hippie beatniks, search warrants eventually unearthed evidence of much more intriguing crimes. According to memoirs from Special Agent Martinez, on Thursday, February 5th, 1987, Senior Special Agent Harold and I assisted the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department with 2 search warrants involving the possible sexual exploitation of children. During the course of the search warrants, numerous documents were discovered which appeared to be concerned with international trafficking in children, high-tech transfer to the United Kingdom, and international transfer of currency. The FBI officially declassified all files pertaining to the finders on October 25th, 2019, as News Wars summarized. After several paragraphs of redacted information, the FBI disclosed that someone has alleged that the finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme, and that, in conjunction with the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, conspired to cover up those abuses. Search warrants were also executed at a warehouse involving classified maps of an underground tunnel sewer system in Washington, D.C. As Mint Press News points out, bizarrely, a map relating to the McMartin preschool scandal is also included in the publication for no known reason, since at this time, the cases are completely unrelated, aside from both having contained allegations of satanic abuse. The McMartin preschool scandal was heavily investigated by Ted Gunderson, former FBI special agent and head of the Los Angeles division, and at the time was arguably the closest the world came to learning about highly organized human trafficking networks of the rich and famous.
They were taken out in automobiles. We're talking about 2, 3, 4-year-old children, folks, and prostituted in the community. The authorities finally in 1985, went out and decided to look for the tunnels because they said the children were hallucinating. The children also said that they were taken by air up into a mountainous area where they were exposed to satanic ceremonies.
However, after several years of trials, all charges were dropped by 1990.
Maybe they did brainwash our kids, and this is all just a bunch of baloney, and we'll just wake up from this bad dream. But the reality, I don't think that's the reality.
Is there any question in your mind that happened?
No, I know what happened.
Is it possible at all, when you look back now, that some of these memories you have are memories that the therapist told you about, that may not be your own memories?
For me, no, there's no doubt. People will try and convince you that, hey, this didn't happen to you. Look at this. They told you that. It's simply not the truth. It's, the topic gets old. That's what happened, and that's what I said. And you believe me or not, it's fine. But I'm going to still say it to this day.
The connection between the finders and the McMartin preschool scandal in the FBI disclosure has only further piqued the suspicion of investigative journalists and fanned the flames of conspiracy theories of high-level corruption. In 1988, the year following the Washington Post's expose on the finders, Geraldo Rivera produced an investigative report entitled Devil Worship: Exposing Satan's Underground, which became the highest-rated television documentary at that time.
You skin the baby? You take the baby's skin off? Do you feel remorse? Have you told the police?
I had to do what I had to do, or I'd be killed like the babies that they made me watch, killed, and that they put in my hand. They said, "Obey, or this is you."
In the program, Rivera outraged viewers everywhere by showcasing multiple instances of ritual human sacrifice. He also interviewed self-proclaimed survivors of satanic ritual abuse who shared stories that seemingly corroborated one another. Television audiences were appalled again a year later when a woman named Vicky Poland appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show, claiming to have escaped a multi-generational satanic family bloodline.
I was born into a family that believes in this.
And does everyone else think it's a nice Jewish family? From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl.
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. There's other Jewish families across the country. It's not just my own family.
Really?
Poland claimed that she was sexually abused by the cult when she was a child, that they farmed human babies for ritual sacrifice, and that they perfectly blended into society as normal people. That same year in London, England, a 15-year-old girl named Teresa told 60 Minutes Australia that her grandmother forced her into a satanic pet that engaged in ritual human sacrifice and cannibalism.
What would happen to the fetuses, the unborn babies?
I used to be taken away most of the time, and one time a baby was taken out of me and then killed in front of me because it was still alive.
And then what would happen?
Well, after they killed it, they would eat it. But we were also made to eat it.
You were made to eat your own fetus?
Yeah.
Who made you do this?
My nan.
Teresa explained that she was forced by the cult to perform sex acts on animals and to be raped by up to 30 adults at the same time during satanic ceremonies. Journalist Ian Leslie described Teresa's account as the most painful and disturbing story he ever had to report on in his 27-year career. Teresa believes the cult members were very wealthy and powerful members of society.
From the front, it looked like a castle. You know, it had a long drive and big double wooden doors.
Do you think they were rich people then?
Very rich.
In the case of Teresa, police launched an investigation and found medical reports that demonstrated evidence of sustained sexual abuse. Ultimately, 5 men were charged with rape, while her grandmother was charged with 7 counts of aiding and abetting rape and 2 counts of performing abortions on Teresa.
You mean you had a child?
Yeah.
How old were you when you had that child?
11.
Although these charges were dropped later that year. The 60 Minutes program featured a sex abuse counselor who claimed to have heard 21 similar testimonies from other survivors in just the last 2 years.
Have evidence to back up stories like Teresa's, that this is really happening?
Well, we have that age of child, 6, 5, and 4, giving information that ties up with Teresa. How do those children know? How do those children able to describe rituals, to talk about ceremonies?
On May 17, 1991, the Chicago Tribune published a story entitled "A Chilling Tale of Child Abuse No One Can Prove," which discussed the testimonies of 9 children whose experiences corroborated one another, who alleged that they were abused in satanic rituals. The article acknowledged the rising wave of victims stepping forward. Allegations of satanic ritual abuse of children go back centuries, but they have taken a sharp upturn since 1980. As more children are encouraged to step forward and expose adults who hurt them, police are encountering more cases of child abuse accompanied by allegations of occult rituals. The article insists that the accusations from these victims were so unbelievable that unfortunately they were viewed as dead ends for the authorities. People are getting away with molesting children because we can't prove there are satanic devil worshippers eating people. Pretty soon, it becomes unprosecutable. As unbelievable as the story seemed, the author of the Chicago Tribune article commented on the credibility of these claims. And how could so many children, many of whom didn't know one another, make up such a similar story. They said they were forced to participate in the killing of animals, that they were cut with knives, and that some of them were sexually abused. Their drawings depicted satanic symbols and people and animals being tortured. By 1993, allegations of ritual abuse became so commonplace that a training manual was compiled for law enforcement entitled Satanic Cult Awareness, which was later published by the United States Department of Justice to the National Criminal Justice Reference Service. The training manual elucidates the 5 types of satanic masses and the entire annual calendar for satanic holy days, known as Sabbats, which are celebrated with either orgies, animal sacrifices, human sacrifices, cannibalism, or other such ceremonies. Rituals are conducted at most of these masses and are used as a tool to bring about a change in the state of consciousness among the participants. Drugs, colors, music, chants, words, and meditative practices are used to enhance or mesmerize the participants. The training manual describes Halloween, referred to as Samhain, as the most significant holy day observed in the satanic calendar. The manual states that rituals on Halloween involve blood, sex, demons, and human sacrifice. This may come as a shock to most who celebrate Halloween as a day of lighthearted fun. Is it truly possible that Halloween is a day of human sacrifice? In 2001, Jeremiah Films put out a documentary entitled Halloween, Trick or Treat.
Halloween is a festival that conjures up images of ghosts, skeletons, black cats, witches on broomsticks, and little costumed children scurrying about the neighborhood.
Which features former Satanist Glenn Hobbs, whose testimony corroborates the Cult Awareness Training Manual published by the Department of Justice.
We were taken into several rooms where our clothing was removed. We spent the next couple of weeks in a kind of a shack where a lot of rituals went on, where a lot of animals were killed. They summoned Lucifer and his spirit to come and possess me, and so that I would be blessed to take over the position of the high priest at a certain point in time. Now, Halloween night, they had again put me and the little girl in the back of this van, and we again drove off, which seemed like for a long time. We were drugged once again, and we finally came to this stop. They took the little girl out and they left me in the van. Finally, a woman came to the back of the van and she said, "It's time to go." And she brought me out of the van, and I could see that there was just a lot of people around. Some were dressed in dark brownish kind of robes with hoods over them. They took me up and they led me up to this stone altar. And I remember I saw the little girl and she was on the altar. Well, they ushered me up to the altar, and I could see that they had bound her feet and they had taken her arms, which were laying out this way, and roped them to the altar, which had little kind of like hooks, which they could bind the ropes around. And she was really white. I remember seeing her, and she was just real pale and real white. And I noticed that they had slit the bottoms of her feet and her wrists, and they were taking the blood that was running out of those areas and putting them into chalices and passing those cups around to different people who were partaking of her blood. So when I think back on Halloween, over that period of time that happened, that was the climax event. Halloween night, where they killed that innocent little girl. And this is something that's happening every Halloween.
This wave of victims making headlines throughout the 1980s and 90s, now referred to as the Satanic Panic, is said to have been a period of mass hysteria and is often compared to the Salem witch trials. Vox attempted to debunk this period of social hysteria in an article published on March 21st, 2021, entitled, "Why Satanic Panic Never Really Ended." Through it all, the media fueled a public wave of fear, which took entire groups of rational, thinking adults to collectively enact. Was the Satanic Panic truly just a paranoid delusion of the masses? Or was there perhaps truth behind the hysteria? If the victims were telling the truth, just how vast and pervasive are these satanic pedophile networks? In 2001, Cheryl and Lynn Hersha published their experiences as victims of satanic ritual abuse in a book entitled Secret Weapons: Two Sisters' Terrifying True Story of Sex, Spies, and Sabotage. The sisters described their involvement in a covert government program which subjected the sisters to psychological trauma and experimental training in the book, which includes declassified CIA files and testimonies from military personnel. Because the book was viewed as fiction, it did not receive widespread attention. Generally speaking, there was a lull in new victims of the so-called satanic panic for nearly 15 years between roughly 1993 and 2007, during which time those who did step forward typically worked with small, self-funded media programs and not major news outlets. Now, with the clarity of hindsight, it seems that mainstream television networks were caught off guard by the early stories of satanic ritual abuse. By 1993, it seems that the mainstream media had been given a gag order, as virtually all coverage of survivor testimonies was prohibited unless it attempted to debunk them. Eventually, the advent of the internet afforded victims the ability to bypass the gatekeepers and the mainstream press by using video streaming websites like YouTube to self-publish their testimonies for the world to see. One can look to the account of Annika Lucas. After 40 years of silence, Lucas finally stepped forward, claiming she was raped thousands of times as a child by a network of rich, powerful, and famous individuals from around the world.
There were a number of aristocrats that were part of this club who also liked killing children. And then my time had come. I was strapped to a butcher's block that was black from the blood of all the children that had come before me.
Lucas's claims of satanic ceremonies attended by powerful luminaries involving orgies and child sacrifice were corroborated in April of 2017 by a wealthy Dutch banker and entrepreneur named Ronald Bernard.
Maar er kwam een moment, toen werd ik dus uitgenodigd, daarom vertel ik dit ook, om mee te gaan doen aan offers in het buitenland. Dat was het breekpunt. Kinderen.
Oké. Dat werd je gevraagd?
Ja, ik kon het niet.
A woman using the pseudonym Svali appeared on the investigative journal on January 17, 2006, claiming to be a former Illuminati mind control programmer. She described a secret cabal that routinely engages in child sacrifice, mind control, sexual abuse, and more. Her website is a trove of valuable information on the occult. In the interview, Svali explained that all members of the Illuminati are forced to endure human sacrifice rituals that are conducted in the Vatican in a secret subterranean chamber accessed by a door hidden behind a giant painting. Perhaps this can help explain why a statue of a child sacrifice god, Moloch, was erected in Rome in 2019. When Svali attempted to escape from the organization and rescue her kids in the process, she was met with death threats, court cases, and restraining orders. Shortly after authoring several articles and speaking on a handful of radio shows, Svali disappeared entirely. As shocking and unbelievable as it may seem to the uninitiated, the evidence of a global pedophile empire pulling the strings of government, finance, and entertainment is gravely profound. Self-proclaimed survivors of satanic ritual abuse have stepped forward to share their horrific stories that demonstrate the scale and depravity of what occurs in the shadows of society. For decades, they have been ignored and ridiculed. Whether these self-proclaimed survivors of satanic ritual abuse are truthful or not is uncertain. Every specific claim must be analyzed on its own while simultaneously cross-checking each account for patterns. In doing so, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Many of the specific details from each of their testimonies are hauntingly similar. With all of the evidence on the table, the world is finally acknowledging that sociopathy and perdition has festered at the highest levels of society, and it has remained hidden in plain sight.
On the other side, there's a poem Teresa made up while she was staying at Nan's place. She calls it Nothing Left.
Nothing left. I would scream, but there is no voice left. I would cry, but there are no tears left. I would fight, but there is no strength left.
But I knew in my heart that no matter what they said, I knew my story and I knew the truth.
Not horrifying, but most vivid anger that I have is these older people taking advantage sexually of small kids.
Understanding that it wasn't me, that at the end of the day, I'm okay. I was a child. I was being victimized. It wasn't my fault.
All right, folks. Well, we're getting through these one at a time here. Sounds amazing. I love my patriot, non-patriot princesses to be pineal-powered. Pineal-powered patriot princesses, so to speak. So that's perfect. Where are we at here, folks? Okay. All right. Shout out to Mouthy Buddha. All right, so that was what? That was Black Mass. So now we're on to part 3, the White House. If I'm not mistaken.
In 1989, a woman named Kathleen Sorensen appeared on a public access Christian television program with shocking details about her experiences as a foster parent in Blair, Nebraska.
But in some way, whether with the help of an adult hand over theirs or by having them practice, by getting them excited to be part of the adult scene, these children have never seen a normal life, for goodness sakes, they do murder. And the evil thing that happens is they really believe they want to.
Oh, God, I got to get his face off
They
there.
want to do what the older people are doing, and they're praised for that.
Throughout her life, Sorensen fostered approximately 30 children, many of whom eventually divulged traumatic memories to her, some too shocking to believe.
They enjoy the sex. Children are capable of enjoying the sex. That was something I didn't know. Well, you know, why would they fight against it? A child will eat a bag of candy if you give it to them. They will take part in these things willingly. When they get out and begin to talk, that's very difficult for them to realize. We didn't realize it at first, that they actually wanted to do that. And that is part of the very sophisticated brainwashing job that they do on all of these children.
Beginning in January of
Why isn't this fucking pausing? It sounds like when Oprah was saying basically the same shit, you know? Oh, you know, they like it if it's... Oh, man, if you haven't seen that clip, it's fucking disturbing.
Wanted to do that, and that is part of the very sophisticated brainwashing job that they do on all of these children.
Beginning in January of 1986, when Sorensen first took in 15-year-old Cornelia Webb, Sorensen would bear witness to testimonies from foster children who explained they were survivors of horrific abuse as they were shuffled around the foster care system. Many children claimed they were prostituted to child pornography and trafficking networks.
The part that made me believe this child's story was that when he finally said, this baby, he talked about several, but this particular baby had been killed, stabbed again, different way, but stabbed. He curled up in a fetal position. He was 9 years old when he was telling the story. And he said, they cooked that baby on the grill. Oh my gosh. And I thought, he has really flipped out. I mean, I didn't know. And he said, oh, gross, it smelled like rotten chicken or rotten deer.
Sorensen would learn that although these children had formal abuse investigations initiated on their behalf, the Department of Social Services would simply abandon investigations whenever the would-be foster parents terminated the adoption process. The state trooper, after Nellie's testing was completed, told Kathleen Sorensen he tried to break Nellie down, but he was convinced she was telling the truth. He also told Nellie that she passed and that he believed her. Furthermore, despite Nellie and other children passing polygraph tests, Washington County prosecutor Pat Tripp invariably decided not to pursue charges against any of the alleged abusers, citing the vivid imaginations of children. Tripp's line, that child victims in Nebraska just invented abuses, and that therefore their complaints need not be seriously investigated, would be heard from one law enforcement agency after another throughout the Franklin case. Sorensen noticed patterns in the children's testimonies, which were indicative of satanic ritual abuse. In 1988, she appeared on Geraldo Rivera's Devil Worship, exposing Satan's underground.
The stories are so outrageous, and I am such an honest person, I assumed everybody would believe me. And to this day, I'll get in the middle of a story and I'll think, they're going to think I'm crazy. This sounds crazy. But when you begin to hear this same thing time and again, different stories, but the same horrible underlying things, the same behaviors in the kids, I just want to scream.
Just months after her appearance on public access television, Sorensen was killed in a head-on collision. From her obituary, which was published by Pilot Tribune on October 10, 1989, we learned that she was traveling on a narrow stretch of Highway 30 in her car with 2 foster children, one 8 years old and the other 1 month old, on October 4th. At 2:55 p.m., a vehicle piloted by Tina Townsend of Arlington, Nebraska, suddenly crossed the center line, causing a third vehicle to drive into a ditch before striking Sorensen's car. The obituary provided no reason to explain why Townsend suddenly careened into oncoming traffic. The obituary also shines light on many of Sorensen's accolades and charitable endeavors, including co-founding the Nebraska chapter of Believe the Children and the Washington County Foster Parent Support Group. On her headstone are engraved the words, "We always have room for one more." The timing of Sorensen's death, in addition to the graphic testimony she gave the world, should send chills up the spine of any reasonable person. On June 28, 2000, drawing on 49 years' experience in law enforcement and counterintelligence, retired FBI Senior Special Agent Ted Gunderson published a report on satanic activity high up in the U.S. government, in which he expresses his professional opinion that Sorensen was killed by the very group she sought to expose. Gunderson, this writer, was told later from inside sources that in a satanic ceremony, straws were drawn to see who would sacrifice themselves in the suicide mission to kill Kathleen Sorensen. The individuals in the fast-approaching car had prior arrest records for cruelty to animals, a common marker for Satanism. I, Gunderson, suspect in evaluating the accident that it was a satanic contract suicide. The other driver did not die, but could have. In satanic law, a person who loses his or her life in such a contract murder-suicide will be granted with more power by Satan.
Ted Gunderson, respected law enforcement professional, recently or retired now from the FBI, former regional director of Los Angeles. Do you, sir, believe that these dreadful allegations of babies being sacrificed are true?
I absolutely believe it, without any doubt, based on the information that's been given to me across the country by numerous survivors and by confidential sources and informants.
Then why don't you name these people and arrest them? Never a name, never an arrest. These women come out of a group and they insist that they know the people in the group, and yet they do not identify these large mysterious cults. Name them and arrest them and get them off the street.
Does he not make a valid point?
He makes a valid point. The problem with that is, number one, police officers don't believe it. I may believe it. You may believe it. Some people in your audience may believe it. They don't believe it. Number two, if you decide to investigate these people, you have to, number one, handle it from an undercover operation. If you put an undercover operation into effect, then you have, in a sense, your own police officers become involved in these heinous crimes, and they are, of course, become murderers. And in addition to that, if you do decide to investigate these people, there's a lot of work. And many law enforcement officers are apathetic and don't want to get involved.
Kathleen Sorensen served as the original complainant in what came to be known as the Franklin case. In fact, Chapter 15 of the 1996 book entitled The Franklin Cover-Up, Child Abuse, Satanism, and Murder in Nebraska is dedicated to Sorensen. This book was authored by former Senator and Attorney at Law, John DeCamp.
It's a web of intrigue that starts in our Holy of Holies, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
Not only was DeCamp the first man to bring a child sexual abuse case against the Catholic Church, he also served as a key witness during the so-called Satanic Panic, particularly in and around Washington, D.C. In 1975, he helped organize Operation Baby Lift, which safely evacuated more than 3,000 orphaned Vietnamese children out of the war-torn area. DeCamp also represented Mark Taylor, a survivor of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, and adamantly maintained that the shooters, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, had been sex trafficked by law enforcement for years before the incident. Not only was there no verdict in that case, there was no settlement. A mistrial was declared, and nearly 20,000 pages were put under seal, where they remain to this day. In 1993, a film crew from the United Kingdom produced a documentary featuring DeCamp entitled Conspiracy of Silence, which exposed a pedophile ring in the U.S. that stretched to the highest levels of government. It was originally slated to air on the Discovery Channel in 1994, but was canceled before it saw daylight. An article by the Activist Post describes how DeCamp traced the child trafficking network all the way back to the White House during Bill Clinton's presidency. He represented the young victims in the case and spurred a grand jury investigation into the disturbing and brutal pedophilia scandal that ruined many lives. According to DeCamp, more court action has been done to keep everything secret and destroy the depositions than anything I have seen in my 40 years of court activity. The Franklin case began with Larry King, a black financier from Omaha who faced embezzlement charges to the tune of $40 million from the Franklin Federal Credit Union, which he owned. However, it quickly burgeoned in size as overwhelming evidence emerged that a cult with its hands in child trafficking, cannibalism, drug running, and white-collar crime was at least nationwide in scale. It operated with impunity from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., and even included allegations of homosexuality, prostitution, child trafficking against the Reagan and Bush administrations. Ted Gunderson also heard allegations of cocaine smuggling against President Bill Clinton from a pilot named Gene Chip Tatum, who served in the Special Forces, the CIA, and the DIA, and he worked directly for George H.W. Bush.
We found a large sum of money, 3 kilos of cocaine in one
cooler. In the other cooler, we found all cocaine. Those two coolers were picked up by Dr. Lassiter, who actually ended up being, as we found out in later years, a man named Dan Lassiter, who was convicted for trafficking cocaine in Arkansas. However, he was pardoned by the then governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton.
The Franklin case revealed that this network was extensive, sophisticated, and seemingly omnipotent, all demonstrating that this cult was not simply a recent phenomenon. The Franklin case was revealed partly thanks to the testimony of three key victims: Paul Bonacci, Alicia Owen, and Troy Bonner.
The kids he liked were mainly around the age of probably about 8 and 13. It was mainly fondling and oral sex with him. He did have some anal sex, but he usually did that with the older kids.
Bonacci named his abusers in front of the Franklin jury, together with Alicia Owen. Bonacci was initially indicted on charges of perjury, but on February 27, 1999, with the help of his lawyer John DeCamp, U.S. District Court Judge Warren Urbam found Larry King guilty and ordered him to pay Bonacci $800,000 in compensatory damages and an additional $200,000 in punitive damages. Bonacci claims to the present that he has never seen 1 cent of the money he was awarded. In 1990, the Nebraska State Franklin Committee hired former law enforcement turned independent researcher Gary Caradori, who investigated the Franklin case and taped interviews with these three survivors. Ted Gunderson also debriefed Paul Bonacci in 1993. Caradori felt extremely optimistic about bringing down charges on the child trafficking ring, saying, quote, "We've got them, we've got the hard evidence, there's no way they can get out of it now." Days later, on July 11, 1990 at 2:40 a.m., while flying home from the year's All-Star baseball game in Chicago, Caradori's plane suddenly crashed in Lee County, Illinois. Both Gary and his 8-year-old son Andrew perished in the crash. Although Caradori's personal effects were recovered, his briefcase containing evidence for the Franklin case, which he always kept with him, was lost. However, 31 pages of sheriff reports, coroner reports, and interviews are now in the public domain. On page 5 of the supplementary investigation report, we learn from Mrs. Caradori that their family had already received many death threats. Nebraska Senator Lauren Schmidt, who also served as the chair of the Franklin Committee, suspected Caradori's case could be a murder. On March 6, 1991, in an official letter from the Franklin Committee to National Safety Board Aviation Inspector Bill Bruce, Schmidt wrote, "I have visited with Mrs. Caradori, and she was adamant about the fact that none of the seats were ever removed from the aircraft. It seems to me that those 2 seats could not simply have disappeared. Certainly by now they should have shown up somewhere, unless something unusual would account for their disappearance." Schmidt closed with a somber comportment. "I am sure there will be those who will scoff at such a suggestion, but there have been entirely too many violent deaths associated with this investigation for me to accept the conclusion that Caradori's aircraft simply came apart in the sky." Despite the miscarriage of justice, it truly is hard to overstate exactly how close America came to the discovery of this entrenched crime network, thanks to revelations stemming from the Franklin case. If we are to accept that a satanic cabal once existed at the highest levels of government, do we have any evidence that it still thrives in America? Is the Franklin case the only instance of child trafficking being connected to the White House? On August 14, 2018, True Pundit broke the story of a 26-year-old man who claimed he was raped by Bill Clinton. The following year, True Pundit published video testimony of the victim, who provided graphic details of his experience.
There's a whole sequence of events leading up to when I was raped by him. There was an incredibly violent display going on, and I don't want to talk too much about that right now, but before I was raped by Bill Clinton, my uncle held me up over his head, and his accomplice walked up and slashed across the bottom of my feet with a scimitar and collected blood in a chalice dish with us. He took a sip from it and then walked away through the crowd. He held me up and tried to get Bill Clinton's attention. Bill Clinton turned around and looked like he gave us a look like, what am I going to do? I have to do it.
Journalist and former police officer Jen Moore assisted the victim with gaining private hearings with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI between July 6th and 9th of 2018.
The oath that I took to my state and my area and my country meant everything to me. From the day that I rose my right hand and to the day that I was work. And so why I'm doing what I'm doing now is because there are many of us out there in this country that wear these badges, that we swear an oath to our country and to the citizens to protect and serve them. And most of us, believe it or not, really care and really stand by the things that we do. And we make the decisions based on morals and ethics and an attempt to get justice for the people that we're sworn to protect.
Moore was interviewed by radio host Farmer Jones on July 18th and discussed the challenges she faced in gaining legal traction with the case. On August 13th, 2018, just weeks after contacting the feds, Moore was found dead. In correspondence with True Pundit, Moore had expressed grave concerns over the victim's safety in stepping forward. She was worried about the victim because he was the first to break the ice, Payne said. There were others waiting to tell their stories, but he was the catalyst. Moore's YouTube channel is still currently active and hosts dozens of her vlogs investigating child trafficking rings in the Washington, D.C. area. Moore died of an apparent seizure. Police are closely investigating the cause of death after former FBI agent Robin Gritz, a friend of Moore's, made inquiries with homicide detectives Monday afternoon in Prince George's County, Maryland. Preliminary reports from police said the death was not the result of suicide. Images of text message correspondence between Moore and True Pundit have emerged, showing her apparent awareness of efforts from the political establishment to quash investigations like hers and others into elite child trafficking and ritual abuse. Even Snopes, the leftist so-called fact-checking organization, simply rated Moore's assassinations as unproven. The Franklin case revealed that this child trafficking cult routinely used a tactic known as brownstoning, which is when a politician or prominent public figure is set up for blackmail. These operations typically involve hidden cameras that capture said individuals in compromising positions that the cult will leverage as blackmail. For instance, the Daily Mail reported in May 2020, there has long been speculation that Epstein had all his properties under surveillance. But Virginia Roberts, one of Epstein's most prominent victims, revealed it was used as an insurance policy. She said, when Epstein told me, people owe me favors, and I'll never get caught, and I can get away with it, he meant it. Jeffrey Epstein shared a long relationship with the Clintons, along with various other politicians and government elite. In fact, Daily Mail reported, Bill and Hillary Clinton stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's notorious baby-making ranch almost every year after they left the White House. The convicted pedophile even had a bizarre portrait of Bill hanging on the wall of his New York mansion. The dress is also strikingly similar to one worn by Hillary Clinton at the 2009 Kennedy Center honors. The New York Post also obtained photographs of Bill Clinton posing with Ghislaine Maxwell. Flight logs show that Bill Clinton ditched his Secret Service detail for at least 5 of those flights. FOIA requests for the reason the Secret Service was dismissed have been ignored. However, court documents further revealed that Jeffrey Epstein had 21 different phone numbers for Bill Clinton. On July 6, 2016, Fox News ran an article entitled, "Billionaire Sex Offender Epstein Once Claimed He Co-Founded Clinton Foundation." If this is true, what would be the implications of a well-connected child trafficker co-founding a charity that frequently operates in third world countries with a former Secretary of State and First Lady? Moreover, how should these revelations inform our opinions on the 12 different women accusing former President Bill Clinton of rape? On September 10, 2015, The Josh Tolley Show featured a self-proclaimed former high priest of Satan who divulged secrets of Satan's World Church, which he claims is the politically motivated group of Satanists behind the New World Order.
And I had heard there was a satanic group that was out to rule the world. And I just thought that was the most amazing thing. If that really existed, that's what I wanted to be part of. So I contacted my original cult, and they put me in contact with Satan's World Church. And I was like, honestly, this is the name. Satan's World Church. Okay. So I go out and I find these guys. They give me an address and a phone number and all that. So I go to one of their meetings. And even at the local level, their meetings are gigantic.
In the interview, the guest claims that he personally saw Bill and Hillary Clinton, George Bush Sr. and Jr., and Barack Obama attend Bohemian Grove.
I've seen the Bushes there. I had not seen, I don't know that I would have known Jeb Bush at that point. So I don't know if I saw Jeb or not. I know I saw George and W. I've seen Bill Clinton. I've seen, I saw it's a men's only event. Hillary showed up at one of the events. She walked on property to tell Bill something, and she got escorted off the property by security.
On August 23rd, 1987, Kevin Ives, 17, and Don Henry, 16, were killed in Alexander, Arkansas. The boys' bodies had been mutilated by a train, but they also contained bullet holes. The boys' story was even featured on Unsolved Mysteries. According to The Sun, after pressure from the boys' families, a grand jury ruled in 1988 that they had probably been murdered. Mystery has continued to swirl around the case since then, with nobody ever brought to justice for the killings. In 2018, former professional wrestler Billy Jack Haynes confessed that he participated in a cocaine trafficking network and witnessed the murders and even helped dispose of the bodies. He attributed his drug addiction and mental issues to him keeping this dark secret. He claims that under the cover of darkness, millions of dollars of cocaine were being trafficked by corrupt cops and politicians across Arkansas. The night of the murders, he claims he was contracted for $50,000 to kill 2 cops who had been stealing money from the drug drops. According to Daily Mail, Haynes said he bought his supply from Barry Seal, a Louisiana smuggler for the Medellin cartel, who later operated out of an airport in Mena, Arkansas. Barry Seal later introduced me to a politician drug dealer from Arkansas. Seal was assassinated in 1986 after turning DEA informant. In August of 1987, I was contacted by the Arkansas criminal politician and was asked if I would provide muscle for an Arkansas drug drop. Despite his confession and corroborating details, Haynes' testimony was never investigated by authorities. Haynes met with Kevin Ives' parents and provided a written statement to their private investigator, naming the drug-dealing Arkansas politician. After giving a few interviews on the matter, no one has seen or heard from Haynes since April 2020.
No constitution or international agreement provides unqualified protection for religious liberty, nor should it. Suppose a group wanted to revive the worship of Moloch and the associated practice of child sacrifice. No society would tolerate that today. So religious liberty must have its limits.
In Mena, Arkansas. Barry Seal later introduced me to a politician drug dealer from Arkansas. Seal was assassinated in 1986 after turning DEA informant. In August of 1987, I was contacted by the Arkansas criminal politician and was asked if I would provide muscle for an Arkansas drug drop. Despite his confession and corroborating details, Haynes' testimony was never investigated by authorities. Haynes met with Kevin Ives' parents and provided a written statement to their private investigator, naming the drug-dealing Arkansas politician. After giving a few interviews on the matter, no one has seen or heard from Haynes since April 2020.
No constitution or international agreement provides unqualified protection for religious liberty, nor should it. Suppose a group wanted to revive the worship of Moloch and the associated practice of child sacrifice. No society would tolerate that today. So religious liberty must have its limits.
In Arkansas, Barry Seal later introduced me to a politician drug dealer from Arkansas. Seal was assassinated in 1986 after turning DEA informant. In August of 1987, I was contacted by the Arkansas criminal politician and was asked if I would provide muscle for an Arkansas drug drop. Despite his confession and corroborating details, Haynes' testimony was never investigated by authorities. Haynes met with Kevin Ives' parents and provided a written statement to their private investigator, naming the drug-dealing Arkansas politician. After giving a few interviews on the matter, no one has seen or heard from Haynes since April 2020.
No constitution or international agreement provides unqualified protection for religious liberty, nor should it. Suppose a group wanted to revive the worship of Moloch and the associated practice of child sacrifice. No society would tolerate that today. So religious liberty must have its limits.
Report is sat there under lock and key because they don't want it being released. They make the excuse that it will interfere with police investigations. They make the excuse that it was commissioned by the BBC Trust, not the BBC. Well, we should get rid of the BBC Trust because nobody trusts the BBC Trust.
The flood of allegations about Jimmy Savile's behaviour.
It was, though, for her investigations into child sex abuse with which Liz made the biggest impact.
He was and had been procuring young girls for sex trafficking.
We now know that. At the time, there was no indication to me or anybody else that that was what he was doing.
In October 2012, acclaimed investigative journalist Liz McKean quit her job of 14 years as a BBC Newsnight reporter when Director General George Entwistle scrapped her documentary on Jimmy Savile right before it was set to air in December 2011. Entwistle resigned the following year over the controversy. McKean told Panorama, "It was an abrupt change in tone from one day's excellent, let's prepare to get this thing on air, to hold on." With media spotlight on her story, McKean described facing years of resistance and suppression in her bid to expose VIP child trafficking networks while working for the organization.
I was very unhappy the story didn't run because I felt we'd spoken to people who collectively deserved to be heard. They weren't heard. And I thought that was a failure. I felt we had a responsibility towards them. We'd got them to talk to us. And so then, for their stories not to be heard, yes, I felt very bad about that. I felt very much that I'd let them down.
Her resignation made international headlines and drew attention to the culture of pedophilia presiding above government and entertainment. Her Newsnight report on Savile's crimes would not be aired by the organization until April 2016, 5 years later and long after Savile's death. Beleaguered by the BBC, McKean chose to go freelance to ensure her investigations would henceforth be unhampered. As if she could not put child trafficking out of her mind, she continued to expose heinous crimes of the British establishment. She was named Journalist of the Year by Stonewall in 2014 and Journalist of the Decade in 2015. She was instrumental in spreading awareness about the satanic ritual abuse by Sir Cyril Smith, as she expressed the intention to never back down from reporting the truth. McKean's reporter on the censored Savile documentary, senior reporter Myrion Jones, also resigned from the BBC in protest, walking away from a 23-year career with the company. He claimed in 2015 that at least 3 of his colleagues who helped expose Savile were considered traitors by the BBC and had been fired or reassigned to dead-end roles. Everyone involved on the right side of the Savile argument has been forced out of the BBC. On August 8, 2017, McKean was found dead. She reportedly died from complications from a stroke at age 52. Myrion Jones tweeted in response, "Far too young, loved by everyone she worked with, hated by villains she turned over." Following the Jimmy Savile scandal of 2012, Great Britain was on high alert for abuse of power. The public became more willing to investigate historical cases of child sex trafficking, which was a thread that seemed to unravel much more than Brits had anticipated. Vice draws our attention to a handful of scandals that emerged over the coming months and years, which demonstrated that far from being an isolated case, Savile was merely a symptom of a widespread problem. Mark Watts, editor of Exaro News, said, "I think we have come across the biggest political scandal in Britain's post-war history. It goes way beyond Jimmy Savile. We're talking about people in positions of real power in Britain and the ensuing cover-up. Because of the sheer gravity of what went on, it does rather explain why so much effort has gone into covering it up." Allegations of abuse and cover-up would eventually reach to the highest levels of British government.
To interview you about your lifetime of sexual involvement with young boys.
This is Peter Wrighton, academic, childcare expert, and exposed by the BBC 20 years ago as a paedophile.
We have evidence that suggests that you have abused your position of power, that you have abused your position of trust, that you have betrayed colleagues.
Before he died, he was convicted of importing child pornography. But a detective on that investigation says it also found evidence he was part of a powerful network of child abusers who corresponded with one another.
There were several bags. There was about 4 or 5 suitcases of material under the bed. When we started to go through it, it was probably, I would say, between 4 and 6 large bin liners equivalent of documentation and letters. And in amongst all the other documentation, there was a definite link to establishment figures. I can't say more than that at this point, but there was definitely a link to establishment figures, including senior members of the clergy.
This confluence of scandals proved to be a perfect storm that would cast Great Britain deep into the throes of its own satanic panic. The first of the ensuing scandals revolved around Rotherham security guard James Cole, who blew the whistle on child trafficking gangs but was ignored by authorities. He reported incidents to the police and the South Yorkshire Transport Executive, but he says, quote, "Whatever I reported went into a black hole." His bosses asked him to draft a child protection policy for the interchange, which he did, but it gathered dust in a drawer. According to a report commissioned by the Rotherham Borough Council, over 1,400 children as young as 11 were sex trafficked by the network between 1997 and 2013. The inquiry team found examples of children who had been doused in petrol and threatened with being set alight, threatened with guns, made to witness brutally violent rapes, and threatened they would be next if they told anyone. The second scandal resurfaced the alleged cover-up of a child trafficking ring which operated with impunity in Great Britain in the 1970s and 80s. MP Keith Voss insisted that a cover-up on an industrial scale occurred when the MI5 seized the Jeffrey Dickens dossier that police insisted had been lost. In addition to 114 files related to the organized abuse, the dossier named 21 pedophiles operating within Margaret Thatcher's administration, Lord Norman Tebbit also asserted that there was a media blackout on the crisis. With the first two cover-ups front and center, Britain was dragged into yet another scandal thanks to the emerging testimony from Peter McKelvey, a former child protection officer.
Whistleblower Peter McKelvey, who prompted Operation Fernbridge, says up to 40 MPs and peers knew about or took part in child abuse. MPs from all three main political parties are on the list, which also includes former ministers and household names. Several, including Cyril Smith and Sir Peter Morrison, have already died, but others are still active in Parliament.
According to Daily Mail, for the last 30 years and longer than that, there have been a number of allegations made by survivors that people at the top of very powerful institutions in this country, which include politicians, judges, senior military figures, and even people that have links with the royal family, have been involved in the abuse of children. According to McKelvey, a seemingly omnipotent network of at least 40 prominent figures, including members of parliament from all three major parties, has blocked every attempt at exposing the institutionalized abuse. McKelvey originally provided his documentation to Labour MP Tom Watson in 2012, spurring Operation Fairbank, a Scotland Yard investigation which led to 4 separate criminal investigations. The BBC explains, Fairbank is the Met Police's umbrella inquiry into historical child sex abuse claims involving politicians and other public figures. It began in 2012 as a scoping exercise to establish evidence for formal investigation and went on to establish a number of criminal investigations. Operations Fernbridge, Midland, Kayakos, and then later, Athabasca. Operation Fairbank resulted in the convictions of pedophiles with ties to Downing Street, the British equivalent of Washington, D.C. For instance, Operation Kayakos led to the conviction of the Director of Education for the National Council of Social Work, Peter Wrighton, who advised the government on child care policy in the 1970s, despite being a founding member of the Pedophile Information Exchange. In response to the investigation, Lord Norman Warner, who conducted an inquiry in 1992 into systemic abuse cases, warned that these investigations have never been thorough or honest enough to bring elite pedophiles to justice. He also reminded investigators that children's homes have historically been a supply line for powerful pedophiles. Warner, a director of social services in Kent in the 1980s, said insufficient action was taken to deal with child abuse in that decade because there was disbelief in the public mind. Some of the most shocking reports of the Fairbank inquiry, which became the basis for Operation Midland, involved claims of the brutal murder of children at the hands of politicians. According to an article published by Daily Mail, detectives say they believe a witness who claimed he was sexually assaulted at Dolphin Square by senior MPs, spies, and prominent military figures during abuse parties over a period of almost a decade. The alleged victim, known only as Nick, says he was molested from the age of 7 to 16. He is told how he saw a conservative MP strangle a 12-year-old boy at an orgy in a London townhouse around 1980, and that a conservative cabinet minister watched 2 men kill another boy in a depraved sexual assault a year later. The article mentions that some of the tips that the Royal Military Police received indicated military bases were used by the traffickers. Operation Midland was commissioned in November 2014 by Theresa May when she served as Home Secretary. Midland ultimately gave the British establishment a clean bill of health, prompting the Metropolitan Police to issue a public apology, and the accused families, who were deemed innocent, were financially compensated. The investigation concluded in March of 2016 with no prosecutions whatsoever. In fact, May was urged to resign by former Tory MP Harvey Proctor. At present, Operation Midland, and by extension the larger effort to investigate VIP abuses in the UK, was portrayed by news media as a cautionary tale about the dangers of believing in such conspiracy theories. However, there appears to be much more to this story that is conveniently left out. On August 11, 2017, Sharon Evans, former journalist, child abuse survivor, and founder of .com Children's Foundation, gave startling remarks on a radio show detailing her experience working for the Parliamentary Committee. She claimed she was given a 23-page gag order by the Home Office, which prohibited her from discussing, quote, very serious allegations about very public figures. I was chairing the panel on one day, and I suggested that we wrote to Theresa May, who was the Home Secretary, to express our concerns. At the end of the day, I was taken to one side, and it was made clear to me, this is what I was told, that Theresa was going to be Prime Minister, that this inquiry was going to be part of this, and that if I didn't toe the line and do as I was told, if I tried to get information out, I would be discredited by her advisors. Before Evans made the decision to quit the panel in protest, she reported this obstruction to the investigation's clerk. But it became abundantly clear to her that the inquiry was a sham from the start. Theresa May took office as Prime Minister in 2016, only 4 months after Operation Midland was shut down and the child trafficking rings were declared a hoax. Thatcher and May were not the only prime ministers to become embroiled in child trafficking-related scandals. In August of 2015, Operation Conifer was launched, which was an inquiry into allegations against deceased Prime Minister Edward Heath, who served from 1970 to 1974. According to The Telegraph, a former Conservative MP told the BBC in 1995 that a worker under Heath's government had boasted that Heath could cover up a pedophile scandal involving members of United Kingdom's elite. The Daily Beast reported on August 3, 2015, that Heath was named in a secret government dossier about an alleged satanic pedophile ring that was obtained by Barbara Castle, a senior Labour Party politician in the 1980s. Those allegations, amid claims of an establishment cover-up, never made it to the courtroom. Barbara Castle, a member of the European Parliament at the time, said she had been given copies of classified documents from the Home Office, which oversees British law enforcement, proving there was a clandestine investigation underway into sex abusers in Parliament. The results of that investigation by government officials never wound up being published or reaching a court of law, but Castle claimed that Heath was one of those implicated. On October 5, 2017, The Guardian reported that Wiltshire police had sorted through 1,580 lines of inquiry as part of Operation Conifer and concluded that, quote, had the former Prime Minister still been alive, 7 were serious enough to merit questioning him under caution. According to The Telegraph, these crimes were purported to have spanned between 1956 and 1992, included the rape of an 11-year-old boy and indecent assault of a 10-year-old boy. 5 accusations were made of Heath committing serious crimes about yachts, including allegations of murdering children, as well as of child sexual abuse. Heath owned 5 yachts between 1969 and 1984, all named Morning Cloud. The article goes on to describe how the individual, who claims to have been 11 years old at the time of the assault, reported the crimes to Scotland Yard police in 2015, but the investigation was dropped abruptly just 4 months later, ostensibly for insufficient evidence. Operation Conifer, which was shut down in 2020, shared the same fate as Operation Midland. It was criticized as erroneous, outlandish, and a waste of taxpayers' money. In a bizarre twist, Carl Beach, a member of the inquiry who lodged some of the original accusations, was sentenced to 18 years in prison for pedophile offenses. It is unclear, however, whether Beach was truly guilty or framed for exposing the beast. In 2014, Prince Andrew, Duke of York, was accused by Virginia Goffrey of sexually assaulting her 3 separate times when she was 17.
I'm calling BS on this because that's what it is. He knows what happened. I know what happened. And there's only one of us telling the truth, and I know that's me.
Joffrey claims that billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein had paid her $15,000 to have sex with Prince Andrew in London on March 10, 2001, and 2 other times at Epstein's mansion on Manhattan's Upper East Side. Prince Andrew told the BBC, I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady, none whatsoever.
She says she met you in 2001. She says she dined with you, danced with you at Tramp nightclub in London. She went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell, your friend. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
She says she met you in 2001. She dined with you. She danced with you. You bought her drinks. You were in Tramp nightclub in London. And she went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Didn't happen.
Do you remember her?
No. I have no recollection of ever meeting her. I'm almost, in fact, I'm convinced that I was never in trance with her.
However, this was contradicted when images surfaced of Andrew, Joffrey, and Ghislaine Maxwell posing together in London on the same day Joffrey claims the first incident occurred. I don't see any obvious signs of manipulation, said Henry Farid, professor of digital forensics and image analysis at University of California, Berkeley, after studying the image for this newspaper. Other photos show the prince spending one-on-one time with Epstein. Although Andrew asserted his innocence, he resigned from all public roles in May 2020 and was stripped of his military honors. Although Prince Andrew claims he could not remember Joffrey, he asserted to BBC Newsnight that he, quote, weirdly distinctly remembers attending a pizza party that same night.
That couldn't have happened because the date that is being suggested, I was at home with the children.
You know that you were at home with the children. Was it a memorable night?
On that particular day that we now understand is the date, which is the 10th of March, I was at home. I was with the children. I'd taken Beatrice to a Pizza Express in Woking for a party at, I suppose, sort of 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And then because the Duchess was away, we have a simple rule in the family that when one's away, the other one's there. I was on
terminal leave at the time from the Royal Navy, so therefore I was at home.
Why would you remember that so specifically? Why would you remember a Pizza Express birthday and being at home?
Because going to Pizza Express in Woking is an unusual thing for me to do.
The interview was panned as the worst public relations disaster for the royal family since the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. Andrew peddled several blatant lies in the interview, such as a rule that he and his ex-wife never left their children home alone. However, photos emerged from 2001 showing Andrew in the US and his ex-wife in India while their children were home in Britain. This, among other demonstrable lies, resulted in just 6% of the public believing Prince Andrew, according to a Sky News poll. By August 2021, Joffrey would bring a civil suit in New York against the prince. On February 15, 2022, Prince Andrew and Joffrey reached a settlement, which remains undisclosed to the present. However, speculators believe the settlement was as high as $14 million, which was far less than he would have to pay if he had been found guilty by a jury trial.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating, because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. Well, I didn't sweat at the time.
In his infamous Newsnight interview, he revealed that he was introduced to Epstein through Ghislaine Maxwell in 1999, and that he met with Epstein 2 to 3 times per year, long after Epstein was convicted of child abuse. According to Julie Brown's book, Perversion of Justice, The Jeffrey Epstein Story, on the heels of a messy divorce, Andrew agreed to escape to the US and stay with Ghislaine at Epstein's Upper East Side mansion. Much like the 21 phone numbers Epstein reportedly had for Bill Clinton, the Telegraph revealed in 2019 that Epstein had 13 separate contact numbers for Prince Andrew. Deidre Stratton, a housekeeper who worked on Epstein's Zorro Ranch, revealed on the podcast Epstein, Devil in the Darkness, that Prince Andrew frequented Epstein's estate and that Epstein had provided a neurosurgeon for Prince Andrew to have sex with, that she described as quite young. In 2019, Mirror ran the testimony of a former stripper who claimed she was paid by Epstein to accompany Prince Andrew at parties with Maxwell. She claimed that vulnerable teenagers, including homeless girls or runaways, were kept in sex rooms that were equipped with surveillance cameras. On June 6, 2019, the prince held a secret meeting with Maxwell at Buckingham Palace as tempers flared over the scandal. If Prince Andrew's escapades with Epstein and Maxwell were an open secret, why was nothing done for decades? In June of 2021, Channel 4 News reported that not only were Joffrey's 2 complaints to the Metropolitan Police ignored, but at least one other complaint was ignored. Channel 4 later interviewed Nazir Afzal, former chief crown prosecutor for Northwest England, and Harriet Wistrich, a human rights attorney, who agreed that Prince Andrew was either directly or indirectly responsible for blocking action in these cases. The following month, Dame Cressida, the head of London's Metropolitan Police, responded to allegations against Prince Andrew, stating that she had reviewed the evidence twice but declared, perhaps unsurprisingly at this point, quote, "There is no investigation to open."
All right, so that is the end of Blue Blood. Wow, I'm loud as shit. Jeez. Am I like super loud or is it just me? Oh, you're working on stuff either way. Okay, well, it's up to you, sir. Here, I'll drop the link. But for any of you guys who was here maybe a week ago, we watched up until this part. So we watched all this already. Red Carpet, Part 1 and 2, Black Mass, White House, Blue Blood. Brownstone, Copper Badge, and Yellow Journalism is new to me and new to anyone else who obviously hasn't seen it. Speaking in obvious statements right now. All right, let's get to it. Let's see here. All right, Brownstone.
still feel like a 27. I got stuck in a time warp for 27. I never sort of went after money. I don't think about money in that sense. I realize what I am. I'm very comfortable in my own skin. What I'm really free to do is I'm free to follow my own personality. And I can't be totally wacko in what I do. It affects lots of other people who will get angry at what I do. So then it affects me then. But on my own island or on my own ranch, I can think the thoughts I want to think. I can do the work I want to do. I'm free to explore as I see fit.
Far from being an epidemic, child sex trafficking is simply a delusional moral panic, at least according to a 2022 editorial by The Atlantic. The article paints a delusional image of so-called digital soldiers who have grown in numbers substantially since the Pizzagate scandal of 2015. The article's author, Caitlin Tiffany, seems to be stoking a panic of her own as she insinuates the inherent danger in entertaining such conspiracy theories. Tiffany leads her audience with a dismissive and often condescending diatribe against citizen journalists who believe America, if not the world, is in the grip of a satanic cult with a penchant for pedophilia and black magic.
Yeah, no shit.
Tiffany's premise hinges on the argument that the cult could not exist because society would eventually gather too much evidence on it. The publication asks, what does it mean that a diluted understanding of child trafficking is now the pet cause of the local florist and law firm and mortgage brokerage? Hypothetically, if there truly was a shadowy syndicate that dealt in children, it would undoubtedly strive to gain access to high-level intelligence to stay one step ahead of investigations and to gather dirt on anyone it needed to destroy. Hypothetically, with the right people installed in the right intelligence agencies, a group could certainly blackmail or brownstone just about anyone. Furthermore, it would hypothetically employ murder to conceal its tracks should any outliers attempt to expose it.
Bobby Maxwell.
On October 28th, 2022, a dead body washed ashore in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The body was that of 29-year-old Nikolai Arkady Mushian, a prominent figure in the cryptocurrency space, known for founding Maker DAO, Balancer Labs, and the decentralized DAI stablecoin. Local authorities asserted that Mushian had drowned at a particularly dangerous beach behind Ashford Hospital in Condado. The day before his death, Mushian tweeted grave concerns for his life. The CIA and Mossad and pedo elite are running some kind of sex trafficking and entrapment blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and Caribbean. It will torture me to death. In the months and weeks leading up to his death, Mushian increasingly tweeted about his safety. On September 4th, he tweeted, quote, 3 possible futures for me. 1, suicided by CIA. 2, CIA brain damage slave asset. 3, worst nightmare of people who fucked with me up until now. I am sure these are the only options. In a follow-up tweet, he wrote, let it be known that if I am somehow set up and framed or shot, it wasn't through sophisticated actions, but from sheer perseverance by people with infinite time and money to waste. Is there any evidence to support Mushian's explosive claims about this blackmail ring? On December 1st, 2021, BuzzFeed News reported on the hundreds of CIA internal reports it obtained from the CIA's Office of the Inspector General through FOIA lawsuits, which revealed the agency did little to stop or prosecute at least 10 of its staffers who abused children during a 14-year period. The documents were not readily handed over. According to BuzzFeed News gained access to these documents after a decade-long pursuit, which included 13 public record requests and 3 separate FOIA Act lawsuits. The article describes how CIA insiders insisted the agency differs from other federal bodies and that it handles everything internally, except in cases of pedophilia, where it regularly resists prosecution, purportedly to protect state secrets. This, of course, is the same organization that was involved with the Finders, a child trafficking ring. Perhaps these pedophiles are rogue employees of the CIA and do not belong to a larger network. However, the agency's lack of transparency about its refusal to prosecute pedophiles does not bode well for public confidence. In January of 2018, a Department of Defense report drew into question the prevalence and degree of crimes committed by those with national security clearances. The International Business Times elucidates that over a 3-year period, nearly 500 individuals had their clearances revoked or denied, and almost 170 staffers, including pedophiles, criminals, and individuals under foreign influence, made it through the initial vetting process. Is this failure to protect America's critical infrastructure the result of incompetence or complicity? On November 9th, 2019, News Punch reported on Mark Zaid, one of the attorneys who represented the House Democrats' anonymous so-called whistleblower, as part of the larger effort to impeach President Donald Trump the second time. Zaid, who had previously represented other senior Democrats, replied to another lawyer on Twitter who claimed she had gotten people with track records of domestic abuse to obtain government security clearances. Zaid responded with, quote, "I've gotten clearances for guys who had child porn issues." On May 23, 2006, Zaid was introduced by MSNBC as being a national security clearance specialist. A YouTube channel by the name of Mark Zaid ESG, allegedly belonging to Zaid, has been discovered wherein the only 3 videos featured in his liked playlist are top 10 prettiest Disney Channel stars, top 10 Disney girls, and Selena Gomez from Child to Woman. His liked playlist is now hidden from the public. This seems to be supported by pictures of Zaid visiting Disney World all by himself, without any children. 10 days after Donald Trump's inauguration as president of the US in January of 2017, Zaid also brazenly tweeted, "#coup has started. First of many steps. #rebellion. #impeachment will follow ultimately. #lawyers." Zaid tweeted this in response to Trump replacing Attorney General Sally Yates, an Obama appointee, with Dana Ponte. Trump cited that Yates had been weak on illegal immigration, which happens to be a hotbed of human trafficking. In 2006, the Pentagon commissioned Project Flickr, an immigration and customs enforcement investigation into the use of Department of Defense systems to access and distribute child pornography. Flickr caught 5,200 individuals in its net, with at least 264 Pentagon officials or contractors. According to Yahoo News, 76 had security clearances at the secret level or higher, and 9 of them had top secret sensitive compartmentalized information security clearances. The vast majority of those investigated, including an active duty lieutenant colonel in the Army and an official in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, were never charged. On top of that, 212 people on ICE's list were never investigated at all. 4 years later, the Boston Globe reported on 94 pages of abuses released by the Pentagon, spurring the Defense Department to reopen its investigation in September 2010. It would be more than a decade later when a bipartisan bill was finally introduced that would block DoD computer networks from being used to share or procure child porn. The End Network Abuse Act would require the Pentagon to enter into agreements with groups including law enforcement, child protection services, social services, and trauma-informed healthcare providers in order to cut down or halt the spread and impact of these images on DoD networks. The article points out that the National Criminal Justice Training Center, one of the sponsors of the bill, reported in 2018 that the DoD's network was ranked 19th out of almost 3,000 nationwide networks on the amount of peer-to-peer child pornography sharing. In stark contrast to the Atlantic's position in 2016, the Washington Post reported that child sex slavery is an epidemic in America's capital. After describing 4 cases of child trafficking in Washington, D.C., U.S. Attorney spokesman Bill Miller asserted that these were not isolated cases. Since 2009, about 70 defendants have been prosecuted in federal and D.C. courts on charges related to human trafficking, including abducting or enticing a child into prostitution. The overwhelming majority of those cases, he added, resulted in convictions. On May 19, 2017, Congressman Anthony Weiner, at age 52, was convicted for sending and soliciting sexually explicit images and sexual favors from a 15-year-old girl. Weiner's wife, Uma Abedin, served as vice chair of Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. According to the Associated Press, Abedin met Clinton in 1996, and she began working for Clinton in 2000, eventually becoming her closest aide. Half a year would transpire before True Pundit, on November 2nd, 2017, published allegations from an anonymous source in the NYPD who claimed that the search of Weiner and Abedin's shared laptop led to the discovery of 500,000 sensitive emails and a folder called Life Insurance, which contained evidence of indictable crimes committed by the Clintons. According to True Pundit, these crimes involve money laundering, child exploitation, sex crimes with minors, perjury, pay to play through the Clinton Foundation, obstruction of justice, and other felony crimes. What's in the emails is staggering. and as a father, it turned my stomach, the NYPD chief said. There is not going to be any Houdini-like escape from what we found. We have copies of everything. We will ship them to WikiLeaks, or I will personally hold my own press conference if it comes to that. On November 17, 2016, the Inquirer confirmed that the NYPD Special Victims Bureau had successfully pressured the FBI to open an investigation into Anthony Weiner's laptop. As journalist Liz Croker pointed out at the time, it was very convenient timing that just 5 days prior, Newsweek reported on a fake sex tape featuring a Hillary Clinton body double. Hillary claimed that the tape was fabricated by Russian trolls, much like how she claimed that Russia helped rig the 2016 election for Donald Trump. In June of 2018, True Pundit corroborated their original story when they covered the 500-page Inspector General of, quote, 33,000 emails. According to page 296 of the report, an individual named Coleman outlines what he briefed FBI Director James Comey with in 2016, which included Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation and crimes against children. Page 276 of the report, under the heading Reporting of Clinton-Related Emails to SDNY, also corroborates that Hillary Clinton was under investigation for child sex trafficking. In a September 28th email to the case agent, the SSA, all emails and other communications between Anthony Weiner and Uma Abedin, even if there are other parties to the communication, should be sequestered and not reviewed at this time. In the Breitbart interview with Eric Prince, he reminds us of the myriad times the Clintons flew to Epstein's private island, Little St. James.
They found a lot of other really damning criminal information, including money laundering, including the fact that Hillary went to this sixth island with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton went there more than 20 times. Hillary Clinton went there at least 6 times. The amount of garbage that they found in these emails of criminal activity by Hillary, by her immediate circle, and even by other Democratic members of Congress was so disgusting. They gave it to the FBI, and they said, we're going to go public with this if you don't reopen the investigation, if you don't do the right thing with timely indictments.
On September 18, 2008, the FBI submitted its final report on its initial investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile empire. In this report, it states that Epstein, quote, provided information to the FBI as agreed upon, and that no prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida, end quote. Given all the circumstantial evidence readily available in the public domain, it is perfectly reasonable for the Clintons to face public scrutiny and legitimate questions. However, on November 7, 2022, when asked about his connection with Epstein, Bill Clinton laughed and responded, according to the New York Post, after Epstein's arrest in July 2006, federal tax records show Epstein donated $25,000 to the Clinton Foundation that year. Not only was the Clinton Foundation receiving donations from Epstein, but it was also a principal sponsor of Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar Project.
Ghislaine Maxwell is founder and president of the Terramar Project, a nonprofit whose mission is to create a global ocean community to protect and promote sustainable development of the ocean.
A 2013 press release from the Clinton Foundation declared President Bill Clinton, former Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, and Clinton Foundation Vice Chair Chelsea Clinton announced new commitments to action that will address pressing global challenges. The Terramar Project was included in the commitments. In an interview in prison, Maxwell even claimed she was heartbroken over her special friendship with Bill Clinton, who she claims, quote, is another victim. In 2021, the Daily Beast speculated that Ghislaine Maxwell had connections to the MI6 and Mossad. Moreover, Stephen Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein was a celebrity spy for Mossad and was killed because he had become a liability for Israeli intelligence. Hoffenberg was a former business partner of Epstein and claimed they were like brothers, and no one knew Epstein better than him. In an interview with Medium, Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein brownstoned U.S. politicians and power players, saying, quote, Epstein was needed by the CIA or the FBI for intelligence because he was manipulating the American intelligence for the overseas organizations.
What do you think, sir?
They were afraid of the exposure that he brought to the table for what he did with Prince Andrew, MI6, the Israelis, and the Saudis. Hoffenberg claims that Epstein once boasted he was selling Prince Andrew's secrets to a Mossad spy and called him his Super Bowl trophy. according to a 465-page 2016 deposition transcript, unsealed in 2020. Ghislaine was grilled about Epstein's CIA, FBI, and Mossad ties. Ghislaine simply claimed that she had no recollection of such ties. Dylan Howard's book Epstein, Dead Men Tell No Tales, claims that Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, was also a top spy for Mossad and introduced Epstein to the espionage world after he started dating Ghislaine. Much like Epstein's suspicious death, Robert Maxwell allegedly died in a mysterious boating accident on his yacht, named Lady Ghislaine, on November 5, 1991. Once again, it would be imperative for an international criminal syndicate to compromise intelligence networks, not only to stay one step ahead of prosecutors, but it would also act as the perfect apparatus to blackmail and brownstone anyone who stands in the way. Or perhaps, as The Atlantic cautioned us, a powerful network of child sex traffickers is nothing more than fake news.
Thank you.
All right, that is the end of Brownstone. Copper Badge is next, and then Yellow Journal. Yellow Journalism. And that would be it. That would be the end of those. Quite eye-opening, to say the least. Disturbing, frustrating, aggravating.
Just I hope that all of you learned, if you hadn't known ever before, that you
Enlightening.
don't trust the political establishment in Scotland or in Britain. And that's lesson number one.
There was blood matted in his hair, and some blood had dried on the side of his face. That was the only thing you could find.
On April 6th, 1985, just off a remote road in Westeros, Scotland, police found a crashed maroon Volvo containing the body of a man with a bullet hole in his head. The body was that of 61-year-old Willie McRae, a Scottish National Party activist who was described as a firebrand. True to his reputation, McRae had drawn the ire of many enterprises, including drug traffickers and the nuclear energy industry.
Willie had so many plans ahead of what he was going to do, and he was such a grand fellow, and I refused to see he did not commit suicide. I'm convinced that Willie was murdered.
To many, he was a hero for fiercely and effectively opposing nuclear waste dumping near Scotland.
He reckoned that he'd found something. He was going to be involved in an inquiry into the nuclear industry appertaining to Scotland. And he said that he'd now got something that they wouldn't be able to wriggle out of. And he really was, he could be like that, quite devilish. And he slapped the table and he was delighted, that's quite definite, that he'd found something or he'd got some evidence that they wouldn't be able to wriggle out of.
According to a document released under Freedom of Information by the Crown Office in 2005, at approximately 3:30 a.m. on Sunday, April the 7th, 1985, McRae died of his injuries without regaining consciousness. From the position of the wound in the deceased temple, it appeared to be self-inflicted.
I just couldn't believe it. My wife and I were absolutely astounded at this suggestion. We decided that we should, off our own bat, ask the right authorities for a proper investigation to be done into it.
I knew he wouldn't have done. He couldn't have done it. That wasn't Willie, and everything was going well for Willie, and he was the sort of man he was a very caring person.
Although police officially recorded the event as a suicide, bizarre details about the case have left behind a perplexing legacy in the nation. The Scotsman reported on the 30-year anniversary of McRae's death. The unsolved mystery has been the subject of 2 books, 3 television documentaries, and 2 plays performed at the Edinburgh Fringe, including one by the writer Mark McNichol, who is campaigning for the Lord Advocate to hold an inquiry into the case. Express describes how McRae was on a mission to expose a child trafficking ring in the highest ranks of the government, dubbed the Untouchables, right before his untimely passing. Willie McRae was said to have discovered child abuse by cabinet ministers and other leading members of the establishment on both sides of the border. He was seen photocopying a dossier of names in case something should happen to him. The copies are understood to have been posted to a number of close associates. Authorities suspiciously doubled down on their suicide verdict after it was revealed that the ostensible suicide gun, a .22 Smith & Wesson revolver, had been fired not once but twice and was found approximately 15 meters from his car. This detail was confirmed by Kenny Crawford, who was the first constable to arrive at the crime scene. Authorities insisted that the weapon was found away from McRae's car because the vehicle had been temporarily removed from the scene of the crime by 3:30 p.m. of the first day, but was returned to a slightly different location when they realized they were dealing with a homicide case. According to the Scotsman, Scotland on Sunday can reveal that previously unseen police reports show McRae's Volvo was removed from the crash scene before the gunshot was found, then returned to the site after police realized they were not dealing with a straightforward traffic incident. This explanation fails any reasonable analysis. It's a stretch of the imagination to believe that police presumed this was a straightforward traffic incident, because there was a dead man inside the vehicle whose only injury was a bullet hole in his head. A woman named Dorothy Mezer immediately noticed something strange about the supposed crash, and that McRae seemed unharmed except for a small head wound. This is also complicated by the inconvenient fact that two different towing companies independently claim to have been the ones who removed McRae's Volvo from the crime scene. Furthermore, two Australian eyewitnesses on vacation contradicted the police report. Alan Crowe, a retired Air Force pilot, and his wife Barbara, who were the first to discover the crash site, insisted that McRae's vehicle was still in the same place the following morning when the couple returned to the location to retrieve a glove they had left behind the previous day. Alan also asserted that despite the couple leaving contact details, they were never contacted for an official witness statement, as is customary in such circumstances. In 2016, the Herald reported that Scotland police formally admitted that they had failed to collect fingerprints from the weapon and other key forensic evidence from McRae's clothing and car. The Herald also confirmed that the revolver had disappeared entirely from the inventory of evidence, with no administrative record as to why it was discarded, where it ended up, or when it vanished. Documents and personal effects from his person and the surrounding area also vanished from case files. Beyond that, two witness statements from former officers of the Northern Constabulary that had been included in the Crown Office case files were also removed at an unknown point in time. Not only was essential evidence never gathered from the crime scene, but it appears that false evidence may have been planted. The Herald revealed that a partially consumed bottle of famous Gruce whiskey was found in his vehicle, even though McRae preferred other brands, and that his blood alcohol level was discovered to be 0.0. Over the years, many close associates of Willie McRae have come forward. By including their insights, we can begin to observe a pattern among his friends and colleagues, that he was very close to blasting the doors wide open on a vast and powerful child trafficking cult. In 1991, Channel 4 broadcast a Scottish Eye documentary called Who Killed Willie McRae, which featured evidence suggesting McRae had been under surveillance by UK intelligence services. Police Constable Donald Morrison, who was on duty at the time, claims to have witnessed McRae being followed by two special branch vehicles from Glasgow.
Was Willie McRae a man with enemies?
All Greek people have enemies. Whether your name is Gandhi or Martin Luther King or Jean Jaurès or Christ, all Greek people have enemies. I should say the establishment in the country was an enemy of Willie McRae.
This detail about the MI5 surveilling McRae mirrors evidence we covered in Volume 1 of this series, whereby the MI5 seized Jeffrey Dickens' dossier on satanic ritual abuse by Sir Cyril Smith and other members of government. It is a documented fact that the MI5 quashed an investigation into VIP pedophilia in Britain, and it appears they did the same in Scotland. Police Constable Donald Morrison claims McRae was the target of a planned surveillance operation and believes the MI5 was after his briefcase and the evidence it contained. At first, police claimed they were investigating whether the MI5 conspiracy was true or not, although it was later revealed that the police conducted no such inquiry. However, two whistleblowers later stepped forward, claiming to have been aware of or were involved with surveillance efforts. According to Morrison, his last words to me were, "I think I've got them this time. Then he repeated, "Yes, I've got them this time," as he winked. "I have to go through all of this during the weekend, up in Kintail." Morrison has gone on record with a highly detailed account of what he witnessed transpire. In 2010, he even told the press that he would sign an affidavit tying the MI5 to McRae's murder, and a few years later he did. Yet despite the specificity of his testimony, no further investigation was conducted. The manner in which this surveillance was carried out so meticulously made me very, very suspicious. Having witnessed what happened in West Nile, St. Glasgow that forenoon, I knew right away that it was very well planned, and was also aware within myself that I would not see Mr. William McRae alive again. Morrison provided a 12-page witness statement in 2011, but 3 years later, after requesting a copy of his letter via Freedom of Information, he received a 5-page version with vital information missing and doctored statements that were not his own. In 2017, Express reported that Morrison had received a death threat, which he believed was a warning to keep his mouth shut now that the McRae case was seeing a resurgence in public interest. He also claimed that he was tailed by cars on 2 occasions and had his vehicle tampered with while he was away from it. He also asserts that his phone and computer were hacked. He claims that he reported these matters to police, but there was no interest in pursuing them. I do not accept the suicide verdict. I know what I saw the night I stopped the traffic to allow him to perform a U-turn on his way up north. That was not a man about to take his own life. I saw 2 cars with 2 men tearing after him, special branch, and 24 hours later, he was dead. Understandably, many Scots refused to move on from this cover-up even after nearly 4 decades. Despite the Justice for William McRae campaign amassing 13,000 signatures to petition a fresh inquiry, a spokesperson for the Crown Office and Procurator of Fiscal Service told media, Crown Counsel are satisfied with the extensive investigations into the death of William McRae, and the case is now closed. Despite the adamance of Scottish authorities to throw this case down the memory hole, the National introduced explosive new witness testimony in 2018 that would reinvigorate the case. Catherine McGonigal worked as a nurse in the intensive care unit at Forester Hill Hospital in Aberdeen the day McRae was admitted. Contrary to all official reports, McGonigal maintained that the bullet wound was not located on his right temple. The entry wound was right at the back of the neck. There was no exit wound. It was smaller than a 1-penny piece, and it was directly aimed at the brainstem. McGonigal claimed that it was the only time in her 40-year career when she received a traffic incident patient who had a gunshot to the head. At the time, she had no idea who McRae was, and it wasn't until decades later, when she became familiar with the scandal, that she connected the dots and decided to speak out publicly. McGonigal thought it strange that there were no other inquiries whatsoever that are consistent with the car crash.
Yeah, perfect.
Saying, quote, "The gunshot couldn't have been on his temple. If it had been, we wouldn't have had to do an x-ray to recover the bullet. I had to roll him over to see the wound." McGonigal expressed surprise that she had not been interviewed for the investigation, since her testimony directly contradicted one of the most important details pertaining to such a high-profile murder case. Amidst all of the historical scandals and cover-ups across the UK, a bigger picture is beginning to emerge. Was Willie McRae the...
I swear, dude, I was like, I'm not going to keep this Crowley Savile picture up. I'm going to put up the fucking headshot to the skull and bones skull. And right at that moment, he says headshot.
Well, go look at the comment.
Anonymous
I
source
just posted
painted
something about
British
Crowley
MP
at the same moment, too. Without even looking.
I know, man. Synchronicities abound.
Jeffrey Dickens, his notorious dossier.
Dawn of synchronicity.
Not only were both McRae and Dickens aware of the satanic ritual abuse of Sir Cyril Smith, and not only were they both intercepted by the MI5, but the timeline also fits perfectly. If we remember Donald Blair's testimony from earlier, McRae had been accumulating evidence for 2 to 3 years as he took time to properly vet his sources and information. Dickens had the dossier in his possession by 1984, which is when he passed it to British Home Secretary Leon Britton. McRae was killed the following year, and multiple people have claimed he was circulating photocopies of the dossier to close contacts around the UK. It's also very likely that the dossier Barbara Castle obtained on the pedophile information exchange was in fact Willie McRae's dossier. In Volume 1 of this series, we looked at the testimony of Liz Davies, who asserted that the pedophile information exchange, quote, stretched from Westminster to Northern Ireland, Wales, and the island of Jersey in the Channel. Apparently, it also stretched to Scotland. If Jeffrey Dickens and Willie McRae were indeed pursuing the same crime ring, which was interlaced with government in both of their regions, this would definitely prove that this satanic cult operates above nation states, making it an international crime network. The disturbing implications of Willie McRae's assassination can paralyze those who catch a glimpse behind the curtain of politics. Perhaps his death need not be in vain if we carry on his mission to expose the satanic underworld of society. Outside of this obvious cover-up, do we have other evidence that a powerful network of satanic child traffickers operated in Scotland prior to McRae's death in 1985? In December 2017, the Scottish Sun reported on a woman who claimed to be a survivor of satanic ritual abuse that occurred at an orphanage in Lanark, run by the Daughters of Charity of St. Vincent de Paul. It was like a cult, claimed the woman using the pseudonym Janie, as she described the ritualistic abuse she survived in the 1960s and 70s. We deserve justice. People who abused me should be taken to court and jailed. Janie claims she was raped in the basement of a chapel on a square stone slab, surrounded by candles in a satanic ceremony at Smilham Park when she was a young girl, residing at the Catholic orphanage. She was given a lollipop and told the devil was coming. She was then raped by a man and then left in a drain overnight, and the following day was submerged in a bath filled with a liquid believed to be blood. Janie also told the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry that she was forced to perform sex acts on a woman, had her hair cut off, and was routinely tied, gagged, and beaten. The probe also looked at evidence that 400 children were buried in an unmarked grave near Smilham Park. Were these 400 children killed by the cult and buried in an unmarked grave to hide the evidence? Is it unreasonable to start asking these kinds of questions? The following year, the investigation resulted in 12 arrests and a deeper understanding of the abuse of power that took place at the orphanage. The Guardian reported, "It is alleged that at least one child, a boy aged 6, died as the result of a severe beating that prevented him from recovering from an infection some days later." 5 years later, and only 20 miles away, a disturbing similar story would result in a legal case finally gaining traction, which involved 2 girls and a boy being ritualistically abused by a satanic coven. It is currently unknown if Janie is one of the plaintiffs in this case, but it appears accusations only date back to 2010. 15 people, including 5 who are deceased, were accused of torturing the children, forcing them to consume alcohol, drugs, and dog food, forcing them to stab animals to death, forcing them to take part in seances and witchcraft classes, and producing child pornography with them. The children were burned, suffocated, beaten, and hit with objects. In an update from January 7th, 2023, Express informed us that the adults wore hooded robes and devil horns, filmed the children being tortured, laughed and cheered, and even forced them to drink blood and eat a human heart. Interestingly, the boy victim corroborated Janie's account of the adults attempting to drown him in a bloodbath. The youngest girl was locked in a microwave oven, a convection oven, a refrigerator, and a freezer. As vile as this case is, one cannot help wondering what else the children endured when the Scottish Sun claimed there are, quote, many other accusations too disturbing to print. Will these unfolding stories in Lanark and Glasgow surface new evidence indicting those behind this dark empire? Will a proper investigation into Willie McRae's assassination ever be permitted by Scottish authorities? Or will the devil remain hidden in the details?
Where's Look Within? I don't see Look Within in there.
I don't either. He was in the chat earlier.
Oh.
So what did we just watch? Copper Badge, right? So we're on to the final episode.
We watched them already?
Yellow journalism. Pretty sure we did, right?
I don't know. I just got here. I've watched 2 of them so far being here.
Or was that Brownstone? Hold on.
No, we watched Brownstone and then we watched the one after that.
Yeah, we just watched Copper Badge. Yeah, I got it in my forward. Yeah, we're on the last.
But then we can get deeper into it because they get into the black magic one. Here, I'll send you the other link to the rest of them. There's more.
Oh, does this series continue, or does it kind of just add on to it with other stuff?
Yeah, he adds on to it after.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go, folks. Yellow Journalism, Volume 7. Abuse of power. Power. Abuse of pineal power. Indeed, too. Some might say. What is it not going to load? The last part's not going to load? That would be ironic, right? If this stream stays up, I'm going to probably pin it on my channel. Of course, it seems like we're having an issue here. What a surprise, right? What a surprise.
Try to refresh it. It works.
Well, in the meantime, Bro Sanchez supposedly streaming about Mr. Archaic. Okay, this shit's fucking stuck. What is happening here? Jesus.
It's probably just your fucking internet, man.
Nah, we're getting doxxed. Trust me. Getting doxxed. Let's reload it one more time.
You mean DDoSed? Denial of service or something?
I think this is how the syndicate operates.
That
They're like,
would just shut off your internet completely. You could DDoS the fuck out of you all day. You want to be able to use your internet.
well, it was working fine this whole time, but maybe this part 7 is just too potent. They gotta make sure this information is
All
good.
right, so we gotta roll with their punches. You know, okay, play the link I put in the private. It kind of continues into it, either way, and then maybe when we come back, it'll work. I'm gonna drop two. There's 2 parts after that kind of all seal it together. But yeah. So the first link is the first one, and then the second one is the second one, obviously. And yeah, Bro Sanchez. I've never watched his shit, but he's an obvious Mason. Masons on their business cards, how they write emails, everything. It's always Bro dot and then whatever their last name is. He's a Mason, but
Right. Bro with the dot. Yeah, he's supposedly been confronted about that, and he's like denied it or whatever. And
get the fuck out of here.
People say, "Oh, it's short for his name, which is Broderick."
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know.
Crazy,
for a
man.
fact,
We got through.
I can show you a business
that
card
many
right
part-
now
what,
that has the same
6 or
that has the
7
same-
videos.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I played the entire thing on my channel before too. I did a fucking Mouthy Buddha marathon. Another good one is Vindicated. He got killed. They killed him and shit, but he still has some stuff.
That guy
you can find
died?
at yeah. Long time
Yeah, I
ago.
enjoy those videos too. I enjoy those videos. I might decide to mirror those at some point.
You should do a Vindicated. I did one of those. Wait, all this shit. But yeah, I found another. I can send you another link where it's very hard to find. It's like some random Odyssey channel with like 10 subscribers that somehow found all these backups of the older shit too. Not on YouTube. It's like impossible. It's like very difficult to find.
Let's see something here. I'm experimenting here and see if this works. Seeing if this works. I'm trying it in a private tab. Wow, it's not working either. That's crazy, man. Something about this part 7, man. It must be really
You're on the
jam-packed with info.
Shazam. You're on Shazam, right? The
Yeah.
Shazam channel. Yeah, it works for me. I'm
Yep.
playing it right now.
All right, you want to share it then, and then I can present
I'm
it.
on my I'm on my phone. Hold on, I'll spark the computer up right now, and I'll do it.
All right, please do, sir.
I got you, bro. You gotta finish it, man. Nothing's gonna stop that.
No one's gonna stop us, peeps. You heard me.
There's always a way around.
But yeah, I feel that it's really, I really need to get out there, man, and fucking bust some POGOpedos, man. You know?
Yeah, get ready to get yourself killed and shit. You gotta defeat
Yeah, I
them
know.
in the mind. Like they're trying to play fucking, because they're playing a game. It's magic and shit. It's all a mental game. You can fucking eviscerate the shit out of them without like even talking to them. Fucking deal with them in your mind.
I wonder if
You know what I
he's
mean?
still fucking going here. Let's see.
Dissect the fuck out of them.
Oh no, he finished. Wow, it's got 5,550 views. 5,550 views. Alrighty.
Yeah, because it's exposing somebody that the is it look at the fucking thumbnail and shit. Exposed. You know how many fucking retard drones are gonna click that? Oh my god, drama. Expose
Dude,
people.
well, they were just collabing on multiple streams too. They were
All right, so
literally
why are you
collaborating on streams on the
he's just as
pyramids and shit
bad.
like that.
He's
So
just as bad as this
some interesting
motherfucker then.
optics.
Bro, they're both Masons probably. They're fucking bro, why are you gonna be fucking what's it called?
Yeah, I wouldn't honestly. I wouldn't, bro. I wouldn't be surprised.
Bro,
I
they're
wouldn't be surprised,
fucking
dude.
they're what they're doing.
Running a fucking.
They're running a game on people, and it's accomplishing it. I was just on Squids. And
What
he's
they
like, oh,
might be
pro
doing, sir.
attention.
What they might be doing.
No, they are. For sure, unless you're retarded, you can't see it. Bro, they're fucking playing people like puppets, bro. Because they know, look, it's doing exactly what they want. It's getting people to talk about it and shit. Your pin thing was about it. Squid is over there talking about. Everyone's talking about. Bro, it's feeding them. Perfect. Mission accomplished.
Oh, Squid's talking about it right now. That's funny.
Oh, probably all these people are because they're fucking idiots. They're getting played like dumbasses. Squid's not a fucking idiot. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's like an idiotic move. Bro, they're playing off people's emotion. That's what you do.
Well, I'm waiting for you whenever you want to share. Shout out to the
Yeah,
chat.
I just had to turn it on. It's on
Regulars in here.
now. You gotta drop the link in there again for me. You gotta drop the link in there so I can come on the computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm on there now. It's all loaded up and shit. But yeah, wait, hold on. I gotta grab that Shazam link. Can you drop the link too for the for the video?
Yeah. Let me see here.
And the StreamYard link.
Yep. Back chat now. There you go, sir.
I'll grab it when I. Well, you're gonna have to post it.
Are you?
You're gonna have to post
no.
it again because you have to wait until I get on the panel to post it. If not, because I'm not gonna be able to see it. You can't see anything in the private until you join.
I don't know what you're saying, sir, but what's the issue?
Hold on, let me join and then put the link to the video because I'm not gonna be able to see it on my computer because I'm not in there on my computer yet. You know what I mean?
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but all right.
Bro, the private chat is not there for on your end until you're actually in there. Okay, there, I'm backstage.
Not anymore. You're on stage, sir. Front and center.
Now drop the link to the video in the private because I can't see anything in the private until I join. You know what I mean? I can see it on my phone, but that means I have to type it all out, and I don't want to do that. Alright. Let's try playing it, bitch. It's doing the same thing for me.
Really? Interesting,
Yeah.
man. Interesting.
What the fuck?
Fascinating. I thought you said it was just working a second ago.
It's working on my phone, but not on the computer. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. Why the fuck is it doing that? I'm trying to block you, bro.
Yep,
No,
they don't want to let this last part, yellow journalism, out. Apparently, I don't know what it's about, but other than the obvious.
I played it on my shit before.
I mean, hey, look, here's the thing. Shilly Con, Valley Cons, the Shilly Cons of Valley, in the Valley. I mean, I just played 6 out of 7 parts, or even more. Actually, technically 7 out of 8 parts, because the first part was 2 parts.
I have an
So why not
idea,
just let us
actually.
play that 8th part? Because this is kind of fucking pathetic, honestly.
I have an idea. Okay. Play the first link I dropped in there, the Bishu one, and while I do that, I'll go back to my previous stream because I've streamed all of these already, and I'll find it because they won't be able to block there if something already streamed. Hopefully.
You know what's funny is even on other channels where people are unjuiced, who they didn't line up for the Jim Jones buffet in 2020, 21, 22, whatever. They still have juiced up people all up on their channel, but I just find they don't really find their way to my channel too much. I had Cynthia on my channel once, but she hasn't come back.
What, the jab?
And the Jim Jones Jabberoo.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones Jabberoo. Cuts dating pool. Yeah, but yeah, indeed. I'm afraid just to kiss a. I'm just afraid to swap spit with. Even less actually. I mean, share a drink with. I get to or share a joint with, or share a joint or a bong with. Any of that. I mean, oh man, I don't know.
Yeah, I had a stream called Abuse of Power Part 1 to 7. It's Part 7, right? No, I just gotta find
Summer in Time's fucking funny, man. What's that, sir?
Yeah, I already streamed them all, so I have a backup of this shit. I just gotta find where number 7's at.
All right, well we're adding a little bit of time here onto this stream, but I was probably gonna stay streaming a little bit afterwards anyway with commentary and stuff. So I guess what's the difference? But yeah, I like to sometimes mirror stuff and keep it about as close to just the material as possible. That way I can potentially share it with people just to get the information out without much filler like we're doing right now here to kill time until this fucking. What are you doing? Trying to load it?
No, I'm on it. I'm just trying to find where Part 7's at here. Fuck, it's gonna be difficult to find. Actually, here, you help me. You help me with it. Yeah, you help me with it. Let me. Wait, where the fuck is it? There it is. Here, let me present my screen. Here's Abuse of Power 1 to 7. It's an old stream on me. There it is. No,
Yellow journalism, correct? Oh,
it's
damn.
there, but we have to find it. Look, I streamed all of his content one time.
Okay, well, it's probably around the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, probably.
Or no, it's probably around the 150 maybe mark, because I had it in 1 1/4 speed. Would you know?
That was involved with the Finders, a child trafficking ring.
Okay, yeah. See, we just seen that one. So
okay,
let's go. We have to move a little more forward here. Let's see.
Police Constable Donald Morrison, who was on duty at the time,
No,
claims to have witnessed McRae being
Go back. We haven't seen that yet.
I don't think so.
Hold on, let's see.
followed by 2 special branch vehicles from Glasgow.
Was William
Yeah.
McRae?
Didn't we see this? It's about the guy from Scotland. Right?
I don't think so. You don't get it. You've seen all of it already.
Yeah,
So you're gonna know. You're gonna
just watched. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Let's go back.
If someone in the chat can help us out here. I think we saw this. You just play it.
Sustainable development of
Yeah, just play it from here. It's fine. Whatever.
2013 press release from the Clinton Foundation declared President Bill Clinton, former Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, and Clinton Foundation Vice Chair Chelsea Clinton announced new commitments to action that will address pressing global challenges. The
Can you put it in 1 1/4 too?
In the commitments.
Yeah, gotcha.
In an interview in
For a
prison,
little pet.
Maxwell even claimed that she was heartbroken over her special friendship with Bill Clinton, who she claims, quote, is another victim. In 2021, the Daily Beast speculated that Ghislaine Maxwell had connections to the MI6 and Mossad.
You've seen this part, right?
Yeah, I think we're like a few
Moreover,
minutes after this.
Stephen Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein was a celebrity spy from Mossad and was killed because he had become a liability for Israeli intelligence. Hoffenberg was a former business partner of Epstein and claimed they were like brothers, and no one knew Epstein better than him. In an interview with Medium, Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein brown-stoned U.S. politicians and power players, saying, quote, Epstein was needed by the CIA or the FBI for intelligence because he was manipulating the American intelligence for the overseas organizations. That's what he was doing. They were afraid of the exposure that he brought to the table for what he did with Prince Andrew, MI6, the Israelis, and the Saudis. Hoffenberg claims that Epstein once boasted he was selling Prince Andrew's secrets to a Mossad spy and called him his Super Bowl trophy. According to a 465-page 2016 deposition transcript, unsealed in 2020, Ghislaine was grilled about Epstein's CIA, FBI, and Mossad ties. Ghislaine simply claimed that she had no recollection of such ties. Dylan Howard's book Epstein, Dead Men Tell No Tales, claims that Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, was also a top spy for Mossad and introduced Epstein to the espionage world after he started dating Ghislaine. Much like Epstein's suspicious death, Robert Maxwell allegedly died in a mysterious boating accident on his yacht, named Lady Ghislaine, on November 5th, 1991. Once again, it would be imperative for an international criminal syndicate to compromise intelligence networks, not only to stay one step ahead of prosecutors, but it would also act as the perfect apparatus to blackmail and brownstone anyone who stands in the way. Or perhaps, as The Atlantic cautioned us, a powerful network of child sex traffickers
Is this the brownstone one?
than fake news.
Thank you.
Wait, what did I just say right there?
All of you learned, if you hadn't known ever before, that you don't trust the political establishment in Scotland or in Britain. And that's lesson number one.
There was blood matted in his hair, and some blood had dried on the side of his face.
No, we already seen this shit, bro.
Thing you could find.
On April 6th, 1985, just off a remote road in Westeros, Scotland, police found a crashed maroon Volvo containing the body of a man with a bullet hole in his head.
We already seen this.
The body was that of 61-year-old Willie McRae,
Put it in
a Scottish
double
National
speed
Party
then
activist.
until you recognize where it
This is
ends.
the next one. This is the next one. So we just scroll. It's gonna be like how long?
Just play it through, dude. Just fucking play it through. Fuck it. Put it in double speed.
Blood.
I don't remember this shit.
We just listened to this, bro. You don't remember?
Go back a little bit. Go back to like 220.
Janie also told the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry that she was forced to perform sex acts on a woman, had her hair cut off.
There you go. Yeah, whatever. Right
He was
there,
very
in
close
the
to
middle.
blasting the doors wide open on a vast and powerful child trafficking cult. In 1991, Channel 4 broadcast a Scottish Eye documentary called Who Killed Willie McRae, which featured
just
evidence
listened to
suggesting McRae had been under surveillance by UK intelligence services. Police Constable Donald Morrison, who was on duty at the time, claims to have witnessed McRae being followed by 2 special branch vehicles from Glasgow.
Was William McRae a man with enemies?
All great people have enemies. Whether your name is Gandhi or Martin Luther King or John Jory or Christ, all Greek people have enemies. I should say the establishment in the country was an enemy of Willie McRae.
This detail about the MI5 surveilling McRae mirrors evidence we covered in Volume 1 of this series, whereby the MI5 seized Jeffrey Dickens' dossier on satanic ritual abuse by Sir Cyril Smith and other members of government. It is a documented fact that the MI5 quashed an investigation into VIP pedophilia in Britain, and it appears they did the same in Scotland. Police Constable Donald Morrison claims McRae was the target of a planned surveillance operation and believes the MI5 was after his briefcase and the evidence it contained. At first, police claimed they were investigating whether the MI5 conspiracy was true or not, although it was later revealed that the police conducted no such inquiry. However, 2 whistleblowers later stepped forward, claiming to have been aware of or were involved with surveillance efforts. According to Morrison, his last words to me were, "I think I've got them this time." Then he repeated, "Yes, I've got them this time," as he winked. "I have to go through all of this during the weekend, up in Kintail." Morrison has gone on record with a highly detailed account of what he witnessed transpire, In 2010, he even told the press that he would sign an affidavit tying the MI5 to McRae's murder, and a few years later he did. Yet despite the specificity of his testimony, no further investigation was conducted. The manner in which this surveillance was carried out so meticulously made me very, very suspicious. Having witnessed what happened in West Nile, St. Glasgow that forenoon, I knew right away that it was very well planned, and was also aware within myself that I would not see Mr. William McRae alive again. Morrison provided a 12-page witness statement in 2011, but 3 years later, after requesting a copy of his letter via Freedom of Information, he received a 5-page version with vital information missing and doctored statements that were not his own. In 2017, Express reported that Morrison had received a death threat, which he believed was a warning to keep his mouth shut now that the McRae case was seeing a resurgence in public interest. He also claimed that he was tailed by cars on 2 occasions and had his vehicle tampered with while he was away from it. He also asserts that his phone and computer were hacked. He claims that he reported these matters to police, but there was no interest in pursuing them. I do not accept the suicide verdict. I know what I saw the night I stopped the traffic to allow him to perform a U-turn on his way up north. That was not a man about to take his own life. I saw 2 cars with 2 men tearing after him, special branch, and 24 hours later, he was dead. Understandably, many Scots refused to move on from this cover-up even after nearly 4 decades. Despite the Justice for Willie McRae campaign amassing 13,000 signatures to petition a fresh inquiry, a spokesperson for the Crown Office and Procurator of Fiscal Service told media, Crown Counsel are satisfied with the extensive investigations into the death of William McRae, and the case is now closed. Despite the adamance of Scottish authorities to throw this case down the memory hole, the National introduced explosive new witness testimony in 2018 that would reinvigorate the case. Catherine McGonigal worked as a nurse in the intensive care unit at Forester Hill Hospital in Aberdeen the day McRae was admitted. Contrary to all official reports, McGonigal maintained that the bullet wound was not located on his right temple. The entry wound was right at the back of the neck. There was no exit wound. It was smaller than a 1-penny piece, and it was directly aimed at the brainstem. McGonigal claimed that it was the only time in her 4-year career when she received a traffic incident patient who had a gunshot to the head. At the time, she had no idea who McRae was, and it wasn't until decades later, when she became familiar with the scandal, that she connected the dots and decided to speak out publicly. McGonigal thought it strange that there were no other inquiries whatsoever that are consistent with the car crash, saying, quote, "The gunshot couldn't have been on his temple. If it had been, we wouldn't have had to do an x-ray to recover the bullet. I had to roll him over to see the wound." McGonigal expressed surprise that she had not been interviewed for the investigation, since her testimony directly contradicted one of the most important details pertaining to such a high-profile murder case. Amidst all of the historical scandals and cover-ups across the UK, a bigger picture is beginning to emerge. Was Willie McRae the anonymous source who handed British MP Geoffrey Dickens his notorious dossier? Not only were both McRae and Dickens aware of the satanic ritual abuse of Sir Cyril Smith, and not only were they both intercepted by the MI5, but the timeline also fits perfectly. If we remember Donald Blair's testimony from earlier, McRae had been accumulating evidence for 2 to 3 years as he took time to properly vet his sources and information. Dickens had the dossier in his possession by 1984, which is when he passed it to British Home Secretary Leon Britton. McRae was killed the following year, and multiple people have claimed he was circulating photocopies of the dossier to close contacts around the UK. It's also very likely that the dossier Barbara Castle obtained on the pedophile information exchange was in fact Willie McRae's dossier. In Volume 1 of this series, we looked at the testimony of Liz Davies, who asserted that the pedophile information exchange, quote, stretched from Westminster to Northern Ireland, Wales, and the island of Jersey in the Channel. Apparently, it also stretched to Scotland. If Geoffrey Dickens and Willie McRae were indeed pursuing the same crime ring, which was interlaced with government in both of their regions, this would definitely prove that this satanic cult operates above nation-states, making it an international crime network. The disturbing implications of Willie McRae's assassination can paralyze those who catch a glimpse behind the curtain of politics. Perhaps his death need not be in vain if we carry on his mission to expose the satanic underworld of society. Outside of this obvious cover-up, do we have other evidence that a powerful network of satanic child traffickers operated in Scotland prior to McRae's death in 1985? In December 2017, the Scottish Sun reported on a woman who claimed to be a survivor of satanic ritual abuse that occurred at an orphanage in Lanark, run by the Daughters of Charity of St. Vincent de Paul. It was like a cult, claimed a woman using the pseudonym Janie, as she described the ritualistic abuse she survived in the 1960s and 70s. "We deserve justice. People who abused me should be taken to court and jailed." Janie claims she was raped in the basement of a chapel on a square stone slab, surrounded by candles in a satanic ceremony at Smileham Park when she was a young girl residing at the Catholic orphanage. She was given a lollipop and told the devil was coming. She was then raped by a man and then left in a drain overnight, and the following day was submerged in a bath filled with a liquid believed to be blood. Janie also told the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry that she was forced to perform sex acts on a woman, had her hair cut off, and was routinely tied, gagged, and beaten. The probe also looked at evidence that 400 children were buried in an unmarked grave near Smileham Park. Were these 400 children killed by the cult and buried in an unmarked grave to hide the evidence? Is it unreasonable to start asking these kinds of questions? The following year, the investigation resulted in 12 arrests and a deep
Well, the fucking church does that.
understanding of the abuse of power that took place at the orphanage. The Guardian reported, "It is alleged that at least one child, a boy aged 6, died as a result of a severe beating that prevented him from recovering from an infection some days later." 5 years later, and only 20 miles away, a disturbing similar story would result in a legal case finally gaining traction, which involved 2 girls and a boy being ritualistically abused by a satanic coven. It is currently unknown if Janie is one of the plaintiffs in this case, but it appears accusations only date back to 2010. 15 people, including 5 who are deceased, were accused of torturing the children, forcing them to consume alcohol, drugs, and dog food, forcing them to stab animals to death, forcing them to take part in seances and witchcraft classes, and producing child pornography with them. The children were burned, suffocated, beaten, and hit with objects. In an update from January 7th, 2023, Express informed us that the adults wore hooded robes and devil horns, filmed the children being tortured, laughed and cheered, and even forced them to drink blood and eat a human heart. Interestingly, the boy victim corroborated Janie's account of the adults attempting to drown him in a bloodbath. The youngest girl was locked in a microwave oven, a convection oven, a refrigerator, and a freezer. As vile as this case is, one cannot help wondering what else the children endured when the Scottish Sun claimed there are, quote, many other accusations too disturbing to print. Will these unfolding stories in Lanark and Glasgow surface new evidence indicting those behind this dark empire? Will a proper investigation into Willie McRae's assassination ever be permitted by Scottish authorities? Or will the devil remain hidden in the details?
All right, no, I think this is the one that wasn't loaded for us. It's about to come up. Hold on. Yeah, see? Hold on. Let me go back to 1.25. Yeah, I think this is it.
This next sentence is hard to even read because it's our country. The United States is one of the top destinations for human trafficking and is among the largest consumers of child sex. The average age of entry into the commercial sex market is 12 years old.
See? Yellow journalism. There, we found it. There you fucking go. There you go. Fuck these guys. I think they can fucking stop it. Of course. I mean, I have a back over this shit. It's fine.
Fucking cunts, as Mr. Santos would say. You fucking bloody fucking cunts of your mothers. Fuck you, fucking dirty
The
cunts.
cunts menstruating. Yeah, in Australia, I don't think it's Australia. In Australia, that's a term of endearment.
What, cunt?
All right. Yeah. Yeah, cunt.
Oh, all right. Well, you're all fucking cunts then. Cunts of your mothers. Suck your fucking mother and fuck your cousin, you fucking cunt. Sorry, I got the spirit of Santos inside me.
He says suck your mother.
He says all kinds of weird. She just spits out fucking as many fucking profanities as
Suck your
possible.
mother. They're like, suck your
Yeah,
mother.
oh, fuck your mother and suck your fucking cousin, you cunt. I knew you were at these, you fucking cunt. All right, let's go.
We found it. There you go.
Yellow journalism. About time, folks. All right, finally. Let's do this.
See, cage. Fucking. I thought outside of the cage and I found it. Continue.
Shout out to 13 at 2:33:33. Let's go.
33.
You got 150 kids here. You don't find well, like I said, a lot of this is just
No, I get it. I just like
stuff that we don't tell people because what we don't want to do is attract attention. We don't want the media. Like we don't even know where we're going when they tell us.
On November 4th, 2008, a government-owned Learjet 45 crashed into rush hour traffic in Mexico City, killing all 8 people on board, 6 more at ground zero, and injuring 40 others. Among the fatalities was 37-year-old Mexican Interior Minister Juan Camilo Moreno, described by the BBC as the rising star on the country's political scene. Moreno was determined to create a better, safer, and more prosperous nation for his people by cracking down on gangs, drug cartels, and other forms of organized crime. 3 days later, in a publication by NPR titled Some Suspect Foul Play in Mexican Official's Death, it was explained that Moreno was the second highest ranking official in the Mexican government. Many Mexicans immediately suspected that Moreno was assassinated for challenging powerful criminal syndicates. A former top anti-drug prosecutor, Jose Vasconcelos, was also killed in the crash. The Discovery Channel featured the incident in an episode called Accident or Assassination, in the television series Mayday. 10 days after the tragedy, and with the investigation just getting started, officials informed the public that the plane crashed due to insufficient distance from the plane in front of it, which resulted in wake turbulence. A year later, the final report concluded the same. The Learjet's voice recorder showed that the crew felt the turbulence just before the pilot lost control and revealed that the pilot's voices reflected anguish, impotence, and frustration. The statistical likelihood of getting killed in a plane crash is approximately 1 in 20 million. Did the second most powerful person in Mexico have extremely bad luck, or did he receive a lethal sting after poking a hornet's nest? Interestingly, the BBC article closed by mentioning how Marino was not just fiercely combating drug cartels, he was also targeting child traffickers. Despite his department deploying 36,000 extra troops and forming specialist units to combat the traffickers, killings and kidnappings have continued to soar. 8 months later, on the morning of August 3rd, 2009, a frightened young woman was filmed yelling erratically outside of the Fiesta Inn, located in Monterrey, Mexico. The incident was captured on video by an onlooker and was even broadcast on a local news broadcast. The story was also picked up by Info 7, a local news affiliate, which described the woman as crazed. It also provided the woman's full name, Gabriela Rico Jimenez, as well as the location and other basic details of the incident. We also learned that she was 21 years old. Although many internet commenters recall seeing a much longer version of this video, the only version still available is just 3 minutes in length and contains several cuts that unfortunately leave out essential information. In the broadcast, Jimenez explains that she worked in Mexico City for a year and 4 months, the same city where Marino was killed in the plane crash 8 months prior. This detail stands out because the woman later accuses the police of covering up Marino's assassination. At the end of the video, the newscaster who is narrating the story calls Gabriela Rico Jimenez by her full name, which seems odd that a newscaster would know that and could indicate that she was well known at the time. In fact, many people online claim that Jimenez was a rising supermodel who was deeply connected with the high fashion industry, although this cannot be substantiated. Info 7 followed up on their original report 2 days later. This article corroborates the woman's name, but the title of the article refers to the woman only as Gabby, which again could be further evidence that she was a well-known individual at the time. The Spanish to English translation reads, "Finally, Gabriela Rico Jimenez, the young woman who was arrested while screaming outside a hotel in the center of Monterrey, has already been helped by the Monterrey DIF. And after removing her from the prison at the Riga police, she was taken to the psychiatric center of the Buenos Aires neighborhood, where she will remain receiving support and good protection." According to Jimenez, her story essentially began in mid-2001, when she would have been only 13 years old. In the video, she can be seen frantically warning bystanders about the cannibalistic cult operating in Mexico, and she seems to imply that they steal children. She insinuates that she escaped this cult by fleeing to Monterrey, but her career suffered a great loss. She then accuses Carlos Slim Dominique, the richest man in Mexico, of being connected to this cult. She also accuses law enforcement of both inaction and cover-up. Jimenez then resists detainment, even attempting to bite the officer, before being subdued, removed from the scene, and placed in a mental institution. 6 years later, on June 26, 2015, an anonymous source, purportedly a law student, spoke with the Spanish blog The Black Manic, claiming to have been one of the bystanders who got a chance to speak with Jimenez during her frightening episode before authorities arrived on scene. She told me that in Monterrey, there is a kind of underground base where they live and regularly steal the children as food and other things. Because of my profession, I dare not reveal my encounter. I have family and children who depend on me for logical and reputation reasons. I cannot. According to the source, the most intriguing part was not Jimenez's panicky outburst. Rather, the more concerning part came after she was removed by authorities when the proverbial men in black arrived. After 20 minutes of being with her, some tall, well-dressed people arrived. They practically pulled me out of there. I asked them why they did this if it was just a poor girl with a mental disorder. I asked where they were taking her. They told me that it was not my business and for me to retire. When I walked away, they stopped me and asked me what she had told me. I answered them insane things and I ran away. Of course, it is entirely possible that this eyewitness account is false and that Jimenez was merely having a manic or schizophrenic episode. However, Jimenez no longer has any digital presence whatsoever. as if someone has scrubbed her existence from the internet, and she has not been seen or heard from since the 2009 incident. As bizarre as this glitch in the Matrix was, it was not the first incident of its kind in this region of the world. A few hundred miles away, a similar situation unfolded in the streets of Nicaragua. On August 8th, 2016, the Mirror reported on a 13-year-old girl who was found wandering in the middle of the night with satanic symbols carved into her hands and arms. The girl was dressed in a blue and white school uniform when she was discovered, as if she had been abducted from school. Unfortunately, there is no other information available on this case, but its similarities with the Gabby case are unsettling. Are these disturbing incidents too far-fetched to be true? Satanic gang violence is far more common than most are willing to believe, and it explains why the deep state is pushing for open borders as a means of destabilizing America. It has been documented many times that the gang Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13, has a history of abducting and sacrificing children in satanic ceremonies. In 2017, 2 MS-13 members were convicted on a brutal kidnapping, branding, rape, torture, and murder of 3 schoolgirls. According to the court documents, one of the men said, "The beast did not want a material offering, but wanted a soul." The men laughed and waved in court during their sentencing, expressing no remorse. 4 years later, the men were only sentenced to 40 years in prison.
Now, according to HPD, most MS-13 gang members are in this country illegally, and these 2 murder suspects could be as well. Police say they have reported the 2 to Homeland Security. Now, an investigator told us this morning that officers found evidence in the apartment where these gang members were keeping underage girls that led police to believe there was some sort of satanic ritual activity happening there. HPD says there were 3 underage girls in the apartment of the murder suspects, a 14-year-old, a 15-year-old who was murdered, and then a 16-year-old girl. Police say the 14-year-old told detectives she was kidnapped, drugged, and sexually assaulted by members of the MS-13 gang. Now, the 14-year-old also reportedly told investigators she was moved from one apartment to another, forced into consuming drugs and alcohol, then at one point was held down as Alvarez Flores tattooed the image of the Grim Reaper on her body from her knee down to her foot. This girl also told police the 15-year-old at the apartment was a girl named Genesis. She believes Genesis is the girl found dead on February 16th. Now, the witness also told investigators there was a satanic statue in the apartment, and the gang members said they wanted to offer the beast a soul. Police say Hernandez Rivera and Alvarez Flores killed the girl execution style.
On March 22nd, 1991, Los Angeles Times reported on an 11-year-old girl who testified for a Superior Court jury that beginning at age 2, her grandparents forced her to participate in satanic rituals in a secret cave. When she was about 4 years old, she said, "I was forced to drink blood out of a glass and eat human flesh." In another incident, she testified, "They gave me a drug so I would be hypervigilant." The 11-year-old mother and aunt sued the grandparents, claiming that they were also ritually abused by them since infancy. The grandfather had since deceased, but the grandmother denied the accusations as preposterous fables. The young girl also claimed that she would accompany her grandparents in a limousine as her grandfather picked up prostitutes, which could indicate that her grandparents were wealthy and possibly used the prostitutes as sacrificial victims. But this is speculation. Is it possible that Gabriela Jimenez, as well as the 13-year-old in Nicaragua and the 11-year-old suing her grandparents, all escaped from the satanic ritual abuse? Moreover, why did Jimenez specifically mention Carlos Slim in relation to the cult? If this cult is real, how powerful would it be if it included some of the wealthiest people in the world? Is there any other evidence that a murderous cult operates in and around Mexico? One that could hypothetically possess the ability to assassinate Interior Minister Marino, the second most powerful government official, and successfully cover it up? In 2012, The Guardian profiled Mexican journalist Lydia Cacho, who received an award by the U.S. Department of State in its 2007 Trafficking in Persons report, the same year she graduated from university. She also received 16 other awards for her outstanding journalism. In 2005, Lydia Cacho was approached by several police officers. They bundled her into a van, and for the 20 hours it took to drive from Cancun in southern Mexico, where she lives, north to the city of Puebla, she says, quote, tortured. Sexual assault was threatened. A gun was pushed into her mouth. A sickening seesaw. I kept thinking one minute I was going to die, then that I would survive. When they arrived, a female guard told her she would be raped in jail. According to The Guardian, friends and activists learned of her ordeal and mobilized. They were able to post her bail, but her persecution did not stop there. Cacho is just one example of how journalists are routinely silenced for exposing those in power. Attempts on her life continue, and she has become well known as one of Mexico's bravest journalists. A recent estimate put the number of journalists killed there since 2006 at 67. Cacho published The Demons of Eden in 2005 and Slavery Incorporated, The Untold Story of International Sex Trafficking in 2011, both of which exposed a child sex trafficking ring involving politicians, government officials, and celebrities. The 2014 Trafficking in Persons report corroborates the premise of Cacho's books. Quote, Mexico was listed as a Tier 2 country. It is a source, destination, and transit country for both forced labor and sex trafficking. Organized crime and the complicity of some government officials continue to be an ongoing problem. On July 21st, 2019, Cacho again endured brutal intimidation tactics designed to shut her up. 2 days later, the Committee to Protect Journalists issued a high-priority call to protect Cacho. Quote, unidentified individuals broke into the home of Cacho, an author and freelance reporter, and stole a laptop computer, audio recorder, 3 cameras, several memory cards, and 10 hard drives containing information about sexual abuse cases the reporter was investigating. The individuals also killed Cacho's 2 dogs and damaged personal belongings, including photographs, according to the report. Cacho responded to the incident by doubling down, saying, quote, I won't stop. This coordinated effort to suppress journalists from reporting on elite child trafficking networks has also been seen on American soil. On November 5th, 2019, Project Veritas released video of news anchor Amy Robach on a hot mic explaining how ABC quashed her investigation into billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us in a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story.
The Daily Caller pointed out that James Goldston, the former president of ABC News, who quashed the Epstein story, was hired by Democrats to produce the January 6 hearings, which were purely theater. The hearings were the machinations of a coup following a false flag attack to bring down former President Donald Trump and the American Republic. However, Goldston is far from the only one in American media who used his influence to suppress revelations about Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, across the news media landscape, there is a pattern of derision and hostility towards anyone who wants more truth and justice on the matter. Little is known about Epstein's religious beliefs, or if he had any, but he once threatened Vicky Ward, a British journalist, by claiming he would invoke a demonic spell on her unborn twins. According to The Sun, quote, Epstein was a thug who soon told me he had a dossier on my then husband and me. He said he could get us fired. He threatened to sue me. Strangest of all, he threatened a hex on my unborn children. He warned me, quote, I know all the doctors in this town. It is unclear if Epstein was bluffing or if he truly believed in the power of demonic curses. However, a threat like this from a billionaire doesn't seem wise to ignore. If criminal syndicates exist at the highest levels of Mexican and American governance, both would undoubtedly benefit from an open border to facilitate a steady supply of unaccompanied migrant children and desperate adults to feed the maw of the sacrificial cult.
Here's the other thing, like, we know how many we're bringing, but then other groups from other different parts of Texas will say, hey, we're adding more kids too. And that's what happened with us now. We're coming out of Fort Worth, and we're take us. So, and what happens when they go on their bus? They're meeting with specific people?
In August of 2022, Joe Biden came under fire for the escalating border crisis after a Central American human trafficker revealed how Biden's non-enforcement of border laws paved the way for cartel activity. In an interview with Fox News, the human trafficker explained how cartels purchase or abduct as many as 169,000 children per year to use as drug mules or for live organ harvesting for sale on the black market. The trafficker said juvenile organs fetch high prices for cartels and that the deceased children's bodies are often filled with illicit drugs and smuggled into the United States, using the corpse as a form of protection against detection. In November 2022, Republican Representative James Comer, the ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, claimed that Joe Biden's son, Hunter, was being investigated for connections to human trafficking. According to Comer, the SAR, Suspicious Activity Report, shows that Hunter Biden was conducting business with suspected human traffickers. The money gained through influence peddling was funneled to a suspected criminal enterprise. Again, one linked to human trafficking. While the mainstream media remained virtually silent on these two bombshell stories, a third human trafficking scandal was about to hit the Biden regime.
They're meeting with specific people? Okay.
A couple weeks later, Project Veritas published video testimony from a Department of Health and Human Services whistleblower. The brave whistleblower, Tara Lee Rodas, worked with the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency.
These vulnerable children, we care for them, we clothe them, we feed them with your dollars and my dollars. We fly that product directly to the trafficker.
She claimed that taxpayer funds are placing unaccompanied immigrant minors in the hands of sex traffickers. Rodas further asserted that she raised the warning to federal bureaucrats, but was dismissed, and she believes she has received workplace retaliation for speaking out. In April of 2023, Rodas testified before the House Judiciary Committee, calling the U.S. government the middleman in this child trafficking crisis. In June of 2023, Joe Biden directed the DHS to halt all DNA testing of migrant children at the border. This, it would seem, is a smoking gun demonstrating criminal conspiracy and not mere incompetence. Laura Rise, director of the Heritage Foundation's Border Security and Immigration Center, testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. The Biden administration has recently made the nonsensical decision to stop using DNA testing of suspected fake families at the border. The results are very predictable. A return to more child smuggling, child recycling, and child trafficking. Say you're a family, and we'll take your word for it. Of course, a problem of this magnitude does not manifest overnight. In January of 2016, the Washington Post reported on a Senate investigation that found the Obama administration had placed, at minimum, thousands of Central American children in the hands of traffickers. Although Earth's current predicament seems insurmountable, time is running out for the global pedophile empire. It seems that the table is set for a grassroots awakening of biblical proportions. The death cult knows that the exploitation of children is an issue that transcends party lines and will unite the masses. Ordinary people are now using any megaphone they have to circumvent the gatekeepers and draw awareness to abuse of power.
Epstein took my sexual innocence in front of a wall of framed photographs of him shaking hands and smiling with celebrities and political leaders. I was only 15 years old.
Something that's been on my heart, and I feel like I have the platform to say it, I need to say it. I just feel it's really sad, all the sexualization of our children right now, and we need to protect them, whatever that may be. Like, protect the children, please. Do anything we can to help.
I've been waiting for this segment all morning long. We are rolling out the red carpet, not for Tucker, but for some adorable, adoptable dogs. Every year, the Best Friends Animal Society helps cats and dogs who are stuck in animal shelters find homes.
Nobody can dispute the fact that we need. Oh, yeah.
Secondly, Jimmy Kimmel, viral this. I fight to eradicate childhood malnutrition from the planet. And until they release the flight logs, you, the mainstream media, Hollywood, are all pedophiles to me. Eat dick. Am I canceled yet.com?
This is a concerted effort, politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
Just cut to the location and keep reaching out so that he can push your children.
I did something really dumb. I'm not suicidal.
No comment.
Not right now.
In November of 2009, a woman named Laura Silsby founded a nonprofit, the New Life Children's Refuge, which described its mission as attempting to rescue orphaned and abandoned children in Haiti and Dominican Republic. 2 months later, on January 29th, 2010, Silsby was arrested for attempting to traffic 33 orphaned children out of Haiti without documentation.
These are some of the 33 Haitian children an American Baptist group allegedly tried to unlawfully take out of the country on Saturday.
The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid.
Why 33? Of course, it has to be 33 of them, just like the other guy. Yeah. And just like the Scottish guy that the fuck off, man.
All about the numbers.
Yeah.
What are the chances, right? What are the chances? It just, everything's always somehow 33. Always. It's amazing. It's really fucking incredible. So we finished the series, folks. That was the entire abuse of power series.
It's not done yet. It's still
well, this is It's never over, I'm sure, but that
No.
was the end of the 7-part abuse of power series.
No. I'm
You're saying
saying
we
that the
added on?
seven. It's almost over. It's not done. The part 7, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Well, Order Out of Chaos seems interesting. I was looking at the, I think, description on one of them. I was just before I started the stream, I was looking over that channel. Obviously, that's not his channel. If it is, it's not very. It seems like it's just someone reposting his stuff, kind of like I'm doing now.
Yeah, Shazam.
Although I'm not posting it, I'm streaming it, but same difference. But yeah, cool stuff, man. So what? You want to finish it? We got Summer on time on the panel for the first time, so that's a nice treat.
Yeah, I was a dickhead. I fucking paused it because I saw 33. But yeah, somewhere in time. Nice to.
I think I've heard you on panel before. It's maybe only been a couple of times, but I think maybe on Z's show and maybe somewhere else. Maybe a couple times on Z's show and maybe somewhere else.
I haven't done it much. Nice to meet you guys. Peniel?
You too.
Cage? Yeah. What's up?
Have you been on Freedom's panel before?
No.
I see you. I see you on my channel in the chat sometimes.
Let me turn this on for a second. Take a hi.
Way over there.
Let me say hello.
Whose panel? Oh, hey there.
Hey.
I could go this route if you want me to.
Let's do that. You both smoke, yeah? Let's smoke.
Oh
one.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I rolled one.
I
rolled one to hit. I rolled one to hit the button.
Okay, well then fuck it. Yeah. Well, I mean, so let me ask you, who else's panel have you been on besides Z and I guess Z besides Z?
I think I went on Flo's one night. I was out front, and it was getting towards. It was still really nice. It's really still actually nice out. And I was playing Beethoven, so I'd never been on, and it was indoors, and I didn't know it was going to affect the background and everything. And so every time I would hit my volume, they were hearing like overlay, and so it just screwed me up. And I needed to get a new one. Does this sound good on you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Definitely. What do you have, like a mic on your shirt?
It's just.
Okay. I didn't even see it, so.
Yeah, it's just a plug. And the other ones I had was just plugins, but I lost them, so I didn't click the link or do anything like that. I just want to get to know the community. I really like the depth that you hit, Peniel and Cage. There's so much to it. And I think everybody needs to learn it, no matter, if you tap into it or people fall asleep to it, that's going into their subconscious. They're picking up on a realm that, we all want to say, this, but in reality, we don't really know. We can speculate, but we do know that there's a side of it, those that have gone to the other side, those that understand. It's not what they've told us, right? We know that. So it's one big.
Seems to be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Every truth that's presented seems to be always mixed with a little lie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you guys are
changed my
wise.
name, Pioneer. I just noticed that. No.
I saw that too. I was kind of wondering if there's two of you up here. What's going on? If we had a.
Your name or my name?
You changed my.
Changed my name. I changed your name. You didn't have a name. It was just blank, so I just typed it in. Which I don't know how you had a blank name, because I always have to enter at least like a period.
Don't ask about the secret questions like that.
Yeah, you got some weird ways about you, sir. You have some weird ways about you, sir.
I like it.
Yeah, but speaking of Z Warrior, I'm not sure what's been up with him lately, but I guess
I think he got striked and Thanksgiving hit. He probably did the Italian Thanksgiving thing, congregated with family, and if it was his second strike, is it 2 weeks? Is it 90 days?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Second would be second
2
could
weeks.
be minimum, but like if people do like how I did when I got a second one, I took time away because I want the not just the strike to expire, but also I think there's like a probate period too afterwards where I forget. I read some fine print in community guidelines areas, and that's why I took a break on pineal power for months, like what 4 to 6 months. So
you were missed. You were missed. I kind of started to get into your groove, didn't know you well, and now you've come back. And when you hit a stream or a chat, you light it up like a firecracker, and that's character. And then what you present on your channel is just, you need to, if people have the time and the silencing to actually get in and focus, it's great stuff to find out what's really going on in this realm. You're throwing it out.
As scary as it can be. As scary as it can be at times, it's the reality we're in. So
what are you scared of? But
I don't mean scary to me. I don't mean per se.
I've seen you in my chat a few times. You've been tuning
Yeah,
in.
normies are really rough to get around. I have to admit, it's pretty deep for me, but it's my own daughter, and she took the jab, and she came for Thanksgiving, and we couldn't even finish our time together the last 3 days.
Too awkward.
Why does she take the jab? Was it for a job or something?
She's a doctor in Vegas, our hometown, has her own clinic, but I was on it. Okay, I'm the conspiracy theorist to my daughter.
Guru?
I'm a fucking weirdo, man. I'm out of my mind. I'm not normal.
You're in
the whole bit.
You're in the right place. You're in the right place.
Yeah, and so I pre-warned. I knew the whole event 201. I've got really good intuition that comes. It downloads, whatever you want to call it. I tapped in.
Right.
Long time ago.
But I could tell you're safe. You're safe. You trust the experts. You don't take any risks. So when they tell you to jump, you ask how high. So that's why, you're here. So I think we're all very compliant people that come around these parts here. So very quick to comply and acquiesce.
Well, there's a dude that's a doctor that did me dirty, and I found my own cancer in November 2015, surgery 2016, 1 round chemo, quit, lost my hair, and all these drugs, falling down, just ridiculous amount of over treatment. That guy now, and I recovered, I got off everything. I didn't even go through past 1 round. It was ridiculous.
Yikes.
Complete double mastectomy, like butchered me, okay? And I was a showgirl, so I was used to being on stage and me and the whole bit. And it's a physical thing. It's a physical realm. And I don't want to throw anybody under the bus of where they come from, but we have a lot of our liquor stores are ran by the Indians and the gas stations or whatever. But this particular one, his wife had to step in, but he got arrested. And she wore the hijab thing, and he overtreated. And what happened, he's doing 20 years now. But I'm the result of that guy's greed and being naive enough thinking, oh my God, my mom died before I was 2 and she died of cancer. And so that's that whole predictive programming that you put in your head. And as a female, the whole cancer and all the bullshit. I found it myself. And because they want to make more money, they were like, wait another year and we'll do another mammogram. I'm like, wait a minute. No, I just went through a lot of stress. I didn't release it. My dad had died. It was 5 months later. I have a jacuzzi I built. I know my body. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it was, tip of a finger size. Oh no, you just had a mammogram. I demanded to have what they do is an autopsy where
a biopsy.
Autopsy. I'm dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. A cage is male, and
Wow.
I'm like, let's just do another hit. It's pretty tense. But anyway,
good catch.
That's just the check tissue to see if
it's probably the worst pain that I've endured and having my children was hard, but after you're kind of like, I want to have another kid. So that's a totally different area. But that numbing of a nipple and going in and taking out.
So you had breast cancer, right? And my aunt had.
I found it myself, and it was only stage 1. So the amount of treatment that they did was excessive. The chemo,
Breast
the
cancer nowadays is very survivable. Like,
double mastectomy. I could have had a lumpectomy.
Yeah.
Over treatment. Anyways, he was arrested in 2021 and is doing 20 years, and the family was shipped out of the country.
Wow.
So, I was already like, when it came to the hospitals and dealing with the whole system. So when that hit, I mean, that was 2015, 2016. I was recovering 2017. Took me 2 years to put weight on. I mean, it was brutal. Went off all the drugs they wanted me on, enough to kill a horse. So in the end, you wise up. Yeah.
Somewhere. You want to hear something funny? It's
Yeah.
all within the mind too. Like, for example,
Oh,
my mother got jabbed, and a byproduct of that, she ended up having a brain aneurysm. Oh, it's like this terrible brain aneurysm. Da, 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 da. When she told me that, I'm like, yeah, right. So I do my thing, And then I remember the day before she went to get her second scan, because the first scan, they're like, yeah, you have a thing. It's fucked, dude. You're pretty much fucked. They're like, come back and we're going to monitor it, make sure it doesn't grow, because you can drop dead at any given moment, pretty much with that. So I was like, oh, she went for the second scan. Boom. Something happened. She's like, I remember the day before that, she's like, Kay, she gave me permission. She's like, can you try helping me here? Like, do your thing. I'm like, yeah, of course. I've already been doing it. So she gave me the permission for it. So she got the second scan back, and it glitched, It was unreadable. Like, something happened, it glitched. So she went for the third one, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, it doesn't exist. It just never existed. It was never there. And it just magically disappeared. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's ways to do that kind of stuff.
Well, it also begs the question of, like, how many times do people think that happens to them, but the whole time the miracle the whole time was that they got frauded by they never had it in the first place.
Yeah, nocebo effect. Like, if you really believe in this authority and your subconscious mind's programmed to it, or go to the doctor, hey, whoever, you're gonna die in 3 months. You're fucked. Yeah, and if you truly believe that, your body will kill you. Kill your avatar.
Right. If you really believe it, yeah.
There's a nocebo effect. It's like placebo, but the opposite. You know what I mean?
I completely agree.
Yeah, did we? So did you say we did or we didn't finish the yellow part 7, yellow journalism part?
We're almost done. No, we're almost done. I paused it when I heard 33 like an idiot, and then we got to the conversation.
Okay.
Let's go.
Might as well end it.
Yeah, might as well finish it. Right? I think I'm still screen sharing.
Okay.
Bring it back in. I'll rewind it
On
like
you
10
then.
seconds. No, well, you have to just full screen it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe that was the end of it. I don't know. Anyway.
Like to eradicate childhood malnutrition from the planet. And until they release the flight logs, you, the mainstream media, Hollywood, are all pedophiles to me. Eat dick.
What the fuck is the guy wearing?
Am I canceled yet.com?
What the fuck? Am I canceled yet.com? Oh, that is the end. Okay.
And that was the end of it.
I dealt to that guy in Vegas.
This is a concerted effort, politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
That's a weird coincidence.
We got to the location and keep looking out so that he and Persia killed himself.
Should I continue or leave it there?
It's up to you guys.
It's up to you, bud. I don't really care.
Is it split up into more parts, or is it just one? I would imagine. Right?
I did it properly. Like, I went through a bunch of different sources, like not just the Shazam. So the 1 to 7, I think that's done now, and now it's Order out of Chaos, and then more stuff later. Bro, I did a crazy marathon list. Bro, how long is that? 7 hours, 7.5 hours.
Yeah, see, I'd
Fucking
rather
shit like
split
that.
it up into like now I have the abuse of power and I could keep it there and then do
Yeah,
the
if
I
you
mean, but
want,
he's
make
got
it
a lot
easier for
he's got a
you.
lot of shit though actually at the same time, so
Yeah, if you want to make it easier, I can just send you the. It's all my shit is private, but if you have the link, you can watch it. I can send you the link to this shit.
right, and then I could just restream your stream
Yeah,
essentially.
it's private. Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense. Um
be easier for you.
yeah, I mean, I'd be down to watch the first part if it's not that long, if it's not longer than like because each one of those episodes we just watched was about, like 20 something minutes.
Yeah, this will
on
probably
average.
be like 20. Well, it's 1.25 too, so it's gonna be like a quarter off of that.
All right, yeah, I'm
So
down.
it'll be like
I'm down
50.
to watch one just because you got Chester here. I mean, I grew up on Chester, man, and the whole story really
What, the
fucking
Lincoln Park?
still to this day, makes me think all the time, man. Between
You got
Chester and Chris
suicided, I
Cornell.
think.
I'll chill out
Yeah.
and familiarize myself. I'm trying
Well,
to
do you
get
know
that
about
word out.
the story, or are you familiar with?
No. You have to understand, I never watched TV and I worked nights since I was 17, so I never even did like Friends or
So
Cheers
you don't
or
know like Lincoln Park?
I think
Nope.
you used to deal blackjack and shit, no?
Yeah,
And you
I
don't
was just
know
saying
in my chat.
that Dana White
Soundgarden?
guy. I dealt to Dana White. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say you don't know Soundgarden either, or Audio Slave.
If I was to hear their music, I might even dance to it in a show. Put it that way. But I am not like plugged in on a level like my kids would be. If that
So you were
makes
never
any
into
sense.
music, or were you just
Oh
never
no,
into
no,
rock?
totally into music. Totally into music.
Okay.
She's hustling out there.
But not
I was
rock.
I
so
was
much?
into the rhythm of life. I danced in shows. I traveled the world and I got into cultures and religions and spiritualism and all the aspects of being feminine because I was quite the tomboy. So bringing myself back to where I am now and stepping out of what we would call now that we realize is the matrix, I just did it right. Like I believed in myself. I focused on it. I meditated, which was being a Catholic, raised praying and the whole ritual thing. I
Right.
just would come home and daydream and then like soak my brain in the heat and focus. And then all of a sudden I would start playing music. And you have to understand that's when like Flashdance and Fame and Saturday Night Fever and all these like disco, like, and I was really young. So I just had this open, broad mind and nothing stopping me. But I was a tomboy and thought, well, how would I ever do that, right? But here I was in Vegas and I'd see it on TV every night for commercials and tell my dad, I'm going to be one of those when I grow up. And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders like, do whatever you need to, he kind of believed in me, but it didn't hold me back. And I didn't have a mom and I just believed it. I was going to do it. And by 17, I graduated. And I remember saying to myself, I am not sticking around to go to all the college, like the high school parties and whatever. And I moved to Reno and boom, 3 weeks later, I got into it. It's like I foresaw it. And my life's been like that ever since. So what Cage puts, I completely relate to. So I just encourage it for other people to see if they can silence their mind and meditate and just breathe and come out of it. I mean, you don't have to be in that state and gurued out all the time. It's literally just knowing when you're dropping into the matrix and getting it done for your benefit so that you can be a prosperous survivor, be here in this realm, understand it for what it is, but then step away from it and then really engulf yourself into the understanding of what it is on a level that they don't teach us, which is something I tapped
It's
into
also,
as a kid. Right,
it's
right.
also selflessness in a way, right? Because like once you understand this shit, it's easy to get yourself taken care of, right? Everything's set up for you.
Oh,
But
yeah. Like,
but then it's difficult to go and try helping other people get out of it.
Well, it's there and you want to, but you can only drop seeds. You can only throw your heart, your arms, your warmth around it. But a lot of people will coil up like a snake and they'll pull away to truth. It's just what happens. And you can't take it personal. So when you give a little dab of that truth, or you drop it in, or you wisp by and somebody catches your energy and they're like, wow, that's like a light. Like, what's up? Some will hold on. Some will literally be at your feet. Like I had a roommate one time, like when I was young, and I just couldn't understand. Like she was at my feet, and she's like, "You're just da 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 da," whatever her thing was, you know. And I had to reassure her that we each have our own light. Like that's what you need to find and build it. You know what I mean? Yeah. People will see it and then they'll try and snuff it out. And that's happened to me. But you know, that's the father of my children, and I learned late, like 3 years. I was a youngster when I met him, and had 2 children. But moving on and doing what I did, I just see what you're putting out, and I'm not going to be doing that type of stuff with my channel because I've already done it. Mine's going to be more dipping into my writings, my books, my journeys, the cultures, what I have, like what you would call, they say, your receipts. Like I can present that and show what that was, which is gifted. It's gifted to each one of us if we focus
Well, if you think
ourselves.
about it, it's hilarious if you think about it. Because like, oh, the TV told me that I should be a showgirl in Vegas or something, and you went and did that. So you see, but you see,
I was born. I was born and raised there. It was implemented, and I looked at it, and I told myself, and I turned around to my father, and I said, "I'm gonna." And they were doing the can swoosh with like a big skirt, and then kick down into the splits, arms straight up. If you can imagine that. So
Yeah, but
that's what I
just
saw.
that's being used in a pond in an energy harvesting operation.
Exactly. If you only knew, Cage, we could go so deep.
They fucked with you hard.
Oh, I took a chip out of my neck in 2000, like one.
What are you talking?
What the
They
fuck?
chipped you and shit. We had to put a GPS tracker on you like an animal.
And it was popping out the right side. And my guy, that was my MD, was my high school friend. That
I'm not gonna hurt
was.
you. I'm just taking a couple measurements. You know.
He took it out, and I said, "Don't we want to autopsy that?" And he said, "No, that's just calcification." The thing was a frickin' diamond shape, and it was like opal white. It was crazy, you guys.
Like I wouldn't doubt it, but you know, if you say it to most people, they're gonna think you're completely insane. You know.
Well, I asked if we could autopsy it and see what it was. He just wrote it off as it was calcium, and sometimes people get that, and it bulged out of the right side of the back of my neck. It was as small as like the pinky of my finger. It was the wildest thing ever happened. It was
You
weird.
gotta chip these
Really weird.
showgirls, huh? You gotta keep
What's that?
track on them. You gotta chip the
No,
showgirls,
no.
keep track on them, see how they're developing and stuff.
No, because you know what I'm going to tell you. I want to know what you think about this, Cage. When I was younger, and I know you guys are much younger than me, but sometimes the wise are the old souls, and I am myself. But what do you think that at such a young age, I've lost my mother, okay? 6 older brothers and a sister, and my dad always worked. Pretty basic Catholic school life, right? Like, I had to find, like clothing to put on. And it was wrinkled white shirt with the uniform skirt, the whole bit, and like the boys like basketball socks if I had to go to school and I didn't have them. So I was quite the tomboy. But in my sleep and at night, I don't know if it's because I ran so hard and I didn't have a lot of food and I just had a lot of energy, which in our day or your guys's, maybe the last 30 years, I would have been put on some type of Adderall, perhaps. And at night, when I would go to sleep, I would go into such a lift off, and I would get up out of my bed and walk the hallways, and my dad would answer, and I don't know what would happen. I just remember going and being like a force was taking me in consistency. And I would leave the house, and then my dad, this is when milk is delivered in the glass bottle and the newspaper is delivered. And my dad would come to the front door and open it, and I would literally fall in with my hand up on the doorknob like I was trying to get in. And he'd go, Michaelin. I mean, just with the most like, what the fuck? You know, but he wouldn't say it. The guy never cussed, but this was over and over and over. And like, it kind of broke. I would get a little lost if I would spend the night and go away, be it friends or at like relatives for 3 months during the summers. And then I remember my grandmother's and waking up and hitting her coffee table and asking myself, where am I going? Like, what am I doing? I just remember that I was probably getting older when that happened. So what do you think of that? Of the whole walking in your sleep, not remembering at a certain point, and then boom, you're back at the house. Where the hell was I going?
Well, the stuff before that, you're pretty much describing a typical life of, or a typical environment that everyone's been put into by these social engineer dark occultists, really. So it's a part of the social engineering program, right? Everything you're saying, really. The TV.
So, do you know my background? Do you know my background of finding out that my mother had had an affair? After 7 children, I was the 8th, and I was the only blonde blue. And the man that she was with is a scientist that was involved with L. Ron Hubbard. He was his elder, and he wrote the second books, which were the levels 1 through 12.
People
And that's
are
my
experimenting
seed.
on people, and you're experimented on, obviously, in a way.
So my mother and him apparently met at the Mercury test site in Las Vegas, and she worked there, and he was a coach, so taught my brothers, apparently, coach for swimming. And I'm quite the swimmer. I was a synchronized swimmer in my last show, Splash. I was the mermaid. So I fell into this whole, precision cut, like whatever I wanted. Like it was a mental thing, and I did it. And I just tapped into it at such a young age that I didn't know what secret society was.
What did you tap into, though? You're pretty much bred for it.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, exactly, Gage. We're in this realm, so what am I tapped into? What was it that I was able to do so naturally and come to me? And now
That's
my
definitely
children.
not natural, though. That's not natural at all. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, then that's why I'm alone, right? That's why I can't be around a lot of people. And when I go into the public, I pick up on all of it. Like, it's a little overwhelming for me. And I used to be on stage all the time.
There's something called the formative years, right? So this is when the software is being installed onto you. And so some people are, and some families especially, really, they impose this stuff a lot stronger on people than usual. So from what I hear in your situation, it's just like a typical mind control fucking thing. It's been going on for generations,
She died 11 days before my 2nd birthday because she was of the elite and watched 3 atomic bombs, supposedly 33,000 miles, with goggles on.
Wait, what does that have to do with? That's what do you?
Well, no. They said when she was pregnant with me, like she had the sores in her right side, so she actually got into Scientology with the seed father to me. And my father sold off parcels in Vegas to keep it going because he's like, once she went there, I don't know, I drove her. Like he was so naive, God bless him. He had no idea. But Scientology will rip you blind. And he was selling parcels off for her to get whatever therapy they were putting on her, shock therapy, whatever. She ended up dying in California. So not even in Las Vegas. So after she had me, before I was 2, she was involved and never said anything to the family. And she was 11 years younger than my dad. And the father, to me, the seed dad, is her same age.
So
And he
11
was,
years younger, and she died 11 years before your second birthday. The 2 11s.
she died 11 days before my second birthday, yes. And she was
Yeah.
11 years younger than
So
my
this
dad.
is So this is all trauma-based mind control, and
Some
also
weird
abuse of
shit
apophynia.
to get
The human
down to
mind
it, yeah.
naturally tries to make the human mind naturally. It's called apophenia. Tries to make connections to things, and if you look hard enough in anything, you can make a connection to it. Why? Because that's the nature of reality. It's all a projection outside of your mind, being controlled by your subconscious. You know, in the formative years, that script is written into you very deeply. And there's ways around this. Like, if you take control of your own thoughts and start from scratch, really rewrite. It's like rewriting or reinstalling a software onto a computer. You got to get rid of all that and rewrite it from now. You don't have to be alone. You're never alone, technically. And it's like these ideas of yourself and your being and your past. None of that even is real. What's real is now, and the program that you're able to rewrite and utilize and live in, and create your future and your present. It's a present. The present is the ability to rewrite the subconscious. It's the real present under the tree. Yeah. This is a typical experience that people have, not because it's like unique or anything like that or something profound. It's because it's been engineered to be that way. I'm telling you, people don't know who the fuck they're playing with. These guys, it's a very advanced game of chess, if you want to call it that.
I like it. I like what you're putting down.
Yeah, they're playing with people.
My bad.
It's
Thanks for holding it
emotional
down.
mind
I had to
control.
go take a piss real quick. So
You're good, bro.
what were we talking about? I was gone for like a minute and a half.
Subconscious reality, these ideas that we have of the past and what we are, and kind of.
Okay, so yeah, that's what you were talking about when I was gone. So, I mean, before I was gone, it was probably more like 60 seconds actually. Yeah, I usually either underestimate time or how much time went by, or overestimate how much time went by. Like I sometimes think it's Tuesday, but it's Thursday. Like that kind of shit. But,
Yeah, no time,
It's
just
whatever
good
the fuck you
timing.
call it, really.
It's nonsense, man.
I look at it like, yeah, no time, just good timing.
Last year was crazy because 2/22/22 was on a Tuesday. That was wild. I'm like, there's got to be something to this, man. This can't be like. I felt like Smith creature. Smith got pissed at me, man, on flow states. Because I made a fucking just a comment. I was joking around. I was like, I said because Smith seemed frustrated, and people were like making jokes like, oh, maybe he's frustrated, maybe he's angry, and Flo literally made a vote in the chat, a poll, and it was like, is Smith angry? Yes or no? and more people said yes.
Where
than
they
no.
come out? Oh yeah.
But all I did was I said maybe Smith is numerically frustrated. It was kind of like a joke, like just a pun.
Oh my god! Somebody said something to me. Someone said something onto YouTube.
It doesn't even really mean anything. What does that even mean? Numerically frustrated. Like he took it so seriously, though, man. I was like,
I really actually feel for the guy because when he throws some numbers out now, Peniel.
Oh, he's got some crazy connections.
Yeah. He
He's got
just
crazy
needs to find base.
Why? Again, this is a part of the social engineering program. All you people are, including myself. You think this all happened by accident? You're all grouped together very purposefully.
No, I don't
yes
know.
And no.
Yeah, right.
All right, try this. Okay, you can go and do this. You can do a test, an experiment. Okay,
right.
If you get a brand new device that you've never connected anywhere around you, a new MAC address, MAC address, right? And you go set that up somewhere away from you, like on free Wi-Fi, somewhere not around you at all, so it's not connected to all your other devices and your Wi-Fi. You'll have completely different results when you try going live and finding. They put you in a different web.
No, wait a minute, Cage.
You can
wait a
test
minute,
this.
darling. I'm on a phone and I pay $40 a month, and I just changed. I was with AT&T, then I went to Cricket, and now I'm with US Cellular. I pay $40 a month, and I have nothing of anything going on in this house. I don't even blow my AC. I've been here for a minute. It's a 1951 brick home with like chicken wire and probably lead paint, which is awesome to keep, like whatever tech they're trying to look in my house with. But I have a smart meter, I think, on my water, and I gave it like a bitch. Like I really didn't want them to put it on there. So I have a phone.
I hate those things, man. I hate it.
Right. And they put it by my bedroom, but I don't have Wi-Fi yet. I was thinking about getting it so I could go live, but then I heard, I think it was you, Peniel. You were telling somebody that you can still go live even though you have a
Well, it
phone.
doesn't
and you
matter
don't have
because you're using LTE, so you're using mobile internet, which is still connected to the MAC address of your device and to your ISP or your provider. So either way, your digital fingerprint or whatever
is there.
It's a digital mark that follows you around unless you go out of your way to disconnect from that, from a brand
The
new
big D
device.
on us.
Yeah, like you got but they'll lump people very purposefully together. Why? Because it's order app chaos. It's divide and conquer. You have to. The only way to control all these people is to divide them into groups and then have them self-regulate themselves. Really.
But see, I'm not attached that way.
Well, that's the point. That's what everyone thinks, and that's the point, is to make you think that you're not.
Well, no, I'm really enjoying meeting you, Cage. I think you put out some good stuff, and I really enjoy Peniel. But there are other channels, and then there's times where I just completely separate. I have to do what I got to do, and I've always been like that. This is what I'm saying. My children are probably more adapt to what you're talking about. My daughter definitely. She dove in like head first.
Well,
And
this
is
is
now
more about if you're like cybersecurity and how technology really works and stuff. So it's more of like a newer thing. Like people that are newer to the technology, what they didn't grow up with, they don't have that much of a grasp on it. Right.
right. Well, you know that in 2019 there was an EO set. So we have the 5G, which was a government contract through our electric companies. So through those 2 years, 2020 through 2022, they put up nationwide every 50 feet the 5G towers. Within
Wait,
that time,
you're not in Florida, right? Where are you again?
I moved from the Midwest at the end of 2013 September or so. Like I bought a home out here in Midwest from Vegas. I had a vision 2 years before in a deep meditation, and I just was told, and I did it. I don't even know how to explain it. My whole life's been like that. Yeah, I bought my home out here. Yeah.
I've always wanted to go to Sedona.
Sedona's where you stop on your way here. It's awesome.
You see somewhere. You see that's interesting what you said there. Right? So you're saying your whole life you've been kind of compelled to do something from an outside force. That's what you're saying, right?
Oh, it's been really a heavy trip and fun, fulfilling. I started when I was 17, Cage, doing what I envisioned from when I was about 12 or 13. So I would go home and just envision it, practice it, dance it, you name it. And nobody could steal my visions. They were within me. Nobody saw them. And then they just manifested, and I was given the opportunity, and I bid it at every corner. Like, say we were having it was 10 months into my first job. I was 17, turned 18, 10 months, and it was like a cocktail party or something, and I just remember something just kind of like oof inside of me, and I just had heard about another show opening up, and I was like, I think I'm done with this one, and I just want to travel. I want to see the world, and what better way to do it at this age, to be paid to do what you love, and that's dance. And I was ice skating and gymnastics, the whole, whatever they needed in the shows. And so I got these guys together, which were my producers, at a Jack Jones press conference, which was he sang the Love Boat, da da da. You remember? You probably don't. It was way before you guys. It was when I was young. It was called the Love Boat. he sang it, and he was an old guy. But anyways, at his press conference at the cocktail party, I just knew inside myself, this is the moment, this is the time. Gather these producers together and ask them to take you by the hand, and you will perform for them and pay you to see the world and do what you love, and that this is all you've dreamed about, and you're young enough, so let's go, right? So I gathered them, and their looks on their face were like, wow, like she's so assured of herself, and boom, I went to Atlantic City, and I had to wait 3 months, but right after that, it was the Hilton, and Donald Trump had to buy it at the time, and we had to wait to see if his wife would take the contract for the show, and she did, and I landed there for 2.5 years, and from there I just took off, like whatever I desired. Like the next show came up, and I had it in my mind, and I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to go to Acapulco. So I started meditating in like palm trees and coconut smells, and I'd put the coconut in my room. Coconut oil on my body and meditate and like put on like some reggae music or whatever I needed to do. I worked in the Bahamas for 2 years managing shows, Japan twice, like up in the mountains in like the resorts, and like trying sushi for the first time right off the dock, and like we'll never eat it in the States again. Like, there's just so many lessons you learn about like the mercury, like it's deep. But yeah, I did that, and I was gifted to do it. And I was raised with, wolves, which were my 6 older brothers, and I was a tomboy. So I really was against all odds, but something in me is definitely, there's no holds bar, you know what I mean? And now I'm at a different point, a different tipping point, and I'm listening to you guys, and I'm like, right on. This is where this is it. This is it. And I like it.
So, speaking of coconut oil, what were you using the coconut oil for again? Exactly. I didn't catch that part.
You want to know something really wild? Should I tell you on the internet?
I mean,
It's
I don't know.
sexual.
I think this
It's
is
sexual.
a family.
It's the Bahamas.
Not really a family broadcast per se, necessarily.
I already know everything you're gonna say.
Thank you. I know you do. I could see it. And okay, I'm not even gonna say it. Just picture a boat, man, and I don't drink, but I was drinking some rum to make you numb, some Captain Morgan's, and we were out. Like, I had.
I don't always drink, but when I do,
Isn't
I have a
that
bottle of
fun?
coconut oil and.
Oh my god, guys!
No,
naked.
to be honest with you, to get back on a more serious manner, you're used easily as an battery, really. Yeah, we can give you certain things. I don't even think you're living in the same reality as most people. To be honest with you.
Well,
Which
I
I'm
have
not saying
books
is a bad
and
thing.
photo albums.
You're like
I want to produce them.
Maximum.
Yeah, I pushed the envelope. The only thing I haven't done is jump from a plane. I bungee jumped over the seas, man, over the like rocks and at nighttime, and like, oh my god, it was so awesome. Yeah, a lot of stuff, you guys. But what do you do with it? Do you share it? Do you keep it to yourself? Do you think it's weird? Do you think your life's extraordinary? Do you think you're just normal?
Well, as a wise man once said, you have to spread, pound, come. Spread awareness, pound the pavement, come together.
Oh, I like it.
It became a meme. So
I like that. Would you make one? Post it.
Hashtag spread,
That's
pound,
awesome.
come. Yeah.
I like it.
Some may know in the chat what I'm talking about there.
Well, yeah, they
have
say
no idea.
life's a bitch, you know what I mean? Might as well bend her over then.
Right. That's the spirit. There you
Bend
go.
it. Bend your brain.
Yeah, all the age stuff, though, is kind of largely nonsense when you really get down to it. So if you really, especially bring into account that we're spiritual beings having a human experience, not the other way around.
That sounds good, yeah.
That's the illusion, right? Is the more you begin to identify with the limited experience and the limited avatar, the limited flesh suit, whatever you want to call it, and the limited, obviously, the things that come with the experience, all the attachments for many people, but yeah, possessions and all of it. That's why I'm in a way I'm very jealous of some of these characters that come across the panelverse, like Mitchell even, and Hard Hat, and some of these folks that live live mobily, really, and get to Brian O'Shea even, dude, to a degree. As much as they have it rough at times, they get to really be more kind of, what's the word, fluid, and it's not really the right word, but they get to be more kind of go with the flow at all times type of people. So I don't know. Not that I'm not that way. I kind of am, but I kind of am jealous of the
I
ability
hear
to.
you and I respect exactly what you say. I think that they definitely, in their age that they're at, both of them don't have children. So there's nothing wrong with it. Why not?
Not that they know, not that they know of anyway. I wouldn't be surprised
Right. No, I
if
hear
a little
you.
Brian
Exactly.
O'Shea running around out there somewhere.
To each your own, right?
Oh, you know what? Did I play this the other night? I thought this was interesting. I don't know if I did, but it's really short. It's only a minute. But again, I think this Russell Brand guy is an Aldo Brandini. I think that's where the brand comes from. And I mean, I've heard before he's part of the Fabian. He's a Fabian Society acolyte, so to speak.
When I watch his clips, I'll just add, I just saw one yesterday and I stopped watching him probably about a year ago.
Me
I had
too.
watched him about a year and a half.
Yeah.
I see a lot of clipping going on. So he's doing a lot of, it's scripted out and they're clipping, like they're doing it over and over. Like I see it over like 6, 7 times within one of his clips that he'll put. So he is definitely, whatever you want to do with that. You know what I mean?
Definitely
That's
part of
just,
something. for
yes.
sure.
Thank you.
Otherwise, he
There you
wouldn't
go.
have a check mark next to his channel name and be heavily pushed by the fucking platform. So, and he wouldn't also be in Get Under the Greek and everything fucking else, whatever he was in. He wouldn't be a Holly weirdo. So, but this is called a little clip from, who is this from? I don't remember. Never trust Hollywood actors. Couple interesting characters here you might recognize.
And look who's with me. It's Yuval Noah Harari. Hello. Hey, good to be here again. Isn't it wonderful that we've found a way of communicating with each other in the form of podcasts?
Isn't it wonderful?
I think it is. And is there some love between us now? I think so. I feel love. I look at you, I look at your eyes, I think you're a beautiful person.
Yuval, thank you so much for joining me on Under the Skin.
Yeah, it's good to be here again.
When surveillance goes really under the skin,
We need to monitor what's happening under the skin.
surveillance technologies,
Surveillance going under our skin, especially surveillance under the skin. We don't know hackable animals under the skin. We don't know hackable animals under the skin. We don't know hackable animals under the skin.
Yuval, thank you so much for joining me on Under the Skin.
Yeah, it's good to be here again.
Yeah. Coming at ya. You heard it here
Yeah,
first.
and it has to do with how are they doing that? It's through electromagnetic fields and the magnetosomes and magnetite that are in biological tissue in our brain. You know, it's a great way to actually hack directly into it.
Brand definitely a scumbag with the triple K is what No says. Yeah. Some might say that. But if he is indeed an Aldo Brandini, then that's pretty wild. Because that means he's literally one of the elite, like, papal, black nobility, whatever, Jesuit papal families.
Somewhere in time, you have some weird noises coming out of your microphone.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know if that was you, Cage, or what, but
It wasn't me.
it wasn't me. Coming in on the corner. Yeah, hold up.
Under the Skin.
Under the Skin. Under the Skin. What a name for a fucking show, huh? What was I gonna look? Oh, that's right. Okay.
What's
There
a
was
fake
one
channel?
video, I think, with the clip I'm trying to think of. Let me see. Oh, maybe not. I might be wrong. Never mind. I forgot what channel it's on. It was just to add to that last point with the Russell Brand, Yuval Nova Harari fucking optics. But yeah, what do you want to watch more of that? I mean, I'm down to watch that first part, especially because it starts with Chester, and like I was trying to say, I've always been interested in that whole Chester, Chris Cornell, supposed Black Book, and all that stuff. You know, Anthony Bourdain. Here, look at this meme I just saved actually.
You want to see a video I created myself? I haven't posted it yet, but it's on that. It's things I've pieced together when I go, you know.
This meme's not gonna fit all the way, but you only really need to see the two people to get the gist of what's being implied or inferred. But this is interesting to me. Again, I don't get deep into the cloning and body double and doppelganger theory, that whole, you know, Conscious X fucking road, if you know his channel and stuff. But they do look very... If I was into that, I would say, yeah, I could see that.
Problem we have here, Peniel, this guy
You
on
got
the
the demon
right.
in your background somewhere. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, somewhere you got something somewhere.
All right, let me put it back.
It must be the headphone. It might be in your hair or jacket. That happens with some people, I think. But yeah, anyway, Anthony Bourdain and Mr. Jeffrey Epstein do look quite similar. Anyway, yeah, rewind it like 10, 20 seconds, I think, though, and then like 10 seconds. And I guess pause it after the segment's over, this episode or whatever. I'm guessing if it's like the other ones, it's like 20 minutes. Much love to the chat.
Personal destruction. Fuck you, John.
And the fan.
We got to the location and keep what you out so that you can your children.
I just ain't really dumb. I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
No.
Not right now.
In November of 2009, a woman named Laura Silsby founded a nonprofit, the New Life Children's Refuge, which described its mission as attempting to rescue orphaned and abandoned children in Haiti.
We'll continue. Let me just show you the thing. It's on this topic, but I think it's actually better than this fucking video.
Right. Well, it'd be even better if it's even more closer to the abuse of power topic during the stream.
It is.
Okay, there you go.
Melech, and Baal.
Oh yeah, we watched this.
And also
I
the
like
Phoenician
this one.
theonym for Moloch.
I think this
did.
is just a clip from it. It's something I made.
If the classical reports are accurate, Moloch represents a deity or symbology associated with child sacrifice and is fervently despised in the Old Testament.
Agree on that.
Is that say they're pedophiles. Say Balenciaga are a pedophile. Say it. Say the word.
Balenciaga, you are a very bad person.
No, they are, and they're doing it on purpose because they're satanic. They're trying to destroy the baseline morality inside of humans, because once you do that, the slave programming has no resistance. Even things that you know intrinsically are wrong like pedophilia, for example. You know it's intrinsically wrong, but they're deliberately trying to attack your senses and make you sit and question yourself and go, well, maybe it's not so wrong. If they can convince you that having sex with children who have no consent to give is somehow acceptable, then they can convince you of anything. They can convince you to kill your fellow man, convince you to lock yourself in your house because of the common cold, convince you to work a job for no money, own nothing, and be happy and eat the bugs. It's bullshit. And they're doing it on purpose, and they're attacking our senses, and it's extremely important we call them out and make it clear that we know what they're doing, and we're not stupid enough to fall for it. You guys cannot be afraid to sit here and say the truth.
We're against that 100%.
But you have to say it
no,
clearly.
But it's just that, you know, sometimes we just wonder, like, what was the reason? Like, was it really on
because
purpose?
They're satanic. Of course it was on purpose.
You know, that's the thing. That's always been a question, because like sometimes I've seen, like, working with a lot of people can be super hard. So obviously, look.
There are some who believe that the modern world continues to evolve morally. While this might be true about the general public, unfortunately, it seems not to be true when it pertains to those in power. One of the most bitterly debated subjects in classical archaeology is whether or not the Carthaginians, an ancient civilization in North Africa, killed their children for their gods. Evidence for the worship of Moloch is found in the Old Testament, with variant names Molech, Melech, and Baal, meaning Lord.
I don't know what the logistics of the whole company was, but obviously I'm totally upset to see what happened as well.
You don't accidentally include port papers from child pornography cases in
shocking.
Multiple photo shoots. You don't accidentally include references to Baal, a god which ate children, in multiple photo shoots. You don't accidentally include works of art that show children naked dancing around fires in multiple photo shoots. You don't accidentally put bondage gear with children on accident across multiple photo shoots. The odds of that being a statistical accident, you're better off. You can win the lottery. That's ridiculous. It was on purpose, completely satanic. They did it specifically, and they did it to show you and tell you what they're doing. One, because they're trying to assault your senses, and two, because if you actually understand the truth of Satanism, most people don't know this about the world. If you understand how Satanists work and think, Satanists believe in karmic retribution. They don't believe they're allowed to trick you. If you believe in Satan, if you worship Satan, if you're a Satanist, you believe it's important you tell people what you're going to do, because then you will not pay the price. There'll be no karmic retribution for your actions. So let me give you an example. If I sell poison apples and I put up a sign saying apples and you buy one and you die, then you were poisoned. If I sell poison apples and I put up a sign saying poison apples and then you buy one and you die, you committed suicide. The fact that I told you what it was means I'm not guilty. I didn't murder you. You committed suicide. So when you do bad things, when you do evil things, the Satanist handbook, you can look.
This is an FBI bulletin, and it details symbols used by organized pedophiles. And it was published by WikiLeaks in 2007. There are some people who think this document is bogus. These people are wrong, because the pedophiles who created these symbols did so a decade before this FBI bulletin was leaked. The origins could be a bit further back, of course.
It works in this world through something known as Satanism. Now, when you say that word to people, there's a million different things that run through people's minds in society about what Satanism is. And most of them are rampantly, wildly off base. Most people who think they have a conceptualization of what Satanism is have zero clue what Satanism really is. And they don't want to know what Satanism really is. They don't want to know. When I tell them as a former priest of this religion what the beliefs of this religion entail, their eyes go glossy. They don't want to hear it, because ultimately what they hear is, I identify with some of those beliefs. Yeah, there's a reason for that. That's what the dark occultists have been trying to do. They have been trying to make the world in their image and likeness.
After Crowley died, George King published The Secret Rituals of the OTO. This infuriated their new leader, Grady McMurtry, who conceded the book was, quote, accurate enough to be used for initiations. The most significant secret revealed was a word being used during Thelema's rituals, a word that forever tethered their cult to the contentious origins of Freemasonry. Jabulan. It's important to note that the majority of Freemasons are good people, separate from the alleged malevolence of those at the top who both know and keep the secrets which established the need for the society in the first place. And it's those men who built this country, installing their own people into the most prominent positions of power and influence, so as to maintain their status and control that arguably control the world. If you doubt this, allow me to rebuke with 2 questions. How do you make sure your influence and power are represented across an entire people? In other words, how do you control a country? You build one.
In military, law enforcement, you name it, attend it. And then they culminate this at midsummer, the summer solstice, okay? One of the Sabbats of the occult year, with the ritual called the cremation of care, which they get together and they burn allegedly in effigy. And I do believe it is just an effigy because there are other rites taking place away from this. This is about the focus of this energy. So then the real rituals that are taking place in other areas of this forest are actually sucking the energy from this focal point of the cremation of care. All of these people are there to say one thing. We are burning our conscience away, because we are going to be asked to do things during the course of the year that are going to be harmful and disastrous to other people. And we have to continuously renew our resolve. And not just that, we have to forgive ourselves for what we are about to do. This is known as a reverse absolution ritual. In other words, I'm going to forgive myself now for the harm I'm going to visit upon someone tomorrow. And that's what these twisted bastards believe. That's what this ritual is all about. Probably the clearest photo ever taken of the cremation of care ritual at Bohemian Grove, brought forward by, again, someone who was
in his book, Magic in Theory and Practice, he states, a male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim. The bloody sacrifice, though more dangerous, is more efficacious, and for nearly all purposes, human sacrifice is the best. Referring to himself as the Beast 666, Crowley was an individualist, arch-Satanist who created the cult of Thelema, the Grand Lodge Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, and a ritual called sex magic, which includes drinking mixtures of semen and blood. Even after his death, through his famously shallow and insidious libertine ethic, do what thou wilt, he's continued to gain followers all over the world. Some well-meaning, others not.
So when you do bad things, when you do evil things, the Satanist handbook, you can look this up yourself, the satanic religion says, you have to make it clear to them what you're doing. And if they don't resist, if they don't stand up against it, then they are complicit. They're agreeing that what's happening is okay. So by telling you they're pedophiles and nobody do anything about it, they could sit there and go, well, everyone knew we're pedophiles. Look, it's obvious we're pedophiles and nobody cares, which is also why it's so important we call them out. You can't sit here and be wishy-washy on some issues. You have to sit here and say, this is disgusting. These are children. They're being exploited. Balenciaga are pedophiles. It should be canceled, absolutely, with certain language. Both of you have very large profiles and platforms. But say it. Say the fact. Balenciaga are pedophiles. Repeat after me. Balenciaga are pedophiles.
Yo, but what about? Okay, fine.
Why will no one say it?
Okay,
what's the fear?
People who did that are pedophiles.
Balenciaga are pedophiles. Fuck Balenciaga. They can come in the door right now. There's not a single person who works for Balenciaga couldn't rip their head off their shoulders.
Do you believe? Okay, in number one, second chances, but also that cancel culture, because a lot of people said, for example, Andrew Tate is a misogynist. He doesn't like this. He agrees with rape.
There's no second chances for pedophiles. There's no second chances for Satanists.
No, but the thing is,
but don't you think not misunderstanding?
Look,
but let's say a lot of people.
If I know that the main person who did that then yes, I will literally say you're a pedophile, and I would totally hate that person.
They've done it repeatedly across their entire advertising campaign. What more do you
of plausible deniability?
They said, "We're shocked. We had no idea. We reacted immediately." I think this story is being blown out of proportion, obviously, because I don't think this company knew that this was a sign of pedophilia.
So if we postulate that pedophile networks like to communicate together in public, cryptically, and I would argue that the existence of these symbols in the first place really does validate this notion. And if we combine that with the benefit of plausible deniability, then the question is not why would pedophile networks use these symbols, even to this day. The question is, why wouldn't they?
More than a dozen men, including Disney employees, are facing jail time after they're caught in an undercover sex bust. The men wanted to have sex with the underage boys and girls.
Disney workers among the 11 Bay Area men arrested and accused of keeping child pornography.
Transitioning from Disney to this was fucking easy. I don't know, getting molested for fucking from your 6 to your 14 seems like way harder circumstances.
Not talked about in the media at all. Epstein was, but this wasn't talked about at all.
He's 73 years old and he was just sentenced to 7 years. It makes you wonder, all those years, his position at Disney, being the vice president, what else has he done? I had to dig for this story, and it's not on any mainstream media news outlet anywhere. It makes you wonder, all those years, his position at Disney, being the vice president, what else has he done?
Pickle boy. He hates pickles. This man, Brian Peck, worked at Nickelodeon. He was convicted of raping a child on the set. And a year later, he was hired by Disney to work on the show The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Seriously, you should have some pizza later.
In 2012, he was hired by his longtime friend, Charlie Sheen, to work alongside him.
There is a fork in the road that's approaching you, and you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown, or you can surrender to the truth and take the right-hand path. Now, where that road could lead is the sweetest risk you'll ever take. Are you still pretending that this one-eye religion of Freemasonry isn't Luciferianism?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so I just threw a bunch of clips together with that one, kind of make cohesive and that, you know.
I figured that was I didn't even realize. I thought that was still that same long fucking stream you had that you were playing that one episode of.
No, this is a video I threw together with a bunch
Oh,
of.
so what happened to the abusive? I mean the Order Out of Chaos Part 1 thing.
Yeah, I'll switch it back.
Chester. Okay. Yeah, I was interested because of the Chester part. Well, the intro, it was like the very beginning, obviously, so I didn't know if it was going to touch on that at all. But I always like to hear another perspective or possibly new information on that because I've always tried to figure out what happened there and what all. Lincoln Park again was a MK Ultra military base, allegedly. Some would say. Podesta clearly looks like he was, to say the least, related, if not the father of Chester. So,
Yeah, I'll play more. I'm not gonna be on for that much long. I'm almost done my fucking work in here, so I'm gonna get off but I'm gonna play some more.
So I'm not gonna be on too much longer either.
Haiti and Dominican Republic.
Appreciate you, bro.
2 months later, on January 29th, 2010, Silsby was arrested for attempting to traffic 33 orphaned children out of Haiti without documentation.
These are some of the 33 Haitian children an American Baptist group allegedly tried to unlawfully take out of the country on Saturday.
The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid no money for the children.
The mistake obviously we made is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
To me, it's pretty alarming because we're the legal parents of these children and we give her explicit instructions not to interfere with them. For her to continue to come and try to find them, to take them to the Dominican, tells me that her intent is not actually the best.
The world would later learn through WikiLeaks that Hillary Clinton was sent email updates from Uma Abedin and other associates regarding Silsby's incarceration and developing legal case. This was not the first time Silsby found herself facing child trafficking charges. Silsby had been caught once before by Haitian police attempting to traffic 40 children out of the country. However, in that incident, no charges were brought against her, and she was merely turned back at the border. A week after Silsby was apprehended the second time, on February 7th, 2010, former President Bill Clinton appointed Silsby a lawyer by the name of Jorge Puello. Puello was successful in getting Silsby's charges reduced to 6 months. Jorge Puello also had a colorful history with human trafficking. He was convicted of operating an international sex trafficking ring involving women and underage girls out of Central America and Haiti. Puello's wife was also arrested on the same charges. In 2011, Silsby was appointed as CFO of the software company Connexus and would later become its vice president of marketing. Connexus operates AlertSense, which is the mass notification software used in FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS.
The goal is to alert Americans to emergencies like severe weather and missing children.
One of IPAWS'
It's funny because they've been testing that lately. You know, the Amber Alert? The Amber Alert shit, they're directly linked to a pedophile network, which is fucking hilarious, you know what I mean? If you look into it.
Oh, yeah, it's so hilarious. It's a hoot.
It's not fucking funny, but it's hilarious how abrasive and fucking overt these people are. You know what I mean?
Right.
Fucking idiots. Dude. But somewhere you're about to say something? I think I saw you. I heard something.
Yeah, I was saying I got about 2 myself.
2 what?
Just recently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these people are... Oh, he's about to explain it. I'll shut up now.
These people are disgusting, as Ian was.
Functions is to issue Amber Alerts to the public in the event of kidnapping. The Amber Alert system was set up during Bill Clinton's presidency. In 2015, Laura Silsby married Norman Gaylor and took his last name, which is how her name now appears on the Connexus website. How does a woman who was caught multiple times attempting to traffic children internationally get promoted to the executive team of the preeminent kidnapping warning system in the country? And why did the Clintons intervene in her trial?
We're going to continue to provide support, as we do in every instance like this, to American citizens who have been charged, and hope that this matter can be resolved in an expeditious way.
The morning of July 26, 2019, Twitter users saw hashtag Clinton body count trending. Just weeks before Jeffrey Epstein had reportedly committed suicide in his prison cell. The phrase Clinton body count was nothing new and had become a meme in forums across the internet years prior. It references the seemingly anomalous amount of Clinton associates who died suspiciously or under mysterious circumstances. Izette Folger, a close friend of Clinton associate James Alefantis, gave a statement in support of Silsby during her trial. Folger is the daughter of Michael Maccabee, who coaches leaders of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, or NPH, a large organization that runs orphanages all over the world. Folger's son, Max Maccabee, is on the board of directors of an NPH orphanage called Friends of the Orphans, which is one of the 760 orphanages operating in Haiti and happens to be the exact orphanage from which Silsby was caught trafficking children. Curiously, Max Maccabee gave an emphatic and lengthy statement of support for Comet Pizza during a contentious neighborhood commission meeting back when the Pizzagate controversy exploded. It is also worth noting here that Frank Giustra, owner of the Radcliffe Foundation, is on the board of directors for the Clinton Foundation and is a major donor to the organization. The logo of El Pita Home, a refugee center founded by the Radcliffe Foundation, happens to be almost identical in shape and color to the boy lover symbol that the FBI declassified in 2007. Now, regardless of how you feel about the veracity of Pizzagate, scandals seem to follow the Clintons. Their ties to pedophilia don't end there. Monica Peterson was a research intern at the Laboratory to Combat Human Trafficking and a research fellow and assistant director at the Human Trafficking Center. She also served on the Colorado Human Trafficking Council's Data and Research Task Force. Peterson wrote and spoke prolifically on human trafficking. On August 15, 2015, Monica announced her plan to visit Haiti to conduct research on human trafficking and subsequently began living there full-time. On January 3, 2016, Monica shared with her friend Bella some of her findings based on her fieldwork in Haiti up to that point. Quote, Ms. Clinton has corrupt and dirty business to finish in Haiti. This is the theory my master's thesis puts forth. This is modern structural slavery. But the real significance of this scandal for me, I know you feel me, Bella, is the link to contemporary slavery and trafficking. I can't say to what extent, but there is human trafficking happening through the Clintons' Caracol complex. By this point, Monica seemed to be investigating the Clinton Foundation's child trafficking ties full-time. On November 13, 2016, Monica Peterson was reported dead in Haiti, although no body was ever retrieved for the family's burial service. Monica's family was told that she committed suicide, but they were kept in the dark as to the exact details of her death.
She seemingly took her own life by hanging. But since that time, things that have come to light that just don't fit with Monica's life. None of this seems to fit, and maybe that's just the way it's always going to be.
Peterson's professor, Claude D'Estrie, said the following about her death. Quote, she decided to take on one of the demagogues in the field of human trafficking. She produced a 110-page analysis of human trafficking in Haiti. 2 years of research. We were looking for someone who was smart enough and maybe brave enough to publish her work. I will continue to seek out and publish it for her. After making this statement, D'Estrie suddenly disavowed any connections between Peterson and human trafficking and the Clintons. D'Estrie said Peterson had gone to Haiti a number of times, but she was not there to research human trafficking and was not investigating the Clinton Foundation. Why would D'Estrie do a public 180? It turns out that he worked as a supervisor in the U.S. Attorney's Office on behalf of DynCorp between 1999 and 2002. This coincides with the exact time period DynCorp was caught sex trafficking children in Bosnia and Kosovo, and no prosecutions were made. DynCorp played an active role in sexual abuses in Haiti. What if Monica Peterson was actually onto something before she died? What if her discoveries were true? Has anyone else unearthed the Clinton Foundation's alleged ties to human trafficking? Chris Cornell was the vocalist of the popular band Soundgarden. He and his wife, Vicky, worked with 6 different charity organizations for nearly a decade. In 2012, they founded the Chris and Vicky Cornell Foundation, which strives to support and protect abused and sexually exploited children from around the world. The couple eventually became involved with one of their foundation partners' organizations, Aid Still Required, helping sexually abused orphans out of Haiti. Aid Still Required has received massive donations from the Clinton Foundation. According to a source that spoke with Freedom Daily, it was during this time that Cornell discovered that these orphans weren't being placed into better environments after all, but were then being sold into sexual slavery and human trafficking rings. In May of 2017, Chris Cornell was found hanged to death in the MGM Grand Hotel, leaving behind his wife Vicky and their 3 children. He was discovered with 9 broken ribs, blood splattered on the wall, and had suffered head trauma before he died. His death was officially declared a suicide, but his family and close friends insist he was in no way suicidal. Many of the details of his suicide simply don't add up. For instance, Chris had just performed a full concert with no apparent signs of having 9 broken ribs. Chris's body was found cold to the touch, which would have taken at least 2 hours in a hotel room. This would place the time of his death between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. when his bodyguard, Martin Kirsten, was reportedly with him. There is no official explanation for what caused the bloodstain on the wall next to his body. His feet were touching the floor, meaning he was only partially suspended by his neck. Furthermore, Chris's bodyguard claims that he had to kick in the door to his hotel room to discover Chris dead. Not only is this nearly impossible to do without a door-breaching mini-ram, but the crime scene report indicated no sign of forced entry. After reviewing the autopsy report and position of the body, world-renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz concluded that Cornell's death was not a suicide. Dr. Spitz has worked with many high-profile murder investigations, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and John F. Kennedy, and served as an expert witness during the O.J. Simpson and Casey Anthony trials. One article reads, "Speaking to TMD, a source close to Cornell has come forward, claiming that he had uncovered evidence of a cocaine and child trafficking ring in Mena, Arkansas, that was tied to Bill and Hillary Clinton. According to the source, Mr. Cornell had uncovered the identities of high-level elites that were part of the same satanic Illuminati occult operation as the Clintons and planned on exposing their goings-on right before he died." Two months later, it was reported that Linkin Park frontman Chester Bennington committed suicide on Chris Cornell's birthday. Bennington and Cornell were reportedly working collaboratively to expose a pedophile ring operating in the music industry and elsewhere, although this cannot be substantiated. However, that doesn't mean that Bennington's death, and life for that matter, is without intrigue. Linkin Park was handpicked by John Podesta to promote an organization called Sustainable Energy for All in Haiti, which received a $250,000 grant from the Clinton Foundation, even though they did not apply for it. Bennington and Cornell were both associated with the Haiti-based nonprofit Aid Still Required. One police source was quoted as saying that he believed Bennington was murdered. Oddly, the Los Angeles coroner's office took 130 days to release the autopsy report. Bennington's sister, Toby, has publicly indicated that she believes her brother shared the same fate as Jeffrey Epstein, who famously didn't kill himself. She claims her Twitter account was subsequently hacked and suspended after she publicly shared her suspicions. There does appear to be a striking resemblance between the faces of Bennington and Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta, which many have pointed out looks like a father-son relationship. The prevailing theory is that Bennington's mother, Elaine, had an affair with John Podesta, which would have been possible given that the two knew each other. The theory goes that when Bennington's biological father found out he was raising another man's son, he divorced her. Now, many investigators believe that Linkin Park, the band, is an homage to Linkin Park, a Canadian military base in Alberta that conducted MK-Ultra mind control experiments on children for the purpose of developing super spies and assassins. Many children involved in the programs at Linkin Park were sexually abused. Bennington has publicly spoken of being sexually abused as a child. John Podesta, or Skippy as he prefers to be called, owns a large and vile collection of what can only be described as pedophilia art. Podesta was also chief of staff to President Bill Clinton.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
In 2009, James O'Keefe of Project Veritas released undercover videos purporting that ACORN, the Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, had been engaged in underage prostitution. None other than John Podesta was appointed to investigate the scandal. Journalist Andrew Breitbart was vocal about his disdain for Podesta. On February 4th, 2011, Andrew Breitbart tweeted, "How progressive guru John Podesta isn't a household name as a world-class underage sex slave op cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me." Then, a year later, all throughout February 2012, Breitbart telegraphed the release of a video that he said would appear on March 1st. This video, he claimed, would be severely damaging to Obama's re-election campaign. Wait till they see what happens March 1st, he said. Right before the anticipated release on February 28th, 2012, he tweeted, "How much longer until they kill me? Heart attack or car accident or frame me for a crime? Read me while you can." Breitbart died of an alleged heart attack on March 1st, 2012, just 2 days later. The coroner who conducted the investigation died of arsenic poisoning just 2 months later. Given the gravely serious nature of investigating international child trafficking rings and their ties to Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican, there have been many suspicious deaths of whistleblowers and journalists who've attempted to blow this story open. There is a preponderance of dots that, if connected, may point to those who seek to silence this message. Moreover, this industry of sorrow appears to be international in scope. Human traffickers see borders as mere lines on a map. It's important to draw the distinction between what I call lone wolf pedophiles and international networks. The networks allow the media to cover stories on lone wolf pedophiles because it feeds the idea that pedophiles don't work together clandestinely on an industrial scale. One need not look any further than the suspicious death of former police detective Mark Minnie, author of The Lost Boys of Bird Island, an expose of high-level child trafficking in South Africa. Shortly after publishing his book, he was found dead by gunshot to the head. His death was ruled as suicide, despite his family claiming he assured them that he would never commit suicide.
An official cover-up of a paedophile ring involving former Minister of Defense Magnus Malan and 3 other National Party cabinet members.
But family members say Minnie told them days before he died that if anything happened to him, they must know he was killed.
He has been mentioning it to us for quite a long time. He expressed that his life was in danger. There is no ways that I or any of us believe that he would have opted out. And that is why I've actually agreed to do this interview, to dispel any thoughts and rumors that this could have been a suicide.
15 years ago, I was incarcerated and tortured by the government because of a book I published naming names of big group of politicians and businessmen that were doing child trafficking.
One can also examine the case of investigative reporter Lydia Cacho Ribeiro, who was beaten, raped, harassed, arrested on false charges, and had her home vandalized when she began investigating systemic child abuse in Mexico.
It was the 7th time in my life as a journalist that I had to flee my home in order to stay alive.
In 2005, she published Los Demonios de Eden, The Demons of Eden, a book exposing a child trafficking ring involving politicians, government officials, and businessmen. Another suspicious case involves filmmaker Bill Bowen, who died suddenly under strange circumstances a year after publishing a trailer for his documentary, Innocence Destroyed, exposing corruption in the Child Protective Services. Is it unreasonable to assume foul play was involved with these 3 brave individuals when this pattern appears virtually everywhere that child trafficking is about to be exposed?
Yeah, told him.
On May 13th, 2019, police responded to the scene of an apparent suicide where an individual jumped from a bridge onto a motorway before being struck by a vehicle.
Corey Feldman, you are fake news and you protect pedophiles.
Actor Isaac Cappy, age 42, had stated in a live stream just 3 days prior to the incident that he would not commit suicide. While making bold statements about the existence of pedophile rings in Hollywood, he acknowledged he was putting himself in harm's way and had proactively taken steps to ensure his safety, such as setting up a dead man's trigger.
Something bad is about to happen? Yeah, something bad's about to happen. We know you can't trust the cops. So I was like, what can I do to give myself time to save myself, to insulate me? So I gave them the thing that said I had a dead man switch. What does that do? It means they can't kill me. They can't kill me. They can't kill me.
Do wealthy and powerful groups engage in human trafficking and conspire to systematically cover up its prevalence? Are the whistleblowers correct in their claims of widespread pedophilia, permeating the upper echelons of finance, law enforcement, religion, entertainment, and politics? We are left in perplexity. Do we go back to believing that activists on a moral crusade routinely kill themselves? Or do we take the harder pill to swallow and acknowledge that criminal syndicates will go to unspeakable lengths to evade prosecution for their crimes? Perhaps next time we will pause and reflect on the brave mavericks that died exposing this monstrous black market. The next time we read a headline of someone who has been suicided.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort to personal destruction.
Hold on just a moment. We got
Yeah, I think that was abuse of power 8 of someone else. But should I continue or pause it?
It's up to y'all. I'm enjoying it, but if y'all wanted to stop to
continue.
comment,
I'm doing good. That was great.
do you guys agree with my 4 hashtags here? Cappy didn't kill himself. Epstein didn't kill himself. Cornell didn't kill himself. Bennington didn't kill himself. Does that seem about accurate? Some would say, possibly, allegedly.
Those weren't words, but
Well, I'm down whenever, sir. I'm down for whenever.
explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
What's going on?
August 18th, 2001. Just 24 days before the terror attacks of September 11th. The New York Times ran an article called Balcony Scene or Unseen. Episode at Trade Center assumes mythic qualities. The article profiled Gelatin, a group of subversive Austrian artists who were interviewed about their covertly installed art exhibit in Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. The group's members are Wolfgang Gantner, Florian Reither, Ali Janka, and Tobias Urban. Gelatin called their art project The Bee Thing. The team removed windows on the 91st floor of the North Tower and constructed a small, cantilevered balcony for people to pose on as their photographs were taken by a helicopter that orbited the skyscrapers. On December 1st, 2010, one of Gelatin's members, Florian Reitner, gave a lecture where he described the events of the project in greater detail.
We decided this is what we did. And then to stand on and to be outside. We painted this facade gray to make it very invisible.
The stunt took place on March 31st, 2000, a year and a half before 9/11, and lasted for 20 minutes. Gelatin gained access not just to one World Trade Center, but the entire World Trade Center complex by obtaining temporary construction passes through the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council's Open Studios for World Views program, which, according to their website, offered studio space to artists out in the 90th and 91st floors of the North Tower. Although this art project seems to be a publicity stunt, and the artists were originally quite eager to divulge information about the Bee Thing, including posing for photographs, their openness suddenly ceased, and the artists came to believe that it was dangerous to talk to reporters about it. They became secretive, and defensive, and opaque. The article insinuates that the art project was shrouded in suspicious activity. Their dealer, who witnesses say watched the event from a hotel suite, now claims it never happened. Either the balcony was an elaborate hoax meant to look real, or the inverse is true. It really happened. And the closer it comes to being found out, the more those involved would prefer for everyone to think it was a hoax. One of the 4 so-called artists, Ali Janka, even called the New York Times reporters several times to protest the publication of their article. Although Gelatin received most of the credit for this bizarre undertaking, the event was a collaboration between Gelatin, who handled the balcony portion of the operation, and a group called E-Team, who managed the helicopter portion. E-Team was comprised of Francisca Lamprecht, Hajo Modregger, and Daniel Siepel. On February 28, 2002, the International Foundation of Art Research hosted a symposium called September 11th, Art Loss, Damage, and Repercussions. The director of Visual and Media Arts for the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council, Mukhtar Kokachi, published an essay entitled The Artist's Residency Program in the Twin Towers. Kokachi paid his respects to what the Foundation lost on 9/11. He then briefly discussed the enigmatic E-Team. A project by the name E-Team also dealt with the building itself.
The first step in this window, get the picture taken, you're gonna see, you're gonna hear, everything's okay. Then step away to the right side, leave it to the side over here, and the next one can enter. So that like as many as possible to get the picture taken.
In quick click, the E-Team attempted to make photographic portraits of people in the studio from a helicopter that was hovering outside the building. 2 members of the E-Team were in the helicopter. Another in the studio space, and people were lined up along the windows to have their portraits taken. Just to clarify, we have one event going by 2 different names with 2 different groups. Gelatin called this event the B Thing, while E-Team called the event Quick Click. When pressed for more details, Gelatin and their art dealer both emphatically denied the event took place and harassed journalists who were writing a story about them. According to an article published by Truth Alliance, Mukhtar Kokachi, the director of the studio program, insisted that the photos of the balcony were obviously faked. But digital manipulation experts disagreed. George Dash, the co-owner of Nucleus Imaging on East 30th Street, and a colleague, John Grasso, used magnifying loops to examine a copy of the B-Thing. Neither could detect inconsistencies. The angles are all too perfect, Mr. Grasso said. It looks real to me, absolutely. I've been doing this for 22 years. In his essay, Kokachi also discussed another project that E-Team carried out in March of 2001, called 127 Windows. He said, quote, in another project, the E-Team attempted to write their names on the exterior of the towers themselves. He referenced Figure 2, which portrays an artist's rendering of what the project was supposed to look like. Just 6 months later, Flight 11 would crash into the exact spot between floors 93 and 99.
Allegedly.
E-Team publicly released their footage,
Supposedly.
aka the B-Thing.
I doubt it.
And we can clearly see the helicopter crew wearing hats that feature the group's name. The people wearing E-Team hats are the same people featured in E-Team's profile on travelhome.org, corroborating that this footage is authentic. The helicopter that the E-Team flew in was owned by Liberty Helicopters, which still offers tours of New York City to the present. From the video, we can read that the model number is N666LH. The text at the opening of the film reads, the E-Team will hover for 20 minutes in front of the 91st floor of World Trade Center 1 to take your picture.
666LH, left hand. Oh, come on, bro. This is just funny at this point.
Where do you see that at?
What he just said. Look, it was 2 seconds ago.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Hold on.
Absolutely. I've been doing this for 22 years. In his essay, Kokachi also discussed another project that E-Team carried out in March of 2001, called 127 Windows. He said, quote, in another project, the E-Team attempted to write their names on the exterior of the towers themselves.
Back a bit forward.
Wow, well, so hold on.
2,
So
which portrays an artist.
127 windows, like how towers 1, 2, and 7 fell down, like how they called it the new Pearl Harbor, and Pearl Harbor was on 12/7. So, of course, 127 windows.
Yeah, these court artists were the fucking, they're doing some weird ritual in there for sure.
Yeah, it's all perfectly aligned and synchronized as well.
Rendering of what the project was supposed to look like. Just 6 months later, Flight 11 would crash into the exact spot between floors 93 and 99.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
E-Team publicly released their footage of Quick Click, aka the B-Thing, wherein we can clearly see the helicopter crew wearing hats that feature the group's name. The people wearing E-Team hats are the same people featured in E-Team's profile on travelhome.org, corroborating that this footage is authentic. The helicopter that the E-Team flew in was owned by Liberty Helicopters, which still offers tours of New York City to the present. From the video, we can read that the model number is N666.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at. 666 LH, left hand. It's like that left hand pad on the copter that they're. I'm telling you, like
Wow,
these guys
dude.
went in there and did the fucking esoteric groundwork. They prepped it for the
Wow.
ritual. Now they have to bring it into
Unreal.
fruition through the physical act. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no Mark Mess.
They
No
primed
Mark
it.
Mess, man.
Yeah, they
Wow.
primed it, bro.
Unfucking
666 LH, like obviously they named it that for a reason. Left hand.
Wow. Good catch. Good catch.
LH. The text at the opening of the film reads, "The E-Team will hover for 20 minutes in front of the 91st floor of World Trade Center 1 to take your picture in the quick click window. You can come back the next day and pick up your free quick click picture on the E-Team tower." Although the team promised to provide participants with the photographs, many assert that the participants were denied their pictures when they dropped by to pick them up. A well-known internet entrepreneur named Josh Harris, once worth $95 million, explained that he joined the group after he was introduced to gelatin through their art dealer, 24-year-old Leo Koenig. Harris told the Times that the night before the bee thing, he rented a top-floor suite at the Millennium Hilton, across the street from the gelatin studio, and invited people to what guests describe as a night of decadence. Near dawn, he and several others took cameras and boarded a helicopter, communicating with gelatin via a cell phone. As of 2016, Harris told the Daily Mail that he believes he is under FBI surveillance for his involvement in the bee thing. A female artist who knew about the bee thing in its early planning phase, Maria Hasavi, spent time on the 91st floor while gelatin was constructing the balcony, as well as watching the stunt as it was pulled off.
Why do they call it the B thing? I've even heard somewhere in time mention the B system, or one of you guys mentioned the B system earlier. Now it's the B thing. Kind of
B thing, hive mind. What are we doing?
the beehive. Behave yourself. You know.
Huh.
In Freemasonry, they love the beehive symbolism. And what do bees
Beehive
create?
yourself.
They create a hive, and how is a hive geometrically shaped in hexagons, right? Ooh, back to Saturn. Continue.
Live.
The fuck?
She detailed her account for Spike magazine in the spring of 2020. Her testimony, if true, adds a key piece of enigmatic evidence to the story. Oddly enough, the helicopter and hotel photos were meant to serve as exhibition materials for Gelatin's show at Leo Koenig Gallery the following year. Whether by coincidence or some unnameable cosmic force, the opening day of the exhibition was September 11th, 2001. This is corroborated by an article that was printed in December 2001 in a special issue of Artforum magazine. After a certain number of coincidences, even the staunchest skeptic must concede that something bizarre was afoot. Some believe that Edna Kintron, one of the infamous victims who was trapped and waving for help from the windows near the crash site, can be seen in the Gelatin video at 9/11. Why did Gelatin initially give public interviews about the bee thing before suddenly denying their involvement? Why did their art dealer deny that it even happened? Despite photographic and video proof, one line of reasoning leads us to the conclusion that the artists simply didn't want the authorities to learn their identities and press criminal charges. Another line leads us down a deep, dark rabbit hole.
Before he gets into the deep, dark rabbit hole, I'm going to throw it off a little. Okay, you see this bee thing and all. There's one thing that they always say too, right? And you see how he's talking about an art. It has to be an art dealer. It's always through this weird art, like art in embassies. They get deeper into this kind of stuff. They call masonry the royal art, just like they call witchcraft the royal art, you know? And they always say between the two, they even use the same language, right? So mote be, right? Which is really amen. This is why religions use amen too.
Stamp and crescent.
Yeah. The royal art. Yeah, the art dealer. What is that? The Grand Master? Coven leader?
Oh, I'm not sure. What is it called?
The Royal Art?
I thought you said the Royal Arch.
Art. Because he was talking about the art dealer thing. Continue.
Shortly after their crime, Gelatin published a 62-page book on the stunt, which featured behind-the-scenes photographs, pictures of the artists, and an array of disturbing hand-drawn images. New copies of the book are selling for $999, while second-hand copies are going for nearly $3,000 on Amazon. It's safe to assume this book is not intended for widespread distribution. According to the August 2001 article, the book is demure to the point of being oblique. What little explanation it contains appears to have been scribbled in ballpoint. Among the photos and schematic drawings, there are doodles of tarantulas with human heads. The book introduction reads, "Nobody, including the other artists sharing the same studio space, knew anything about their plans." We can observe from the photograph that the 91st floor was unfinished, which means the internal steel girders of the building were accessible to Gelatin. According to Simon Aldridge, an artist who worked there until the towers were destroyed, the beams were exposed and there were no walls. Those floors had never been occupied before. Gelatin filled the entire floor with cardboard boxes tightly stacked to the ceiling. We can clearly read BB18 on all the boxes. BB18 happens to be the model number for a fuse holder accessory manufactured by a company called Little Fuse. According to Florian Reitner, the team just happened to find all the boxes folded up and decided to use them for privacy. However, if there really were fuse holders in those boxes, there would likely be tens of thousands of them. There is fierce debate online whether these accessories are even capable of being used to detonate explosives, but the jury's out. The word fuse can refer to two separate and unrelated devices. An electrical fuse protects from surging or overpowering, while a demolition fuse is a wire or cable that acts as a catalyst for a volatile chemical reaction, usually resulting in an explosion. However, some have pointed out that C4 can use an electric charge to
If you
detonate.
guys
On the other
knew
hand,
the
some assert
amount
there is likely no need for fuse holders, which protect from electrical surges.
of Vegas
and demolition.
implosions I've witnessed is unreal. They fall in on themselves, just like these things did. It's crazy.
Of what kind of implosion? What did you say?
The casinos in Vegas, they
Oh,
went
yeah.
through and imploded. Like I've witnessed probably 6 or 7, and they imploded on themselves. And the way these things went off and sparked through each level is exactly what I witnessed in Vegas.
What do you mean when they do like controlled demolitions or something?
Yes, sir.
Oh, like on old buildings or something, or that they're gonna rebuild?
Yeah,
'Cause they're
that
always rebuilding.
they implode the pyrotechnic that's needed for it.
Right.
Yeah, I knew those crews, so I got VIPs with my kids when they were really little, and I was able to go where it was in the safe zone to watch them be imploded. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
I've seen a lot of them.
Interesting.
And this looks just like it. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Some would say that they would. Yeah, some would say the same thing. So many would say the same thing. I'm sure.
I have an interesting story about a casino. Personally, I've never actually gambled at a casino before. But one time my friends, oh, you can't pick me up from the casino. So I did. And he found a phone over there. And, we just guessed the password on the phone. Is there like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? And I go onto the phone. This is a long time ago. Go on the phone, and I start seeing pictures of like weed fields as far as the eye can see. I'm like, what the fuck? And I look on there, and I see like giant winnings. Like these guys are like laundering their money through fucking the casino or something. These Asian people, Vietnamese people, high rollers and shit. I see like wins for like 100 grand, like 50 grand, 30 grand, like fucking like hundreds of pictures of this shit. Like, what the fuck?
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I'm gonna fucking call I'm gonna call a number and say I found this phone, and try meeting up with these motherfuckers. So I did. So I did, and these guys are smart. I'm like, yeah, meet me. First of all, they're like, how the fuck did you even get into the phone? I'm like, the password was. Hopefully the old man never got killed because of this, but yeah, the password is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's so ridiculous.
So I met him at the fucking gas station, right? I had my friend
I'm
there.
gonna mute because I'm gonna watch.
I showed up real early, right? Because I'm like, fuck, who are these motherfuckers? There's like the Vietnamese, Asian mafia people. So yeah, so I met him up. I'm like, meet me at the fucking Esso. But I got there early, and I already know they had people waiting there early, sitting there and shit. So I was doing counter surveillance. I'm like, yeah, in case like this Asian guy gets like kidnapped or something. So anyways, I go there. It's like this fucking old Asian Vietnamese guy or something. He doesn't speak a lick of fucking English. He's like, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I just handed him like a bunch of 50s and shit. And I'm like, fucking bring me back some of that fucking weed, you know? I need my plug. My plug was moving weird. So I give him the fucking money, and like a few days later, he's like, oh, meet me over here. Fucking buddy gives me some of it was terrible quality. Like they're not even dealing with me proper. I'm like, you're gonna fucking make
Mexican dirt weed.
No, it was good weed. It was fucking.
Oh, okay.
It was Asian weed, but I'm like, for the price, like, no, I already have like you guys, who the fuck do you think I am? Yeah, so I stopped dealing with them, but I knew for a fact, you know, like these guys aren't gonna run away with the money. I'm gonna get some, but I tried.
That's
I think
funny.
he was like, I don't know who he was, like the guy was, but he was a fucking old. I thought you should. I don't know.
All from a phone you found?
Yeah, it's because I'm not fucking Asian, so they didn't deal with me properly. I'm like, I have better Asians than this. At least the Asians I know treat me properly. I thought these guys are like the super plug.
Listen, I dealt with
up.
the Kanazawa when I was in Japan the first time. I was in a small outlet. It was called Wakura. It's about 10 hours past outside of Tokyo in the Bay Area. And then I went back a second time and I worked in Tokyo, but that's when I was doing shows. But when I was dealing, this is what happened. I started in 99 as an original in the Venetian, and then I moved over to the Palazzo. Midway, about 3.5 years, they opened at Macau in China. And now Sheldon Adelson is hosting the presidents at our casino, has private jets to go to Macau to bring over his Chinese players and whatever they do and their markers. And now I've been put into the high limit room. Like I said, I dealt to quite a few different celebrities and all that. I could talk about it now because then you sign an NDA, but now because I don't work there, it's been years, it wouldn't matter. But the Asians were coming, but at the same time, they were bringing over Asians
Asians are
that were.
big in Canada. I'm in Canada, that's why.
Oh, is that where you're at?
Yeah. When I seen that, I'm like, okay, I already know I could probably get myself killed dealing with it. I didn't give a fuck. I was young as fuck, so I didn't really care.
Yeah,
Like,
there's something. Well, they were bringing them over, and what was happening is they weren't getting their hours, and so they were ending up down in the HR, and they were telling the ladies down there in the HR, and they were complaining. We spend 10,000. I come here no full time. I only have time, and they're trying to jump over people that started in '99 and have been waiting to move from like graveyard, which we called overnight shift, to like a swing shift or a day shift. And these people are coming in, they don't speak a lick of English, and they're demanding because they spent $10,000 to come over that they get their shift. And so there was a whole big bust up like around, I'd say 2005, dealing with Macau and China and bringing in people illegally and giving them a job like ahead of the line. And yeah, it was a big deal. 2005, I'd say 6.
What are the odds of that, though? You know, it's funny, though. Like, the phone is missing, and then the guy that calls wants to get his I think he thought it was a cop or something, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sure, you'd think like that, yeah.
That's probably why they didn't fucking deal with me. They're probably like, he's probably a cop. You can't kill a cop.
Yeah, they were leaving a ploy, and they're like, this guy's like.
But the Asians don't fucking play out here. For example, I remember there's like this big fight once, and there's this big fat kid, and he fell on the leg of this little Asian kid, and within a week they blew up his house with propane tanks attached to flares. Yeah,
For warning? Oh my god.
Yeah, they blew up his fucking house. I'm like, these Asians don't play around.
So we have them in your doorstep. So they've been there for like 3 years training or something. Is that correct? Do you have anything on that?
So say that again?
They've been on your doorstep just behind us. Like you're our little brothers, right? To America? But it looks like you guys, yeah, Canada
Well, look at
left
the
open a
Lincoln
door.
Park thing, right? Look, Canada is
Yeah.
like a hub for this fucking mind control. Even the the shit that happened the last few years, that bullshit. I'm not gonna say the name. But yeah, that even got leaked out of the. We have one of the only level 4 virology labs over here too. They fuck around heavy over here. It's weird.
Well,
They
besides
use this
that,
because it's a massive land, right? It's a massive land where you can hide a bunch of shit. It's bigger than the U.S., but our population
like
is
Alaska.
smaller. Yeah, it's smaller than that. But this is bigger than Alaska and all of the U.S. combined. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. We have a small population where it's less than California. So there's a lot of fucking space to hide stuff out here. So they do a lot of testing out here. And Canada is not really, no one's actually Canadian unless you're a native. So usually it's used for international fucking money laundering and shit, really. That's all it is.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. You guys were always our little brother and sister. I didn't pay attention to you very much. You didn't cause a lot of problems. And then a couple years ago, I got into this Tamara that was in some big red vehicle truck that was making her way across to Ottawa. I just started following it like a CB type thing. And then I found out she was on Facebook. So I followed that. And I was just like, oh, good. They're standing up because they didn't want to deal with having to flash some QR code to get in and out of the United States, I believe, for trucking. So I got into the Canada mode and them just being like really hardy. And then at some point, I felt like it was taken over down there in the downtown part of Ottawa as I was watching. And I got in with 2 video bloggers that were young kids that I was able to watch and then go into the tents, talk to the truckers, and they were all Canadian. Very, very good, very polite people. I mean, they like apologized for running into poles, when they were drunk, kind of people. Very nice. So I was getting the taste of the Canadian. I'm serious. Like I watched a few of it. It was fun. And after it was said and done, I kind of followed a few. I followed a guy that was in bands and doing it, but there was a lot of people that were really holding on to the whole covering their face. Like they were just in that, and they were kind of yelling like, go away, like we're just going to do what we're going to do. Like they just bought into it, that no matter what, they were going to wear it. And then I heard about the closing of the banks and the seizing, and I thought, oh, this is a
Talk about the
trial
Freedom
run.
Convoy.
Yeah, and then the seizing of the banks and, this type of thing. And I just thought, how ridiculous. But this seems like a seasonal run. They're trying this. It's just above us. And then to find out on top of it, for 3 years, we've had the China type soldiers practicing there right on our border. And now we know through certain contracts and funding that they're actually on our soil. So that raises an eyebrow, don't you think?
Yeah,
What's
they're just
going on?
testing it. They're testing it out. It was a test run.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what do you think?
I think the
Are
plan
you
is in full
following me?
effect. Yeah, the plan's in full effect.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy if you think about it. Not really. It's pretty obvious if you think about it. But it's crazy how people go along with it all.
It's so obvious. It's a fucking clown show. I
That's
see
fine.
it, but a lot of people don't see it, right? Do you get that feeling?
I think a lot of people do, but it's like the easier thing is to ignore it.
Mm-hmm. Be in their
I don't think
comfort
people are that.
zone.
Yeah, they're not that dumb. They're just choosing to ignore it, really.
So I'm going to reveal something that I haven't revealed. And I don't give a shit at this point because I think it's already out. I think people are doing. I don't have TikTok. I don't have Snapchat. I don't have Instagram. I just don't have it. But I'm going to reveal this. Just take it for what it's worth. May 10th, 2021, I went into a deep um, creative visualization is what I'll just phrase it as that. But anyways, I tapped in, and then I was kind of demanding to kind of have some knowledge as to what's coming down the pike, and I'm feeling in the dark, and I have so many other um, solid leads, receipts, patents, just different things. EOs. I just have a lot of stuff that I can put together, and I'm pretty smart when it comes to that. I was led to a meme of all things, and this meme was white. In the center was a blue circle, and then from the corner was a swooping black. I would want to say like you would want to think like something coming into the middle of the earth. I don't know if that's what it would look like, but just like a swooping black thing coming into the center of the earth. Around the edges of this meme was 4 numeral Roman numbers. So top, side, bottom, side. And all of a sudden I was just told, take those numbers, put them into Google, put a space between it, and hit go. I freaking was like, all right. Boom, 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 boom. I put them in. And how I was led to that meme was because I was deep diving on my King James, the whole thing with his demonology and writing the book and everything. And I was going into the 1175 when they originally were doing the paintings for the Bible. So that's the only reason why I came across this meme. It's kind of crazy, but once I got there, I knew what to do. So I put it in, and once I put this in, all of a sudden I hit like this quantum computer, and it just went a 300-page like explanation mark, percentage, and then a paragraph that you could actually read, and then like this computer code type shit that I couldn't read, and then a paragraph that I could read. So as I'm reading it, I'm thinking at first it sounds very glorifying, very like coming together as one, and this is where we need to go as a group on a conscious like level. And then it starts getting deep, and it's a contract with the military, basically saying like these people are between them saying we've been brought together, let's assimilate, and when the time's right, basically, you know what I'm talking about, um, then we act. But in the meanwhile, feed each other the food we like, face the east. When you pray, find your temple and meditate twice a day. And I'm going through this thing, and at first it sounds really glorifying. It sounds really good. Like, what if I tapped in? I have no idea. By the time I get to like the 120th page, this thing is telling them that this is what they've been waiting for. When we've been brought here, we're under contracts, do what you're told. The males are to be taken. The women over menopause are to do the childbearing and raising and maid. If they don't conform, taken out. All children to be taken. We are to mix and breed into another color. This is our destiny. And you guys, at that point, I'm done. I'm done. I'm like, what in the what? So that happened to me in 2021, and I haven't told anybody, and I'm online saying it because I really don't care, because I feel like it's already here. It's on our soil. It's a done deal. So it's just, what do we do? What do we do about it? Is it a destined thing? Do we get through it? What is it? I'm done. What do you think I tapped into?
So was that like a dream? Because I didn't hear
No.
the beginning part, I don't think.
No, that was May 10th, 2021. I had probably been doing probably about 4 hours worth of deep research, and I was doing the King James background and also my DNA, and I was going back through bloodlines through Mary Antoinette, and then also the writing of the Bible, and then the original paintings from the monks, and it was summoned by a woman who I'm related to, who was a Duchess Matilda. So from there, I looked up a date, and in that point comes some freaking meme, and I just happened to push on the meme, and from where does it come from that tells you take those numbers, put it in Google, put a space between it, and push go? Where did that come from? The numbers were Roman numerals, and they were on a meme at the very top of the square, the side of the square, the bottom of the square, and to the left of the square. And it was white side frame. In the center was blue, and then there was this, I want to say like a comet or a plane or what you maybe a spaceship. I don't know. It was just a black line that went right into the center. So I would want to say an eclipse. But the Roman numerals, I was told, take those, put a space between it, and push go. I did it, and then just a 300-page quantum computer something contract, whatever I got. And all I did was I took some screenshots because I kind of got a little freaked out 2 years ago. I was like, I'm not supposed to be seeing this shit. How did I quantumly connect to this crap? What the fuck did I do? You know what I mean?
Maybe you accidentally like remote viewed into a 3-letter agency facility or something.
I don't know. It was Roman numerals, and they were dates, like really important America dates, like 1776, 1976, and the two other ones, I can't remember them right now, but they were like important crash, whatever dates for America. Yeah. It was weird. It was really weird for me. So that's all I'm just saying. If you guys have ever had it, I'm just so into and in touch.
Well, I've had
it's weird.
yeah, like pretty much it's like the rabbit hole. If you're deep diving into things, it'll somehow all line up, and one thing will lead you to the other. And you'll find yourself deeper and deeper within something. So I think it's
It
just
almost
like how reality is structured in a way. If you're into that mindset, it'll all connect the synchronicities. It'll start syncing up like crazy. You can get deep into that where you realize it's all being generated off of you. So some sort of convergence with the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. When that happens, you find yourself, things lining up, and no matter what action you'll take, it'll lead you to something like that for a greater realization. It's all a learning experience, right? Take what you can, extract what you can out of it, but don't let it enchant you even further. Realize it's just a part of how things work, and
Yeah, it was
utilize
really
it.
exposing on a quantum level. That's all I can say. Because I could not read, obviously it.
Well, what does that
It just
even mean to you, though? On a quantum level, what does that mean to
well,
you as
it
a
was
person?
given to me to put those numbers, not obviously put the Roman numerals right next to each other. It was
No, but
that
I'm
was like
saying, what is your definition of quantum? What does quantum mean to you?
the actual contract that I broke into, whatever that was, when I put in those Roman numerals, it broke into another file of some kind that was a contract that I'm probably not supposed to see. That's all I'm saying.
If you weren't
And
supposed to
that's
see it, you wouldn't have saw it.
well, I saw it. Yeah, right. You're right. Exactly.
It's just an illusion. It's another trick, really. Follow the white rabbit.
Yeah, it could be AI going, oh, this girl's really into looking deep. Let's give her something fun.
Yeah, it's a stimulator, put her in the fucking dopamine feedback loop. There you
Right?
go.
Exactly. And do we separate and just view from afar and then do our own remote viewing and see what's coming?
Well, you have to have a level of discernment, the ability to read in between the lines and to extract what is good, and not even just what is good, but like utilize what is bad or what's opposing you. Because a lot of times you're gonna learn a lot more off of that than you can of what's good or goes along with whatever narrative you're trying to spin in your own reality.
Well, I would like to probably clarify this. That was 2 years ago. What did we just witness that just went down in the East? I don't watch TV. I just get clips or people talking about it. So that's
What are
how
you talking
far.
about? What, the Filipino fucking earthquake or something?
No, that's Dutch Sense. I watch it. No, I'm informed on the earthquakes and what's going on.
Last time I was on Pineals, we were talking about some shit, and all of a sudden he put on Filipino earthquakes. I'm like, how the fuck did you get the Panay earthquakes? Man?
Yeah, that was funny as shit.
Annoying.
It's annoying. Oh, it's funny. No, I'm talking about what's going on over in Israel. So if you put together what I saw, was that actually pertaining to them flying in parachutes and doing what they're doing and going on? And I actually just happened to stumble on it. Do you get what I mean? Like, is it really going to happen here, or is it something I foresaw and read and it's already taken place?
I don't know. I just know that I stand with Israel.
Well, that's the kind of like when people ask questions like that somewhere. I like using the allegory of those books growing up where everyone has to start on page 1, and then through free will you can skip to page 9, skip to page 70, go back to page 5, move around in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all there, like every possibility, pretty much if you can imagine.
Right, because it doesn't affect me in my normal day-to-day life. I'm at peace. Yeah. I'm really at peace. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's almost like that, how reality is, If you can imagine it, then the propensity is there for it to exist. But it all depends on, it's the convergence of thought, emotion, and action. Or the two pillars of masonry, Jockey and Boaz, or the left and right hemisphere of the mind, the masculine, the feminine, whatever, yin, yang. There's a bunch of different ways people have, shown this through time. It's the convergence of both. But it's also
right, alchemizing into balance in the center.
Yeah. So it's
Emergent.
thought, emotion, and then action. Right? So thought and emotion could be the left and the right hemisphere, or whatever. Right? It could be emotion and logic. You have those balanced, working in a convergence, like in a symbiotic.
Yeah, it's like it was a vision, and it
then
was
you bring it
paper.
in, and then you do a physical act. That's how you manifest in reality, for real. A lot of people that think, they just think something to existence. Yeah, you could, but you're gonna have to physically move something or physically do so. It can be as simple as just picking something up and moving it somewhere, but with an intention behind it, with a convergence. You just have to physically move something. Like for example, look at any object around you. You can literally shift time and shift your reality just by, like, right now I have like a little jar, it's hilarious. This little tiny mason jar with some bud in there. It's a little mini mason jar. So look, I'm seeing this, now I'm moving it here. There. Everything has changed at this point. Simple.
Simply put.
Something as simple as that.
It'd be a good idea to take a vote. What do you guys want? You want more panel or more fucking Order Wab Chow documentary?
It's up to you, Panel. It's your gig. You go.
Well, it's kind of everyone's gig. It's like a team effort, sort of, in a way, a little bit.
Yeah. Good conversation. Freaky, I'm looking at a tiny mason jar, Young says. I'm going to have to show you guys this on camera now. I'll show you. It literally says mason jar on it.
Show and tell.
Yeah, I'm going to show and tell right now. Even though, sign of silence, I'm not saying anything. But look. See how it says mason jar on it?
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a little tiny mason jar, buddy.
My bad. You're like hidden.
Yeah,
Yeah. I know
mason.
the mason jar. Yeah, they're called mason jars. So yeah, I've
This
wondered
one
that
actually has
before.
it. This one has it embroidered into it or whatever.
That's funny that like Young said, she's looking at a tiny mason jar too. Drop a 1 or a 2 in the chat, yo. 1 for panel, 2 for video. Well, we're gonna be panel more anyway, regardless. But,
This is my logo, though.
Mason jar, Illuminati confirmed. No says.
Full pitch if you can. Let me see that. May I?
Delta 9. Delta 9. Delta 9,
We
baby.
got some more shit over here.
Is that oak wood, or what do you got?
Maple. It's maple. We got this. I found this shit.
That looks like a fucking flask out of Aladdin or some shit.
Look at the symbology on it. There's one guy, he's like scared of it, turning his back. This guy's like hiding behind the guy turning his back. He's like a fucking shit. Then we got this motherfucker looking at it. Look, everybody's pointing at this table here.
Is that a brass or tin?
I don't know. I think it's copper because look, doesn't that kind of look like a petty?
Yeah, is it
Damn,
starting to
Cage.
turn green, maybe?
Oh no.
Yeah, Cage, you're corny, bro. Clean the rust off of there, like green rust. Or I get JG on you.
It's oxidization.
It is indeed.
You guys want to see the weirdest shit I've ever found, though?
I don't know, do we?
It's the same color. It's the same color of the oxidation as this little weird, strange book.
What is that? What book is that?
The Book of Answers, bro. I found this thing. Just like and it's kind of funny because it's the same color as
That
that.
really looks awesome. Is that like a snakeskin cover or something? What's up?
I don't know, but like pretty much what you got to do is there's instructions that are there's instructions in there. It says pretty much you just mentally think of any question 3 times and open up the book and it'll give you a correct answer. It's freakishly accurate.
That's fucking wild.
You want to ask it anything?
I got a fortune cookie recently that said your birthday, so that was pretty good. I thought that was very good.
Let's open it randomly and see what it says to you. There you go.
Magical book.
You're supposed to ask it something.
All right, what time?
Ask it and then read it for us. Okay.
Yeah, what time is it right now? How about that one?
What time is it?
Yeah, you should open it and it should tell you the exact fucking time on the page.
Oh, you gotta ask it metaphorically. It's not gonna tell you the real time.
All right, how do I feel about chocolate chip pancakes?
It says what time it is. It says it's not easy at first, but soon it becomes second nature. I guess it's that time for it to become. The time is it becomes second nature.
Time is nature. Man put something on time. There's no time, just timing, perhaps.
Read it again. Don't bullshit. What did it say for real?
I just told you. I showed you.
I didn't see it.
It was all okay.
I just heard.
Well,
heard
it says it's not easy. It says somewhere along the lines it's not easy at first, but then it becomes second nature. That's what it says. Well, what time it is? Apparently that's what time it is. It's the question you asked.
It's not easy to understand that it is never ending. And then once you wake up to that, then yeah, it's not easy, but then nature, that's pretty deep.
It's a simple roll of the dice.
What do you even put that in? Oh, is that a ring?
It's the master ring, bro.
Oh, it's a ring. I didn't know what that was. Yeah, I wish I still had some of the fucking jewelry that got robbed from my house way back in the day. But shit happens. Even when you don't live in the hood, even when you live in a decent area, shit happens. So It is what it is. It is what it is, but sometimes it isn't what it is, and it isn't what it. It is what it isn't, and it isn't what it is. Yeah, sometimes. So it's not always so cut and dry. If that makes any sense, which it kind of doesn't, but sort of. All right, no one wants to cast a vote. I'm taking this fucking banner down.
I
Putting up
actually
the
follow you.
Pedo Pogo. Just kidding. Yeah, we were holding 15 a minute ago for a while there. It dropped back down though, but I'm not a number watcher too much. Not with chats anyway, as much as I do with fucking how many are in chat versus the time versus how many minutes I've been streaming. But again, shit pops out at me, man. Like people sometimes say like, "Oh, do you just wait around for these things to like happen for there to be 33 likes at 3:33?" Like, no, I don't. It fucking shows itself. What do you mean? You know, I don't fucking look for that. I didn't do that. I didn't put 33 likes on at fucking 3:33. Anyway. All right, let's play a little bit more of this.
I've landed in a lot of chats lately, and it's like 33 when I land in the chat. Like, a lot recently.
For sure.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, these things do happen. I'm not going to say they don't happen. But, and again, I'm sure a lot of it's fucking fudged by YouTube sometimes, so.
For sure, for sure.
So what I'm wondering is how the fuck did he go from, again, this is a different series, right? So this is the Order Out of Chaos series, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, because he kind of started off with like the P to the dose.
We can go back on. We can go back on that if you want.
No, I mean this goes along with abuse of power, so you know what I mean. Like it's appropriate.
Same kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And he got White House in there, so in the title. But yeah, go ahead, roll it for another little bit, 10 whatever. Fuck minutes.
It's worth noting that many believe the group's name gelatin is a reference to the explosive device of the same name. Invented in 1875, gelignite is a sticky bomb that is used in construction and mining operations. It's also referred to as blasting gelatin or jelly, and it cannot be used without a detonator. Many believe B-Thing and gelatin combined could refer to blasting gelatin. Furthermore, E-Team could have referred to explosive team. Proponents of this theory point out that the group Gelatin officially changed the spelling of their name to Gelitin in 2005, perhaps to make the association less obvious. Some call the B-Thing book The Smoking Gun. It depicts dozens of disturbing drawings, including someone falling headfirst from the 91st floor with the words 300 meters of pure pleasure. Another excerpt reads, "Nobody but Gelatin is officially involved into the project. There will be an attorney telling..."
What do you put Zoolander? Zoolander school for kids that can't read good. Goes trolling.
telling Gelatin how to behave. There will be an attorney responsible to handle the case for Gelatin. On their website, Gelatin once featured a still frame of firefighters walking past gutless dummies in still frames that matched the dimensions of the World Trade Center windows. The still image is from real footage taken by Jules Naudet. Until recently, the Naudet film was believed to be the only footage of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center. The film has been analyzed meticulously by thousands of internet sleuths and is widely believed to have been staged to look accidental or lucky. Thanks to a Freedom of Information Act request, the public gained access to additional footage of the same frame dummies. Only this time they were located outside the World Trade Center at ground level. Why would Gelatin deliberately associate their so-called art project with the terror attacks of 9/11? Isn't that disrespectful to the victims, at the very least? What compelled them to use this image specifically? Why were these life-sized human dummies important enough for the group to include on their website? And why didn't they bother offering an explanation? Were Gelatin and E-Team involved in the preparation of the false flag attack on the World Trade Center? Many believe that they used coded language and images to announce their plans and later boast their success. Because their works are left open to interpretation, it affords them plausible deniability. However, the fact that the 9/11 Commission report does not mention Gelatin or E-Team only adds to the suspicion. Because there are plenty of red flags and questions raised, the deeper one digs into this topic. On Gelatin's own website, they reflect on the bee thing with an unsettling choice of words, describing their project as conspiratorial work. They kept very mum about it all, because if word had crept out about their coup, they could have been fined very heavily for sabotaging the national treasure. Although Gelatin's art group consisted of 4 members, photographs featured in the bee thing reveal that there were at least 2 other anonymous co-conspirators. Could there have been more? According to a 2009 article by Truth Alliance, an Israeli spy ring in America was busted shortly after 9/11, which revealed connections between the World Trade Center's art residency program and Mossad. Hanan Safady was arrested by DEA agents in connection to the Israeli spy ring. What makes him stand out is that he was listed as being an art student who was a part of the World Views program, which was in the World Trade Center on floors 90 and 91 in the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council. Although he is not listed by Gelatin as a member of the bee thing, the listing of the identities of the other 14 students who were on floor 91 at the time was never released to the public. Neither was the total list of those involved in the stunt, which numbers at a minimum of 6. The article goes on to reveal that not only was the art residency program connected to Mossad, but the so-called art students also lived in very close proximity to known terrorists. The proximity of so many of the alleged art students in Hollywood, Florida, to the alleged mastermind of the attacks of September 11th should require no comment. Equally eye-catching is the frequency with which the alleged art students had such non-artistic gifts, such as backgrounds in explosive ordnance demolition and military special operations. Their intense interest in establishing contact with drug enforcement agents opens additional questions.
So it's a very narrow construction, what we built.
Were Gelatin and E-Team involved with an elaborate plot to destroy the Twin Towers? Combine this with other suspicious so-called maintenance events performed on the buildings leading up to September 11th, such as fireproofing, elevators, and electrical power downs, many of which required full evacuations of the towers, and you're left with more questions than answers. We know the terror attacks carried out on September 11th were self-inflicted wounds. Corrupt actors that have compromised segments of the U.S. government engineered the events to catalyze unconstitutional wars. The advent of the TSA, the passage of the Patriot Act, and newfound public support for surveillance and tyranny. False flag attacks are commonly used by the globalists who wish to bring about a new world order. Ordo ab chaos. Order out of chaos.
A stunning and cowardly strike on the...
Yeah, that one, I guess part 1 is over of that. Continue.
Down. Fuck, man. That's the thing. I could end it and go to bed, or I could keep going for fucking 6 hours. It's like, but I'm definitely not gonna go for that long. But it's up to you guys. I'm down.
I went to New York, you guys. I think like November 14th I flew in, and at the time there was still barricades and such up for Queens area where a plane went down, and then in the Twin Towers area. And I met some folk downtown, maybe the second day, above like a library. It was a coffee shop. And this one gentleman rolls out his bag with his shoes that had dust still on them. And he said, I'm going to keep these, like his memorabilia. He said, I ran for my life. So I do know people were involved. So there is some, just within this last few weeks, like I've heard people stating like no one died. Is that coming from Stavely that I heard that? He believes no one died?
Stavely is one of the main people who does that, for sure. I question that because, again, if you weren't there, just as much as someone is, trying to spouts or someone trying to explain that there were people. I would be just as much to believe or not believe as someone saying there weren't. So it's like, were you there? You know, I mean, I don't know. To say no one did is a pretty bold statement, because it's like, come on, not even like a few, maybe from just like all the dust in the air and shit.
That's exactly what I thought, because
You
I
know,
did know, I did see. I do agree that it was a set situation, just like we're dealing with the last 3 years. I'll just say that.
right, right. Good point. What is your at name, by the way, of your channel? Do you know? I was trying to
It's
tag you in the
somewhere.
description.
I believe it's somewhere 702, which is the Vegas area code, my hometown. So it's somewhere 702. Yeah. I can't see the other chat. It asks me to join, and when I do that, it disconnects me from you, so I can't even see if anybody's commenting in the regular chat. I can see back here, but not
Oh,
regular
you can't
chat.
see you can't see the chat. Well,
No,
yeah,
it asked me to join because I'm on my phone, so maybe I'm not like even connected to the real deal here. So I'm just happy to be here. I appreciate it, Neil.
Thanks for coming up finally. For real.
Yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm really enjoying it. I really appreciate you and you and Gage are fun. I appreciate
It
it.
makes
Thank
it
you.
more enjoyable when people who are always, especially people who are always in chat, finally come up on campus.
Well, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that, guys. Really a lot. Carry on,
Thank you
yeah.
for growing a pair of female balls, so to speak, or having a pair.
Well, I appreciate that. This probably is a platform to maybe pop your cherry on. You know, I don't feel that you're going to come down and try and
No, I
like.
won't go. I won't go. Z mode. Sports splatter. I won't go like Paul Unslaved. Right.
Much appreciated, love.
Bro,
Much
what in the
appreciated.
fuck is that background noises?
I think that's
You
the
have
one in
some.
Mike. Yeah, it's her.
Yeah,
She's
it
got a
is.
mic.
What the hell is going on with you?
It is pretty bad.
It's like, dude, this is a fucking alien. It sounds
You know
like
what it
some
sounds
robots.
like?
Fucking...
It sounds like someone's just plugging in the amp
yeah.
to the guitar, but they're just like
Yeah,
holding
the
it there.
demon's fucking with the amp, with the aux cord. Right?
All right.
Can you try this? Can you plug them in and unplug them? Plug them in and unplug the fucking headphones, please. That'll probably fix it. What the
You
fuck?
know, I mean, honestly,
Okay, the headphones are in.
Yeah,
Tell me
it's
if that's
gone.
okay.
Yes, it fixed it. I should have said that fucking 20 minutes. I
Oh,
should have said
thanks.
that at the
All
beginning.
right.
The fuck?
Thanks, Gage. Thanks, Gage.
We'll see it.
The demon is left. Perfect.
What is this other? What is this other?
Bye now.
Wait, what do you got? 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Well, one is the right. One is the video.
That's the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Wait, so
need
can
three. We need 3 flames, bro. Bro, I made that fire. It was a huge fire. That shit's like 14 feet tall, 13 feet tall, something like that. Bro, it's split into a phoenix. I'm gonna take a picture of this. You see, it doesn't look like a phoenix or something.
Yeah, I see the phoenix.
It's like the elemental. That's
So
my
now-
picture. You know, I go to this place that have fires. You know, at least twice a month. Go fucking.
Let me see something here.
Is it a tribal type thing or what?
Nah, it's just have a fire. Be in nature.
Hey, where did it go?
I don't chop down alive shit. It's like stuff you find on the ground. You know.
Where did it go? Oh.
You've
No
taken
one's
over
live.
here.
Not surprised. What now?
You've taken over the screen.
What'd you say? Yeah, I mean, unless you wanted to play more. I
Yeah,
found
it's
this
up to you. Might
old
as well.
school. I'm down. I found this old school channel though. You should check it out. It's got doesn't have anything uploaded in the last like 11 years, but it's all old like decodes and stuff.
Let's go.
Hackers, Kick Ass, Final Destination, The Shining, Matrix. So you know it's not gonna have any movies that were made in the last decade, but yeah. Anyway, all right. No, we don't have to go down that route. We could Whoa, what the hell? That was weird. It just
It's all right.
glitched on my end in the back chat. I mean, in the back.
You guys will like this. Can I play something that's a little off of this? It's a little, but it's about the Matrix, really, and the symbolism in it. It kind of refers back to this because you know the people that created this whole Matrix idea.
Let me guess.
Because
It's about simulacrum and simulacra or whatever.
simulacra simulation. There is one little part of it, but you know it gets deep into it. I'll show you guys. Fucking ad blocker. All right, YouTube keeps fucking up my shit because oh you have an ad blocker and like it's not allowed, and then it starts fucking around.
You need a Chad blocker.
Oh my god! Look, now they're gonna.
The Chad blocker.
How do I disable that shit?
I don't know. You don't have an. You saying you don't have an ad blocker, or you do?
Oh, it's right here. No, I do. It's a malware. All right, here. I'll enable it. There, I enabled YouTube. Now I'll play. Fucking YouTube's greedy, aren't they? Fucking bastard.
YouTube is Jewy. YouTube.
You can say that.
Could call it YouTube. You could call it YouTube, like EWE, like a sheep. You could call it poo tube.
They're trying to force me to watch ads I'm never gonna use.
Fascist tube, censor tube.
Making our boys wear tutus.
Yeah, exactly. Trans tube. All right, do your thing, bro. Matrix symbolism. Let's do it.
No, but all that shit though, I blame the parents. Like, are you that fucking inept that your child could be influenced by outside forces?
Boom, boom.
What kind of parent are you? You know what I mean? Obviously, somebody who probably shouldn't have reproduced in the first place, which is their main goal, anyways. So, in a way, they're kind of right.
Wait, so where's this video from?
Esoteric Thoughts. He also died. Vindicated died. Esoteric Thoughts died. Anyone who actually brings real truth in ends up dying. That puts it out publicly.
Quran last channel is gone, and there's a new one though in its place. I don't know if it's them or not, but
well, they took down Chiron.
I don't know. I don't know if he took it down or they did, or I don't know what happened. So, but there's a new channel in its place with like 1,000 subs or like.
Yeah, Vindicated got taken out. This guy got taken. Who else recently died too? I think.
Who?
Vindicated, and this guy Esoteric Thoughts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you.
Okay, guys, this is creeping me out. Literally just 2 days ago, I was just kind of going through a list on Facebook. I pulled up this gentleman I worked with when I left in 2013 from Vegas. Kind of heard from him here and there. Knew he'd gone to Texas. Hadn't heard from him in years. Another girl 2 years ago, I just found out this last July, she was taken out by a vehicle. So it wasn't what you would think it was in the last 3 years. This person I haven't heard, but he's like my age. He was just taken out in November of 2021. So it's been 2 years that I even recognize the guy's not even active. And now I'm kind of asking questions. I haven't got an answer. And then through other people, it's more than I can count on one hand in the last 2.5, 3 years. It's absolutely insane. Out.
Were they current with their treatments, so to speak? Or were they not?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I didn't know if that's what you were trying to infer, or more so that they were like taken out, like freaking, targeted, I don't know. government if they were like whistleblowers or something. I don't know. Didn't know what you're talking about. So, but yeah, shit's real. I mean, I watched my whole friend's family pass within a couple of years. His sister passed 2021, then beginning of 2022, his parents passed, and then he just passed a couple months ago. Close friend of mine. So, but apparently he told me not only was he not jabbed, but neither were his parents weren't, and his sister wasn't. I kind of think he wasn't lying. I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth, but the father supposedly had like complications from pneumonia or whatever, and I think they put Convid on the death certificate, but what do you call it? Then the mom dies a week later. Just true heartbreak, I guess, is what some would call it.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
Sounds
so
like
he was
a targeted family if they all didn't get it and it was shedded on or
spiritual,
frequency.
or just spiritual.
Yeah,
It makes me
attack.
think of things differently. Like maybe
Ooh.
certain things just certain people have a much more limited time in this realm. So it's really interesting though, because I thought for some reason he would like pull through and like make it and be like resilient and strong about it for some reason, and then sure enough, it was just like, man, it was almost too predictable and expectable that I guess
But stuff like that happens.
I was in denial because maybe in a way I knew that maybe on
It's
some
by their
level
own
there's nothing
doing.
I could do about it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Pineal, but it's most likely, this is a possibility, a hypothesis. Because I've noticed when shit like that happens,
Well,
someone
he was
in the
doing
family.
drugs, so I mean, it's not like
Yeah, but I'd say
he
someone
was
in the
doing
family
drugs.
may knowingly or unknowingly start dealing with some sort of entity, like some sort of a being, maybe like doing some sort of, they read something and flipped through a few pages of a book, and now they're doing like, they try invoking something without understanding, and boom, it starts fucking taking over, knowingly or unknowingly. Probably. You know what I mean? If it's affecting everybody at the same time, like messing around with it, bro, I'm telling you. Or they piss somebody off who put that shit onto them.
Oh no, I think they all just no. I wasn't trying to
Or
infer that.
one person could have pissed them off. It might even be your friend. It could have been somebody in the family, something like that.
Oh no, I think they all died like I think they all died naturally, to be honest.
Because
Like,
remember one of those things. No, I'm just saying. The reason why I'm saying this is because remember we were listening to the abuse of power thing, and in there he's saying, "Oh, Jeffrey Epstein apparently one of his main threats, his biggest threat was, I'm going to put a hex on to your children or something, type fucking curse shit. You know what I'm talking about? Sounds like some sort of curse shit."
Yeah, I mean it does. I don't know. I don't think they were into any fucking weird shit, but they were Romanian and like I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I just think that I don't even know I brought that up. I don't remember what you were talking about that fucking led me to bring that up. But no, I think it's just crazy. It just shows how reaffirms or reminds how fragile and fleeting life can be, or not even can be. I mean, is not can be. I mean, is so. Very temporary.
Like vapor.
Very temporary. Yeah, like vapor, exactly. Like a wave in the ocean.
All right, but Panil, but that's a fucking subconscious program that's being put onto people. If you're some people are easily fucked.
I don't mean life. I don't mean eternal life. Eternal life is not fleeting at all. I just mean the human experience.
No,
this
so I'm saying, but you have control over it. Like if you really want, you can choose how it's really gonna go down. You could operate the board instead of being played by it. So
let me give you
an example. Let me give you an example quickly. Because remember the thing
you owe me a Coke. You owe me a Coke, Cage.
Kombucha. All right, I'm not gonna give you Coke, but I'll give you something else. But either way, think about this, right? Remember what I was talking about earlier with my mom? She got the jab and all that, and brain aneurysm, and she asked for help, and it magically disappeared.
Right.
So so the opposite thing can always be applied, right? If there's one, there has to be the other. So it's like the law of polarity in Hermetic philosophy.
Of course. Indeed.
Yeah, so that means there's a potential for the opposite, Depends on You don't have to be limited to anything, really, except your own mind, your own cage of reality.
You're such a nerd, man. With the fucking jeez, every fucking time, man.
I can dig it. I like it. I like it.
I do it. I'm just fucking around.
And shout out to the dozen people either waking up, going to sleep, or already asleep. I would imagine a few of you at least are already asleep, considering the chat is
Rolling in their subconscious mind.
Yeah, the chat's almost dead. There hasn't been a comment in
It's a
5
sleep
minutes.
channel. They're all sleeping.
I mean, it is 6 a.m. here on the East Coast, so I wouldn't blame.
Yeah, it's a
anyone.
direct connection into the subconscious. We're programming them. Let's
Fuck,
deal with
even
the problem. Should we enter their dream right now? I know.
The only
know
place where it's not the middle of the night is somewhere out of the states, so out of North America.
Let's make up some really wild, bizarre, bizarre, night dream.
I can enter people's dreams. I've done it before.
Start it, and we'll add on. Just for 2 minutes.
Doesn't really work like that. You have to be silent.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna do that. It's invasive and
I'm just kidding with you. I know all about that.
I can enter your dream. I can enter your dream next time you sleep. Anyone. You can. For example, I'll give you. There's this one kid. I was friends with him. Right. His name is Valerio. And one time we're driving. I'm in the back seat. Him and his girlfriend in the front. We're driving, and I'm like talking about reality, kind of like this, and now it's formulated in that. What the fuck? And so he's like, oh, so we're driving down there. So I'm like, let's all focus on something like a specific car. We'll make it appear in this simulation type thing, right? So this guy, I'm like, he picks like the most random car. It has to be like a light blue color, some BMW. It's very rare. Like there's barely any of them out there. So I'm like, all right. So I got the general idea, light blue BMW kind of thing. Like I think he even pulled it up on the phone, or whatever, or like he had a picture of it on his phone already. He's like, this one, and he showed, So we all focus on that car. I'm not even joking. Within less than 5 minutes, we seen the car going on the opposite end of the highway. So I already
only car on the road.
Yeah. So we're all tripping out from there. So I already primed them. I already primed their mind from that. So So this isn't like the phase. I was young. I was like a teenager in that. So I was experimenting with this kind of different mental shit from like a young age. And what the fuck are you playing, man? But anyways, so like a couple weeks later, I get into this whole entering dream thing where I'm awake. I'm in a specific state of mind. And I make a mental connection, and I try to influence, and it 100% works. So what I did was, I was living in on the Gene in the hood back then. Very So, buddy used to pull up and eat
a G. Say that again. What is that?
The Gene. Oh, just the area. Like you want to know, but hold on. Either way. So in the dream, I projected onto him. I'm like, I'll make a narrative, someone familiar. He's gonna pull up at the farm, chalk farm. It's on the Gene. Right? You can search those up. You'll figure out what it is. But yeah, so he came up, and then I killed him in his dream. In a dream, you can never really die in a dream. Usually, people wake up, and so I just unloaded an entire magazine. I met him downstairs in the dream, and I just killed him in his dream. Unloaded a magazine, and then I'm like, let's see if that has an effect. I have to make it a little dramatic. I'm not even joking. Like about 10 to 15 minutes later, he calls me. It's like fucking 7. It's like 6:37 in the morning because I knew he'd probably be sleeping at that time, probably in REM. REM sleep. No, he called me. He's like, Cage, what the fuck did you just do to me? And then I realized this shit has an effect, so I stopped doing it because it's intrusive and it works.
I don't know if I've stopped. I just have to watch myself from deep focus on who, place, or thing because I will affect it. Like I can't have electronics in my house. I don't have anything really plugged in, and I'll
Yeah, this
short
is
circuit.
back to, well, you fuck up the electronics. I used to destroy electronics too, because you don't understand how to control it.
No, not so true. It's when I write. It's if the vibration's been raised because something afflicted me, and I've actually used that. I've used that power to say no, whatever. Then the electronic will go out. So
Yeah, it's
I
an
know I.
electromagnetic field I'm messing around with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really messing around. I know when I wield it, so it's not a surprise. It's kind of happened since maybe my early 20s. So it's not a surprise. It's just I have to manage it, and if somebody locks eyes with me and they're lying to me, it's going to happen. It's just what happens. They can't lie, and the electronics go out. I don't know how. I just have no idea how to put it, but yeah, crazy.
There's
So
been a lot
nothing
of research on this. Guys.
The Matrix was about Edgewood Arsenal experiments and Operation Delirium.
Cool.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, no has a lot of good information.
I can see that.
KG Kruger. I don't know.
KG Kruger. And awesome lettering as well.
But yeah,
Awesome
like the
font.
studies they've done at
Great
Laurentian,
font.
it's like billions of wires all connected into the Earth's magnetic field. Picture that every human mind, right? And apparently, it's a simple calculation. Every thought, every experience that has ever existed, will ever exist, can easily be stored in the Earth's magnetic field. And usually, the upload-download process happens within a span of around 10 minutes, usually during dream states or altered states of consciousness. You know, there's been a lot of studies. All minds are connected. It's not just all hocus pocus fucking shit. This could be actually quantified. Like it could be substantially. You know, you could bring it into reality. You can see it. The basic test. It's not just fucking perception or. It's pretty much an electromagnetic hologram.
Whenever I've gone, and when I do, I definitely, if I'm out in the ether outside, I will get a vibration about me. When I go into this mode of feeling the energies of the outdoors or being in it or in a different frequencies. And it used to happen a lot more, probably when I was younger, but I will definitely get it. But within my own circumference of my home and stuff, because of the walls, it's a different type of connecting. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's more within myself. So
Well,
if
that
I go
stuff used
out,
to happen to me all the fucking time. I'm not even joking. It sounds crazy, but electronics would malfunction. Even Max, if you know Max, a remote viewing guy, he says his wife has the same effect, where she'll just fucking fry electronics around her. And even they've done pretty much they've done studies over there. There's a guy named Sean Herbavance, and they've done studies on this guy. He's like, they call him the man who knows their memory. All he needs to do is simply look at a picture of somebody and starts extracting information that only they would know. And it has to do with electromagnetic fields. Pretty much what happens is there's some sort of entanglement. The two minds become one due to magnetic induction, which everybody has. It can be trained, but certain people are born kind of like, you know, it's like an anomaly. Like they have this effect.
okay, so you want to hear something trippy with the father of my kids or no?
Well, why not?
Okay.
Shoot.
All right. I was 16 in Vegas, and there's a street called Fremont Street, which is separate from your main strip, or like the strip downtown, or not downtown, but the strip, which is the regular Vegas strip. Then there's a Fremont Street, which is the Vegas locals' old tavern, but they've redone it since, and they do First Friday. It's been quite a long time. But back in the day, it didn't have a canopy over the top, and people, going down it and strapped in there and whatever they do now. So it was open, and we went down there, 16 years old, me and a girlfriend. We were high on shrooms, having a great time New Year's Eve, and ran into these high school guys that were from UNLV, and we said, yeah, well, let's go into it was called the Horseshoe. And we took our picture, and she was in the father of my children's arms, and I was in the other guy's arms. After, they're high on blow, and they're like, hey, come to our flat. They're UNLV football players. We go. I'm freaked out. They're like doing the worm on the floor to the B-52s. Down, down, right? This song. So I'm like looking at my girlfriend, and we're like, the bus is leaving. So we take off. 5 years later, I have done my career. I have lived, I've done my thing. I've been traveling. I've been doing my thing. And I end up back in Vegas for a show. This person dates my roommate. They come in at 5 a.m. after a Rod Stewart concert, and I went, but with somebody else, and I'm in my bedroom. They're like, hey, come on, let's go with this dude. And she's like, I'm really not into him. I just wanted to make the bouncer at the club jealous. But yeah, let's just go with him. He's got a pink 59 convertible. Let's go. So I'm like, okay, if you buy me the time I smoked, buy me a 7-Up and a pack of cigarettes, I'm good. We get out there. Lo and behold, he and I get together, and 3 weeks later, he's trying. My friend that was with me that night when we were 16 comes over and goes, the guy in the living room, open up your photo album. I took pictures of everything. Like, I have photo albums and journals of my whole life, which people don't do now. That's one thing about tech, like a flick of the switch and it's going to be gone for so many if they don't put it into something, So I have that, and she's like, pull out that photo album from, whatever. And so I do, and she like points to it, and she's like, that's the dude. Now this is 5 years later. I date him for 3 years. I go to Japan twice. He's still with me. I get pregnant, and then I find out later the situation for us never worked out, but we have 2 beautiful children, a girl and a boy. And it's like I saw it when I was 20 before I met him, but I had already met him, which was really weird. Like, I saw it in a meditation in Atlantic City at 20 years old, and then I met him just after I turned 22, and we dated 3 years. And then we just married of our hearts. There was no paperwork. So it was like we were destined to meet, and I thought he was a freak of the week. Like, I wanted to get away from the guy when I first met him when I was 16. You know what I mean? Weird. Yeah. And then I was 22 when I met him, and I had my daughter the night of my 25th birthday. The next day, and I saw that when I was 20. I saw 2 children, a boy and a girl, and that my first child was going to be born the night of my birthday. And when that happened, I was like, oh man, this is wild. This stuff works, right? And then we weren't together, which is the most bizarre thing, for 4-something years. I went to the Bahamas. I managed a show in Freeport and then Nassau with my daughter. And then I went to Reno, and then I went home, and we were together one time, and I have my son with this man, and we're not together. So it did come. It did. The vision that I saw came and went. Like, that's, to me, is a pretty strong vision that I had. I mean, it's done and gone, and they're grown. And I have a boy and a girl with the same father. We never married, just by the heart. I mean, that's the way I look at it. But yeah, so that's my bizarre story about destiny and people and being drawn. And the first time maybe it didn't work, and something makes you say no. That's it. You're drawn to that. And it was like I had to be talked into it. I wasn't even really that attracted. Bizarre, huh?
You were 25, so she's got to be like, what, 10 by now?
Who, my daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, no. My daughter, no. How old are you, love? How old are you?
I'm older than I am young.
She said her daughter was a doctor.
But younger than I am old.
Yeah, my daughter has, She's in Vegas, and my son has two of my grandchildren. Is that bizarre?
God bless.
Yeah, yeah, they're beautiful. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And everybody, you know,
I'm still not there yet, but my age, at my age, 10 or better yet, 20 years ago, I would be considered really late in the game. But now I'd say it's normal to be 30s without any children. So
yeah, you'll
Well,
be all
what
right.
year? What year are you born? Like 70 to 73. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, this would be fun. Let's do
What are you? 73?
what?
I say 70. I say 70.
No, I'm saying you're born in 1973. I'm asking. Or-
Oh! I thought you were saying, are you 73? That's
You look a lot
hilarious.
younger than your age. I'm saying either way,
Oh, I
but I'm saying,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll
But
blow
I'm
my
saying, what
mind
year were you born? I'm just guessing 74, 73.
if you say 60s.
Well,
You'll blow my mind.
I was 20 when I had a vision. So let's just do some fun math, and then I'll tell you because I really don't care.
Tell us about
I was.
telling
What's that?
You're gonna tell us indirectly. Then, right? Well,
Also, while not telling you.
right.
The demon returned.
Oh my
Oh yeah,
God.
the demon returned in your mic. It wants the souls of the
It's just
audience.
it's time, bro. It's Saturnian time.
It wants the 12 souls
Throwing
listening.
us, bro. Just unplug it and plug it back in. I think the Oxford's fucked up.
So this Edgewood Arsenal human experiments that Noah dropped in the chat from 48 to 75, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps. The U.S. Army Chemical Corps, which, by the way, is a branch of the U.S. Army tasked with defending against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, quote-unquote, nuclear weapons. The chemical warfare system was the chemical warfare service, rather, was established in June of 1918, combining activities that until then had been dispersed among 5 separate, I'm guessing, agencies. But yeah, the purpose was to evaluate the impact of low-dose chemical warfare agents on military personnel and to test, this is why you join the service, folks, and to test protective clothing, pharmaceuticals, and V words, VEXs on people. A small portion of these studies were directed at psychochemical warfare and grouped under the prosaic title of the Medical Research Volunteer Program from 56 to 75, which was also driven by intelligence requirements and the need for new and more effective interrogation techniques. Good stuff. Overall, about 7,000 soldiers took part in these experiments that involved exposures to more than 250 different chemicals, according to the DoD. The Department of Defense. Some of the volunteers exhibited symptoms at the time of exposure to these agents, but long-term follow-up was not planned as part of the DoD studies. The experiments. Whoa, what happened? Oh, the experiments were abruptly terminated by the Army in late 75 amidst an atmosphere of scandal and recrimination as lawmakers accused researchers of questionable ethics. Many official government reports and civilian lawsuits followed in the wake of the controversy. Chemical agents tested on volunteers included chemical warfare agents and other related agents, such as nerve agents and gases, organophosphorus, pesticides, mustard agents, nerve agent antidotes like atropine and scopolamine, nerve agent reactivators, psychoactive agents like LSD, PCP, cannabinoids, and benzodiazepine, or BZ rather, irritants and riot control agents, alcohol and caffeine, etc. Nice. Good stuff. Good
You're
stuff.
criminal. Absolute criminal.
Let's watch a short flick. Why don't we? From the National Archives.
typical drill sergeant ordered his men to fall in. The squad, composed of volunteers for the test, responded like well-trained soldiers, immediately and without question. On the drill field, the men obeyed his commands accurately and with precision. A second drill sergeant assumed command. He put the squad through its paces capably. This man also proved to be an able drill sergeant, giving precise commands. The body again was ordered to fall in. The response was not the same. The squad leader thought it was not necessary for
The men who stare at goats, Project Stargate. Where they zook people with acid.
much laughter as the group attempted to give
This is the one they gave LSD to, right? The group?
Yeah. They did another one. It was like Project Midnight something where they make prostitutes and that they'd have like a double-sided mirror in like a hotel room that's set up and they zook the Johns with fucking acid and then watch how they're gonna react.
Response and actions of the drill sergeant who did not receive LSD were as before.
They use a woman to give them the acid in a drink or something.
Although starting fairly well, gave a sluggish and ragged performance.
Well, they're still experimenting on people. Why do you think this whole psychedelic shit is pushed on YouTube a lot? Oh, YouTube censors people for everything, but yeah, you're allowed to push DMT and all these other things on people, right?
After a few minutes, the men found it difficult to obey orders.
I noticed that.
And soon,
actually,
the results were chaotic.
Where is the majority of it coming from? If you're not creating it yourself, then you have no business doing it either way.
The second drill sergeant, who had performed effectively earlier in the day, was now given command of the squad. He too had received LSD, and he no longer was an effective leader.
Yeah, share my screen. What the fuck?
When an officer ordered the leader to drill the squad, he responded with, "You want them drilled? You drill them."
We're supposed to get into the Matrix shit. Look, these are just. This looks like the fakest video ever. It's like, act like you're on LSD.
Are you saying this is like a psyop within a psyop or something? It's not real?
Yeah. It's shitty acting. If they're on acid, they wouldn't be standing there. They're just probably on the fucking ground right now. Fucking, they'd be freaking out.
To carry out his orders, and he was escorted from the field. We have seen some of the effects of LSD. What effect would it have on a vital operation? Further research is required to give us that answer.
The fuck kind of noise are they beaming into people right now? You hear that? It sounds like a fucking cat purring. Bro, see, they're mentally fucking with you even within that video. Fuck these people. They think they're... You hear that shit at the end? There's like, what the fuck? Alright.
Welcome to Esoteric Thoughts. He is the chosen one, the reluctant hero, the savior, and the one who would lead his people to freedom. In order to do that, he must sacrifice himself and rise from the dead. Does this sound familiar to you? This is not Jesus. This is Neo in the film The Matrix, an extremely popular film franchise. The film bears many hallmarks of not only Christianity, but also Gnostic theology, Buddhism, Hinduism, and mythology. And the esoteric meanings reveal the religious premise the film was based on. There is too many esoteric symbols and words to cover in one video, but let's look at the main ones. Neo's real name is Thomas Anderson. Using etymology, Anderson is from the Greek root word andro or andros, meaning man, and son, which makes Neo the Son of Man. Son of Man is a title used for Jesus. His first name, Thomas, alludes to the biblical doubting Thomas in John chapter 20. Thus, he transforms from doubting Thomas to Neo. The name Neo is a clever anagram for one, O-N-E, equating to Jesus, the so-called chosen one. Morpheus is the god of dreams from Greek mythology, and he frequently makes reference to dreams in the film. Trinity completes the Trinity with Neo and Morpheus, as in the Holy Trinity in the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Cypher has a dual role, one of which equates to Lucifer, Lu Cypher, and refers to himself as the messenger. Lucifer is also referred to as the messenger in 2 Corinthians 12 verse 7. Cypher is also a Judas figure because he betrays the Christ figures Neo and Morpheus. He sells Morpheus for the equivalent of Judas's 30 pieces of silver, steak, wine, and being reinserted into the Matrix. The Oracle connects to Greco-Roman mythology, such as the Oracle at Delphi. Theologically, she operates more like the Holy Spirit, inspiring, directing, and prophesying. She is the origin of the prophecy of the One. Agent Smith is another Lucifer figure, a fallen angel created by the creator of the Matrix. He has hatred and contempt for man and wants man to remain in the Matrix in a world of disillusion. The Merovingian is based on the Merovingian dynasty, the ruling family of the Franks from the middle of the 5th century. Thus the character has a French accent. Persephone is the wife of the Merovingian, taken from Greek mythology, the daughter of Zeus. As we go through the scenes, we reveal more subtle esoteric themes. During one of the first scenes, Neo is addressed as, "Hallelujah, you are my savior, my own personal Jesus Christ." Throughout the film, Neo is referred to directly and indirectly as Jesus multiple times. The book he hides his discs and money in is called Simulacra and Simulation, a philosophical book about the relations between reality, symbols, and society. When Neo enters the ship Nebuchadnezzar for the first time, we see a plaque with the inscription Mark 3, number 11, which relates directly to the New Testament Gospel of Mark, chapter 3, verse 11. And unclean spirits, when they saw him, fell down before him and cried, saying, "Thou art the Son of God." The name of the ship, Nebuchadnezzar, is a direct allusion to the Neo-Babylonian king who besieged the city of Jerusalem, and is mentioned in the book of Daniel, in which we find a set of stories announcing the coming of the Messiah by Daniel, who interpreted one of Nebuchadnezzar's dreams. Neo undergoes a baptism, being born again when he is unplugged from the Matrix, and goes through a rebirth from the womb, signified by the pods. When Neo visits the Oracle, notice the candidates are all children, except for Neo. This goes back to Morpheus's comment soon after waking Neo. We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age. It's dangerous. The mind has trouble letting go. The same is true of people's reluctance to accept truths and leave religion as they get older. There is a placard above her door. This is a Latin phrase translated as know thyself. These words were inscribed upon the Temple of Delphi, home of the Oracle of Delphi in ancient Greece, on whom the oracle herself was based. You'll also notice the double-headed eagle of Scottish Rite Masonry, illustrating the principle of Gnostic dualism. Morpheus's license plate, DA203, relates to Daniel 2 verse 3. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. Agent Smith car reads IS5416, relating to Isaiah 54 verse 16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. In the epic car chase with the villainous twins, their car reads DE2852, relating to Deuteronomy 28 verse 52. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, until thy high and fenced walls come down, wherein thou trusteth, throughout all thy land. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, throughout all the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee. The main city is called Zion, which relates to the biblical Jerusalem, humanity's last refuge. There is definitely a parallel between the Babylonian captivity of the Jews and the remnant of humanity forced to live underground in the Matrix. Humans were exiled from the surface of the earth, while a foreign power, the machines, ruled their former homeland. Room 303 relates to Trinity, as she is one of the three forming the Trinity. This is the first room in the film and the last room used in the first Matrix film. 101 is the number on Neo's room, relating to Neo being the One. This number is symbolically shown a number of times. The Merovingian's restaurant is on the floor level 101. The car chase takes place on Highway 101. And 101 is sprayed on the wall when Neo talks to the Oracle in The Matrix Reloaded. Many of the key events and meetings occur at noon, the number 12. Trinity goes to the power station at 12 midnight. Neo goes to the Merovingian's restaurant at 12 noon. The film makes several references to paying taxes, a subtle reminder to the fact that those trapped in the Matrix are enslaved, paying more than they realized. Paying taxes symbolizes life in the Matrix and not knowing the truth. Agent Smith says, in one life, you are Thomas A. Anderson. You pay your taxes. Morpheus says, you can feel it when you pay your taxes. And Neo, in his discussion with Trinity, the Trinity that cracked the IRS database. The names of the ships are also significant. They relate to pagan gods, religions, biblical characters, and mythological weapons. The theme of the resurrection is played out a number of times. In one scene, Neo gives up his life in a crucifix pose. After 72 seconds, analogous to 3 days, Neo rises again or is resurrected. Jesus dies and resurrects after 3 days. Neo's journey in the movie bears many hallmarks of classic myths. Neo is not here to save anyone from sin, and his purpose has nothing to do with bridging the spiritual gap. Neo arrives to release us from ignorance and illusion. The people need liberation from their illusions, not necessarily salvation. In a future video, we will continue to explore the esoteric symbolism in films. Thank you.
It gets deep, huh?
That was good.
Like that one. Yeah. Yeah, it gets deep, really, you know. And obviously, look, they have to throw in the Masonic symbol in there. The Oracle of Delphi. All the different Even the Smith, you know, like the Smith, the 416 one. This, you guys are hilarious. Two-ball cane. They love installing that shit, but then people, oh, the Matrix and da 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 da. But do they really understand the symbolism and what's really behind that? Have they actually analyzed it? Do they know what's really going on there? You know, they're fucking using people. They're playing them like goddamn instruments. That's pretty much what it is. And it kind of leads into this now. We can get into the psychic vampirism and shit with Tessarion. I don't know if you guys know Tessarion. But he's been doing this stuff since like the 90s.
You talking about vampire loosh energy sucking or something?
I don't know about that term loosh, but he'll explain it better than I can. But yeah, pretty much what it is it's energy harvesting. Like it's parasitic in a way. I mean, everyone's participating in it, especially online. You know, when you go into this kind of stuff, right? This one's like a newer thing, and it's very short. But yeah, I'll send you guys a link as like a 3-hour lecture on psychic vampirism, if you want to call it that. It gets deep. It's like a symbiotic relationship. It's like an interpersonal thing where it's always happening. You know, what some people know about, like even a lot of people do this unconsciously. Unless you're aware of it and you choose not to do it, you're a part of it either way. Yeah.
But don't you think majority of people that are still plugged into their TV, electronics, they're in a hypnotized state. There's really not a lot you can do to wake them up. They have trigger signs, words, whatever. I mean, they're doing their thing and they're kind of hypnotized.
Yeah, well, it's like the society is in a state of mass hypnosis, really. You're correct about that. Ellie, you know what I'm saying? Those star positions remind me of something. Well, the bottom looks like Orion's belt. I guess that's what they call it. The 3 in a line.
Stars are beautiful to watch. They pulsate and change colors. I don't think they're anything like NASA tells us. I think they're like behind the firmament or water, and they're glistening. Like if you were to go underwater and then look up at somebody holding a crystal, I've done it, and it just shimmers and kind of falls out into different like
refraction.
shapes. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Kicked out repairman said Twilight is more than psychic, is draining us, a spiritual or soulful draining. Yeah, it's like the life essence, like the life force of the material. You know what I mean? It's like a plant could be like a host of certain things that they leech onto the plant and they use the plant for the metabolic process or whatever, like the material process, in order to create these sugars and liquid that they suck out of the fucking leaf. You know what I mean? So they're living off it.
Right, but besides exchanging their nutrients, they're exchanging vibration. And
that's what I mean. So it goes deeper than that. So
yeah, these clips, they're making their own music.
It's like in the Matrix. Back to the Matrix. Like, you see how everyone's in a fucking pod, but they don't know it, living in some dreamlike reality, but they're being used as a battery. It goes back to that. So people are being used. They're being put against each other in order to create this emotional energy or energy in motion to be harvested by a being that's not a human. You know what I mean? They're just using people like a pawn on the chessboard, Yeah, I'll play a bit of this psychic vampire shit if you guys want. Take that as a yeah.
I'm good to go. I'm here with you.
No, I mean, like, it's Pineal's channel, right? So I'll take that as a okay.
I meant Pineal.
Esoteric thought.
Yeah, he's probably doing something.
Today we have Michael Tessarion. Michael, can you tell us what is psychic vampirism?
Sure. Yeah. It's just an exchange of energy between people in which one is basically predator, the other victim. We have so many pieces that we've discovered through time about the nature of pathology, about evil, even, because I think of psychic vampirism as something that is an evil type of process. But you can just see it as an exchange of energy. Think about all of us. We all live on something else. Even if you're a vegetarian, you're living on vegetation. You're breathing the air, and that means microbes are dying. So it has to be said that we're all at some point predators, one way or the other. But this is a situation in which, say, just to make it very, very simple, two people are in a relationship, say, it could be in a family, or it could be in a more of a secondary relationship, man, woman, whatever. It is very, very, it's been proven now, actually, that there is this exchange of life force or energy in which, in the end, one person is losing energy, losing will, losing zest for life, and the other person is coasting and having a ball, basically like feeding off another person's energy. And so you can look at all the different books out there, to get the details. But one thing that must be added is that in every single book on that kind of subject, energy vampirism, psychic vampirism, or anything even sort of approaching that, it's always a case of the victim being sucked of their life force or their will or some other asset by the perpetrator, the predator. But I got into the subject because in years and years of study of this matter, I think it was 1997, something like that, when I finally started to, put something out that was more published. But in decades of studying this phenomena, I saw the flaw in that. Yeah, psychic vampirism definitely is about, some sort of abstraction of another person's will, life force, and zest, definitely. But the part that I wanted to add, which still hasn't been picked up on, is that there's also a process of dumping that goes on, which means it's a two-way signal. It's not just a mosquito on your skin sucking, out your blood, as is the normal view of it. I think that works, but it needs to be updated. It is also a process in which your body, as an energy battery or cell, a repository, is being flooded by the negative toxic energy of somebody else. And this has not been really taken up and studied, but I stand by it wholeheartedly. Because if you're in the presence of one of these vampires, not only do you have a lot of mental issues, you'll find slowly that your energy is just not your own. And that in certain projects, you'll find that there's a sort of a heaviness that comes about. And this is because that person is literally using you as a sort of processor to flush and clean themselves. And this is why often it's the best of people who attract the psychic vampire. Evil people rarely attract evil. It's always the man of virtue, the woman of virtue. You see the person of virtue, the person who's trying to better themselves, who means well, who's got just loads and loads of virtues that runs into this creature. They're attracted by your light. And it's not because they just want to.
I like how I said they're attracted by the light. An allegory I like using for this is, if you're in a very dark, it's nighttime, it's a warm summer night, and you turn on the light, to illuminate whatever you turn on the light. What is attracted to that light through the night? You see a million little flies, bugs, mosquitoes, all types of fucking moths and shit, all attracted to that fucking light in the dark.
I just had a bird in my house the other day, and my dog and I were like, what? We look over, and it flew into and I was like, let me see. So I went out my back door. I put a door in this house and made a porch with my jacuzzi. Opened that door up with the back door to the jacuzzi area and just wide opened it, and the light was more so that way, and it just flew out. But it was in here for a minute, but it kind of seemed like a blessing. I don't know what was going on, but it was in my house. Yeah, and it went for the light.
It also reminds me of this, what my dad taught me. It never made sense until I was older. But as a little kid, you know, I mean, I think we were camping or whatever. We're in the forest. I was getting fucking eaten alive by fucking mosquitoes and shit. And none of them landed on my dad. I'm like, Dad, how come they want me and they don't land on you? He's like, I'll show you. So he put out his arm, you know what I mean? Very still, and he allowed one to land on him. You know? So he observed it. He let the mosquito put his fucking nose, like a little needle into him. And what he did is he squeezed the skin outside of it. You know what I mean? Like he allowed it to land, and he was watching it, and then he put his two fingers
He
there.
made it explode.
Yeah. And it can't even stop. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you want to fucking take my blood? Here, have it all. You know, have enough until you explode. And then yeah, they literally explode. And then after that, so I'm like, okay, I'm like, all right. So I tried it. Guess what? No more mosquitoes landed on me. You know what I mean? It's the same way. Now I realize that actually has a huge, deeper meaning to it, really. I mean, way deeper meaning to it. It could be applied to pretty much, you know, how you conduct yourself in what we call reality. It's a great tool. You know what I mean?
Very, very much so. I completely understand that metaphor.
And he never even alluded to it, but I'm like, wait, I don't even think he knew, really. Like, maybe he does. I don't know if he's playing fucking dumb or something, but, you know, he's not trying to spoil it. Yeah, now I realize the significance behind that.
The silence is best known. You know it. You know it within, so.
The mosquito allegory. I'm filled with allegories, aren't I? God damn.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating.
Let's continue.
Stuck on the light, as is the comic book version of this. They see you as a kind of a dumpster, because by the time that they've met you or you've met them, these people are maxed out toxic. But you don't see it because there's a mystique. All psychic vampires have to create a persona. We already know what that is, and a mask or whatever. But they create one that is particularly attractive, particularly light, particularly effervescent. Right, because they're the dirtiest, most evil buggers on the earth. But that doesn't work. You wouldn't let them into your life, would you? So the psychopath, you know, will put marzipan on the top, have an extra sweetness, will extra love bomb you like you can't even believe. But also, as I've just implied, they'll pick somebody who hasn't experienced that before. So in your early communications with these people, and some of them are so sharp they don't even need to talk to you, you can just see what you're like. If they can see that you're hungering for love, if you've been brought up you've been brought up badly, and that you're basically desperate in your spirit for friendship, camaraderie, love, care, Jesus, they move right on in. They just have this technique. Well, think of the other side. If you are loved, if you're full and complete, they're not going to get much out of you. It'll be a very short relationship. So they not only need to love bomb you, they need you to be so grateful, so thankful. Oscar Wilde said, if I'm lying half dead, I don't question whether the hand that's mopping my brow is the hand of a murderess. I am so grateful, right? And we can enter into relationships exactly like that. And we forgive the toxic stuff of the other person because they've covered it up. These people are already moving into your life with an agenda, and they're already very, very made up. And it'll be very difficult for you in the beginning. So say you meet a guy, hey, he's a friend, we met in the street, whatever, he's driving around, he's picking me up, we're going for, to the match, we go out for the restaurant, it seems like he's just pouring, goodies on me, meeting some of my needs. And that's all it takes for the hungry person, you see, to believe that they finally lucked out. and they just can't believe their luck. And this will happen across the board. So the love bombing is a massive, massive, massive warning, actually. You know, what more can one say about that? Right. So then it's not just that they're taking resources of yours, because obviously sometimes, you know, the vampire comes into people's lives who don't have a lot to give. They're not doing well materially. They're not, you know, they're not up in the penthouse. Things are rough. And this is why I could not accept the normal definition, because people I talked to and studied, they didn't have anything to give. What would the vampire be doing hanging around? No, you've already got what they want, which is goodness. You're already trusting. You're already guilty as hell for every good deed you're doing to everybody else. Did you know that that's one of the greatest syndromes that is plaguing the world? A little voice in your head making you guilty for every good deed? You have noticed that, right? Well, if you haven't, the vampire has. And on it could go. If you go to my site on the subject, you'll see a breakdown there of that. So what this means is that defense then becomes very, very important. But if defense is important, then boundaries are important. Well, boundaries, what are you talking about? And they will break down your sense of boundary by this love bombing. You can't believe it. It's too good to be true. Or what do they say? You know, it's too good to be true. It's too sweet. It can't live forever. Well, that's right. But strangely, because we're all in this deep need, especially today, we will open the door to this kind of creature. And it'll be very difficult to establish what they are done in the past. If you thought that was going to be a help for you, go, oh, well, tell us about your previous relationships. All right, here comes the comic book story. Here comes the fiction. Because you're asking them, they're going to tell you a tissue of lies. How are you going to prove it wrong? So the way that you would prove them to be who they are is a fine science, or find out whatever you want. And that's what my work was dedicated to, is to try and give people some tools. But without this idea that you're also being dumped on, you know, there's big chapters ripped out of the book. It's not enough. You've got to know that you're being sucked of energy. Yes, sure. But then again, that would imply that you've got a lot to give. But what about those cases where you don't have a lot of material things to give? And being around you is not any more special to the vampire than being around anybody else. They could easily pick a more successful person. Yeah, but that more successful person may have a lot of boundaries, may not be so easy to love bomb, maybe a sucker, as the normal term goes. So you're the sucker, you go in, you get under their spell, you believe it's, you know, this Hollywood fantasy, and you've made it, and there's a part of our minds really, really want that dopamine rush. In comes the vampire, and for a particular period of time, 6 months, 18 months, whatever, will love bomb you, and they'll walk in rhythm with you. They'll try to also learn as they go too. But all the time, they're through this psychosomatic means, they dump their own toxicity and filth, the weeds of their being, the evil deeds that they've done to others. Right? That's all going to be poured into you. So one of the techniques then is to notice your moods and notice your emotions day by day, minute by minute when it becomes serious, but generally say, hey, you know, this morning I felt really, really good. Or I came into this whole thing, I used to feel really good, and now I don't. I'm tired. Black thoughts keep accosting me. You go to a GP, they're not going to tell you, so, you know, these conditions are a bit odd. Who are you hanging around with? You can wait another couple of millennia before those medics even get round to inquiring about your emotional state, your moods, and who you're with. It's not there, and that's what my work was dedicated to, the conclusion of the psychic vampirism program. I end on that there must be radical change in the medical profession to note that this is a case. And that's saying it, knowing that, yeah, a lot of false people can blame others, but that's in everything. If I say, well, the conditions I'm in is to do, I was with a psychic vampire, you're not going to meet her or him, but I'm telling you they were. Yeah, okay, but you know, there's a 50% chance you're a lying bugger, and no, that didn't happen, and you're just willy-nilly. You might be a psychic vampire, and you've learned the technique from flicking through a few books and know how to blame some poor innocent person and hope for the world will listen to you. Do you realize that half the people who've got shows on psychic vampirism on the net are themselves chronic psychic vampires, and that the ones who run channels on narcissism are obvious narcissists? Just close your eyes and have a good listen, and if your senses are aware. And that's what my work is to do, is to build up these hidden senses. You don't just have 5 senses. Oh, no. You've got other senses for just this purpose, but they're only awakened, once you have a certain coordination, and once you have what's known as a statement of higher value, which almost nobody has. So this is why these predators can exist.
Can this concept be applied to cult leaders and even religious leaders?
No question about that. Yeah, if I didn't imply it in the website of the program, I think I did actually, but yes, absolutely. When you hear about these gurus saying, I am here to take your karma, right? Well, wait a minute, let's break that down. There's 6,000 people out there. You're going to take their karma. It's all lovely words. And by the way, if you can cover it up with some Indian and Sanskrit words, it sounds even better. Right? It's a mechanism of words, lovely Sanskrit, words. Underneath it, it's just total illogicism and nonsense, and also auto hypnosis, because in walking in rhythm with you to find out what music you like, what poetry you like, what your schedule is, what your likes and dislikes. They're walking and studying you. You're not studying them. You're the schmuck, right? But they're studying you so that they can know what gifts to bring and what, they're schmoozing you. They're constantly schmoozing. So what movies do you like? Oh, you like spaghetti westerns. I love spaghetti westerns. That Clint Eastwood, he's just marvelous, right? But you go to their collection, you don't find one movie there. You go, oh, I'm so into classical music like you. Go to their record collection. It's all fucking Barry Manilow and Beyonce or some shit, some trivial shit. They pretend to talk about their past because you talk about their past, but ask them to bring out the family album. Now, it'll be a big box full of, even if they have photographs of the past, there'll be this. And what's this? A big box full of disheveled snapshots, because that's right, they're episodics. That's how they live their life. Check it out. Cross-reference their stories. Do some homework on your own side. And most importantly, if you go to a party or something like that, and I list a lot of these things on the site that you can do, observe their behavior in different company. Pretend you're not, though. Don't give it away. Observe their face, their manner, their behavior when they're in. So one guy I knew that was doing this, he would, and this was a house that always had parties. It was one of these frat houses, some ugly thing. And that person would always exclude himself from the party because he was watching this girlfriend of his who he thought was a psychic vampire. And so he would go, look, I got homework to do. Oh, I'm on the phone. I'm doing my homework, the schoolwork. I'm way behind. And so he never went to any of the parties that were raging upstairs. What he would do though is step outside for a smoke and watch through the window this girlfriend of his. Well. Let's have an education, because the person's persona obviously was very, very different than the one that they were portraying to him. You see, this kind of caper, and you can do it across the board. It's a very handy thing. But see, I think that the psychic vampires always show you who they are, but you are not able to digest it. So when you hear these gurus, for instance, in the East, and not just in the East, there's a lot of them in the West, of course, they are going to be people who are excellent with the sophistry. They have perfected a certain rhetoric. They may love bomb you to hell in a multiplicity of ways. One is just telling you that they're going to get rid of your karma, or you're going to the, be in the paradisical other world, and we know the path and all of this. And how are you going to tell the difference? If you haven't actually studied the roots of religion, the roots of mysticism, which is almost a lifetime of a study, how are you going to know that this individual guru or this individual guy on the banks of the Ganges or anywhere else in the world is telling you a tissue of lies? There's entire institutions in the East, and I suppose in the West, that are built entirely on lies. Nothing they say about their religion, the origin of their beliefs, has any proper, correct chronology behind it. It's just made up junk. But because it's highfalutin words and highfalutin, decor, optics, you go for it. So absolutely. In fact, you could almost think that the world is predated over by these cults. There are a few exceptions, and there's definitely a few exceptions in terms of religion or mysticism, certainly. But the vast majority of institutionalized schools of thought, particularly in the East, are totally vampiristic and totally inhuman. And they purvey the techniques of auto-hypnotism. so that they can, have not only a mass control, they have powers, but they also want you to sort of condition yourself. So a lot of the practices that they get you into, looking at mandalas, say reciting mantras, rolling beads, hanging out with others to chant, all of that, it's got to be thrown out. All of that. It's rubbish. Nothing to do with mysticism. Fasting, changing your diet, changing a lot of things. Watch out for it. Do it when you feel that it is right. But even then, be very cautious about the mood changes, your psyche changes in your consciousness when you get into all of these things, and how slowly your reason is being eroded away by these idiotic rites. Just watch out for. I'll be doing a lot of programs, and or not a lot of programs. I'll be doing a mammoth program on non-dualism, which is creeping through the West right now. It's largely based on some of this, Eastern divination. We don't want to get into it now, but I'm working on a project there to, again, hopefully stave off. The love bomb there would be just simply a feeling of non-responsibility, going back to an infantile state in which other people are taking control over every aspect of life. Reality is proven too difficult, but I know a way to go back to the pleasure principle. But I have to disguise that. The optics are it's a really holy philosophy. It's nothing of the kind. It's just a stupid ass doctrine come about from a big hodgepodge of lunatic Eastern beliefs, that just don't die off. They don't go away. And so I wrote an article, I think it's called Stilling the Mind. It's on the Michael Tsarin site, which will, introduce people to the chicanery, stilling the mind, especially in the East. But people can easily see the Western equivalents. It's vampirism when any great crowd of people working like an energy battery are just, hail, hail, hail. So you get this in the mega churches. The whole thing is absolutely remarkable. The vampirism there may be just making the guy rich, super rich, but that's still a form of vampirism. And also anyone who is using your virtues. See, the great psychologist R.D. Laing said, if I trust and love, there's a little bit of a vice in that. Because if I'm a trusting and loving person, I automatically imagine that the person I'm with also is a lover and a truster. Who told you to believe that? Who told you to believe that without trusting it? So without testing, you see, things like that. So watch out your own virtues, how they bring you down.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
These things are the sin of idolatry.
You ever heard of Dion Fortune?
You asking me or Sean?
Well, anybody.
I don't know. Go ahead. Fill me in.
Yeah, she has a lot of good work. This one's called Applied Magic by Dion Fortune. Not a lot of, it's long. It goes deep into it. Now now you're getting into the solution of it. Learning what the fuck they're trying to play with. It's not even playing with it, they're using it. It's if you don't really study this or understand it to a level, it's like trying to fight somebody with, you're like trying to throw a rock at them or hit them with a stick, and they have it's something beyond nuclear weapons.
Yeah, no, I have definitely dabbled all the way into alchemy, and also with Martin Liedick and autodidactic and Bernai, and there's a whole bunch of different avenues outside of. That's why I kind of like what you do on your channel, because it dabbles in a lot of the stuff I watch. I like it.
Yeah, it gets deep, and really, it can't be put into words. The real stuff, you can't really say it either way. Maybe that's what they're alluding to. With the whole one finger over the lips and the sign of silence. You can't even. You think they could even? That's like a low level approach to it, really. Like you couldn't even say it if you wanted to. Why? Because it can't be put into words. It goes beyond words, really. If you want to counter-react that.
Well, it kind of goes to the symbolism that if you look at a symbol, whether it's sacred geometry or ancient signs, all they needed was one sign, and it completed a whole story with just that. Say yin yang. That's the oldest sign that is on Earth that we know of, is the yin yang. Do you agree with that or not? That being the oldest sign.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe the idea of an opposing force has, because we do live in a dichotomy, or it's like the law of polarity kind of thing. So I do agree that that's probably one of the first things that people could realize, that there's an opposite of everything. Or just
yes, the duality.
But the yin yang is I want to say that's the oldest symbol known to us. No, if you want to look literally like that, but if you want to look at the reason behind it, yeah, I could agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm with
So it's
you.
like a half. Yeah, so I kind of agree, but depending on how you look at it. Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the circles that have been done overnight in, say, a wheat field in England? And it was a big phenomena, going into the early 90s through that era. It's not really projected very much now. What do you think that is? What do you
And like,
project?
if you think about it, like the yin yang thing, it's not just like the law of polarity, but it's the convergence of both to create the whole. So you have the negative and positive, and that creates a circuit. You have the ground too. It's a basis for all symbology, really. Sigilization, everything.
Well, they're able to put in such perfection of sacred geometry. Those patterns, to me,
Everything is geometry. Exactly. Why do you think the Masons have the compass and the square, right? To create straight lines and circles. And this is why you have the monad, It's like a dot within a circle. And that's pretty much like, if you put a compass down, that's the dot in the middle, the center point of creation. And then you create a boundary around it that's usually in a circle. That's why witches and shit, the circle of protection, the circle.
Yeah.
That means like sealing yourself in your own kind of little reality. Yeah.
What I'm getting at is like the beauty in the star forts that are built.
You got the fucking demon back making noises again. You gotta unplug it. You don't even have to be, just unplug quick and plug it back in. It'll be gone.
All right.
Has it fucked off? Yeah, it's gone.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's gone.
Jeez,
got
what's
rid
going
of it.
on?
See, I'm telling
Thanks.
you, it's simple. Simply like
creeping in here. 6 o'clock in the morning.
Gone.
What are you doing? Right?
We've
what I was getting at was just an image. Is two that are in my head right now, and I just want to get your. We're talking old world architecture that we cannot duplicate or figure out what the heck it was, and we know that they speak of the giants, right? We know the Nephilim. There's all types of creatures. They're huge. We have buildings documented and kind of ruffled over and turned into whatever. I mean, it just goes on and on. So we have those, and they're just huge stores, 30-foot tall. I mean, you couldn't even lift your hand up to get the handle. Okay, and they're made out of iron, and it's beautiful. And then you have these fields that are laying out these geometric patterns that are so beautiful from a bird's eye view that it almost talks to my subconscious. I don't know what they say, like it's not reading to me like a download, like I know it is, but it's in binary form, and I just know that inside, but it's such a cover up. Like there's no decoding. Where are they coming from? What is it? Are they coming from across the plane in this realm? I don't know. I mean, that's just my questions, but I just wondered if you ever thought about that. I'm out on that one.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying there. You're a bit all over the place, but what's the exact question? If you could put it like in a few, like a couple sentences and give a proper response to it. If you can, I don't even know where to start on that one.
Well, yeah, because it's kind of deep. It is across the map. It is all over the map. It's going to old world and the structures that were made, and specifically the star forts that were used with canals that we have dug deep enough to realize these things are beautiful. They're just stunning. In comparison, even with and they're all over the realm, like from one end to the other, comparison to the pyramids. And then we have in the fields of like Europe, we have geometric patterns that are being put down that are absolutely stunning. If you look at them they're just stunning. And it's like my cellular memory tells me those signs mean something in the binary form, and it's a language, and I don't understand it. So that's all I'm getting at. Like the star forts mean something, which is free energy that is lost to us. We are declining as a people.
What's a star fort? What is that?
Oh, you
What does
have
that
a
mean
whole journey to go down. Yeah, that's a big rabbit hole.
Well, I'm just saying, what does that mean to you? Like, what is the idea behind it?
It's huge structures built, which in the Americas, they would want to write it off. They were used in the Civil War and built. But in the deep
Where'd
dives
you
that
get
we've
this
done,
information?
we've been doing it for 5 years. There's a group, there's a Burneye, there's an Autodidactic, there's a Martin Leedick. Those are just a few off the top of my head. And then there's a guy that does earthquakes, and he's actually breaking some ground and showing the star forts that they're like dig holes. They're just where we're doing mining and digging, and they've been run over, but they're beautiful. If I ever get a chance somehow, yeah, you need to look up those guys and just kind of take a journey for a little while out of this.
I appreciate what you're saying, but can I ask an honest question, though? I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, are you under the influence of any sort of a pharmaceutical, like a pill or something?
Oh, no, not at all. I smoke a little pot, and it's 6 a.m.
It's
No,
just
I'm
the
good.
weed?
Yeah.
No, but the entire time, though, like, I don't know. There's something there. I don't know you very well, but I could sense something there. That there's, are you sure no pharmaceutical?
Nope, not at all. I had
Good.
breast cancer in 2017, and they wanted me on a bunch of stuff, and I quit everything they tried with me. And the guy that over treated me and the surgery and everything is actually in jail for 20 years. So yeah, I'm completely against pharmaceutical or anything. I just smoke my my marijuana.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, so I was saying it's all about the now, right? So we got to reprogram. Well, we don't got to do anything, but a good choice would be to, reprogram your conscious thoughts, and, you know, that will, over time and repetition, override the subconscious programming that's been instilled into everybody. Because for some reason, there's some unresolved thing with everybody, including myself, probably. I'm not judging anyone or anything like that, you know? You gotta judge myself first. It's within everybody.
No,
gotta get rid of that.
I felt the tension and the programming coming really strong just through the later part of the 80s and I'd say the 90s. And
Honestly,
from there,
I have patience with people because I realize they're actually a victim, even unknowingly, and it spreads through generation.
oh yeah, absolutely.
So it's
Absolutely.
being done very purposefully. So I'm not gonna be mad at people. If I'm gonna go after anything, I'm gonna go after the fucking source of it. You know, the root. It's like a weed. If you don't get rid of the root, the motherfucker's gonna keep going back. So.
Oh yeah, they're trying really hard and they're pushing really hard. Like they've pushed up their agenda so fast right now, it's spinning heads.
Yeah, so I
People
have
are
patience with people, but yeah, you've been completely brainwashed, just like everybody else, really, including, well, not me, but it's been attempted on everybody. Unless you realize that, if you think you never have been, then you know you're like the best agent is somebody who doesn't know they're an agent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could be true. I would say for me, I didn't watch TV even as a kid, and I started professional dancing and traveling. So at 17, so I missed, like I said, I missed
Yeah, I
all
know
those
because
nights.
the TV told you to, and your dad said that
No, not
kind of didn't
particularly.
encourage you, but he's like indifferent with it. He's like, you know, he's like, hey, accepting of whatever. He's like, oh, I don't know. He shrugged his shoulder. But I'm telling you, it's
No,
been
he went
completely.
against. Actually, kind of went against it.
I
Probably, pretty
remember what
much.
people say, and like I said, I'm still saying it. Now we're revolving back to it. It's been a
Mm-hmm.
typical social engineering project that's giving a typical result. It's all easily fucking predicted in that
Well,
sense,
no,
right?
when I looked up the actual statistics of the people that would land a job that I did and be paid to do what I did and travel the world and be a professional showgirl, born and raised in Las Vegas, graduate from Las Vegas High, like the statistics, it's so minute. It's like
Well,
0.00 something
well,
percent
that's
of people.
that's like everything though. Like look at
I know, but you're trying to say that I was
they have.
programmed.
Well, I'm not saying that, but even look nowadays, and I'm not even talking about you. Get you
Mm-hmm.
out of this. I'm just saying the whole program in general. You know what I mean? Everyone's affected by it in some way or another. Like
Well,
nowadays, you know, the show. What about OnlyFans, right? Yeah, some of them are making millions of dollars a month, but then there's a bunch of fucking people doing it, and they're barely getting anything. But they're giving
and
up
see,
something.
that's a whole
They're being
world
programmed.
I don't even know about. Like, you know about it, and I don't.
I
I
don't
don't
really
even
know
have.
about it. I hear about it.
Right, like I don't have Snapchat. I don't have Telegram. I don't have
Well, now
all
I'm
those other
saying
ones.
now it's a new program because things adapt, and
Hmm.
now it's even
Oh, okay.
more amplified. It's amplified to a different degree now. It's a lot stronger, and this is what
It's
it directly
desensitizing.
affects. It directly affects you because these younger people are the ones that are running shit or are gonna run shit when eventually. But who's really running it? You know, it's just being changed in a different way that is being primed or something
Oh
like that.
yeah, yeah. I don't fight you on that at all.
That's the way it goes, you know. Just
So true.
changes up, you know. The time, it's adaptation, which to counter it, you have to learn how to adapt and deal with each situation in the best manner possible, transmute it, whatever.
Yeah, something happened for me for 2011. I was struck by a car, and that video that you were just playing actually plays into a role for me making the decision. It took me 2 years to focus and know exactly what I needed to do, and that was move out here. And that was 2013. So it was 2 years. And ever since I moved from my hometown and out here, it's just the Midwest. It's a flyover country, type town. And it's like I've just been preparing for the creepiness that's been happening in the last 3 years. I'm just in my own little space here, and I'm not worrying about what's going on in the bigger cities just yet. New York, LA, San Francisco, Vegas, I wouldn't want to be in it. Are you up in Michigan or you're in Canada?
Yeah.
They're coming down on you guys pretty hard. You were able to avoid it?
Not affecting me. I'm a concern for other people, really.
Yeah, that's where I've been. So
Everyone
what do
has
you
their chores, you know. They can do whatever they
Yeah,
like.
yeah. But once we start waking up to more and more of the lies that have been laid out, don't you think that there's a fair, righteous anger that could come behind that for like myself and my daughter who basically was fraudstered into it, thinking and now she's having neurological problems at her age, um, but is in denial and we're having a hard time with our relationship. Like it's messed up some families, you know, really bad.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I
I don't
know.
even.
Remember the example. Remember the aneurysm example I gave you earlier?
True. with
Yeah,
the
so it could be
mosquito?
changed. No. Remember I said my mom got the jab and then had a brain aneurysm and it magically disappeared through
Right,
psychotherapy.
right.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, there's ways to get rid of that. And you don't but the only way to do that is to fix this. There's something within most people that it's a program. It's a program or an agent of the own mind that's blocking people subconsciously. It's a subconscious injection that someone injected into them, or but they allowed it. They held out their arm and allowed it.
Mhm.
You know,
I know.
but in a way, not even physically. Way before that happened.
Yeah, they
So
were
you get.
mentally conditioned into it.
So you have to root it. You go to the root cause and you unroot it and replace it with a proper seed, and then none of that can affect you. It'll all go away. And as a mother, you should be doing that. You think
Oh yeah.
as a mother,
I
you have to
just gave
think.
her.
You think. Start thinking like this instead of, oh, she has a neurological thing because she got injected. Be like, no,
No,
I'm
you
her
don't
mother,
understand.
the mind is way too powerful for anything outside to affect it, and it's already resolved.
No.
And keep
No,
that
she just
intention.
came out
You have
here.
to know it. You have to know
She
that beyond
just
knowing
came
it.
out here.
Yeah, like
And I have the supplements, the minerals, the fulvic in the mineral. I have the draining of the metals with the hot tub and basically it's an
if that makes you
iron.
feel better, that's not going to work unless you truly believe it. But yeah, you could do physical things like that. That's pretty much like a ritual.
Well, she's a
Right?
physical therapist herself, so she's
Well,
healthy.
maybe you need.
I mean, in all best interest, she's healthy in the most part until this. I mean,
All right, it's already resolved. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
that's what I tell her. That's what
Well,
I
that's
have
what's
good
going to
for you.
happen. You're good. Don't worry about it.
And
There you go. Done. Because
lay
it's
loving
as
hands.
simple as that. But you have to. It's beyond knowing. Like it's an automatic function. It has to be so deeply ingrained into your being. Like, it has to be your program. You have to embody it in a way. So it's like
Well,
it's already
I'll
done.
let you know. I did that with my dad. He was 92. I flew out to Vegas. He'd had a stroke. He had been laid up in the hospital in the ICU for 3 weeks. And my daughter, she was in actual school at the time, and she's like, "Mom, your brothers don't know what to do. He's just laying there. He gets his food, and nobody's feeding him." So I flew out the next day. I got him home, and they just plopped him. And my brothers were all set, and they didn't tell me they were putting him on hospice, and I didn't know. And I was stood by his side for 3 weeks. I massaged him. I laid every bit of energy into him. I massaged every fiber in him, and he recovered full on. 92 years old, and he was just like, "I'm so happy to be home. Please don't put me on that." And my own brothers went against their word, and I flew home after 3 weeks to get my dog. I was going to drive out, and he passed away after 9 days because they put him on the drugs from the hospital for hospice, and they went against his word. So that was 2015. And then I found out in 2019 that in actuality, I have another sister, and the DNA showed that he wasn't really my dad, and I was his advocate to the end. And that kind of devastated me. So that's a big leap to get through, and figure out, your siblings that you grew up with, which were dark hair, dark eyed, and I'm blonde hair, blue eyed. And through some DNA test, I found out that they're half siblings after my father passed away and after I put that 3 weeks into him and physically got ill because I healed him from a stroke that he had. It was pretty, it was all I had. Basically, that's where I got the cancer from it because I didn't release it when I got home. 5 months later, I found it. So it all has to do with releasing, breathing, doing therapy, relaxing your body, letting it go instead of keeping it within. And then when I found out what my brothers had done, I mean, it tears your heart out. How could they go against their word?
Because like I was saying, it's a social engineering program. It's been going on for a very, very, very long time, hundreds, if
Oh,
not
it was
thousands of years.
pathetic.
And what it is it's an emotional based thing, right? Emotions are energy and emotions. So it's a tool like
Mhm.
anything else. If you learn how to to harness that energy and direct it. That's the last thing anyone, the powers
Well,
that
I
be
did
want people to
harness
learn.
it and I
No, no,
healed him.
no.
But
Yeah,
they went against their word. So that broke my heart. What am I going to do? I'm human. Like that was really hard. So now I'm where I'm at and I understand it. Like I see what it is. And I honestly don't speak with
yeah.
any of them.
So what Buddy was saying earlier in the last video, it's people, it's self-hypnosis, right? Through the language that we use. There's NLP. There's all different types of techniques where they put people into a state where they're it's like self-conditioning. They self-condition themselves to a point where they're just emotionally reacting.
Self-soothing. Yeah. And
It's all me, how I'm reacting. How did it affect me, other people. How did that make me feel? It's fucking retarded. It's literally mind control at the finest level. Like, these guys aren't playing games. They're good at what they do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like they wanted to go the full Monty with me and I stopped after one round of chemo and I was like, for just a small... Yeah, it was really bad. And that was my big turnoff with I've never really dealt with them, but that was 2015, 16. And it was ridiculous.
Well, look, you go to a doctor and look, it's all within the language, right? You can doctor the results.
That's what they
doctor
did.
the evidence. Yeah. What does that even... Doctoring means like creating an artificial thing that's trying to push a narrative, You just made a bunch of... How much did you pay for that shit?
Oh, the guy's doing 20 years right now for medical fraud because he did it to like other patients. Like that was his thing. So he was doing over treatment. Yeah, he went away in I think 2021. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because a lot of sick people get into that fucking shit because they're able to,
overbilling, over treatment, all that stuff.
Well, it gets deeper than that. Not even about money. Some of these people it's like the worst psychic vampire you can ever imagine.
That's how I feel about psychiatrists and them going to it's bad. Instead of going within, they go to somebody else to tell them what to think, like from their indoctrinated schooling.
The Hippocratic Oath, it's like the hypocrite oath, of course. The caduceus. Fuck off, man. Serpent oath.
I know. Do you think Sean fell asleep on us, or what are we doing?
Probably.
I'm snoozing. Do you have his keys so you can play a video if you're up to it, or how are you feeling?
Well, I have this loaded up with Dion Fortune. She gets deep with it. But this guy's narrating it. It's hard to find. I have it up here.
Okay.
I don't know if it's probably too deep for people, though.
I can't see the regular chat to know how many people are in here. Like, if I push on it, it takes me out.
I could check. Hold on. How many got? You got 15 people in there. There you go. On my end. All right, we'll play. Yeah, we probably shouldn't even play the unfortunate shit. It's too deep for the 15. We'll go to something a little. We'll go to something I created through AI. Uncensored AI.
Okay, nothing weird like some techo stuff that one dude was playing.
No,
You know, he got a tinfoil hat on at his piano or something. It was crazy.
It's all facts, man.
Okay, let it rock.
It's called Unveiling the Shadows.
Welcome to Caged Reality. Enjoy this original documentary created by us. Have you ever wondered about the unseen forces shaping our world?
Hold on. The metaphysician said he wanted to hear the Dion Fortune. All right, Dion Fortune. If that's what you want, we'll play it. It's actually good. Don't mind the voice. I'm not I don't know who the fuck made that, but they actually took the time to read the entire book out, so you can shout out to them. Coleman or something.
Give them a heads up how long it is, what you're playing.
It's over fucking 4 hours.
Well,
So, you know,
are you going to
I don't care because
Stop.
I'm not gonna even commentate. You know, I think I'm done the conversation, and I'm just gonna let it play because I'm logged in on two different. You see how there's two cages here, one at the top, one at the bottom. The two flames up and one. So I can just leave and fucking let this entire thing play.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it was nice
I can
meeting you,
fuck
Kate.
Yeah, I can just fuck off and let the entire 4.5 hours play until
You got it.
Sean wakes up or whatever, you know.
Yeah, sleep tight, Sean, if you're asleep. And you have a good night, Cage.
All
Or
right,
morning. Yeah, take care. Bye now.
Much love.
Much love.
Applied Magic by Dion Fortune. Chapter 1. The Occult Way. The mystic way that leads to divine union is so well known that it is often forgotten that there is another path, seemingly totally different in route, that leads in the end to the same goal. We are so accustomed to hearing the renunciation of the world and the abnegation of the self set up as the only true path of the soul which seeks the highest, that we hardly dare whisper that there may be another path. The path of the mastery of manifested existence and the apotheosis of the self. There are two ways in which God can be worshipped. We can worship him in unmanifested essence, or we can worship him in his manifested form. Both ways are legitimate, provided that in worshiping the manifested form, we do not forget the essence, and in worshiping the essence, we do not confuse it with the manifested form. For these things are the sin of idolatry, which consists in a wrongly placed emphasis. The mystic seeks to worship God in essence, but the essence or root of God, being unmanifest, eludes human consciousness. The mystic, then, in order to conceive the object of his worship, has to transcend normal human consciousness. It is not possible to know the inmost nature of a state of existence unless we can enter into it and share, in some measure at least, its experience. The mystic, then, has for his task the freeing of his consciousness from its habitual bondage to form. It is to this end that the aesthetic discipline is directed, killing out the lower in order that the higher may be set free to unite with God and therefore know him. The way of the mystic is the way of renunciation till he breaks all the limitations of his lower nature and enters into freedom. Nothing then remains that can withhold him from God, and his soul flies upwards to enter the light and return not again. But the other path is not a way of renunciation, but a way of fulfillment. It is not breaking away from the path of human destiny, but a concentration and sublimation of that destiny. Each soul which takes that path lives through its own experience every phase and aspect of manifested existence and equilibrates it, spiritualizes it, and absorbs its essence. The aim of those who follow this path is to obtain complete mastery over every aspect of created life. But when we say mastery, we do not mean the mastery of a slave owner over his slave. Rather, do we mean the mastery of the virtuoso over his instrument, a mastery which rests upon his power to adapt himself to its nature and enter into its spirit, and so draw forth its full capacity of interpretation. The adept who has gained mastery over the sphere of Luna interprets the message of the moon to the world and shows forth her powers in equilibrated balance. The kingdom ruled by the master of the temple is no absolute monarchy. He does not obtain that mastery in order to make thrones, dominions, and powers serve himself, but in order to bring them God's message of salvation and call them to their high heritage. He is a servant of evolution. It is his task to bring order out of chaos, harmony out of discord, and reduce unbalanced forces to equilibrium. The Vedanta teaching of the Eastern tradition clearly distinguishes between the devotion of the unmanifest God, the spiritual essence of creation, and the manifesting aspects, or gods. Identify the self with the partial aspects, which are the yoginis and the various powers, siddhis, are attained. Identify the self with the Mahi Yogini herself, and the man is liberated, for he is no longer man, but her. With what a man should identify himself depends upon what he wants. But whatever it is, he gets the power if he but will and works for it. World as Power, Power as Reality by Woodruff. What ought a man to want? This is the next question we have to ask ourselves. The answer to this depends entirely upon the stage of evolution we have arrived at. The soul has to complete its human experience before it is ready for divine union. It must pass the nadir of the descent into matter before it can come on to the path of return. We are not ready for the mystic way until we are approaching the time of our freedom from the wheel of birth and death. To try and escape from that wheel prematurely is to evade our training. Like the racing yacht, which fails to round the outermost marking buoy, we are disqualified. We have not fulfilled the conditions of liberation, which command that we shall shirk nothing and leave behind us only that at which we have mastered, equilibrated, and outgrown. It is false teaching which bids us eradicate from our natures anything which God has implanted there, as false and foolish as hamstringing a spirited thoroughbred colt because it is wild and unbroken. The love of beauty, the vitalizing urge of clean, normal, healthy instinct, and the joy of battle. We should be poor creatures indeed. Without all these, God gave them to us, and we may presume that he knew what he was about when he did so. Who are we to judge his handiwork and condemn that which he found good? What God's law forbids is the abuse of these things, not the use for the purposes for which they are intended. The path of the hearth fire gives a far sounder and more effectual discipline of the instincts than the hermit caves of Thebes, with their aesthetic tortures and self-mutilations, doing violence to nature and outraging God's handiwork. Frightened by the elemental forces when he meets them unpurified and unprepared, the ascetic flees from what he believes to be temptation. It is a far sounder policy to equilibrate the warring forces in our own nature until we can handle our unruly team of instincts and make them draw the chariot of the soul with the power of their untiring speed. The day will come for each of us when we shall be freed from the wheel of birth and death and enter the light to return not again. If we try to put aside the elements and their problems before that day dawns, we are shifting our helm for the homeward course before we have rounded the marking buoy. We are like the man who buried his talent in the ground because he was afraid of it. Our Lord will not thank us for our misplaced devotion to an unripe ideal, but call us unprofitable servants. The key to the whole problem, like so many others, lies in the doctrine of reincarnation. If we believe that all human achievement has to be accomplished in one life, and that in the end we shall be judged, we are liable to be stampeded into an idealism which we have not yet attained by a process of natural growth. Freedom from that wheel, the abandonment of matter, divine union, these will come for us all in due course of evolutionary time, for it is the aim of evolution to bring us to them. But that time may not be yet, and we are very foolish if we allow another, however advanced, to judge us for where we stand upon the ladder of evolution, and decide what is to be our next step. Let us have the courage of our convictions and follow our own deeper promptings. If our urge to worship God in His glorious manifestation, let us do it wholeheartedly. Therein lies the way of attainment for us. This does not mean the unleashing of the impulses. The dance of nature is an ordered and rhythmical movement. We must not break free from our place in the living pattern, or we will spoil it. We must work with nature for nature's ends, if she is to be our mother. Here is discipline enough for any soul. If, on the other hand, our prompting our awards a withdrawal onto the mystical path, let us ask ourselves honestly whether we are following that path because of the call of God in our hearts is so strong, or because we have found life so difficult that we want to escape forever from its problems. Chapter 2. Some practical applications of occultism. When I first came to the study of occult science, it was extremely hidden and secretive. The various open societies that existed were either purely exoteric and elementary, or else they were really quite bogus. So it was difficult to know where to look for any real teaching. Consequently, unless one were psychic, one was completely debarred from any knowledge. But this is no longer so in the same degree, and the problem remains for many people. Do they want the occult teaching or not? We are accustomed to think that in order to have any practical knowledge of occultism, one must go apart from the world, and it is not practical for the vast majority of people to follow that path at all. This meant that for a great many people who could have had help from this teaching, were debarred from pursuing its study, which I think is a pity. When I was training, it was a strenuous affair altogether. The more I see of it, the more I feel that the work of the adept is one thing, and the general giving out of the teaching is another. The feats which are done by the trained gymnast are entirely beyond the scope of the ordinary man, but nevertheless, the same exercises on which the gymnast is trained, only not carried to the same extreme pitch, keep the ordinary man strong and fit when practiced regularly. So I think it is with occultism. If you want to be an adept and do the strong feats of magic, you are equivalent to the gymnast, and this means a very strenuous training. But I think the next application of this work will be the bringing of the teachings, so that they are available for people not able to leave all, whose karma holds them to daily life. It is interesting to note that at the time when the recrudescence of occultism began in the West, about 1875, three movements had their inception: occultism, the spiritualist movement, and Christian Science, with New Thoughts as its offspring. These are three distinct lines dealing with occult forces. The occultist bases his work on tradition and generally uses ceremonial. The spiritualist is approaching the same ground, but has no tradition and bases his work on experiment. The Christian scientist has no tradition or experiment, but bases his work on the hypothesis of the powers of the mind. Spiritualism and Christian Science are rule of thumb procedures. If one studies the healing movement of Christian Science, one sees that it has a very good method, but its practitioners seldom can explain it. Occultism is the scientific basis of all these movements and can explain the phenomena of these different modes of experience and practice. In that its value lies. Christian Science and New Thought do yield valuable fruits, but they give no explanation what a thinking person can accept, and yet they get their results. Therefore, find that basis and do not away with the valuable results. I maintain that in the esoteric doctrines, we get an explanation of so much in life that everybody would be richer for having them given. Life is a very different manner if we have a clue to its meaning. Without this, we are like leaves blown in the wind, and we do not know where we are or where we are going. We are blind and wandering as best we may, groping our way, with no guarantee that we do not fall over a precipice. But we take the esoteric doctrines, then we see ourselves as part of the great whole. We see our place in nature. We see whence we have come and where we are going, and we see our relationship to the cosmos, and the whole of life opens up. This is what esoteric science can give, a very broad, profound, and practical application of occultism. My experience with many esoteric scientists is this. They make a sort of intellectual study of it, but they do not apply it to practical problems. They are more or less engaged in research work, in studying symbol systems, the Kabbalah, etc. But except as a means for divination, these studies are for them of no practical application to life. Moreover, these divinations are very spurious on the whole and tend to demoralize people's outlook on life. If something good or bad is going to happen to a person shortly, what good does it tell them to do so? What good does it do to tell them so? But they can find the explanation of things in an interpretation of life. When we study the esoteric teachings of evolution, we see a tremendous vista opening up before us. And of course, the belief in reincarnation is implicit in occultism, as that is thought transference. There we have, I think, one of the most illuminating teachings that can possibly be given to the problems of life. What can any being do in one life to earn either heaven or hell forever? Surely the teachings of reincarnation is a more reasonable one. The going out and returning again, and going out once more into incarnation for further experience. That is, to my mind, a very wonderful concept of existence. That behind us stretches a long chain of incarnations. We do not remember them because the memory chain is broken, but they are there. And the divine spark is the core of each one of us, round which experience has built up a whole. This constitutes the temperament and capacities of each one of us. That concept gives us a very deep philosophy of life. If the fortunes of life ate blind hazard, then indeed we are most miserable. But if we see that the broad outlines of the spiritual experiences that life brings us are determined by our own soul, we shall begin to see how to take things. Then comes another question, the great esoteric doctrine of the invisible planes of existence. These teachings tell us what the five senses see, or contact does not constitute the whole of existence. This exoteric science can confirm by means of the microscopic, etc. But the occultist goes further and says there is a whole kingdom of mind and spirit as well, which you do not see with your physical senses. In these live the great forces which actuate life and its circumstances. In it you will find the key to conditions of life on the physical plane, and you will never find it anywhere else. Such people as Ku are manipulating these invisible forces successfully. If we understand these conditions, we shall be set free, then be able to work with these forces and manipulate them ourselves. But we can manipulate them only within very definite limits. Christian science sets no limits, but if we watch the results they obtain, we can see that there are limits. There are certain things you are wise not to meddle with. The occultist does not try to dominate nature, but to bring himself into harmony with these great cosmic forces and work with them. You can see an illustration of this if you watch the dames, bargees, pushing off when the tide is on the rum. They are taking advantage of their knowledge of the tides, and the river does the rest. With us in life, we shall have the same knowledge and wisdom. We ought to understand these natural laws of the unseen. There are natural laws. There is nothing spooky about them. We can make life a very different thing if we do understand them. Of course, there are certain conditions we must accept that are the fruits of karma. But I do not want you to take karma in the crude way in which it is sometimes put forth. It is not a question of murder for murder, that if you steal from a person in this life, that same person will steal from you in the next life. It is not as simple as that. It means that something in your nature has got to be realized and changed so that you shall be in harmony. As long as that particular factor is in your nature, it will precipitate a similar sort of trouble in your life. Errors of intention, deliberate wrongdoings, are usually paid for in future lives. You may get away with it this life. We have all seen the wicked flourish like a green bay tree. But the effect of that goes on. It is put down to your account, and in due time you have got to pay. But payment is always in spiritual values. You learn that you have got to make certain adjustments, and when you have done this, the pressure eases up, and you are free. So point by point, we gain character and equilibrium. We win our freedom by learning the lessons life forces on us. And if we refuse, they become more and more drastic. When people have arrived at a certain degree of development, they are more sensitive and have more spiritual force, and so their problems are more acute. The soul may have decided to go rapidly on, and brings down in a concentrated form all the karma, due trouble sometimes seems always to come down on this soul, and through an incarnation of trouble the soul is purified, and then the next incarnation opens up free of these conditions. A single incarnation does not furnish us with a due, but leaves us with a sense of injustice. But if we see all our past lives stretching out, we see differently. We should always look at things in the light of 3 lives. We can achieve our purpose in 3 lives too. We are making the conditions for our next life now, though in the present we have to take all or part of the karma left from our last one. Some people say, surely one life is trying enough, but there is another way to look at it. If we average our troubles against the long aeons of our lives, they take on a different proportion. A great sense of freedom comes to the soul when the actual realization comes that the tea is going on, that this incarnation is but an incident of its career. We cannot give anybody that freedom by simply explaining the logical grounds, but a sudden realization comes of something that has been before, and this causes a great alteration of life's values. Again, if we inspect our life's problems, we may find it may be because we are working things out rapidly and developing fast. We say, this is the material condition that afflicts us. Therefore, we needed it, and we must learn the lessons it came to give. We try to interpret the spiritual significance of this experience. Let us develop our souls by meditation on it. When the soul has acquired this quality or learnt the lesson that it needed to learn, then the karmic burden is lifted. When people tackle their conditions, they do not change until the freedom is won. We think we would be happy if only certain things were changed. But no, the conditions are in ourselves, and we would only bring other similar conditions back. When I was working in a nerve clinic, we saw this happen over and over again. The same son of trouble kept recurring in the same life. There was one woman who had been attacked by tramps 3 or 4 times in her life. This does not happen to everyone in the ordinary course of things. Or again, a woman may be continually falling under the power of a bully and be treated with cruelty, first a father, then a husband, and then in her work. We see one particular form of trouble recurring again and again in one person's life. There must be something which determines the recurring experience. If we, most of us, look back through our lives, we can see this to some extent at least. There must be some prominent factor in our own makeup which draws from the invisible forces. The only way to deal with these is by changing your character, by meditation, by building thought forms, or by deliberately destroying what we call the thought forms, which are the channels of the undesirable things towards you. These are the practical applications of occultism, and we do not need to be adepts to apply these. We are making thought forms one way or the other all the time. Our thoughts not only influence us, they form channels of ingress and attract the corresponding forces in the cosmos itself. If you surround yourself with hate thoughts, you will be attracting a sun of cosmic hate towards yourself. The occultist has a system of labeling these forces. He works all these things out. We have such a system in the Kabbalistic tree of life, and the beliefs underlying it can be very valuable in life. They teach the tremendous power of mind and the strict limits in which it works, with which we can do so much. These doctrines should leaven thought more and more. The Theosophical Society has done a big work in this way, but its appeal has been chiefly to the unorthodox and the rebel. This is a great loss, because these teachings should be and can be presented in such a way that they do not estrange the trained mind, which in pure science is indispensable. Modern physics is coming completely round to the occult teachings. The things that Blavatsky said and was laughed to scorn for are now becoming a matter of pure physics. There are great applications to these things, which must be made. They should be applied to sociology, for the administration of the prison and the asylum, where the thought forms set up reinfect people unless we neutralize them. We can consider its practical applications to medicine, of which it has the only real keys. If you deal with man as body does, it is very unsatisfactory. Equally, if we take the orthodox view and deal with man as a spirit only, we are not doing him justice. Auto-intoxication and sin are different. Man is a fourfold being, and you must deal with him as such. You must discern on which level the trouble originates. The life forces of the spiritual level are the real keys to the whole problem, and these life forces are translated through the intellect and the understanding and brought down the planes. These are some of the esoteric teachings by which anyone can profit. I think the great need of occult secrecy is mainly past, but some is still necessary, partly because a group mind is necessary for some forms of practical occultism, and this has to be conserved and not dissipated as it is done if a thing is common property and knowledge, and also to safeguard individuals against popular prejudice. Madame David Neal, in her books about Tibet, has told us there is no secrecy about the teaching of the lamas and the inner wisdom there. The things are kept secret. The things that are kept secret are the practical methods of training their students. She herself, in her books, has given out many teachings which are important keys to the understanding of many occult doctrines. There are no mysteries about the teachings, but only about the practical methods with which people could do harm. So we see the practical work of occultism can be done only by trained minds and requires a high degree of training. But the principles can be most valuable, and the more these are given out, the better.
Yes, Lucy.
Chapter 3. The Group Mind. The term group mind is sometimes used loosely among occultists as if it were interchangeable with group soul. The two concepts, however, entirely different. The group soul is the raw material of mind stuff out of which individual consciousness is different.
Hit the like, subscribe, share, whatever. Support fucking Sean. You know what I mean? Fucking deal with him, bro. He's allowing this shit.
Differentiated by experience. The group mind is built up out of the contributions of many individualized consciousnesses concentrated upon the same idea. Let us take a concrete instance to make this clear. During the height of his popularity, Marshal Joffrey visited England and was accorded a great ovation. While driving from his hotel to the mansion house to be received by the Lord Mayor, his car passed through many streets. Individuals recognized him and stared, but no demonstration was made. But when he came to the crowded mansion house crossing, policemen held up the traffic, saluting, and the crowd saw that something was afoot. He was recognized, his name passed from mouth to mouth, and in a moment there was a wave of wildest enthusiasm. Self-contained, placid people were lifted and carried away by the wave of excitement, and found themselves shouting and waving their hats like maniacs. Note the difference between the behavior of the crowd when it functioned as a crowd from the behavior of isolated individuals, however numerous, who merely stared with interest, but displayed no emotion. This incident brings to mind another mansion house incident, very illustrative of crowd psychology and the group mind. Many years ago, Abdul Hamid, the detested Sultan of Turkey, visited England. He too was received by the Lord Mayor and drove to the mansion house. Exactly the same scenes were repeated, but with a different emotional content. He drove in safely through the crowded streets, individuals staring open-mouthed at the notorious visitor, but making no demonstration. But when the traffic was held up for him at the mansion house, crossing the crowd recognized him. From those quiet, sober, middle-aged city men, there went up a howl of execration like the cry of a pack of wolves. The crowd surged forward as one man, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he was saved from being dragged from his carriage. Which of these individual city men, unadventurous clerks, content with their desks, would have assaulted the aged and august Abdul Hamid single-handedly? Yet when caught up in the wave of crowd emotion, they were capable of making a savage attack amid a babel of animal snarlings. For the moment, something like an obsessing entity took possession of all the souls of all and each, a vast something of a character, which was not the sum of the mass of the individuals, sours, but vaster, more potent, more fiercely and vividly alive and conscious of its impulses. Yet at ordinary times, the thronging crowds at the mansion house crossing go each their own way, absorbed in their own thoughts, indifferent to, oblivious of their neighbors. What was it that turned this mass of hurrying indifferent units into a united band, uplifted by the enthusiasm of an ideal, or an organism capable of dangerous violence? The key to the whole situation lies in the direction of the attention of a number of people to a common object about which they all feel strongly in the same way. Direction of attention to a common object without emotion does not have the same effect. The electric signs of Piccadilly Circus, though crowds stand and watch them, do not cause the formation of a group mind. With these data to assist us, let us consider the problem in its occult applications. What is this strange oversoul that forms and disperses so swiftly when a number of people are of one mind in one place? For an explanation, we must consider the theory of artificial elements. An artificial element is a thought form ensouled by elemental essence. That essence may be drawn directly from the elemental kingdoms, or it may be derived from the magician's own aura. A thought form built up by continual visualizing and concentration, and concerning which a strong emotion is felt, becomes charged with that emotion and is capable of an independent existence outside the consciousness of its creator. This is a very important factor in practical occultism and the explanation of many of its phenomena. Exactly the same process that leads to the formation of an artificial elemental by a magician takes place when a number of people concentrate with emotion on a single object. They make an artificial elemental, vast and potent in proportion to the size of the crowd and the intensity of its feelings. This elemental has a very marked mental atmosphere of its own, and this atmosphere influences most powerfully the feelings of every person participating in the crowd emotion. It gives them telepathic suggestion, sounding the note of its own being in their ears, and thereby reinforcing the emotional vibration which originally gave it birth. There is action and reaction, mutual stimulus and intensification between the elemental and its makers. The more the crowd concentrates upon its object of emotion, the vaster the elemental becomes. The vaster it becomes, the stronger the mass suggestions it gives to the individuals composing the crowd that created it, and they, receiving the suggestion, find their feelings intensified. That is that mobs are capable of deeds of passion from which every individual member would shrink with horror. A mob elemental, however, disperses as rapidly as it forms, because a mob has no continuity of existence. The moment the stimulus of a common emotion is removed, the mob ceases to be a unit and reverts to heterogeneity. That is why undisciplined armies, however enthusiastic, are unreliable fighting machines. Their enthusiasm evaporates if it is not continually stimulated. They split up their component parts of many individuals with diversified interests, each activated by the instinct of self-preservation. To build up a group mind of any endurance, some method of ensuring continuity of attention and feeling is essential. Whenever such continuity of attention and feeling has been brought about, a group mind, or group elemental, is formed, with which the passage of time develops an individuality of its own, and ceases to be dependent for its existence upon the attention and emotion of the crowd that gave it birth. Once this occurs, the crowd no longer possesses the power to withdraw its attention or to disperse. The group elemental has in its grip the attention of each individual, is attracted and held in spite of himself. Feelings are stirred within him, even if he does not wish to feel them. Each newcomer to the group enters into this potent atmosphere and either accepts it and is absorbed into the group, or rejects it and is himself rejected. No member of a group with a strong atmosphere, group mind, or elemental, according to which term we prefer, is at liberty to think without bias upon the objects of group concentration and emotion. It is for this reason that reforms are so hard to bring about. The vaster the organization that needs reforming, the harder it is to move, and the stronger must be the personality that attempts the task. Yet once that forceful personality has begun to make an impression, he speedily finds their group is gathering under his leadership, and that this in its turn is developing an elemental, and the momentum he has originated has begun to push him along. When he flags in his leadership, the movement he created forces him forward. The solitary individual may turn aside and pause in moments of doubt and discouragement. Not so the leader of a strongly emotionalized group. As soon as he slacks his pace, he feels the pressure of the group mind behind him, and he carries him forward during his hours of weakness and darkness. It may also, if his scheme has been unwisely conceived, carry him away and dash him to pieces on the rocks of a misplaced policy, a policy of which he would have seen the unwisdom if he had considered the matter rationally. There is no stopping the momentum of a movement which is moving along the lines of evolution. The group mind of the participants forms a channel for the manifestation of the forces of evolution, and the momentum developed is irresistible. But however potent the personality, however vast the resources, however popular the catchphrases, if the movement is contrary to cosmic law, it is only a matter of time till the whole group rushes madly down a steep slope into the sea. For in such a case, it is the very momentum that is worked up which is the cause of its destruction. Given a false movement enough rope, and it will always hang itself, falling by its own weight, when that has grown sufficiently top-heavy to overbalance it. This factor of the group mind is an exceedingly important key to the understanding of human problems, and explains the irrationality of men en masse. There are some very interesting books upon this subject, notably The Psychology of the Herd in Peace and War by Wilfred Trotter, and The Group Mind by William McDougall. These will well repay study for the light they throw upon the problems of everyday life and human nature. The occultist carries the practical application of the doctrine of group minds much further than does the psychologist. In it, he finds the key to the power of the mysteries. Considered with an understanding of crowd psychology, becomes obvious that the method of the mysteries and the secret fraternities of all ages is based upon practical experience of its facts. What could be more conducive to the formation of a powerful group mind than the secrecy, the special costume, the processions, and the chantings of an occult ritual? Anything which differentiates a number of individuals from the mass and sets them apart forms a group mind automatically. The more a group is segregated, the greater the difference between it and the rest of mankind, the stronger is the group mind thus engendered. Consider the strength of the group mind of the Jewish race, set apart by ritual, by manners, by temperament, and by persecution. There is nothing like persecution to give vitality to a group mind. Very truly is the blood of martyrs the seed of the church, for it is the cement of the group mind. It is for this reason that the secrecy of the mysteries will never be entirely abrogated. However much is given out, something must always be kept in reserve and the secret, because this something which, unshared with others and the focus of the attention of the group, is the nucleus of the group mind, the focus of its attention. It is to the group mind what the grain of sand is to the pearl forming within the oyster. If there were no grain of sand, there would be no pearl. Remove that which differentiates the initiate from the rest of men, and the group mind, of which he forms a part, will fall to pieces. The potency of ceremonial, physically performed, does not rest only in its appeal to the entity invoked, but also in its appeal to the imaginations of the participants. An adept, working alone, will work a ritual in picture consciousness on the astral without moving from his meditation posture. And this ritual will be effective for the purposes of invocation. But if he wants to make an atmosphere in which the development of his pupils will advance as in a forcing house, or if he wishes to raise his own consciousness beyond its normal limitations, transcending his own will power and unaided vision, he will make use of the powers of the group elemental developed by ritual. This group mind or ritual elemental acts upon the participants in the ceremony.
Hold on. We're going to dumb it down a little bit, you know what I mean? We'll do a little interlude.
School of hustling, boys on my shit, always on my sorority class, graduated to the bricks, arm and hammer, baby that's my favorite mix, dancing over the store, watch my Rex do jits, triple up in the streets, make these haters more pissed, 9 IRS, nigga all in my shit, damn, they wanna know what I bought, now speaking foreign language on the phone when I talk, boys taking pictures, I can't even shop, 20 green bows on the aisle if you wanna shop, 20 racks even, nigga, if you wanna cop, bring bring the cash, nigga. I'll meet you right up on the block. Detroit City, man, we got this bitch on lock. Man, it's strip club whip, so easy, drop the top. Certified platinum, nigga, before the album drop. In other words, nigga, bitch, we can't be stopped.
I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now.
I ain't no spot worker, bitch, I'm a boss. You can tell I'm that nigga by the way that I talk. You can tell I keep the 40 by the way that I walk. Diamond spinning on the coupe when I pull up in park. Jump out wearing canaries, whole outfit Gucci. Every night a porn flick, every day a mob movie. I went from a 2.5 to a couple Uzis to a model from a Gucci bathtub to jacuzzi. I never did flips, I let the cane do that. I never knew how to dance, I let my chain do that. I never tricked with these hoes, I let them lames do that. A couple thousand in the mag, I gotta stay with that. You know my chain and my charm. Just removing cushion of love. Bag full of pros, I'ma count it. Free DTs, rest in peace.
I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now.
You a loser, wanna be a winner, call my chain December. Ice the fuck out, got me feeling I'm the nigga. Nigga steady flying, so the Glock steady cocking. We keep getting rocks, so the block steady popping. It's funny, you tryna mug me every day till I whip that bitch out and tell you motherfucking K. Way out the state, I got plugs for the yay. Short with my cake, I got thugs that'll spray. On the block of PA, I flood drugs like a lake. Everywhere I go, bitches loving, niggas hate. I'm that same little nigga who threw dubs in your face. Bitch, we money chase, ain't no scrubs, just wait. D-Tech paint on dubs with the flakes. Only bitch I love is the one on my waist. Get on the place, bitch, I'm a boss. Downtown scale you right, watch he bout to cut me off.
I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now.
I ain't no spot worker, bitch.
IRS wanna know what I bought now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now.
Hell no.
I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock
know what the whip cost now.
IRS wanna know what I bought now.
Graduated out the trap. To die in indictments. I love count thousands, that shit is exciting. Rio said, fuck the trap, that shit for the birds. We gon' make the 100 racks and dip to the birds. Move said they ain't rock. Let that money pile up. Soon as I drop, I hit the motor, told the hood up. That money, little dog, I can show you how to get it. That work, little dog, I can show you how to flip it. Show you how to move up from Keys to the Lauren. Hard working, you can boss. Show you how to shave the form. Started off with a bow, busted down the hard dicks. I really in these streets, bitch, I did this shit. 24/7. Boss dog, I show you little bums how to ball. Whips the frames, homie, I done did it all. Told girl I'll be back when I touch 50 racks. She said, yeah, right, I came back like that was the game.
I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. I ain't the clock worker, bitch, I'm a boss now. IRS wanna know what I bought now.
Yeah. What up? Yeah. Count that money, work. Horn, bitch. It's tatted on me, nigga. Hey, you can see it on my arm. Hey, what you doing? You got 3 more trash bags left. Count that shit. All that shit. Yeah. Plug that money. Fuck y'all niggas start, nigga. Niggas ain't falling off over here, dog. We ain't falling off over here.
We gotta weigh that shit.
What up, nigga? HBK,
Weigh that
bitch.
shit.
Niggas mad when I pull up, cause you gotta look up. Hit the kitchen, turn her to a chef and do the cook-ups. Before I leave the spot, I bag a whole cush up. My dogs like the ice cream bars, you got the push up. Call me Gold Steve, I got the hookup. Pushing weight on my block, got neighbors wanting to call a hookup. PA goon leaving, bitch niggas shook up. On the road with work and my bitch here for good luck. SRTA, put up that hit me. Bellagio spinning it and ain't even winning. Flying out the city, have a bow in my hoodie. I'm Kid Bitch, aka the new Ace Boogie. Still on the bad side of Pier 10 where the business at. And all my niggas buffed up like a fitness cat. I still climb the block down the street from Tim. All my niggas from the Ave got my back, I fuck with them.
I just got the bag, niggas blowing up my phone. 2 hours later, now the whole bag gone. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Gucci bag full of hundreds, trash bags full of 20s. 50s in the shoebox, bitch, I'm getting money. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Count the hundreds, count the 50s, get the bag, flood the whole city. Count the latest hour sign when it get chilly. Niggas rocking all this fake shit, looking so silly. I stack my bread, stay low key. Don't call me Dior, nigga, you don't know me. I used to go where I thought the hoes be. Now I stay to myself like my daddy told me. Grown man bread, I ain't no motherfucking kid. I saw my life change when I caught my first big. Run the whole operation sitting at the crib like my man's about to beat her. I'ma call you when he is. Get a half a big, break it down to all dimes. Bows wrapped in Vaseline, crossing state lines. Real talk. Boy, I really did that shit. 50,000 pros, what you do? I hid that shit. I just got the bag, niggas blowing up my phone. 2 hours later, now the whole bag gone. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Gucci bag full of hundreds, trash bags full of 20s. 50s in the shoebox, bitch, I'm getting money. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros.
I got one trash bag left.
I got 2 more.
You going to the club tonight?
I gotta count these pros.
I gotta break down this bag.
I gotta weigh all this cash.
Fuck the rims.
When we cop a whip, first we get the stash.
We in foreign switching lanes.
Seeing HUD switching chains.
It's a drought on them balls.
So we gon' switch over the cane.
I got a plug on them pills.
I got some ways to make a meal.
I'ma flip the work till I got a matching on the heel.
Nightmares are going broke.
Don't worry about that.
All I know is breaking down kush, counting loaves and selling crack.
I flip it, make my money
I
back.
chill and count hundreds stacks.
Our whips on
I drop
foes.
the work up in the Pontiac.
I'm with the translator and they hit me on the ass.
I'm a 4-1 in the router about to stab.
I mean with the Cubans about to pick up the bag.
Take it back to the hood and count the pros all cash. I just got the bag, niggas blowing up my phone. 2 hours later, now the whole bag gone. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Gucci bag full of hundreds, trash bags full of 20s. 50s in the shoebox, bitch, I'm getting money. Now I'm sitting at the crib counting all of my pros. Sitting at the crib counting all of my pros.
Fellas who made this beat, baby.
Wake up, every day I take a chance. Grab my phones off the dresser, tuck the 9 in my pants. Call my mans off my metro, set me up a play or two. Just remember, boy, you owe me, and it's been a day or two. Used to give fiends sets, trying to get the yay to move. Used to trap all day, just put some yays and shoes. Now I'm on a bigger level, watches got bigger bezels. Yo ho hounding me like when I'ma be in your schedule. I'm a busy man, bows crammed in minivans. If I can't make them pay, guaranteed to send me can. Move to work fast like I got Hemi hands. If the rap fail, oh well, I got 50 plans. Went from half-o copping to rose popping. Had to get it up cause being that broke was no option. I'm a ball till I ball cop. Leathers in the ball, got stacks on deck. Got killers on call, niggas.
Chance to make champions, you ain't a champ, stop.
Chance to make champs.
For my hustlers, get rich.
You got the whole city saying that shit. Chances if you want your best for dance. Got that shit tatted on me. Then Vaseline the black. Do this shit for real.
Champions, nigga.
Come on.
Chance to make champions, nigga. You ain't never took no motherfucking trips out of town. You ain't been in gunfights, you don't know how that chopper sound. Ran up in nigga spots, making them lay down. Going state to state with that work on the Greyhound. Rental cars in the States, work under the hood. But when we made it, everything was all good. Yeah, I struggled for a minute, I was down at a time. But now I look back, that was our test. Rhyme. Now we go crazy, hit the titty bar and toss bins. Play me like a bitch's gunplay like Ross man. Squeeze with no hesitation, hard work and dedication. Ready like Alicia Keys, hit AZ and cop some peas. Who ain't sold shit? Who ain't did what homes? I couldn't even tell you how many times I trapped my nuts on. Took a chance to be a champ, kill a nigga for my camp.
Took a chance to be a champ, kill a nigga for my camp.
Chances make champions, you ain't a champ, stop lying. It's for my hustlers, get rich and I train.
Gotta take chances if you want your bevel dancing. You wrap them up tight, then Vaseline the plastic.
Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays. Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays.
Lows coming quick, froze on the wrist, foes on the whip. Roll with my click, bitches see how blowed you can get. O's getting flipped, bros getting rich, hoes getting shit, rows getting bent, buffaloes getting ticked. A skinny nigga with tats, but I like my whole stick. That chronic in the air, good kush, my nose sit. That chronic in the air, say goodbye to bullshit. On 4/5, we pop bottles in 4/5. Smoking out a whole zip, DBC 2676, I love my whole clique. This chances make champs, it's finally here, so don't trip. You about to hear it all from whole shit to long trips. Got knives with long clips, so stop it with that bullshit. You want your life, you better think before you do this shit. Pay you the shit, rock you the shit, Dre you the shit. Let me stop fucking around, my whole crew the shit.
Chances make champions, you ain't a champ, stop lying. It's for my hustlers, get rich and I train.
Gotta take chances if you want your bevel dancing. You wrap them up tight, then Vaseline the plastic.
Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays. Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays.
Cushion Ciroc, breakfast of a champion. I'm a champion, I need my belt. Gucci belt on the waist, 9 on the waist. Mama like son, be safe. 15 in the safe just to be safe. Love 50 in face from your bitch, man, I love count faces. Grants and Jacksons, I had to make it happen. If this rapping don't work, then it's back to trapping. Key say he gotta connect, let's make it happen. Got killers, little nigga, I ain't scrapping. Took a chance with my life, I ain't laughing. Now I hit them all when I want and I'm cashing. Took a lot of L's, so I had to charge it to the gang. Shit, but I ain't taking no more. I bust your brains, do the speed limit, don't ride the fast lane. Hey, where you at? Think how the bad came.
Chances make champions, you ain't a champ, stop lying. It's for my hustlers, get rich and I train.
Gotta take chances if you want your bevel dancing. You wrap them up tight, then Vaseline the plastic.
Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays. Chances make champions, nigga, but the shit pays.
In exactly the same way as the mob emotion acted upon the peaceful city men when they saw Marshal Joffrey. They are lifted out of themselves, and they are more than human for the moment. And for a group elemental formed of the appropriate emotion, it is just as capable of raising consciousness to the level of the angels as of lowering it to the level of the beasts. When our emotion goes out strongly towards an object, we are pouring out a subtle but nevertheless potent form of force. If that emotion is not a mere blind outpouring but formulates itself into the idea of doing something, and especially if that idea causes a dramatic mental picture to rise in the mind, the outpouring force is formulated into a thought form, and the mental picture is ensouled by the outpoured force and becomes an actuality upon the astral. This thought form itself now begins to give off vibrations, and these vibrations, by the law of the sympathetic induction of vibration, tend to reinforce the feelings of the person whose emotion gave rise to them, and to induce similar feelings in others present whose attention is directed to the same object, even if they have hitherto been disinterested onlookers. It will be seen that the theory of the group mind is now being associated with the doctrine of autosuggestion as formulated by Baudouin, and these two established psychological concepts are extended by association with the esoteric concept of telepathy. Take these three factors together, and we have the key not only to the phenomena of mob psychology, but also to the little realized power of ritual, especially ritual as it is performed in an occult lodge. Let us consider what happens when such a ritual is performed. All present have their attention riveted upon the drama of the presentation of the ceremony. Each object within the range of their vision is symbolic of the idea that is being expressed by the ceremony. No circumstance that can heighten the concentration and the emotion is neglected.
Yeah, no, cool. I'm definitely ready, bro. I ain't a man, I'm a mystery. I get high, just ponder infinity. Moses minded, I could split the sea. So this new wave ain't shit to me. You can't pick through the script with me. You can't build, let alone try and spit with me. I just dropped a little yak for my history. Libations, ancestors, stick with me. It's God body who you though. Can't step in my circle like sumo. Got techers on wax like the Russo. Looking for a killer, you don't find one, no clue though. Clued up and you ain't got a clue though. Rap got me bored, game make me wanna puke bro. Leave a closed man wide open like a soup bowl. Fuck around and show you all of life's little loopholes. What I study, they gon' tell you that it's pseudo. Ain't you notice our leaders are a cultist? Your mind ain't yours, just weren't made, you was molded. First we lost Kobe, then we got COVID. Then Kobe was buried in Corona. What a joke, things like Kobe means COVID. They already know this. The ritual played out as the energy unfolded. Let me just mention some numbers that I noticed. It's all encoded. Jersey 24, that reduces to a 6. 6 prime 13, like his precious little kid. Died at 41, that's the 13th prime. Never saw 42, guess his jersey was a lie. Journey through my mind, see my purpose, my design. One word, undefined, can't follow in my stride. Swallow cyanide for I'm swallowing their lies. If heavy said do it, then it's fine. If heavy is the head of my crown from the sky. I need Narky bloodline, all them powers are mine. I'm only here to cause a ripple in the tide and help you to remember the part of you that's a vine. I'm Jacob on the ladder, ascending my spine. All of my reshots standing by my side. 33 steps, that's a mountain to mine. Guess I'm Lord Apex with a mountain to climb. Like magic in game 6, 42 points I was raised with. 42 laws transcribed from the spaceship. Came it with my throne and my gravest. I was there when them Greeks invaded. I was there when that Sphinx got a facelift. I didn't see them, can't follow in my stride. Swallow cyanide for I'm swallowing their lies. If heavy said do it, then it's fine. If heavy is the head of my crown from the sky. I need Narky bloodline, all them powers are mine. I'm only here to cause a ripple in the tide and help you to remember the part of you that's a vine. I'm Jacob on the ladder, ascending my spine. All of my reshots standing by my side. 33 steps, that's a mountain to mine. Guess I'm Lord Apex with a mountain to climb. Like magic in game 6, 42 points I was raised with. 42 laws transcribed from the spaceship. Came it with my throne and my gravest. I was there when them Greeks invaded. I was there when that Sphinx got a facelift. I didn't see them burn through the knowledge in the pages. Rome weren't built in a day, what a statement. Now we got new bro, modern day slave shit. Babylon Central, undercover agents. Man give their left arm trying to be famous, while that right arm shakes hands with a mason. Living in this 4D magic show matrix. I don't do rabbit holes, no I do craters. And when you reach the bottom it don't matter what your name is. End of the day we all fell for the same shit. Thunder.
They are a secret network of international pirates who identify with no nation, no national flag, and no established religion. Their flag is the skull and crossbones, and their god, G-O-D, spells gold, oil, and drugs.
1, 2, I.
Yeah. That's right. Live from the belly. They got me behind the fence. I run shit from the inside. The fucking president of the infamous gang. Get away from my stank. I got that.
They are a secret network of international.
You gotta pull it up again.
Pirates who identify with no nation, no national flag, and no established religion. Their flag is the skull and crossbones, and their god, G-O-D, spells gold, oil, and drugs.
1, 2, alright. Yeah. That's right. Live from the belly. They got me behind the fence. I run shit from the inside. The fucking president of the infamous gang. Get away from my stank. I got that icky cotton picky shit that had you days. I'm a quadruple OG, a old soul. Call me the reincarnation of the pharaoh with an OE. The barrel full of hot lead, shoot a pothead. Talking that shit about hip-hop dead. Now it's live from behind the gate. Permanent smiley face. Any nigga stunning on the dog, now you out of place. I beat a lot of cases, had to take an L. I see you in the hot set, yep, hold it down. Money is worthless, real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal. Fuck jury, fuck rims. Let's spend on our protection. Get armor, get cameras. Get with it, little nigga, this man shit. Real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's live from behind the wall. Sitting staring at the wall. I'm fit to pop out this bitch like a newborn. I'm fit to cut out all the smoking and the drinking. The wine and the spirits. It's evil when you think it, baby, son. I'm telling the truth. Live it, then you see it. Breathe it, then you bid. I tell you, little secret, it's a secret. Government that worship an hour. They practice witchcraft to harness their power. Pedophiles rape little kids for energy. It's satanic ritual. WTC. R.I.P. They lit the Pentagon on fire. That's lighting the pentagram on fire. All these bodies for what? See if we scare everybody in the one world, huh? All my crimes is on deck. So if you ain't come for a war, then run. Money is worthless. Real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal. Fuck jury. Fuck rims. Let's spend on our protection. Get armor. Get cameras. Get with it, little nigga, this man shit. Real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal.
Yeah. Yo, the time to play leaving? Alright. See you at the airport.
Memories don't live like people do. They always remember you, whether things are good or bad. It's just the memories. Memories don't live like people do. Baby, don't forget me. I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. Got a lot of things I got to do. But God willing, I'm coming back to you. But baby, boo, I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. Got a lot of things I got to do. But God willing, I'm coming back to you. Baby, boo, I'm leaving.
Well, go ahead and leave the call heard around the world from the wise of MCs. These cats is paying more than half a pound. My garment back and snatch it down. I got the skate, but we could probably run them back in town. Scenarios like this is tear jerkers for the modern MC. I eat a blue collar worker, cause this thing called rhyming no different from coal mining. We both on assignment to unearth the diamond. When you start climbing and them eyes start shining, you be struggling and striving and they think you prime time and maintain and keep silent. Make no an observation. It's confrontation. This is the daily operation. My concentration. Stay focused on my recitation. About to reach my destination with no pause or hesitation. Baby, make the preparation, cause this ain't no recreation. This is pro ball. And we letting you know, y'all, at the show, y'all. Doing this for dough, y'all. Get the phone call. And I'm ready to blow, y'all. About to go, y'all. Been a pleasure to know, y'all. And I'm letting you know that
memories don't live like people do. They always remember you, whether things are good or bad. It's just the memories. Memories don't live like people do. Baby, don't forget me. I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. Got a lot of things I got to do. But God willing, I'm coming back to you. But baby, boo, I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. Got a lot of things I got to do. But inshallah, I'm coming back to you. Baby, boo, I'm leaving.
But yo, back home to drop these heavy ass bags up my backbone. Around the world with a catalog of rap songs. My baby girl is walking, been away for that long. But no, you haven't, well, at least it's how it seemed to me. My hometown is like a whole different scenery. The old timers on the stoop leaning leisurely. The new jacks up in the park smoking greenery. Easily taken for granted when you up in it, but it's sweet sinning. When you been down for a minute, move around city limits, break them down with the vintage. The no vintage, classical B-boy image. Collect the winners, cause that's the reason that we came here. This thing is not a game here. The fortune, not the fame here. From New York to the Cadillacs, Cali and the Cadillac, Chicago, know we innovate, infiltrate Virginia State, DC make we stimulate, Philly know we penetrate, Georgia make us generate, let's set a date to get the pace. They celebrate on my jams in foreign lands, even your mans in Japan know who I am. Mina son, make everybody out in the fun, say Ichiban, make God man know where you get it from, phenomenon, excuse me, that's a phone call, it's a show, y'all, trying to get this dough, y'all, about to blow, y'all, been a pleasure to know y'all. And I'm letting you know that memories don't live like people do. They always remember you, whether things are good or bad. It's just the memories. Memories don't live like people do. Baby, don't forget me. I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. I got a lot of things I got to do, but inshallah I'm coming back to you, baby boo. I'm a traveling man, moving through places, space and time. Got a lot of things I got to do, but God willing, I'm coming back to you, back to you. I'm leaving. I'll be back to you. I'm leaving. I'll be back to you. Over the world we go. DC.
Should be his three times.
I mean,
It should be
come
his
on,
three
man. That's the
times in a
same
row,
thing,
no
yo.
matter what.
He said hands 3 times in a row. Blue Drink, can you put on screen the coin flip?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna cover up my
We-
belly.
Cage
Sure,
called
he did it once. That's right.
Oh wait,
Cage
hold on.
All right,
Is
so
it-
Cage, what's the next 3 flips gonna be?
Hold on. Can you see me? No.
No,
Yeah,
it's Matt
Your screen white.
All
On
right,
the screen,
it's
your screen
Matt
white
dark.
and your mic muted.
Yeah, the mic muted.
I shouldn't be showing. I should be
She
doing
gone.
this. Well, she got kicked out.
Nah, she just jumped out. She coming back.
Tokum, what's good, yo?
Her
Morning,
internet,
sir.
her internet got fucked up. Her internet got fucked up. It fucks up electronics.
Yo, hashtag Ricky Bobby, man. If you ain't first, you're last.
That's a fact. He say I'm on fire. That nigga, that nigga stripped naked to his drawers with a helmet on, with a ring.
Hold on, let me take a look at you before I do. Okay.
Yo,
Full screen
yo.
there so we can see it.
Talladega Nights is the shit. What up, Blue? There she go. Blue, what
Ricky
it do?
Bobby.
All right, just
Blue. All right, so when you flip the coin, when it land, you gotta you gotta put the camera down. All right, so we can see what it land on.
okay.
I work. All money is good. All money is good. It hit what it hit.
No,
It
she gotta
did
catch
what it
that
should.
shit. She gotta
What are we doing? What is
Oh,
this?
wait.
What am
You
I
gotta
supposed
catch
to
it.
do?
Yeah, what are we supposed to be doing? What is this?
We flip it.
What he wants you to do is visualize what you want it to be before you flip it. You can visualize
this
whether
for
you want
Jules
it to
then.
be
It's
heads
for
or
one
tails.
person at a time.
Okay.
It's
You
for
can
Jules.
visualize whether you want it to be heads or tails.
Do I have to say it out loud?
No,
Okay.
you don't.
Oh, Blue
Nah,
doing it.
nah, then how do we know if she really?
He,
Okay,
but
I'll
he's
put it in.
no,
I'll put it in the private chat.
No, Blue. Shake
Cage is gonna
the
call it
coin
out.
up. Shake it up and
It's
don't look
heads
at it.
already.
And
I
then
already
flip
Well,
it.
said
what I
it
think
says
is going to
tails.
be in the private chat.
Okay, word. Do that and then shake it again. Start up. Yeah. Put what you think and then go ahead. Yeah, that's work.
Okay.
Not what you think. It's not what you think it's gonna be. It's what
That's
you
what I
want
wanted.
it to be.
Oh,
Right.
what you want it to be. What you want it to be.
I put it in the private chat.
Boom. Don't look
So-
at it when you stop it and finna flip it. Look up. There you go. Yep. Here we go.
Like that. Ready? Did it stop me? Who's spamming me?
You froze.
How did it freeze? That's
Oh,
wild.
Dude,
This is not right. Let's switch the subject. Let's switch the subject.
No, Cage, what you my joint froze. Is y'all froze?
What the hell? I'm gonna refresh it.
Yeah, it's time to
That's
switch the subject. You have to switch.
Okay,
you
wait,
have to
Jules.
switch the subject. But
Cage, what did you do?
I'm not frozen.
See, Cage.
Can't do nothing, man. Technology is technology. Jesus.
Yeah, technology. All right, technology. Cage.
Now,
I
look,
mean,
my hair
technology.
fucked up. You man.
Both all our shit fucked up. Why
It's
she
been
froze
2
though?
weeks,
It was cool.
I know more. It's gonna be wrong every time. I'm sorry.
Jules.
That's crazy.
Okay, she back. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Yo. All right.
Again.
You gonna shake, look up, set it to flip, and then flip it, and then pan the camera down.
Okay.
Boom. Here we go.
No,
Boom.
you gotta
Call.
say what you think it's gonna be.
She did already. What is that?
Wrong.
Heads.
Yeah, it's heads.
All right. She put in the chat. Oh shit. She put heads. Oh shit.
All right, I'm gonna. Do I have to shake it again?
There's only
Yes,
two
every
options.
time. Yo,
Okay.
she put
You
heads
don't
the
have to
first
shake it. You just grab it and keep flipping it. It
So
don't matter if you
much
shake
to
it.
be.
No,
only
so keep
two
the same
options.
process. Keep the same process. Dude, she guessed it right.
There's
What's
only
that?
two options. Fucking
That's it.
Lana Zay guessed it right during the
Yeah,
flip.
it's heads.
Dude, she guessed it 2 out of 2.
again,
The man
now
screamed
you're-
3 out of 3.
Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
I
you ain't
already
never
told
played
you.
Yo.
Heads, heads,
You ain't never
tails.
played flip in school.
Shake it again. Look, she's shaking it. How can you explain this? Please be tails. What's that?
Heads.
Yo,
First,
I'm done. I'm finna exit. I'm T Black. T Black. T Black.
keep doing it.
Dude, she
Oh,
guessed
man.
it 3 times. You can't call that.
No,
Yo, I'm done. Bye, Blue. Bye, Blue.
that's the most amazing shit you've seen, P Black.
Dude, it's 3. It ain't gotta be the most amazing. It happened like he called it 3 times in a row. She guessed that. Listen, she guessed it 3 minutes ago. If you look in the private chat, she guessed it 3 minutes
I
ago.
kept the same one that I picked.
Dude, no,
Well,
I'm done. Hey, I don't care. The P for pew, mind blown. It don't say pew. Hey, Cage, I don't know what you into, yo. That was out of the script. Hey, he called it. I cannot lie. He called that. Explain. I'm gonna shut up. Somebody explain. It ain't got to be the most amazing nothing. How did he call 3 times in a row? Whoever flipped the coin would guess, what they guessed. Explain that to me. And she
I got some dice. I got some dice.
Fuck
Fuck
that.
that.
Up 3 times.
I could go
I
find
got some
another
dice.
coin.
Man,
We're not gonna push it. I'm done. I'm done with this.
Yeah, I bet you are done now because of a coin flip. I got dice. That's multiple options.
Well, I don't understand.
What number am I gonna roll?
All right. Well, of course you're gonna see 6 as soon as you roll it. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that.
You think the first time I roll this motherfucking dice is gonna be a 6?
Yeah, but
we gotta see that on camera. I'll be a believer.
It'll be a 1.
I'll be a believer. I'll be a believer for sure. You gotta show that on camera.
They said next time I gotta roll it and say tails.
Yeah, do it on camera.
At least
You have to do it on camera.
That 3 times in a row, y'all bugging. I don't care if it's just 2 sides of a quarter or a coin. Y'all bugging. She got heads all 3 times.
Yo, you gonna do the dice?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the dice because that's more options.
All right, we gotta see the we gotta see the dice.
Camera, you're gonna see 6.
We gotta see the dice, yo.
He said 6. He said 6, bro.
Yo, we got it. Yo.
I got you.
Dice are different. We gotta inspect the dice. We gotta make sure 1 through 6 is on both dice, yo.
I got you.
This is his.
Oh, you would only need 1. He said, "I'm gonna roll a 6, the number 6."
He said the first one is gonna be a 6, I think, right?
No, let's make it clear. What did you scream, Cage?
I said he's gonna say 6. If it's gonna go his way, it's gonna be a 1. But
Is it 1? No. Hear me out.
Bill got his.
How many dice is he rolling? How many die is he rolling with?
1. He's only rolling 1. He's only
die,
rolling 1.
1 die. 1 dice.
Yo, you gotta show that. You gotta show it. You gotta show it.
We're gonna see a 6.
See what I'm saying? See what y'all? Okay, I'm explaining to you. It's called visualizing what you wanted and speaking it to an existence. That's
That
all it
can
is.
happen. That's a fact.
That's
That
all
is,
it is.
I swear to God,
That's
that's
all
a
it
fact.
is.
All right,
That's all it is.
be a believer. Turn your fucking camera, roll it right now, and you'll see it. There's nothing you can do about
Come
that.
in on my I gotta come in on my phone.
Put in what you think it's supposed to be. Is that this? Is it the same thing?
No, Cage is speaking into an existence a 6 on Yo-Yo's 1 die roll. He's screaming
Cage put 6
dice on his 1 dice roll. He's screaming that.
Fuck, son.
He's saying what he thinks is gonna be, but Yo-Yo is the one who has the power to do this.
Okay, let's do that then. Cage is screaming. Cage screaming 6. Yo-Yo, what are you looking for?
Just because
it's
just
for his best
of it?
interest. It's for his
Hold
best
on,
interest.
Cage. Hold on. Hold on, Cage.
Just for the fuck of
whatever
it.
he says then. It's either 6 or whatever he says.
Just for the fuck of it, let me roll a 6. Since you want to
Hey,
speak.
go for 6. All right.
All right.
Yo.
That's not very genuine. But okay, we'll see it either way.
We gotta inspect it though, yo. We gotta look at the dice and make sure it's 1 through 6.
Yeah.
All right, word.
I forgot my password. Let me do
It's
something.
God virtual battle rap leader, league owner or something.
Your internet may cut out when you try getting on. It's all right.
Yeah. Heard.
Flip my camera. How do you flip the camera?
Press mic /
Hold on, bro. Don't add me until I figure out how to flip my camera.
Are you on your computer?
Nah, I'm on my phone. I'm coming in on my phone like that.
Yo, to all you entries,
I'm trying to enforce my will on other people.
I don't think you're forcing.
Whatever makes you happy.
listen real quick. Oh, he finished short. Go ahead, yo.
Hold on.
Hello, him.
Word. I hope all you contestants in the contest champions content. I hope y'all submitted y'all emails to Jules, yo.
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh, there you go. What do we see there?
Why is 6 the first? Okay, let's go 5. Yo, this.
No, why are you switching it? That was 6.
He's showing you that if he's doing
that was sweet. They showed 6 first.
All right.
I'll show you all the
All right, get out of here. That's all I want to see.
Now, are you ready for me to roll it?
I'll show
you
too much. I already rolled it.
No, he didn't.
He set it down. He set it down to show us that it was all the sides.
You ready for me to roll it or not? You conspiracy theorist ass nigga.
Do whatever you want, bro.
Go. Whoa! Whoa! Yes! Do it again.
You think you're
again.
You ready?
I'm going.
Y'all ready?
I'm going, yo. I'm going.
It's not working.
No, what's the next one?
We're back to regular reality. Back to regular reality.
He got it. Hold on. He won for 2.
Do you believe?
Hold on.
It was supposed to be 1 for 1.
No, you gotta
I told you it's not gonna work anymore. I'm done. And you still try testing it.
I thought he said you had to say what
That's it. That's all you're gonna see, my friend.
Yo,
Yo,
scream 6. He screamed 6 with Cage.
That's crazy.
Yo, I'm done, yo. All right, I'm gonna believe
He did get it.
Cage.
He did only say the first one was gonna be.
You gotta go.
The first one was gonna be a 6.
He did get it. He gotta go. He gotta
He
go.
didn't say nothing else besides the
gotta
first one
go.
was gonna
He
be
gotta
a 6.
go. Y'all got me.
Crazy.
Y'all got me.
That's crazy.
Y'all got me, Jules. He gotta go.
The first one, all he was the first.
Y'all got me.
He didn't say nothing about consistency. He said the first one
Listen.
He screamed 1 dice.
He said 1 die first one 6.
1, and he screamed it'd be a 6.
On
And
the
then
first
Yo-Yo
one.
He screamed it would be a 6, yo.
Yep, he did.
I gotta go. I might have to go, yo.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm a real bad person.
My wife just walked in the room. She's like, what the fuck's going on?
Bull McGee.
Do
What are the odds of that, yo?
That's crazy.
Will be amazing. I guarantee you.
Holla.
There's
Yo, that's
no
kind of
option.
wild.
Everyone here is blessed. Everybody's
Yo, he
blessed.
showed us the dice, yo. He showed us it was 1 through 6, and
Cage
it
need
rolled
to go to Vegas or something, yo.
Vegas. That nigga
Yeah,
needs to play his
okay.
local lottery, Mega Millions.
Listen, I'm done, yo.
Give me your picks.
We good. Fuck it.
Give me your fantasy five.
Y'all got me.
Yo,
That's great.
I agree.
That's
we
crazy.
called. We did everything, right, y'all? We called every little.
Do you guys
Yo, listen, I can admit when I'm wrong. It's cool.
You got
Yeah, Yo was screaming like he ain't put it on 6. He just we did all that.
Yeah,
Right?
he showed us all. He showed us everything. He put it down and show us all the stuff. And Cage said, "You got when you roll, it's gonna be a 6." And he didn't say nothing about how many times you roll. He just said your first roll is gonna be a 6.
He said the first roll.
Yeah, he said the first roll.
He screamed actually the first roll of whatever Yo wants to be.
And then Yo said,
agreed with the 6.
It's gonna be a 6. Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, you have free. You have free will.
I had to try it myself. Listen,
blue.
Yes,
I'm
baby.
blue. I'm blue. I am blue.
Jules. Jules, what's
Yo,
your
that was
explanation on that?
wow.
You can't fuck with free will.
What's your explanation on that? Just for all right.
No,
Okay,
stop
let
right
me
there,
write it
Yo.
down. Hold on.
Stop right there, Cage. What is your explanation for that?
Listen. For the sake of whatever he was doing, I said I had to, because he said, "Oh, it's manifestation." That's what Jules said. So fuck it. I said I wanted a 6, and then I showed a 6 first before I showed all y'all the numbers.
Yo.
Then I rolled it. Yo, listen.
Yo, what's the explanation to that, Cage? What's that, yo?
I can repeat that. I can repeat that 1,000 times. It's a lot easier by yourself. I have to deal with all your realities after. So it's very critical. But
I'm
I
in
trained
here,
myself
I'm in
to
here
that
in
point.
fucking wake up clothes, nigga. And this nigga, listen.
That was weird, man. That's the weirdest shit probably that's ever happened on the lounge.
I haven't had a drink
Listen.
in like
Hey.
2 days. I haven't had a drink in like 2 days.
What happened?
Crucial. If you hear me, clip this. Clip this whole thing, yo. That nigga called it. Like, that nigga called it. That's weird. I don't know.
No, well, remember I called it before that too. If you don't remember.
No, and that's why I'm screwed. That's what's so wild. No, listen. The P is for please
I've done it
believe
in
I
both
heard all that.
different methods.
You called it before you
it
called.
doesn't make
Listen,
any
listen,
sense, right?
listen. You screamed he will roll a 6 no matter how many dice. Because I had to ask you how many dice.
I
And
said
you said
probably
1, right? So whether it was 2 or 1 or maybe 3 or 4, 5, 6, you called a 6, but then we specified it to 1.
I'm about to screen record this shit.
Yeah, listen, he specified it to 1.
Please don't.
And that's what you roll, Yo.
Yeah, I'm still fucking here. I'll play something else. Which square should we hit? Of course, we're hit by no ad blockers allowed, you know? Fuck off.
Z's, Mr. Sleep, Jay Legit. Z's. I might explode cause I come with a bomb. In the morning everyone hopes the troubles are gone. They say, you're off the street, what the fuck is you on? I come octopus style with a couple of arms. Yeah, I've been around, I know my shit's dope. If I give you a line, you think you sniff coke. Cold like icebergs, you think I sick boats. Eyes don't open wide, they only blink low. Smoke to get high and I'm taking big toes. I'm not a Beatle, but a star like Ringo. Show me your pussy, show your thumb to Cisco. Cut people's grass and more lawns to get dough. Hope the glass don't crack it and crack with a chef coke. Fiends holla, get the dollar, more dollars than craft low. From the get-go, bling where the get goes. I can't cook for shit, but I can chef though.
I better get your girl wet off a mixtape black. Make a bake up on my bread, I'ma get cake black.
Get that 50-20s, it's time to see G's. In your sleep's the only time you seen Z's.
I better get your girl wet off a mixtape black. Make a bake up on my bread, I'ma get cake black.
Get that 50-20s, it's time to see G's. In your sleep's the only time you seen Z's.
Wake up from a name and bring them trees down. Lumberjack, funny niggas trying to be G's now. Don't come with that. You talking serving the fiends, well where them numbers at? If you got it, me and my niggas run where you slumber at. Taking all your drugs, money dump on more humble at. Beef, no word of chit chat, no we come with that. A full scope, but there's no numbing the facts that most of you niggas is rats and got a gun but don't clap. Yeah, stop and go to school, keep running with that. Cause boy, you on the verge of catching hot ones in your hat. Matter of fact, where my enemies at? Cause if I see you, I might catch a fucking charge like an energy pack. But just know I fucking beat it. Spitting like a heavyweight bitch, I'm undefeated. I can move anyway, anytime, any place. Female or male, black and white, any race, just give me product a scale. It's stove, I'm on the road, yeah. Hustle making dough with the flow of a river. Gun smoking in my Joe, come play with a nigga. And if a nigga act up, he can lay with you, nigga. Bullets fly, tear his ass up. We grungy niggas from the south, doing what you saying, you ain't know what we about, bitch. I better get your girl wet off a mixtape black. Make a bake up on my bread, I'ma get cake black.
Get that 50-20s, it's time to see G's. In your sleep's the only time you seen Z's.
I better get your girl wet off a mixtape black. Make a bake up on my bread, I'ma get cake black.
Get that 50-20s, it's time to see G's. In your sleep's the only time you seen Z's.
Turn that up, Kudo. No word of a lie, can't leave my brothers behind. Money still be on my mind. Got watch tight, they want the gang to get signed, but it's gonna take us some time. Watch ties, flying the fly to Dubai. All for the love of the guys. Fast life, fancy cars, flashy ice. Reach for, think twice. And I'm on the road, you know I stick to the code. You know that I'm her fault, I'm coolin' with bro. He got a guy for O. Aim for the top, not the toe. Aim for the nose, leave the case closed. Ain't bitch chose, she already know. Fly across the country to chop out the home. Young nigga thorough, real to the bone. Fly across the country to chop out the home. I fly. We used to serve on the stones. We made it killing up all of these phones. Killing the days, living off zones. It's just a shame I'm fucking this hoe. Whatever I say, you know it go. Whatever I made, you know can't afford. The price of my range if I want a rover. The price of my range if I want a rover. Yeah. Mrs. Todd that he had a clover. Shawty looking for some closure. She want me to tell her it's over. Roll them beams in the lights and we drifting, we creeping at night. Trapping and dugging the D's on niggas be sleeping at night. Man, these niggas be sleeping at night. So these niggas be sleeping all day. Cause these niggas, they ain't getting paid, and they ain't got no one to blame. VVS diamond shine bright, I'm a Fendi drip going blind. She wanna fuck with me for the night, by the morning gotta catch a flight. No word of a lie, can't leave my brothers behind. Money still be on my mind, got watch ties. They want the gang to get signed, but it's gonna take us some time. Watch ties, flying the flight to Dubai, all for the love of the guys. Fast life, fancy cars, flashy ice, reach for, think twice. And I'm on the road, you know I stick to the code. You know that I'm her fold, I'm cool with bro. He got a Glock for all, aim for the top, not the toe. Aim for the nose, leave the case closed. Ain't bitch chose, she already know. Fly across the country to chop out the home. Young nigga fell real to the bone. Like fuck a mob tie, nigga, we got wash ties. And I gave him frog eyes, run I bought some more ice. Go spin the block for the 4th time, he kinda out with a gold mine. With this old 9, badass kids in 09. I got me a trap line, told me who wanna get co-signed. He wanna rap on the trap, but he talking so capping, the nigga got no rhymes. Hey, they rapping the cap and they lying, the nigga in the field, that's Brian. My Watson, no slime, like fucking me in when I'm mine. We do this shit all the time, flash everywhere we go. Keep it everywhere we go. What the day brings, he never know. And she a opera, I already know. I done got the word from bro. If she try to send me up, I'ma dust a bitch and that's worth to bro. No word of a lie, can't leave my brothers behind. Money still be on my mind. Got watch ties, they want the gang to get signed, but it's gonna take us some time. Watch ties, flying the flight to Dubai, all for the love of the guys. Fast life, fancy cars, flashy ice, reach for, think twice. And I'm on the road, you know I stick to the code. You know that I'm her fold, I'm cool with bro. He got a Glock for O, aim for the top, not the toe. Aim for the nose, leave the case closed. Ain't bitch chose, she already know. Fly across the country to chop out the home. Young nigga fell real to the bone. Turn that up, Kudo.
Consequently, a higher concentrated and highly energized group is built up. As we have already seen, when one thinks of any object with emotion, force is poured forth. If a number of people are thinking of the same object with emotion, their attention concentrated and their feelings exalted by the ritual of the ceremony, they are pouring into a common pool no inconsiderable measure of subtle force. It is this force which forms the basis of the manifestation of whatever potency is being invoked. In religions where the gods or the saints are freely represented in pictorial form, the imaginations of the worshippers are accustomed to picturing them as they had seen them representative, whether it be the hawk-headed Horus or the Virgin Mary. When a number of devout worshippers are gathered together, their emotions concentrated and exalted by ritual, and all are holding the same image in imagination, the outpoured force of all present is formed into an astral simulacrum of the being thus intensely pictured. And if that being is the symbolic representation of a natural force, which is what all the gods are intended to be, that force will find a channel of manifestation through the form thus built up. The mental image held in the imagination of each participant in the ceremony will suddenly appear to each.
Take a picture of the tats in the cover of my arm. Take a picture of the carrots in the motherfucking charm. Stop staring and take a picture. What you ain't never seen a rich ass nigga. Right, stand up, rich niggas to death. We still hit the more than cash, all my niggas been fresh. Take a pic, all my bros flies to blowing pros from July. Us and them, no comparing. Us got his girl staring. And if you want it like that, best believe I get the air. Murder move, first to shoot, bitch a boo, flash and loot. Taking pictures, popping bottles, good times. JJ, ask about me. Then tell you I ain't for play. She say, right, let's take a pic. I'm like, girl, you think you slick? She said, boy, you know you like me. The pictures gonna night me. You gon' have them on the internet. No rookie girl, I benefit. When we leave here, you gon' think that I've invented sex. They hands up on the bush, Charmaine. We gon' blame it on champagne. So I keep a hold of school. Girl, it's a photo shoot. Feds keep snapping. Phone keep slapping. They always trying to clear G. Hit me with conspiracy. Me, take a picture. I'm a cash out dope boy, nigga. Look at me. Take a picture. I'm a dope boy, cash out, nigga. Take a picture of the tats in the cover of my arm. Take a picture of the carrots in the motherfucking charm. Stop staring and take a picture. What you ain't never seen a rich ass nigga. Buying on the road,
so I'm winning in the club. Bitch, get over here and give a rich nigga a hug. All the hoes keep staring, all the niggas keep mugging. If he keep getting it off, I'ma keep on fronting. Catch me at the mall with Drake, make sagging in my Louis lace. Rolly dancing, you should see your face when you see the pace. 10,000 in my pocket got me acting all cocky. All I did was hit Kentucky with a couple hundred oxys. I be fresh as hell. Every time I'm out, you gotta take a pic. I don't want your girl. If I did, I'd take the bitch. She like payroll. I love how your voice sound. So take a picture with me when your nigga turn around. 2676, yeah, I claim mine. The whole mile taking pictures, throwing gang signs. 2 a.m. it's time to hit the room wasted. But me and Mook still taking pictures by the station. Look at me, take a picture. I'm a cash out dope boy, nigga. Look at me, take a picture. I'm a dope boy, cash out, nigga. Take a picture of the tats in the cover of my arm. Take a picture of the carrots and the motherfucking charm. Stop staring and take a picture. But you ain't never seen a rich ass nigga.
When the lights get to flashing, the jewels get to gleaming. Drinking on that Remy and that Kush got me leaning. Fucking with who? You must be dreaming. Nina Glock Black with that red dot beaming. Say you move work, you niggas scheming. Telling fairy tales, you niggas dreaming. You niggas fake, actors like Drake. Call me Duncan Hines, bitch, cause I'm all up on my cake. When I look in the mirror, I see a rich nigga. Don't be scared, little mama, you can take a picture. Cause the dope boys in this bitch. Rich niggas in this bitch. Core Mafia, baby, or 2676. 30 niggas drunk, taking pics. Hoes licking lips, and they grinning. So I start posing like Mitch. Fuck it, call me money making Dre. It's a photo shoot. Look at me, song Clay.
Take a picture. I'm a cash out dope boy, nigga. Look at me, take a picture. I'm a dope boy, cash out, nigga. Take a picture of the tats in the cover of my arm. Take a picture of the carrots and the motherfucking charm. Stop staring and take a picture. But you ain't never seen a rich ass nigga.
They taking pics, hey niggas hate the fit. How could you say I ain't the shit? All I know is making flips, buying all the ace and shit. Ice on my aching wrist, cause the brightness so heavy. His ice is so petty. I'm so high when I'm riding in the Chevy. Shirt off, Amari tatted on my belly. I'm a lunatic like Nelly. Fucking hoes taking pictures if they let me. I'm doing good and I'm still smoking Reggie. We buying bottles for the first 10 to get in. The club they taking pictures and broke niggas trying to fit in. All this ice, no contract. I'm straight in like I don't know where the line at. High school hoes like where the line at. Y'all rolling ticking where the bomb at. Blow it in the air so head can catch contact. Now rewind that. Blow it in the air so head can catch contact. Take a picture.
Stack first, ball when the time right.
Who ain't the prince, nigga?
I got him like, who the fuck is that dude? What he do? I seen him hopping out of some coupe. Bitch, who broke? Name one, name one. Got my hood with me all day, one niggas. Band up, I just came from a split play, 5 mile nigga, but I get it about 6 ways. I fuck with little niggas, that's old big case. I fuck with grown ass men that got bitch ways. Ain't shit changed, I'm on the same shit, y'all. Chasing money, running with the same clicks. Been winning for a long time, so they hate quick. We on another level, all these niggas basic. Only thing on my mind is a money plot. I'm a strap mode nigga, that's a get money block. 20K, no ice, grown man money watch. Gotta pay attention when you caught, they selling dummy blocks. We them niggas with them coops out front. Blow a nigga years paid, cause I had a good month. Bitch niggas obey a bitch niggas getting touched. In the club, 50 deep, throwing 5 hoods up, screaming. Big face rolling, looking like my watch swollen. Damn. Walk in the club, you can see the Glock bulging. I see dude mugging, but the nigga not knowing. I put them killers on him, home, he is not going. Money tied a long way, this bitch is not folding. Summertime, we push shit with the top open. When we ride past hoes, got their mouth open. She fucked the whole clique, guess your bitch outgoing. I be fucking around with dealers and wise guys. I buy the whole bag, but I started with 5 dimes. Told them drop the number, I cash them bitches. You can throw them through the mail, I'ma catch them bitches, y'all. What up, kid? What up, kid? What up, kid? What up, kid? What up, Dre? Free number street weed. What up, man? What up, man? What up, Josh? What up, Josh? What up, Scoots? Free bright mo rock. Hoes staring hard at the chain on my neck. The ticket on it damn near the same as a bet. Cool. I was a rookie selling cane to the best. Got my name from the streets, you got a name from the net. I'm a neighborhood claiming. Blow Wayne and leave out with nothing. Stash bands when the day in. Used to ball on local lanes with OT money. Pocket full of blow weed, no C money.
One to become alive and objective, and they will feel the inrush of the power that has been invoked. When this process has been repeated regularly over considerable periods, the images that have been built up remain on the astral in exactly the same way that a habit track is formed in the mind by the repeated performance of the same action. In this form, the natural force remains permanently concentrated. Consequently, subsequent worshippers need be at no great pains to formulate this simulacrum. They have only to think of the god, and they feel his power. It is in this way that all anthropomorphic representations of the Godhead have been built up. If we think for a moment, we shall see that the Holy Ghost is neither a flame nor a dove, neither is the maternal earth aspect of nature, either Isis or Ceres or the Virgin Mary. These are the forms under which the human mind contrives to apprehend these things. The lower and less evolved the mind, the grosser the form. Those who have a knowledge of the little understood aspects of the human mind, whether Egyptian priest, Eleusinian hierophant, or modern occultist, make use of their knowledge of this rarer kind of psychology to create conditions in which the individual human mind shall be able to transcend itself and break through its limitations into a wider air. Chapter 4: The Psychology of Ritual. At the Reformation, the men who made the Anglican ritual did not understand the psychological significance of the Roman ceremonial. They saw it in its degradation as an empty channel, and they broke up the conduit because it was dry. Let us be wiser in our generation, and instead of breaking up the conduit, connect it up with the wellhead. There is a spiritual reality behind the forms of organized religion, and it is that reality alone which gives them their value. They are not intended to be a discipline to train the soul, nor even to be a means of pleasing God, but are designed to enable the light of the Spirit to be brought to a focus in consciousness. If we understand the psychology of ritual, we shall neither be in bondage to superstition nor in rebellion against empty forms. We shall realize that a form is the channel for a force, but it is not only the material substance used in a sacrament which is the physical channel for a force, but also the vivid pictorial image created in the mind of the worshipper by its ritual use. It is to the power behind the symbol that we must look when we seek for the validity of the Church's forms.
Have to say, call it. Well, look, I need to know what I stand to win. Everything. How's that? You stand to win everything. Call it. All right. Heads then. Well done. Don't put it in your pocket, sir. Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. Where you want me to put it? Anywhere, not in your pocket. Or it'll get mixed in with the others and become just a coin. Which it is. Have to cycle it. Well, look, I need to know what I stand to win. Everything. How's that? You stand to win everything, call it. All right. Heads then. Well done. Don't put it in your pocket, sir. Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. Where you want me to put it? Anywhere, not in your pocket. Or it'll get mixed in with the others and become just a coin. Which it is. Have to cycle it. Well, look, I need to know what I stand to win. Everything. How's that? You stand to win everything, call it. All right. Heads then. Well done. Don't put it in your pocket, sir. Don't put it in your pocket. It's your lucky quarter. Where you want me to put it? Anywhere, not in your pocket. Or it'll get mixed in with the others and become just a coin. Which it is.
Plane by the struggle that was going on in the spiritual world. It is not the blood of Jesus of Nazareth that redeemed mankind, but the outpouring of spiritual power from the mind of Jesus the Christ. The symbolism which commemorates his death causes us to concentrate our attention on the sacrifice of the cross and the work it accomplished for mankind. The racial subconsciousness of Christian peoples is profoundly imbued with that ideal. And when we contemplate the symbol universally associated with it, we waken the subconscious train of ideas which rouses deep racial memories. The ritual which causes a congregation to concentrate its attention is making use of the group mind. It is well known that the group mind, under the influence of rage or fear, is capable of panics and lynchings of which the individual members composing that crowd are quite incapable. So it is with the impulses of the spiritual life. A congregation is an organized crowd with its attention riveted by appeals to all five physical senses upon a single focus. The sacrifice of the mass and the group emotion thus engendered is able to lift the group mind to heights which the individuals composing that congregation are incapable of achieving unaided. It must not be thought that such an explanation of the psychological aspect of the power of the Eucharist is intended in any way to detract from the recognition of its divine aspect. It is solely intended to show the manner in which the spiritual forces operate on the level of mind. If we wish to understand the modus operandi of the spiritual forces, we must distinguish between the spiritual and the mental. It is the confounding of the two types of psychology which leads to so much misapprehension. The power of God has to be embodied in a concrete idea if it is to be apprehended by the untrained human mind. Hence the necessity for the incarnation, which presented God to man in a form which he could grasp. So the sacraments of the Church are incarnations or embodyings in form of primary spiritual truths, too abstract to be apprehended by the untutored mind. By means of their pictorial symbolism, the mind is embattled to contemplate that which
There's the monad symbol right here. Look, what the fuck is this? Okay, we see Sean of Source over here. Then we see the monad thing called Sheets 1+2, Duluth Curling Club. How the fuck is that even popping up? Makes zero sense when I put this shit in. Look, it has the monad symbol that in the last video. Oh man, this shit is just fucking odd. It's too deep.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to mourn the death of Johnny Cage.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
What is this? This is a chemical burn. You'll hurt more than you've ever been burned, and you will have a scar.
What are you doing? Guided meditation worked for cancer. Could work for this.
Killed at the hands of Kintaro during the Second World Combat. He was only 29 years old, yet he fought. MK3 is not over. Not even close. Okay. Redo. Johnny Cage.
Most Hapkido programs in schools operate under 3 main principles. Let's talk about them. First off, this is not to say these ideas were created by Hapkido practitioners, nor are they exclusive to Hapkido. But this distinct combination of fundamentals is what defines our outlook as martial artists. The first principle is the water principle. You can see here the Korean and Chinese characters, pronounced ryu and liao, respectively, and this word directly translates to flow. As a side note, this word is also part of the federation I am a part of, the Chungdo-ryu, which also directly translates to the way of flowing in the middle, or as we say, the way to righteousness. Anyway, this principle can have multiple meanings. Just think about water and its many purposes. Most martial artists immediately think of Bruce Lee's monologue about water.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
So of course, this is to say we are to be adaptable at any given moment. Realize the situation you are in and adjust yourself to it. Water always naturally flows with the direction of gravity and never against it. This should not only be applied to combat or even just to martial arts, but to life in general, in social settings, in your studies, in your hobbies. Be easygoing, go with the flow, and don't try to force things that shouldn't be. If something negative happens that is outside of your control, accept it and focus on what you can control. Water does not stop and protest that it is being treated unfairly. It just continues to flow with whatever current or direction it is being pulled into. Be open-minded to new ideas rather than thinking what you know is enough. Water, though soft and formless, is able to destroy stones in time by slowly eroding their surface. When water reaches an obstacle, it flows around it rather than trying to fight through it. Water can exist in multiple forms, hardening into ice or disappearing into gas at different temperatures. This again teaches us that existing in different states to fit the situation is vital. You may have to handle different attackers differently to reach a resolution. You may have to treat different students differently to reach them and receive a positive response. The key is again being adaptable. Water is the single most fundamental aspect of life. It nourishes living beings, and without it, life would cease to exist. However, it can be just as dangerous as it is helpful. It can kill, it can drown, and it can flood and destroy if not respected. Water operates on both ends of the spectrum depending on the situation, just as we as Hapkido practitioners strive to. The parallels here are really endless, and analogies like this are so interesting to ponder and explore. The second principle is the circle principle. I actually already have a video on this channel discussing this, called Hapkido and the Way of the Circle. Again, you can see the Korean and Chinese characters represented here, pronounced won and yuan, of course, translating directly to circle. Hapkido is generally considered a soft-style martial art, in great part because many of its movements in self-defense, for instance, are derived from circular blocks and takedowns, rather than direct straight lines, which are more synonymous with hard styles. Taking down or controlling an opponent who weighs more than you is more easily done with a circle because it includes their weight in the equation, rather than just you relying on your own strength. Circles help you to redirect attacks, to flow at them as stated in the water principle, rather than opposing them head-on. Circles create or continue momentum that then give us options on where to go next, depending on what the situation offers. However, this principle also applies to more than combat. Life itself is circular. We learn things and evolve from them, before hopefully passing off better experiences to the next generation. The idea is, like in a relay race, we pass off our experiences to those who come after us, with more knowledge than we had at their age, so that they can advance further than we did. If we were to hoard the things we learned and expect the next generation to learn the same way we did, facing the same hardships and making the same mistakes we did, we would severely halt the progression of society. Technology and medicine are able to advance as much as they do because each generation passes off the progress they made, so the next can build from it rather than start from square one. In the same way, we as martial arts teachers, or even parents, or simply members of society, should contribute what we can, because we were given opportunities of our own in our lives. It is our responsibility to try to make the world a better place than it was before us. That is the principle of the circle. What we call the golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated, is the foundation of the circle principle. Circles have no edges or ends, and are therefore less predictable. Our thinking is to be open or circular, rather than closed-minded thinking in a straight line. The earth shows us as it spins in a daily cycle, complementing days with nights, while also revolving in a larger annual circle that, being circular, keeps us intact and around our focal point of the sun, thus sustaining life. With each passing revolution or year, we become wiser, and we then spend the next year building from the progress of the last. Life is full of repetition, and as practitioners of Hapkido, we learn that we should take advantage of this repetition by applying our learned experiences from one instance to the next. The final principle is called different things by different federations, in English that is, sometimes the sum principle, or harmony principle, or non-resistance principle. Let's look at the Korean and Chinese characters, pronounced hwa and hua. This directly translates to the word harmony. If we look at the Korean flag, we can actually see this principle visually. The center circle represents an yang, which you may have more commonly heard referred to as yin and yang in Chinese history. This simply means the coming together of positive and negative, or harmony. The opposing colors of red and blue are intertwined to make a full circle, adding together peacefully. Even these outer four trigrams represent opposing forces in nature. Sometimes interpretations view these as heaven, earth, fire, and water. While being opposites, they still coexist harmoniously. Take physics, for instance. If you add up all the forces in the world, account for all the directions of each vector, you will always net to zero force overall. Newton's third law of motion shows that every force is met by an equally opposing force. Or if you view this as an electric circuit, if you have a closed circuit and add up the currents throughout that circuit, you will always sum to zero. No matter what force you apply into the world, you cannot break this law of physics. Bringing this back to martial arts, we are taught to meet attacks and aggressiveness with defense and calm, not with opposition or aggressiveness in return. Achieving this balance is important to resolving any conflict. If someone punches at us, just because we can meet this with incapacitating strikes of our own, and it may even be justified, we can still opt to a position of immobilization where nobody is harmed, protecting ourselves and our attacker simultaneously. In life, it is important to recognize this principle as well. Everyone is different, and everyone has different interests and goals, but we rely on each other to live. Farmers who produce food need to rely on engineers who provide electricity, who need to rely on construction workers who provide infrastructure, who rely on doctors to provide medical care, who rely on the farmers who provide food. The list is endless and repeats itself because all exist together to create harmony. Difference and variety are not only welcomed, but necessary. The three principles tie together when we can see that meeting an attack with a circular diffusion and peaceful outcome show that we can flow with what we are presented with, like water, moving in a circle, obviously like the circle principle, and bringing conflict to peace, with the harmony principle. You cannot have one of these without the others. I personally love viewing these in different contexts and with different analogies to see how our training is not simply intrinsic, but reflects how we live our lives. A true martial art affects the practitioner and every form of living, and creates a better human being from the one who began their training. The techniques we teach and learn are important and vital, but as I grow older and wiser, I see that these principles hold much deeper and more profound value, because they are the keys to furthering society and bringing our differences together to achieve peace. I hope you learned something from this video, or at least had your mind open to more ideas. I know I did. Thanks for watching. The arts of Taekwondo and Hapkido that I practice both come from Korea, and more specifically, they fall under a federation called the Jongdo-ryu, a hybrid style of martial arts created by Grandmaster Yong Sok Kim. In this video, I wanted to detail a bit of his history developing it. Master Kim grew up in South Korea in the 1950s, just a few years after Japan ended its brutal occupation there. This was also at the same time as the arts of Taekwondo and Hapkido were officially born. He began studying martial arts as a child, when his father enrolled him in Hapkido classes to toughen him up. He spent several years training under various first-generation masters of both Taekwondo and Hapkido, before eventually opening his first Hapkido dojang in Seoul in 1969. He continued training and teaching with other up-and-coming masters of the time, most notably Master Kim Nam-jae, who still operates his dojang in Seoul today, as well as Master Kang Mu-young, who also continues to teach out of San Diego. In the year 1976, Master Kim moved to Colombia to begin spreading these Korean arts to the Western world. At the time, martial arts were not very familiar on this side of the world, especially in countries like Colombia. He was among the first 5 Korean masters to bring Korean arts to Colombia. Over the next few years, he opened and developed his own academy in the city of Medellin, teaching to survive as he had no knowledge of Spanish yet and was working to support his wife and 2 young daughters. In 1980, due to the growing danger and threats to his family, as well as the rapidly increasing drug trade in Medellin, Master Kim set his sights on the United States. He left an extremely successful academy in Colombia that continued to thrive after his departure. He found an opportunity here in the city of New Orleans, where he started by teaching at the local police academy before eventually opening another studio of his own. It quickly grew to success.
Watch Master Kim use his hand like a hammer. Now his penetrated that piece of wood. Now watch how Master Kim removes it. That's a heck of a way to build a house, ladies and gentlemen. When it goes up, you got it too.
And then again in 1983, it was time for Master Kim's next chapter. He moved to San Diego, California, and opened his next school, as well as another right across the Mexican border in Tijuana. He spent his time traveling between the two and growing his two newest schools. This is where he eventually settled and spent several decades teaching until his retirement. His schools still operate in each of the countries that he spent time in, and his students from around the world have fond memories from all the time spent with Master Kim, whether brief or extensive. In 1992, Master Kim officially formed his own federation, the Jongdo-ryu, using the skills he learned from his decades of experience in Taekwondo and Hapkido, in addition to his own techniques and style. First, let's break down the meaning of Jongdo-ryu by looking at each individual character in both its original Chinese writing, interpreted through Korean Hanja pronunciation, and modern Korean Hangul. The first character, similarly pronounced Jung in both Korean and Chinese, translates to center or balance. The principle of this concept is the meeting in the middle of all elements. All positive and negative energies sum to net zero. This is related to the Hapkido principle Hua, which represents sum and harmony. The Jung also represents the marrying of Taekwondo and Hapkido, the two arts that Master Kim used to create Jongdo-ryu. This principle is also about remaining in the middle when conflict is present. Master Kim once told me, "Only the wind knows where the wind comes from and where it goes. I will not stand in front of those winds." Wise words. The second character, pronounced Dao in Chinese and Do in Korean, translates to way, method, or direction. This is formed by two Chinese characters, Shou, meaning head, and Chuo, meaning go. This is one of the most common characters seen in martial arts, at the ending of both Taekwondo and Hapkido, for instance, but also across many others, like Judo or Karate-do. This signifies that there's a procedure or system behind the techniques in the art, a proper way to go about them. Do also signifies direction and purpose. In the words of Master Kim, to achieve right direction, humans must achieve harmony at three levels: thoughts, feelings, and actions. Now, the third character, pronounced Liao in Chinese and Liu in Korean, translates to flow or style. This is the same character as the water principle in Hapkido, hence the correlation between flowing and water. What this character represents for us is organization and the constant sharing of knowledge to develop and learn from one another. The Liu, or flow, is the only way we can grow. We all contribute to it and we all rely on it. The advancing of martial arts from ancient to modern times and then to times in the future is reliant on generations to continue to learn from the past and work toward a better future. Water is arguably the most essential element of life, but when misused, can cause death and destruction. Liu represents both the calm and the potential danger. So put together, Jongdo-ryu directly translates to the way of flowing in the middle, which we call the way to righteousness. A martial artist training in Jongdo-ryu learns to be open-minded and treat every interaction as a learning opportunity, no matter if it is a positive or negative interaction. We're not just here to learn how to defend ourselves, which is a simply reactionary practice, but instead to learn how to carry ourselves as humans in the most optimal way possible, to train ourselves physically, mentally, and spiritually to be able to contribute the most to society and those who live around us. Our martial art is not simply a sport or weeknight activity, but it is a way of life. Our style is traditional in the sense that its roots come from traditional arts, and we preserve many of their practices, but it is also modern that we have adapted techniques and practices to fit better with culture and time period. Master Mauricio, who was Master Kim's first student in Colombia, explained some of this briefly in our interview on this channel.
The difference for me with Grandmaster Jonas Kim is that in Colombia, he taught the full range of martial arts, which comprehended not just the physical part, but the philosophical, mental, and many other components like breathing, meditation, and so on. For example, we had every Saturday we had an 8-hour class, and part of that class was physical conditioning. Part of that class, was forms and kicking and sparring. But a long piece of that class was learning other things like acupuncture, philosophy, meditation, and so forth. When Master Kim moved over here, he stopped teaching that because over here they are more interested in the physical part and very less interested on all the other components, which is in certain way a shame, knowing that one without the other one is not really a whole.
No matter if you are a martial artist or not, life should be about learning every day. New information is the only way we can grow, and sharing experiences with others as teachers, colleagues, or just as friends leads to more understanding and less conflict. This video was created as a brief commemoration to Grandmaster Kim's great career and retirement. Hopefully this video can help reach his ideas to new people. I'm only scratching the surface here of the life and teachings of Master Kim. If you want to learn much more about him or the Jongdo-ryu, I will put a link up to his book titled Jongdo-ryu, The Way to Righteousness. Stock is very limited. Congratulations, Master, and thank you all for watching.
This is the great problem of humanity, that we want peace. But are we peaceful ourselves? Most people are not peaceful inside.
Today we have a special video lined up. This is something that I haven't done before on this channel, so it's a little different style. I'm going to be bringing in a special guest. He's one of my mentors, and we're just going to go back and forth a little bit about his views and his experiences in martial arts, you know, talking about traditional martial arts versus modern martial arts and what he's seen happen over the years. So I'm really excited to hear his insight, and I'm looking forward to fruitful conversation. So I have the pleasure and the privilege to introduce Master Maurice Correa, who's here to talk a little bit about martial arts with us. Welcome, Master. How are you doing?
Thank you, Master Matt. I'm doing well. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Great. I've learned a lot from you, and I'm really excited to have some back and forth that we can talk about, you know, your experiences and your viewpoints and things that you have come across in your time in martial arts. So with that said, I haven't told anybody really anything about you, so I figured it would be better for you to do that. If you could tell us, you know, your background in martial arts and kind of give us your story of where you've been and how you've arrived to where you are today.
Yes, I practice both Taekwondo and Hapkido for 35 or so years, but I've been involved in martial arts for almost 50 years. I had to stop practicing physically because of some health issues that prevents me from being able to continue. But as I say, I continue teaching and being involved with martial arts still. I have taught martial arts for most of my life, both in Latin America, Colombia, Mexico, and United States, together with my master, the Grandmaster John S. Kim. We travel a lot throughout the United States doing demonstrations, and sometimes participated in some tournaments. Yes. I think that briefly summarizes my martial arts life.
Yes, it's brief, but I know there's a lot of details that go into that. And well, to reference for anybody watching, our connection point, my and Master Maurice's connection point, is through, he mentioned Grandmaster Young-Soo Kim, who opened the school in Colombia, and that's where they met. And then both of them opened the school here in New Orleans, which is the school that I'm a part of. And, you know, they moved away before I started training, but we still have those connections, and I've been able to train with them and learn a lot of things from them. I don't think you mentioned, but you're currently located in California, and that's the last area that you guys opened schools in, as well as Mexico. But I wanted to ask, since we talked about this, since you have a really unique perspective of training in both Latino America and North America, and what the differences are in the martial arts, specifically with the arts that we train in, and how each country kind of views and practices them.
This is a little difficult to answer because I imagine with every instructor is different. The way that we practice martial arts was, at that time, martial arts were tremendously more military in their training. So there was no such a thing as stopping to drink or stopping for any reason. Absolutely, the instructor took the class whatever they wanted for as long as they wanted, let's say, and as hard as they wanted, and you just have to follow. Sparring was completely different too. At that time, there were not really many pads or protection. So for many of us, when you were learning and so forth, until you get to a certain level, it was very painful and scary in certain way. Yes, because you really got hurt a little bit. But the thing that I can say the most is that the difference for me with Grandmaster Jonas Kim is that in Colombia, he taught the full range of martial arts, which comprehended not just the physical part, but the philosophical, mental, and many other components like breathing, meditation, and so on. All that was included in some of the classes. For example, we had every Saturday we had an 8-hour class. And part of that class was physical conditioning. Part of that class, was forms and kicking and sparring. But a long piece of that class was learning other things like acupuncture, philosophy, meditation, and so forth. When Master Kim moved over here, he stopped teaching that because over here they are more interested in the physical part and very less interested on all the other components, which is in certain way a shame, knowing that one without the other one is not really a whole.
Yes. So it's interesting that you bring that up, because that's something else I wanted to talk about, is the evolution of martial arts into what it is today. But like, we're all about, like you said, the physical, and it's become very recreational and very sport-like. The arts of Taekwondo and Hapkido that I practice both come from Korea, and more specifically, they fall under a federation called the Jongdo-ryu, a hybrid style of martial arts created by Grandmaster Yong Sok Kim. In this video, I wanted to detail a bit of his history developing it. Master Kim grew up in South Korea in the 1950s, just a few years after Japan ended its brutal occupation there. This was also at the same time as the arts of Taekwondo and Hapkido were officially born. He began studying martial arts as a child, when his father enrolled him in Hapkido classes to toughen him up. He spent several years training under various first-generation masters of both Taekwondo and Hapkido, before eventually opening his first Hapkido dojang in Seoul in 1969. He continued training and teaching with other up-and-coming masters of the time, most notably Master Kim Nam-jae, who still operates his dojang in Seoul today, as well as Master Gang Mu-young, who also continues to teach out of San Diego. In the year 1976, Master Kim moved to Colombia to begin spreading these Korean arts to the Western world. At the time, martial arts were not very familiar on this side of the world, especially in countries like Colombia. He was among the first 5 Korean masters to bring Korean arts to Colombia. Over the next few years, he opened and developed his own academy in the city of Medellin, teaching to survive as he had no knowledge of Spanish yet and was working to support his wife and 2 young daughters. In 1980, due to the growing danger and threats to his family, as well as the rapidly increasing drug trade in Medellin, Master Kim set his sights on the United States. He left an extremely successful academy in Colombia that continued to thrive after his departure. He found an opportunity here in the city of New Orleans, where he started by teaching at the local police academy before eventually opening another studio of his own. It quickly grew to success.
Watch Master Kim use his hand like a hammer. Now his head. That's right, that piece of wood. Now watch how Master Kim removes it. That's a heck of a way to build a house, ladies and gentlemen. When he goes up, you got it too?
And then again in 1983, it was time for Master Kim's next chapter. He moved to San Diego, California, and opened his next school, as well as another right across the Mexican border in Tijuana. He spent his time traveling between the two and growing his 2 newest schools. This is where he eventually settled and spent several decades teaching until his retirement. His schools still operate in each of the countries that he spent time in, and his students from around the world have fond memories from all the time spent with Master Kim, whether brief or extensive. In 1992, Master Kim officially formed his own federation, the Jongdo-ryu, using the skills he learned from his decades of experience in Taekwondo and Hapkido, in addition to his own techniques and style. First, let's break down the meaning of Jongdo-ryu by looking at each individual character in both its original Chinese writing, interpreted through Korean Hanja pronunciation, and modern Korean Hangul. The first character, similarly pronounced Jong in both Korean and Chinese, translates to center or balance. The principle of this concept is the meeting in the middle of all elements. All positive and negative energies sum to net zero. This is related to the Hapkido principle Hua, which represents sum and harmony. The Jung also represents the marrying of Taekwondo and Hapkido, the 2 arts that Master Kim used to create Jongdo-ryu. This principle is also about remaining in the middle when conflict is present. Master Kim once told me, "Only the wind knows where the wind comes from and where it goes. I will not stand in front of those winds." Wise words. The second character, pronounced Dao in Chinese and Do in Korean, translates to way, method, or direction. This is formed by 2 Chinese characters, Shou, meaning head, and Chuo, meaning go. This is one of the most common characters seen in martial arts, at the ending of both Taekwondo and Hapkido, for instance, but also across many others, like Judo or Karate-do. This signifies that there's a procedure or system behind the techniques in the art, a proper way to go about them. Do also signifies direction and purpose. In the words of Master Kim, to achieve right direction, humans must achieve harmony at 3 levels: thoughts, feelings, and actions. Now, the third character, pronounced Lia in Chinese and Liu in Korean, translates to flow or style. This is the same character as the water principle in Hapkido, hence the correlation between flowing and water. What this character represents for us is organization and the constant sharing of knowledge to develop and learn from one another. The Liu, or flow, is the only way we can grow. We all contribute to it and we all rely on it. The advancing of martial arts from ancient to modern times and then to times in the future is reliant on generations to continue to learn from the past and work toward a better future. Water is arguably the most essential element of life, but when misused, can cause death and destruction. Liu represents both the calm and the potential danger. So put together, Jongdo-ryu directly translates to the way of flowing in the middle, which we call the way to righteousness. A martial artist training in Jongdo-ryu learns to be open-minded and treat every interaction as a learning opportunity, no matter if it is a positive or negative interaction. We're not just here to learn how to defend ourselves, which is a simply reactionary practice, but instead to learn how to carry ourselves as humans in the most optimal way possible, to train ourselves physically, mentally, and spiritually to be able to contribute the most to society and those who live around us. Our martial art is not simply a sport or weeknight activity, but it is a way of life. Our style is traditional in the sense that its roots come from traditional arts, and we preserve many of their practices, but it is also modern that we have adapted techniques and practices to fit better with culture and time period. Master Mauricio, who was Master Kim's first student in Colombia, explained some of this briefly in our interview on this channel.
The difference for me with Grandmaster Jonas Kim is that in Colombia,
and it seems like we're missing a lot of the mental aspects that were once part of the foundation of most of the martial arts that were developed in past times. And it seems like, especially in the culture, at least what I know in America, it's been lost to an extent. And once one generation loses it, then the next generation cannot learn it because it's gone. So it can only go lower and lower unless we find ways to keep it alive.
Yes, that is correct. Most of the common martial arts are moving more toward being a sport. They in order to be sponsored by the countries, by the sports associations of the countries and so forth, they must have a competition. To make that transition, let's say, then it is in certain ways beneficial, but to me and the majority is not. It is beneficial because it becomes more popular, because it gets sponsored. There are more trainers, there are better facilities, better equipment, and so on and so on. However, there is a huge difference between martial arts. Yes, sports bring tremendous amount of benefits to people physically and mentally. Yes, when you practice them consistently and mostly for competition. Yes. But sports don't have the aspects that martial arts have. All these other byproducts of practicing martial arts, which is the meditation, the mental component, the respect, the loyalty, the breathing, all these gamma of other things that are involved in being a martial artist, and the whole purpose of it. Because the purpose of sports is to win. Basically, to be a good sportsman, yes, to have a good health and stuff like that. But really, when you are a top level competitor, your job is to win. Basically, unfortunately, in that mentality, most people are a loser, because even if you are a second place, you are a loser. So sports in martial arts is good, or the competition component of martial art is good because it brings a different aspect. From that aspect, you lose the rest of what martial art is about. And that's what is happening to most sports, to most martial arts. They have, this is kind of my own word, sportized. Yeah, they have made the martial arts a sport, and in that sense, not a martial art anymore. Not for some of us that are more traditional, more traditional in the sense.
I like the way that you put that. That's very, it's good insight because I think about in the modern era, the way that martial arts have evolved is a lot of schools are run as businesses, and their goal is to earn enough money to stay alive or to have the instructor succeed. And some of that is abused, but they have to adapt to what the society wants. And people nowadays are just more into the sport style, and you're just going to get more students to sign up that way if you show that kind of product to new students.
Yes.
I'm
sorry to interrupt for a second, Mr. Matt. It is okay. I understand that if you have a studio, a school, and you live out of it, and you live off it, it's important that you have enough to survive. So, but in that context, you still can pick and choose your students that you can help them and train them in the correct way. And that's the part that is missing a lot. You also, with the normal students, see, most people enter into martial art to learn to defend for different purposes, but the most common is to learn to defend themselves, to learn to some control and better management of the body and so forth. But as you are taken in this path, and mostly if the student stays on that path, the instructor start molding you to the right path, which is really the purpose of martial art is to become a better human being. And you cannot be a better human being if your body is only proficient. Yes, you become more healthier, and in a certain way, it helps to be a better human being. But really, a better human being is tremendously bigger than just the physique. It is all the mental and emotional and spiritual component that is left behind. And that is the part that martial arts. But learning to kick and punch is just tools to learn how to manage this body, to learn how to manage this mind, to learn how to manage your emotions, importantly, to learn how to manage your energies.
Right. And to your point, if all you do is try to practice to make your body proficient and just to rely on your physical strength, and that means you're one physical injury or ailment away from just being disconnected from martial arts. Like, sort of in your case, you had to stop practicing physically, but you didn't walk away from martial arts because you had a connection to the other side, which is so much, to me, more important. And I like the way that you've put it before, that if you learn all these self-defense techniques and you're really able to defend yourself from anything, but you never have to use it. If you do everything right, you never end up having to use it. But that's all you practiced. Then what did you really get out of your training? We can apply all these other aspects in our everyday lives, like we talked about in the breathing and the meditation, because regardless of your situation, those are going to be everyday aspects of your life.
Yes, that's correct. And in the right martial arts, the best self-defense is never to fight. I have practiced, as I say, for almost 50 years, and I have never been in a fight. Not because I didn't have the opportunity. just simply because I knew that a well-trained body is a weapon. And by just understanding that, you prevent completely any situation in which might become physical. Yes. This is tremendously important because if martial arts is not taught correctly, if the mental aspect, the discipline, and the mental aspect is not there, martial art is a tool to make people feel that they are better or more powerful. Or so you can see it there all the time. Just being physically, in a little more crude words, just being physically strong does not prevent you from being an animal or behave like an animal. And this is what is important.
So very.
That we practice, that we train our body together with other components that make us a better human being. That the martial art that we practice is to help every single life, is to help them to grow and to bloom instead of stepping on them or cutting them. It is about every day applying the martial arts to your sisters and brothers, to your parents, to your friends, to your co-workers, to humanity, to the world. That is the real martial art. The other one is just, for that reason, you better buy a gun. Why to waste so much time? You buy a gun and you don't have to worry about it. You just sit down in the couch and watch TV. It's easy.
Wise words. I like that. I had a thought, but it escaped my mind.
I'm sorry.
No, that's great. I love this conversation. We see each other as physical beings, and the things that we don't see is we each have a spirit, and we each have thoughts, and we each have internal beings that we can't see, and they're not tangible, so they can be out of, like the term, out of sight, out of mind. And there's many arts and many schools that can manage both aspects, and there's a ways that you don't have to neglect one to focus on the other. You can use both to edify each other. But I feel that there's some schools that are very focused on the physical, to the extent that they don't want to waste time, as they would put it, because then they wouldn't have that amount of time to practice more techniques or more situations, because you can never practice enough to get out of any situation. All it takes, it's not a movie. All it takes is one mistake or one oversight, and you could be the best self-defense master of the world, and somebody can break your confidence or your can't think of the word, but it doesn't take much. And just like you said, there's guns, and that can end everything in a blink of an eye. So it's a balance.
You're touching a point that is important. It's also one of the points why a true martial artist tries to prevent or to fight. But that's not mean that we sometimes have to use martial art to defend ourselves or somebody else. However, we try our best not to do it. And it is that although you are, as I said, a well-trained martial artist is a weapon, you still understand that the other person has one head, 2 arms, and 2 legs exactly the same as you. Even if it's a lucky punch or lucky they still can hurt you, still can grip you. So for all purposes, fighting does not make any sense. Only as it's a story of the monks practice who said that you never use martial art, but if you ever have to use it, you must win. Mm-hmm. The reason for that is completely different as the meaning of the words today, because at that time it meant that if you didn't use it, they were going to kill you. So if you lose, you were going to be killed, in other words. So in that purpose, under that context at that time, it was right. And probably you can move that forward to today and say, if I ever need to use my martial arts, I hope that I can use it correctly. That would be my best translation to that, to our times.
Very good. Yeah. An analogy that comes to my head is that martial arts doesn't have to, if we think of the term, it's like somebody draws a knife on me and I disarm him or I immobilize him. But it's just as much or more martial arts if you didn't escalate the conversation to get to that point, or you didn't go to that place where the danger would be in the first place. So you're not even having to prevent the fight because there's no possibility of it happening because of the choices that you made before that. And that's not what we think about when we think of martial arts, but that's what it is.
But that is the right teaching, and that's the truth. The truth is that if you have the right instructor, you should de-escalate the problem. In fact, what you say is correct. When you see that something, I have had people that come and bang me with their shoulder looking really buff, looking for trouble, I just ignore it completely. To me, they already lost.
Yes.
And I don't escalate that. I don't know why. Nothing. The same thing is that that if you go by this street, it's dangerous. There are some people there that are drinking or this or that, and it's too dark and it's dangerous. This other way might take you a little longer, but there's light and so forth. And this is the real martial art. The real martial art is that the best attack is not to have to defend yourself. They don't have to use your martial art. That's the best defense.
Correct. Yes. And I think it in the society today that everybody knows the accomplishments that we have, and we have to tell everybody what we have. So the more people know that you're a black belt, or the more people know that you're a martial artist, that the common reaction to that is, oh, so you know how to beat people up, or you can put me in a chokehold, or you could put me in a submission. And some people try to instigate you because they know that you have skills and they want you to use them. And some people fall for that, and they like to show their skills, and they get into more than altercations, and they contribute more to the violence and the unnecessary conflict than they would have if they didn't even practice anything. And it's like an arrogance or a hubris.
It is. See, you cannot ask for peace. You cannot ask for love. You cannot ask for happiness if that does not come from inside. This is the great problem of humanity, that we want peace. But are we peaceful ourselves? Most people are not peaceful inside. Somebody cut them off, and immediately they are making signs with their fingers, and they are cursing, and they blow up. So how can you ask for peace when we all are not peaceful? So the purpose of martial arts is to bring that inner peace, to bring that inner humanity. And to do that, you have to take the students through a process, a very kind of rigorous process in which they have to, in certain way, destroy what they think they are and come out as a different, same person with a different individual, basically.
Yes.
That is the real purpose of martial arts, to create better human beings. But you cannot be a better human being to. When I'm talking about better human being, that's not mean that you behave nicely and so forth. That's only good for your neighbor and your parent and your wife or husband and so forth. A good human beings means that you realize that you are tremendously more than just a physique, that you are this spiritual component that as a physical individual, everything that is physical has boundaries, but everything that is spiritual, energetic has no boundaries. And that as a human being, when you overpass your physicality and you start working on your spirituality, in your energetic component, the true possibilities of a human being really opens. There are no boundaries anymore. That is when you become one with everything.
Yes. I think in our world today, we talk a lot about, you can ask anybody, they'll say the world is a crazy place, and they'll say that there's darkness everywhere and there's negativity, but it's very like it's a blame filled thought, because it's never we as the world are a crazy place. It's the others are messed up, the others are corrupt, and I think that attitude kind of absolves whoever's saying that from blame and absolves them from feeling like they need to do anything to fix the problem. It's somebody else's problem that they need to fix. And I think we all have to, and I say we because we all have to take accountability for the things that we may unintentionally and intentionally do that can harm or bring negativity to others. And until we do that, I don't think we can make progress if we just point fingers. You know, this party does this, or this government does this, this country, it's their fault. And, you know, those things might be true for some things, but if we never look inward, and you're just talking about inner peace, then we'll never be able to progress.
Correct. There is a short story where a student asked Master, what is to work on myself? And the Master said, when you stop hoping, then everybody else change. This is also one of the biggest problems with us, human beings. Seeing the sentence that you say that a lot of people see this more as a couch. Well, take the human component out of that and look at the world. And you will see that it's the most beautiful miraculous, marvelous thing ever. Everything worked in harmony, everything's integrity. In fact, through COVID, as they locked us down, the whole rest of the animal kingdom, plants and everything was prospering and blooming.
Yes.
That's the answer. The answer is the world is not a cow. We are a cow. And once again, yes, we are always thinking that if we, that is the other one. Oh, that person is this, that person is that person is that. But we're not never looking inside. And what is our contribution? This life is a very short life. We think, oh, it's so long. But look, you, Matt, you are 20-something years old. You're very young. Just look behind your back, and how long did it take you to get over here? A blink of an eye.
Yes.
And wait until you are 40 or 50, or you're 100. The whole life will pass. When we are in the middle of the storm, it looks like it takes forever. Once you're out, you laugh and say, oh, it wasn't that bad. Yes. Even if that storm throws you against the wall and stuff like that, as long as it doesn't kill you, basically. Even if it broke you, like, hey, it wasn't that bad. Once you pass, it was kind of fun, actually.
Yes.
So that is life. Life is extremely short. And we don't spend it, we kind of waste it in things that don't make any sense. You know, accumulating material things, accumulating knowledge, trying to be more intelligent, more handsome, more this or more that, or more pretty or more fame or this. All this, anything that you cannot take with you once you die is a waste of time. The only thing that you can take with you is those things, those experiences that help you to be a better human being. That's the only thing. Because those things are helping you to evolve, to learn and evolve. That's the only thing. The rest, even all this exercise that you do, no matter how good you are, cannot take it with you.
That's right. So I think I have one more question that I'll ask you, and then we can wrap up. And I get this question quite a bit, either on YouTube or in person. But students ask, or somebody that's starting in martial arts ask, what advice do you give to somebody that's starting, regardless of the art, or what do you wish that you knew when you began your training? And obviously the answer is not, you can't learn everything with a simple message. You can only learn things by the experience. But just as a basic general question, what advice would you give to somebody that's starting?
Let me start that by telling everybody that there is no such a thing as best martial art. A lot of people say, oh, my martial art, the one that I practice, is the best martial art. That is not right either. Because the best martial, if you the only thing that you know is to certain punch, and you can stick that punch to anyone, that's the best martial art. You don't need to know a million things. You don't need to jump buildings. You don't need to be superhuman. Absolutely. So starting with that, the best thing that I can tell anyone is look for the right instructor. Look for the right teacher, master. the one that is going to give you a comprehensive experience. If martial art is what you're looking for, look for a really good in whatever martial art you think you like. If you try one and you don't like one, look for another one. That's not for me. Look at your body, look at your abilities, and different martial arts might fit better for certain conditions. Yes, if you're short and you're this or you're that, depending on your age, depending on your ability, depending on all these aspects. Interested on something slowly with a more internal Tai Chi, this type of martial art better. You might be young, you're flexible. Taekwondo, some of these martial arts might be better. You might be more into competition, you mixed martial art, whatever. And look for the instructor. That is the best advice that I can give anyone, because whatever they teach is what they are going to pass you. And so if it's a good instructor, it's going to pass something good. If it's not such a good instructor, it's going to pass something that is not such a good thing for you. Might not be a good thing for you. The rest, just always know that martial art is tremendously more than competition. That's, I guess, my best advice looking to start.
I think that's wonderful advice. It's funny, I just uploaded a video talking just about that a couple weeks ago, and it was very similar to the points that you made. So I think it's great advice. So before we finish, we didn't talk about this, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about your business and your blog, because I was going to put some information on that in the description if you wanted to let everybody know.
Thank you. See, martial arts, when I learned martial arts, the first thing that they told me is that, after 40, whenever you start on 40, somewhere around there, you exploit your body because you have more ability physically. And you work on your mind and the other components, mostly your mind. But from 40 and on, your mind is better prepared to work on it, and your body now is in decline, let's say, compared to the young. And that is exactly what I'm doing. And that is exactly why I'm still involved in martial arts. Because what I did is that I exploited my body for many, many years. But because some personal reasons and the repetitive exercise and so forth, cause some health issues on me. It's not important, but it is. I cannot do anything that has impact in my joints. I basically don't have too much padding in my joints anymore. Now, then what I did is move on into my next step of my martial arts. Why we don't concentrate too much in martial arts in the mental part at the beginning? Because the mind is moving too much. Hormones are hitting really hard when you're a teenager. In the 20s, you still are the water is very choppy. Yes. Your mind is going nuts in all directions and so forth. Finally, you get some structure, you probably get married, have some children, some family, a job, have education, a job, and so forth, that helps to come down and so forth. So by the time you're 40 years old, you are more ready. Let's say that you are ready to start working harder on your mental side. That's not completely true, but I'm just saying it works really well for martial arts. If you are dedicated to the spiritual component, you can start very early. But part of that is to calm the mind. Yes. So now in the mental component, the spiritual component, then I have dedicated the same amount of time that I used to spend practicing martial arts a long time ago. Now I do it, but for my personal development, try to explore all these possibilities that we as human beings have. And the only way to do that is to realize who we are. And to open doors that cannot be explained, but they have to be experienced. So let me explain that really fast. Again, physically, if we stay on the physical, animals live between two lines. They are born and die between those two lines, and they live to the max for what they can. A dog is a dog, and they live to the best of their ability, being a dog, and an ant is an ant, and an elephant is an elephant, a tiger is a tiger. Human beings don't have the upper line. The possibilities are infinite. The problem is that if we stay in the physique, if we still trust our senses as the right thing, like most people do, that this is the world, everything that I can touch, this is the world, there's no other thing, we have to have fun and so forth. This life for normal people are just to keep them busy and entertained. As long as you're busy and entertained, you are a little rat in the little wheel over there, because you don't have time to get out and say, what the hell? What am I doing? So most people live between two lines, all their lives. The only problem is that if we live between those two lines, we are never fulfilling our complete opportunity to be the maximum that we can be. So in that sense, we human beings are less than animals, because we live and die being less than the maximum capacity that we have as a human beings. The only way that you can do that is when you transcend physicality and realize that you are not this. This is just a vehicle, that you are something spiritual, something energetic. At that moment, 1,000,000 doors open, and the ability, you can live 10 years, you can live 100 years, you can live 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years, and you will never finish learning, experiencing. So I'm in that process, in the process of growing my perception, my level of perception. And the only way to do that is through, the only gateway to do that is through meditation. Through working every day on that component and studying as much as I can. So yes, my way to teach martial arts is not in front of students almost anymore. although I do sometimes, but it's through my writings. I'm trying to throw seeds to those that follow me in my blog. So all my writings have some very, sometimes a strong message, sometimes very diplomatic message that anyone that wants to change their lives or start looking at it should look at it, because the whole purpose is to try to put things on people and try to help them to wake up from this normal life and see that life can be a beautiful, wonderful experience only if you're able to change the way you think. So my website is path2one.com. And over there you can find my blog too. And in Spanish is rutaaUno.com. Any questions about that?
No, I can tell you from personal experience that the blog and the website offer tons of insight, and I would recommend anybody, especially that has been able to enjoy this conversation, to give it a look and see what you can get out of it, because there's a lot to be offered. And I hope somebody can find it through this video or in some way that they weren't going to be able to before.
Yeah, and I ask everybody if they like what I write to subscribe and to pass it on to other people. So I don't advertise, I don't try to promote it. The only promotion that I read it to pass it to. What I write is not for everybody. Some people find my writing corny. But they will find it corny because they are not ready. If you are ready, you find it extremely meaningful, extremely, there is a calling in it. If you're not ready, it's corny.
Well, if you're watching this, you can certainly find those links. I'm going to put all that in the description to make it easy for you to find it. But Master Maurice, I appreciate your time.
Jungo-Ryu is a martial art. Its training is founded on the principles of a philosophy of the center, a center found in the middle of a circle within which all things revolve. The three basic technical principles of Jungo-Ryu are the principle of the way,
We're giving away free Donald Trump gold bars. Folks, we're doing a special Black Friday sale, and for today,
recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local
Don't buy another boring gift this Christmas. Try this weird new tool instead. It makes home projects up to 90% faster by working in the most
Hello guys, Eric West here, HawaiiRealEstate.org. Thank you so much for watching the video. I ask you to do 3 things to help the people of Lahaina. 3 very simple things that you can do that can make a huge difference. Number 1, please like and share the video and subscribe to the channel. It's important that we spread the message. We're being shadow banned and the mainstream media has long since forgotten about this story. Number 2, please write, email, call, text your congresswoman or congressman and ask them for a full investigation into the Maui Lahaina fire and for financial support, for debt relief and for ongoing living expenses for those that are affected. The $700 ain't cutting it. And number 3, please give. I'll put a link in the description for people that were affected by this fire that you can give directly to those individuals, even if it's just $5. 100% audience participation would make a huge difference. And finally, encourage you to submit Freedom of Information Act requests to government agencies involved in this tragic event. Things like communications between the police officers and dispatch, between the fire chief and the water department, body cam footage. The more citizens that request Freedom of Information Act information, the more they can no longer deny giving us the information that is rightfully ours. So please do that. It's very simple. And thank you for your support.
or pleasure.
Hey, aloha guys, Eric West here, HawaiiRealEstate.org. I'm back deep in the burn zone, Waikuli neighborhood. This is not an area that anybody can enter yet without a pass. And I'm back here doing some research, and I noticed this. There's actually an individual that is living back here. Hey, how's it? How you doing? You need anything?
Hello.
Huh?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? How about some cash? Money?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So why are you living back here, bro?
I just like being out.
You like being back here? Did you live in the Waikuli neighborhood? Did you live back here?
Not really.
Where did you live?
Here.
You did live in Waikuli?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did your house burn?
No.
No. Huh. You know you can go live in a hotel now.
Well, the hotel said that somebody caught me in the Waikiki. I worked there.
Really?
I helped open up Koele.
Oh, okay. GoFundMe? Anything like that? No. Well, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's why I just like being out there.
Yeah. Do you have a Venmo or anything on the phone? You have a phone or anything?
Yeah, I have a phone.
Yeah?
But I have to go and see Justin because he has to teach me how to operate this phone.
Oh, okay. Well, you have a bank account?
Yeah.
Yeah? You have a Venmo?
What's that?
That's the way people can like send you money.
Oh, no.
No? Okay. GoFundMe? Anything like that? No. Well, maybe we should help get you one set up and we can start raising some money to help you get back on your feet. My boys are really got 4 boys are really good at technology. They can help set you up on your phone so people can give you money and you can help get set up again. You need a place to live, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. But for now, it's not too bad because everybody's not even here.
Right? It could be a little toxic here with all the fire, though. You know, all the.
Well, I don't know because I waited a while. And
Yeah. Okay. And what's your name?
Danny.
Danny. I'm Eric. Shoot. Nice to meet you, bro. I'll
Same
keep
here.
checking on you. All right.
Okay.
We'll send the boys back to get you set up with a Venmo so people can give you money. That might help a little bit. Yeah. How are you making money now?
Only my my Social Security.
Social Security's coming in. Oh, that's good. That's good. Good. Where did you work when you worked?
Well, I worked in a restaurant in Waikiki. I worked there.
Really?
I helped open up Koele. Well, I had several different jobs.
Wow. Any family left on Maui?
yeah.
Yeah, plenty. Where they at?
All over.
All over, huh?
I don't like to ask family for help and stuff.
Yeah. How many kids you got?
None.
No kids, huh?
I helped raise a lot of kids in my family.
Did you? Yeah. All right, Danny. Nice to meet you, bro. I'll be back. I'll keep checking on you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Much aloha.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You bet. My pleasure. You sure you're okay? You need anything?
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, water?
No, I got some water.
You got the water. Okay. Have a good Sunday.
Okay, you too.
Shoots, bro. Yeah, so to give you a sense of where Danny's at, all burned homes. I can't imagine this is a healthy place to be sleeping. Much love to you guys. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and we're going to follow up with Danny and hopefully get him a Venmo so we can help him out.
When I told Trump about this, he urged me to get this message out to as many true patriots as I can. Folks, something big is about to happen to this.
They claim that I'm violent just cause I refuse to be silent. These hypocrites are having fits cause I'm outlining, defiant, envy envious because I will rebel against any oppressor, and this is known as self-defense. I show no mercy, they claim that I'm the lunatic, but when this shit gets thick, I'm going, you go and get. Don't look confused, the truth is so plain to see. Cause I'm the nigga that you sell out all the same to be. In every Jeep and every car, brother, solve this. I'm never ignorant, getting gold accomplished. The underground railroad on and up rise. This how the truth's getting told, heard enough lies. I chose to fight back, attack for society. If this is violence, then violence what I gotta be. If you investigate, you'll find out where it's coming from. Look through our history, America's the violent one. Unlike my brain, break the chains of your misery. This time to take back for evil shit you did to me. They call me militant, racist cause I won't resist. You wanna censor something, motherfucker, since it is. My words are weapons and I'm stepping to the silence. Waking up the mass, but you claim that I'm violent. The cops can't stand me, but they can't touch me. Call me a dope man, cause I rock dope beats. Jack by the police, didn't have my ID. I said, excuse me, why you trying to rob me? He had the nerve to say I had a curfew. Get out the car, or I hurt you. So here I go, I better make my mind up. Pick my 9 up, or hit the line up. I chose B, stepped into the street. The first cop grabbed me, the other ripped my seat. To grab my homie and they threw him to the concrete. They tried to frame me, they tried to say I had some dope in the backseat. But I'm a rap fiend, not a crack fiend. My homie back, he tried to run. I heard a bullet fire from the cop's gun. My homie dropped, so I hit the cop. I kept swinging, yeah, I couldn't stop. Before I knew what I was beating the cop senseless. The other cop dropped the gun, he was defenseless. Now I'm against this cop who was racist, giving him a taste of trading places and all this. Cause the pecker was trying his frame up, but I came up. Now they claim that I'm violent. As I was beating on the cop, I heard a gun click, then the gunshot, but I wasn't hit. I turned around, it was my homie with the gun in hand. He shot the cop, now he's a dead man. I said, come on, it's time for us to get away. They gon' go pack up, and they'll be on their way. Jumped in the car and tried to get away quick. The car wouldn't start, we in deep shit, so we jumped out. We drove a little ways, thinking that we got far, but I looked up, and all I saw was blue lights. If I die tonight, I'm dying in a gunfight. I grabbed the AK, my homie took the 12 gauge. Load him up quick, it's time for us to spray. We'll shoot him up with their own fucking weapons. And when we do spraying, then we step. This is a lesson to the rednecks and crooked cops. You fuck with real niggas, get your fucking ass dropped. So here we go, the police against us. Dark as dust, waiting for the dust of us. What's next, I don't know, and I don't care. One thing for sure, tomorrow I won't be here. But if I go, I'm taking all these punks with me. Pass me a clip, G, now come and get me. You wanna sweat me, never get me to be silent. Giving them a reason to claim that I'm violent.
A millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner. Do you want my autograph?
These civilized people, they'll eat each other.
You are the unvaccinated. You are the problem. It is the unvaccinated who are the problem. Period. End of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will
the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All of us vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value.
You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated.
People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts and running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free and so forth.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that we can watch them compete to win place or show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons. But maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally, the only people dying are the unvaccinated. And for those of you spreading misinformation, shame on you. Shame on you. I don't know how some of you sleep at night.
Appliances in your home. This will be made possible through the installation of smart meters. The utility plans to fit them in every home within 4 years. Former ESCOM executive Vali Padiachi says this will help reduce the load.
But being a smart meter, and if I compare a few years ago when we used what we call ripple controls, that was a blunt instrument. So you would get, your geyser would be switched off at 5 in the morning. Sometimes if it doesn't work, it's 6 in the morning. So it was a blunt instrument. But smart meters can do that, but at least being smart, it will not allow the operator, system operator, whether it's a local city power or national control, to do that at a time when it inconveniences the customer. So that clears it. But the smart meter, given its various features, allows the system operator or the control room to what we call limit the load. So they can do it on the system itself, so that it encourages the customer to drop the load in high demand, and that's all through incentives, through pricing incentives, etc. So that at the end of the day, collectively, the load is dropped significantly at high demand.
You go by the airport, Jimmy, there are lots of just cars that would normally be on the road, rent-a-cars that are all there. And the rent-a-cars are ridiculously cheap. It cost me less than $200 to rent a car for my whole time there. And the plane tickets, cheap as can be. The Airbnb is a little bit pricey because of the people living in there, the crisis actors, and then some of the, not the crisis actors, the people who are living through the crisis and the people who are working for the crisis companies. But other than that, it's pretty cheap, and people should go to Maui or donate directly to the people. And by the way, I put this up over here. This is the third part we learned. The people of Maui are leaders in how a community should pull together in a time of crisis.
Yo.
Ano nga? Pwede na ako, pwede lang mo na naman. Yan, tatang. Nay, shit, nay. Oh. Cross finger. Holy fuck, it's really close. Walang paano kami. Ipakita dito nila. We're going to Kapalua, ma'am. Hello? No? Nagsigugot mo dito. Sumaro, nagsigugot. It's all red lines. Like how dark it is. Kawanin talaga nga. Koreto yun. Talaga nga makasatibal-balay din.
Here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen, to listen, to listen. I'm blue, I've been beat, I've been died, 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 I've been beat, I've been walk around. Blue like my Corvette, it's standing outside. Blue are the words I say and what I think. Blue are the feelings that live inside me. I'm blue, I'm a deed, I'm a die, 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 I'm a deed, I'm a die. I'm blue, I'm a deed, I'm a die, 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 I'm a deed, I'm a die. I'm a deed, I'm a die, I'm a deed, I'm a die. I have a blue house with a blue window. Blue is the color of all that I wear. Blue are the streets and all the trees are too. I have a girlfriend and she is so blue. Blue are the people here that walk around. Blue like my Corvette, it's standing outside. Blue are the words I say and what I think.
National pirates who identify with no nation, no national flag, and no established religion. Their flag is the skull and crossbones, and their god, G-O-D, spells gold, oil, and drugs.
1, 2, alright. Yeah. That's right. Live from the belly. They got me behind the fence. I run shit from the inside. The fucking president of the infamous gang. Get away from my stank. I got that icky, cotton picky shit that had you days. I'm a quadruple OG, a old soul. Call me the reincarnation of the pharaoh with an OE. In a barrel full of hot lead, shoot a pothead. Talking that shit about hip-hop dead. Now it's live from behind the gate. Permanent smiley face. Any nigga stunning on the guard, now you out of place. I beat a lot of cases, had to take a L. I see you in the hot set, yep, hold it down. Money is worthless, real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal. Fuck jury, fuck rims. Let's spend on our protection. Get armor, get cameras. Get with it, little nigga, this man shit. Real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's live from behind the wall. Sitting staring at the wall. I'm fit to pop out this bitch like a newborn. I'm fit to cut out all the smoking and the drinking, the wine and the spirits. It's evil when you think it, baby, so I'm telling the truth. You live it, then you see it. You breathe it, then you bid. I tell you a little secret, it's a secret. Government they worship an owl. They practice witchcraft to harness their power. Pedophiles rape little kids for energy. It's satanic ritual. WTC. R.I.P. They lit the Pentagon on fire. That's lighting the pentagram on fire. All these bodies for what? So you can scare everybody in the one world, huh? All my crimes is on deck. So if you ain't come for a war, then run. Money is worthless, real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal. Fuck jury, fuck rims. Let's spend on our protection. Get armor, get cameras. Get with it, little nigga, this man shit. Real power is people. Real strength is in the street where everybody's equal.
It could. Is it possible, ladies and gentlemen? It is possible he has been shot. And another man and possibly shot in the head. Has fired the shot. He has fired the shot. He still has the gun. The gun is pointed at me right at this moment. I hope they can get the gun out of his hand. Be very careful. Get the gun. Get the gun. Get the gun.
Overnight at the House of the Mouse, a shocking end to one of Disneyland's most popular shows. As Mickey battled the dragon, the fire-breathing prop engulfed in flames.
Poor dragon. Didn't make it.
It's pretty bad.
And nearby attractions evacuated. During the final showing of Phantasmic Saturday evening, the fire even visible from the park's Splash Mountain. Park goer Tim Terensic was there.
Show was going fantastic. Just about 5 till 11, the dragon head caught on fire. And my sister and I, we thought it was part of the show.
According to Anaheim Fire and Rescue, the fire was quickly extinguished. While no guests or firefighters were injured, rescuers say several Disney cast members were treated for smoke inhalation at the scene. Disneyland releasing a statement saying they're temporarily suspending similar fire effects at
best cities in the entire world. But sometimes a restaurant's atmosphere can leave you feeling rather ill. As if my stomach wasn't churning enough from walking into Fuzzy's Pizza and Cafe on Antoine and seeing the first 2 items on the menu were the President and Barbara Bush pizzas, I had to sit underneath a wall of photos of this so-called man. You see, Papa Bush lives not too far from where I do, and when he frequents a business in this city, it's often turned into a shrine of sorts. When I saw that Secret Service agent walk in the door and scope the place out, I knew lunch was only going downhill. Sure enough, several minutes later, the entourage arrived. I went out to my car to get my camera and come back in and give this so-called man a piece of my mind.
Murderous Zionist piece of shit. You won't get your New World Order, guy. I can't, are you happy for the millions of deaths you're part of? People know. People are waking up to the reality of this, Mr. Bush, you piece of shit.
Listen, that's unnecessary.
No, it is not unnecessary. The guy is responsible for killing millions. If you knew anything about real history, fuck you!
Fuck you. This was not a planned action event. I wasn't there to educate other people. It was a spur-of-the-moment situation, and I took advantage of the opportunity to vent my frustrations in the face of a mass murderer responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people, including our last real president, John F. Kennedy.
What's that? Well, hey, man. Some pretty dirty clientele you keep.
In hindsight, I thought maybe I should have brought up the Franklin cover-up and his gay pedophile tendencies, or Iran-Contra and his drug running, or his involvement in occult rituals at the Bohemian Grove, or his theft along with the Clintons of millions of dollars through the Bush-Clinton-Katrina Fund, or his relations with the Bin Ladens, or his calls for a new world order. The list goes on for anyone educated with real history. Even though I did not mention any specific crimes, and I basically just cursed out the old diabolical psychopath, I'm glad I did it. There are millions of people around this world who have broken free of the propaganda. I'd like to encourage each and every one of you to stand up and speak out in the face of tyranny, each and every time it rears its ugly head. Freedom will prevail.
I am inviting you all to a pizza party tonight at Jennifer Aniston's house. I'll see you there.
Jennifer, every time we're with Jennifer, something great happens because everybody loves Jennifer. And she'll text me and say, I know something, Wednesday night if you want. I'll be like, come on, we just did that Saturday thing. We don't have to do too much.
She likes to, she's busy all the time. I know she's the greatest host, but
she is a good host.
I'm going to bed at 9. I can't come over. Your thing starts at 8:30. So
yes, she can handle it. She can handle it. And her parties are incredible at her house too.
Yeah, she does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful pizza. All right.
Known each other for years.
Yeah.
You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza. It's so much fun. Now, someone did.
So these circles of friends that you guys have. You told a story about going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all an Aniston thing. She's like, George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but you have to dress right.
What did you?
Just have to they lay on him a little better. That's the only difference.
How was the pizza? Was it good?
Oh,
did he make it
Amal's
himself?
pizza was better than Clooney's. We both made. Everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that he does.
5 different kinds. 5 different kinds or 6 different kinds of pizza that night. Clooney's was excellent. Amal's was the winner.
I will tell you though, I don't know what you guys talked about, but like Clooney is easy to talk to, right?
Yes.
Amal, on the other hand, I'm sure she's very.
Looks like you won't have to be delivering pizzas anymore, Deeds. You're a very rich man. What's that got to do with delivering pizzas?
On sustainable development. It is the inventory and control plan. Inventory and control of all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all food, all energy, all information, and all human beings in the world. And this is a plan that was agreed to by 179 nations back in 1992. It's a United Nations plan. It's called the Agenda for the 21st Century. And so many of us around the world think that sustainable development, it just sounds so great. Isn't it about recycling and creative reuse and creating energy and food resources for everyone? And the answer is no, it really is not. It's about moving populations into city centers, concentrated city centers, and clearing them out of the rural areas. It's constructed of non-governmental organizations, corporations, and government in order to dictate and regulate what it is that happens around the world. Regionalization is the stepping stone to globalization, and globalization is the standardization of all systems. All systems have to be brought into harmony in order to control them all. And the goal of Agenda 21 is one world government and total control from a central unit. The principles are public-private partnerships, which is fascism. And this is how it's implemented on the ground, is through this joining together between corporations, non-governmental organizations, and governments in order to cut out the actual individual, your voter, and instead to take that to a level where we literally cannot penetrate. This is a corporatocracy. It's a totalitarian state being developed right now all over the world. While we are moving towards the end game, we are not there. And this is the opportunity that all of us have now to stand up, to speak out. We are free, and we need to continue to be free. And I do believe that we will win, but we have to become aware that there is a fight.
Our digital and our biological
identities.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, just as an example, it's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
It is important to use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal, in the old fashion. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen. The cut which we have now is much too strong in order not to leave traces.
Games.
Enjoy the show.
5, 4,
Enjoy the show.
3, 2.
Enjoy the show.
Run.
Enjoy the show.
What happens in there? Fueled with the terror of becoming prey. See how quickly we become predator? See how quickly civilization disappears?
I am honored to introduce to you the creator of the Hunger Games themselves.
Some people would say this revolution is characterized by the fight of robots against human beings. And we will win this fight.
Claimed that you have an ability to face unpleasant facts. Is that what you've demonstrated in 1984 by drawing an accurate portrait of the future?
Something like 1984 could actually happen. This is the direction the world is going in at the present time.
Hey, stop breaking my shit! Leave my shit! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yeah, okay. All right, stop! I'll stop!
There will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph and self-abasement. But always there will be the intoxication of power.
The unmasked were forced to cover up.
Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory. The sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless.
It's going media! Oh my God!
Who is helpless.
Now, you're under arrest in relation to incitement.
What's this? An ultrasound in an hour?
Yeah, she's pregnant.
Who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future,
imagine a boot stamping on a face forever.
imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
they've separated the groups.
Let me tell something to you. If you don't have a pandemic baby, then you cannot sit with me. Do you understand what I mean? These new pandemic babies are built different. You're fucking on them. You're fucking on them.
joined an Iraqi army convoy on the road to Nimrud. Safe enough for a top general to see what ISIS has done to the country's cultural heritage. Everywhere here, wreckage of prized artifacts of the ancient capital of the Assyrian Empire, a place mentioned in the Bible. For the ISIS militants, this site was not something to be cherished for its huge historical and archaeological significance. Instead, in their ultra-extremist view, this was a place of false idols. campaign, the militants posted videos online of their systematic destruction of India, sparking outrage around the world. The United Nations calls it one particularly poignant part of that crime was the destruction of these, the famed statues of winged bulls at the entrance to the King's Palace.
An illusion so large it will escape their perception, and those who will see it will be thought of insane. We'll create separate fronts, they won't see our connection. We'll show no liaison, that's how we'll behave. One drop at a time, never bringing suspicion. Prevent them from seeing the changes occur. Secretly silent, advancing our mission. An invisible weapon, a dark saboteur. We'll weaken their minds, keep their lifespan short. With metals in foods, in the water and air. An organized, multi-pronged, heavy assault. We'll be incognito so no one's aware. We'll blanket with poisons and they'll lose their minds. We'll promise a cure, more poisons we'll give. Destroying the systems of all of mankind. Making it harder and harder to live. Slowly, surely, never stop. Step by step, drop by drop. More sickness and pain from the children they bear, with no understanding of how this occurs. We'll poison the food, what they drink, what they wear. They'll all be so sick that they'll fail to deter. Our plan will succeed, but we must be ingenuous, teaching the humans that poisons are good, and those they look up to when feeling tempestuous are already bounded to our brotherhood. They'll never be wise to the poisons unseen. We'll make them seem fun with jingles and pictures. They'll see all our products in film and TV, teaching how good to drink beer, wine and liquors. We'll target the children with what they love most, with ice creams and candy they just can't resist. We'll grab their attention and make them engrossed. We'll make them want poison, we'll make them insist. Slowly, surely, never stop. Step by step, drop by drop.
Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Bound by blood, our secret brotherhood. Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Keep them blind to the hidden hand. Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Bound by blood, our secret brotherhood. Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Death will come if you speak of our plan.
And when their teeth rot, we'll fill them with metal, seeping more poisons and killing their minds. They'll be rewarded with sweets or with medals, believing their dentist is nothing but kind. We'll make them depressed, obese and slow, render them docile and needing assistance. We'll give them more poisons to help with their woes, and slowly but surely we quash their existence. We'll focus their minds on material things. External sources will bring them their joy, to never connect with what inner self brings. Consuming and spending will be our decoy. Distract them with luxuries, pleasures and games. Lead them from oneness and knowledge of self. Injecting technology into their veins. Make them believe that it's good for their health. Slowly, surely, never stop. Step by step, drop by drop.
Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Bound by blood, our secret brotherhood. Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Keep them blind to the hidden hand. Bound by blood, our secret covenants. Bound by blood, our secret brotherhood. Bound by blood, our secret covenants.
absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions upon it, people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Right.
Ancient ways lies the reason and wisdom of the children of light and melted fluids from wet clay, from space, the seven continents we survey, developing an advanced global civilization that eons later fell into disarray. The old-time form version of it under the sun is not just a creature.
They know that I'm genius status, emphatic, automatic at it, just savage, telepathic, tragic, just habit for the mathematics, it's knowledge. Time travel is homage, looking at Rob. What is the problem? Tell them what happened, humans stop it. We gon' live on when the earth is demolished. Mayan helmets, how can I tell this so you can understand what the belt is? Orion, it's too many powers given to cowards on this planet, too many gods. Slim for the pickings, earth like trim. They call it Thickums, Charles Dickens, stick to the fiction, bitch, I'm Brian. This is prison, alien gang connect, same connect, Big Bang, butterfly effect, the main elect, the frame, the check, the tang, the tech, but I aim's the best, get a mind like me, I'm like me, you can't discover what already thinks with a neural link, my penmanship is sterling, for the wine I drink, it's time to reek like homeless freaks, emo rapping all this week with a crystal skull, I listen to y'all, none of you niggas as wise as me, I'ma shut you down, give them that rotation, give them that confidence, I go it alone, no way Pontius Pilate's ever gon' roll with this, cause Barabbas ain't as crafty as you think, not even in sackcloth, I seen the ruse as soon as I touched that asphalt, it's that talk, for the pearl they cast in swine, beginning to earn everything I find for the people that listen to battle rap, this is what you would call a nigga time.
wasteland. Seven senses, yeah, Palladians. Macabre salsa like an alien. How I travel constellations, reptilian, familiar. Get the fuck out of the area. 51 reasons to bury ya. The whole world in hysteria. I painted in search like a Syrian, searching experience, grinding like pyramids, lining with Sirius. I am the sun and the moon of my God, shining my light with the spirits of salt. Feeling that energy risen like shine at the prism, displaying that shit with my art. I had to step through the portal of thoughts, we are mortal, and signal that love after all. Guided by Orion, I orbit the belt like Titans roll. This the full effect with no defect, I got that Spartan flow. Indigo within my soul, living in a world of clones. Creation, all vibration in the multiverse of future dreams. Spaceland, surfing through the galaxy, duality, my face plan. They just trying to turn my mother Gaia to a wasteland. Head up in the stars, my reality, my space fan. We in Spaceland, bitch, we in Spaceland. Surfing through the galaxy, duality, my face plan. They just trying to turn my mother Gaia to a wasteland. Head up in the stars, my reality, my space fan. We in Spaceland, bitch, we in Spaceland.
Rather than a human who manifests as kingdom set on brand. Look into the blood of Orion, see your ancestors and understand. When we are people of the old helix of DNA strand. We are the Atlantean intergalactic healing from the space.
We could accomplish. And there's
they're actually revelations and projections of what's eating them up inside. So again, what they projected onto me earlier is true for them, not me. I'm not mad when other people get value. They are, obviously.
Well,
you brought it up as a one-up.
Hey, I'd like to say something, Jack, if I may. You guys are fucking trying to
You
gang
asked
up
me
on
who's
Paul.
for me and who supports me. I wasn't one-upping. You asked me a question and I was giving you answers, and I
saw something.
It up as a one-up.
Hey, I'd like to say something, Jack, if I may. You guys are fucking trying to
You
gang
asked
up
me
on
who's
Paul.
for me and who supports me. I wasn't one-upping. You asked me a question and I was giving you answers, and I started with folks who were not motivated financially, and I ended with folks who were financially motivated to support me and who are for me. So stop twisting the narrative.
From what we could accomplish. And there's
they're actually revelations and projections of what's eating them up inside. So again, what they projected onto me earlier is true for them, not me. Of what
actions from what we could accomplish. And there's
they're actually revelations and projections of what's eating them up inside. So again, what they projected on.
Fuck, man, is that a beer can he was drinking?
Quest things, distractions from what we could accomplish. And there's
they're actually revelations and projections of what's eating.
Fuck, man, what is that?
Eating them up inside. So again, what they project onto me earlier is true for them, not me. I'm not mad when other people get value. They are, obviously.
Well,
you brought it up as a one-up.
Hey, I'd like to say something, Jack, if I may.
Right,
you guys are fucking trying to
You
gang
asked
up
me
on
who's
Paul.
for me and who supports me.
I'd like
what they projected on the revelations and project.
Slow motion replay. Good idea. Fuck, man, I don't know why, but for some reason I caught on to that really quickly. Whoops. The fuck is that?
Actions of what's eating them up inside. So again, what they project.
No, man, I was at the slowest. You still can't see the mark of a. Anyway,
He said it's sparkling cider. It's sparkling cider.
It's sparkling cider.
Yes.
You know the can color or whatever that was.
No, he said it on the broadcast before Paul
I
went
don't
up.
know. Okay. Aha. All right. I can't help myself. I was just kind of like, hey, wait a minute, is that a beer can? It's like I had to go check. But anyway, on with the show. So how you doing?
Oh yeah, me. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Could be better, but better is the enemy of good. So we'll stick with good.
All right.
So did you watch this yesterday, or is this a new?
Of course, I watched it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I tune in. Like, I listen while I'm doing stuff.
Right.
Like, I'm not just all absorbed in that crap all the time. Like, sometimes I be in the chat, but.
Well, I was like, I saw bits and pieces yesterday, really like not very long.
All right, it's about to shut down, folks. It's about to cut off the 11:55 mark. Thank you for chilling.
I'ma give you what